This old man is the sword saint. He traded the last 4 years of his life just to train a boy raised by beasts. A child who was branded a sinner from the moment he was born. The boy's name is Hermit, and he was born cursed with the seed of darkness. For this very reason, the moment he drew his first breath, he was abandoned in the primordial forest, a place from which no one has ever returned alive. But against all odds, Hermit was found by Laga, a great panther with a warm heart who took him in and raised him as her own. When he turned 10, with Laga's help, he met Dee, the only other human living within the treacherous forest. To help Hermit grow strong enough to escape this place on his own, the old man began the arduous task of turning this feral child into a true human. Most importantly, he had to master the way of the sword. But will Hermit ever be strong enough to leave the primordial forest? What trials await him on his path? All aboard, my friends. Let's discover his story together. In a secret meeting among a group of shadowy figures, their conversation turned to the primordial forest. They knew that any living being possessing mana would be unable to break through the forest's barrier. But the real problem was that the forest itself was saturated with demonic energy. To be unable to use such a vast expanse of land is a serious issue. The leader of the meeting heard this and made a bold suggestion. If it's a forest overflowing with mana that no one can return from, why don't we use it as a place to send those who are meant to die? There are always troublesome individuals who are difficult to deal with. And besides that forest, there's no more convenient place to dispose of them. The meeting quickly ended with a 100% vote of approval. Then it is decided. We shall proceed. Soon after, the screams of a woman echoed through the primordial forest. No, please, let him go. The seed of darkness has already sprouted within this child. 4 mages continued to channel their power into the infant. The mother was dragged away, her voice growing hoarse from screaming her son's name. Hermit. To speak again of the primordial forest, it is a place of exile, a place where no one can survive. Not even genius scholars, valiant commanders, or rogue mages. The condemned are cast into the forest by divine power. If they can somehow escape with their lives, their sins will be forgiven. One day, a child was born bearing the seed of darkness. Its very existence was a sin. It was thrown into the forest from which no one had ever escaped alive. The forest was saturated with mana. The baby shivered from hunger and cold, but deep inside, a seed in its heart began to grow. Energy surged from it, enveloping the child. 10 days passed, and the child miraculously survived. A large panther discovered the infant and swiftly carried it away. On that day, the child's destiny was sealed. 10 years later, Hermit chased his prey, shouting in frustration, "Get back here, you damn rabbit." As soon as he caught it, he joyfully called out, "Laga, I got it." Just as Hermit finished his hunt, Laga quickly asked, "So, Hermit, are you used to hunting now?" The boy nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, but I can still only hunt rabbits." Laga knew it was time to teach Hermit something new and got straight to the point. "Look closely. This is called a mana stone. All magical beasts possess one. If you eat the beast, you will become stronger. It will also restore your energy and increase your lifespan. However, this rabbit is small, so its mana stone is 2. Hearing this, Hermit immediately jumped to a conclusion. "This came from the prey I hunted." But Laga snatched it away with a casual remark, "Not so fast." Seeing Hermit throw a tantrum on the ground, the boy cried, "Give it back." Laga stood firm, refusing to hand over the mana stone. "Absolutely not. You are a human, not a magical beast. If you eat this, you'll become one. And if that happens, you'll be trapped in this forest forever." But Hermit shot back confidently, "That's ridiculous. I'm already trapped here even without eating it. Wouldn't it be better to just eat it and get stronger? I'm still too weak. I can't even go beyond your territory." Laga. But Laga's reply was completely unexpected. "You can get out. I'm telling you, you can leave this forest." Faced with the boy's disbelief, "How do you know? Didn't you say we couldn't get out?" Laga hastily explained her reasoning. "I've never seen anyone escape, so I assumed no one could. But someone told me it was possible." This only made Hermit more curious, and he pressed further. "Who told you that?" Laga didn't hesitate to confirm, "A human I met a long time ago." Seeing the look of hope shining in Hermit's eyes, Laga quickly issued a warning. "What? Are you thinking of going to find him? Don't even dream of it. He's probably dead somewhere in this forest by now." Even so, the boy stubbornly believed he might still be alive. "Did you see him die with your own eyes?" Laga recalled the image of the man and calmly explained, "He was old. He used to be very strong, but no matter how powerful a human is, they will eventually grow weak because they can't withstand the mana in this forest. The seed of darkness within you blinds you to its presence. It's been ages since I last saw him. By now, he must be around 90 years old." But that story did nothing to crush Hermit's spirit. He pressed on with his questions. "Didn't you say humans can live past 100? Where did you meet this person?" A wave of disappointment washed over Laga. "I fed you. I raised you. And now you're determined to just abandon me? You're despicable. Seeing Hermit refuse to back down, he shot back with a sharp reason. Weren't you the one who told me to fend for myself? If he's not there, I'll simply return. Laga knew he couldn't chain the boy's will any longer and surrendered it to fate. Fine, then go. Do whatever you want. Just head to the east from here. Without a shred of regret, Hermit walked away, leaving Laga to shout helplessly into the distance. What? If you die out there, don't expect me to come looking for you. But Hermit paid him no mind, his heart set on the hope of finally meeting that man.
To think, another human was in this forest, and a powerful one at that. Someone without the seed of darkness. Someone just like him.
Following Laga's directions, Hermut's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. A place like this actually exists? I'm sure of it. Only humans could build something like this. But before he could finish the thought, a towering figure ambushed him from behind. An old man pinned him down, his voice sharp and demanding. Who are you? Who sent you here? Caught off guard, Hermit stammered out a reply. No one. I'm alone. Laga told me someone lived here. The moment he heard that name, the old man's demeanor changed completely. He released the boy and lowered his voice. I see. Why are you looking for me? If you just wanted to see another human face, you've come to the wrong person. The man's cold dismissal spurred Hermit to action. He got straight to the point. That's not why I'm here. I want to escape this forest. Understanding dawned on the old man's face, he finally introduced himself. My name is Deianne. What's yours? After the boy replied, Hermit. Deianne repeated the request with pointed emphasis. So, you wish to escape this place, is that right? Hermit didn't hesitate to explain. Laga told me that you know the way out. Deianne understood perfectly, but offered a sincere warning. Why would you ever want to leave this place? The world outside isn't the peaceful, beautiful place you imagine. Humans there lack sharp claws or fangs. Their bodies are fragile, but they are far more cruel and cunning. They will cooperate one moment and betray each other the next. Were you born in this forest? When Hermit answered, no, I was sent here after I was born, Deianne easily pieced it all together. It must be because of the seed of darkness you carry. Children born with that seed are usually killed instantly. The fact that you were spared means you come from a powerful bloodline. You're a noble, at the very least. But Hermit was just confused. A noble? What's that? Deianne bluntly dismissed it. It no longer matters. You were sent here, and I owe a debt to that panther. Listen well, boy. The reason you were abandoned in this forest is the seed of darkness inside of you. As long as it exists, even if you leave, you will be hunted for the rest of your life. And you will eventually die fighting other humans. Knowing all this, do you still wish to leave the forest? Without a moment's hesitation, Hermit nodded. Seeing his resolve, Deianne could only relent. I understand. Very well. Wait, what are you doing? The boy yelled as he was dragged away. A grin spread across Deianne's face. You've got some fire in you. If you want to enter the human world, you must first master being human. Let's go. I'm going to make you one. You must cross the border of this forest. But forget that for now. First, you must become stronger. Then you must meet the one who knows how to cross it. To get stronger, you will do exactly as I say. As they entered a decrepit old house, Hermit couldn't stomach the first order he was given. Deianne. Why do I have to do this? Seeing the boy's frustrated expression as he threw down the broom, the old man answered calmly. This is how humans live. Hermit scoffed. You live like this? This place is disgusting. Deianne was quick with a reminder. So you rather live in the woods, then. With that, he led the boy to a strange piece of furniture. This is your bed. Hermit threw himself onto it and asked with a confident smirk. I guess this is all right, huh? But before the words even left his mouth, Deianne's sharp voice cut him off. You lazy brat. There's much more to be done. Get up, put these on. Humans wear clothes. I don't have many, so don't you dare ruin them. The tight, unfamiliar clothes made Hermit shift uncomfortably. Next, Deianne led him outside. For a special lesson, there's something else you need to learn. I will teach you what is edible and what is not, and how to make the inedible. Edible. Every creature's heart contains a core stone. Even if you remove the core, residual mana still lingers. But there is one thing that holds no mana at all, and that is water. With water, you can cleanse the mana and carve the core from a creature. Go on, have a taste. After Hermit tried it, he nodded in approval. The plant is edible, too. Amazing. But when it was time for the next lesson, Hermit's frustration began to show. I know I need human knowledge, but what does fetching water have to do with anything? He's been making me do these bizarre chores for days now. Isn't this going too far? But just then, Laga appeared before him, a taunt ready on his lips. What are you doing? Is this your attempt at being funny? Why are you listening to that human, anyway? You never listened to me. When Hermit explained, he said he would make me stronger. Laga's heart sank all over again. Stronger? And then what will you do? Will you leave the forest? Although a hint of regret flickered in Hermut's eyes, he admitted the truth. You said, I'm not a magic beast, so I have to go to the human world. Nothing good will come from me staying here. I'm leaving. See you later. Laga could only comfort himself, watching him go. He'll probably be fine on his own. In a flash, Hermit was back for his next training session with Deianne, who relentlessly pushed him to straighten his back. The moment Hermit whined, Deianne, I'm so tired, he was jolted awake by the old man's sharp words. Do you not want to leave this forest? Though Deianne appeared strict on the outside, he was secretly impressed. This kid can endure a lot, can he? I suppose anyone who survives in this forest has to be different. He was born with more than just the seed of darkness. He's worth teaching. As the sun began to set, Deianne finally called a halt. Stop and come sit over here. Seeing that the boy was trembling from hunger, Deianne had prepared a delicious meal to welcome him. He even taught Hermit how to properly hold a spoon. In an instant, his hands were moving with surprising skill, and he couldn't stop praising the food. This is delicious. What did you say this was called? Soup? It's really good. But Deianne wasn't focused on eating. He was already starting the next lesson. Eat while you listen to me. Hermit, you came to me so you could leave this forest, and now you're trying to become stronger, but you are not a magic beast. You are just a weak human, born without fangs or claws. No matter how hard you work, your physical strength has its limits. That's why, starting tomorrow, I will teach you swordsmanship. But first, I will show you what a sword is. Deianne held a simple wooden log, yet his posture was as majestic as a king's. He slowly advanced towards a large boulder in front of them and carefully reminded Hermit, watch closely. The boy focused all of his attention on Deianne, not daring to blink. And with that, Deianne began to perform a few basic sword forms. The crucial moment had arrived. A glint of light flashed in Deianne's eyes as he locked onto his target. He poured all of his strength into his arm and decisively slammed the log into the ground, sending dirt and rock flying everywhere. The immense friction between the wood and the earth even created a few small sparks. Hermut's eyes widened in shock. I just saw sparks fly from that piece of wood. But Deianne wasn't finished. He still had another skill to demonstrate. This time, he struck the massive, towering boulder in front of him with his wooden log. It was truly miraculous. A single piece of wood was enough to shatter a giant boulder into 100 pieces. Hermit was stunned, standing completely still as he watched everything unfold before his very eyes. The more he stared, the more he couldn't believe this was real. A sudden silence fell over the entire area. Then, Deianne began to explain in a calm voice, this is how humans survive. Hermit, standing nearby, was still in a state of utter shock. Just now, that thing. The log in Deianne's hand began to radiate a terrifying power. He introduced the new technique to Hermit. It's just like how magic beasts have their own mana. Imagine that humans also have a similar source of power to use. Even though the seed of darkness within you is different from everyone else's, you possess this exact same source of power. Aura. Hermit thought to himself excitedly. So this is the power I felt when I met Laga and Deianne. Hermit grinned and told Deianne, that's amazing. I want to learn how to use that, too. Suddenly, Deianne flicked Hermut's head, sending the boy tumbling backward. Don't be so impatient. Your body isn't ready to handle aura yet. Right now, the most important thing for you is to understand the way of the sword. While Deianne was explaining, Hermit lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Deianne stared down at him and gave him a warning. During your training, it will be difficult, stressful, and sometimes very painful. But you must follow it through to the end, and you must not fail. If you give your whole heart to it, the sword will grant you a worthy reward. Hermit respectfully reached out with both hands to accept the wooden sword that Deianne offered him. Hermit gripped the sword tightly, a wide smile spreading across his face as he replied in a voice full of confidence. Yes, sir. A few days later, Hermit was still training diligently under Deianne's guidance. The master's stern voice constantly reminded him to focus. The young man shot back defensively. It's been days. My form is already perfect. Deianne could only sigh at Hermit's sheer stubbornness. My goodness, Deianne muttered. You've already learned how to defy me, and I'm certain I told you to address me with respect. Hermit, catching his breath, insisted. But I did it exactly right, sir. Deianne flatly rejected it. Not even close. Hermit pressed on, confused. Then what is the problem? Deianne heaved a tired sigh before finally giving his assessment. This brat only has the outward form down, he thought. It's not nearly enough. Hermit fidgeted, eager to ask more, making Deianne even more weary of his pupil's density. Do I really have to spell everything out for you? Frustrated with the cryptic lessons, Hermit's temper flared. Yes, obviously. Why don't you just explain it properly from the beginning? How am I supposed to understand if you keep being so vague? Deianne fell silent, contemplating the boy. The more he watched Hermit, the more he realized just how strange this kid was. He showed no real initiative in his training. Yet his progress was faster than Deianne had ever imagined. The dark seed was known to corrupt humans, twisting them with violence. And this boy was raised by demonic beasts on top of that. And yet, contrary to Deianne's first impression, the boy was incredibly rational. There was something truly different about him. After a moment of contemplation, Deianne slowly approached Hermit. "Fine. Let me show you." Without another word, Deianne swung the wooden stick in his hand, striking Hermit's arm with a sharp crack. Seeing the boy wince in pain, a smirk played on his lips. "You've gone soft." Deianne then unleashed a barrage of strikes with a wooden stick, hitting Hermit again and again. The boy cried out in pain. "Why would you hit me a second time?" Deianne paused his assault, asking Hermit a single question. "Well, do you feel the difference now?" Hermit thought for a moment before answering honestly, "No." Seeing his disciple's thick-headedness, Deianne resorted to a more direct threat. "With an answer like that, it seems you don't want dinner tonight." The threat of being starved sent a jolt of panic through Hermit. His attitude changed in an instant. "No, wait, I think I'm starting to understand." Hermit hesitantly explained what he felt. One hurt more, and one hurt less. The speed and the point of impact, they were different too, sir. A million questions flooded Hermit's mind. Why was that? He still didn't understand. The movements had looked almost identical. How strange. Seeing that Hermit was on the verge of a breakthrough, Deianne began his analysis. "Are you beginning to see? Simply mimicking the outward form will never be enough.
It's about the subtle differences in your muscle control, the minute adjustments in your fingertips, the flow and rhythm of your body,
And the synchronization between your mind and the blade. You must account for every single one of those things. Only then can you claim to have mastered the technique. You must pour your heart and soul into every single motion. When you can achieve that, you will have truly understood." A look of enlightenment dawned on Hermit's face. His mind expanded, and his spirit felt like it was soaring through the heavens. Deianne snapped him out of it with a flick to the forehead. "Right now, all you're doing is swinging your arms around like a fool. You're not a swordsman, you're just a woodcutter." After saying his piece, Deianne's voice became stern once more. Now, again. After the grueling training session ended, Hermit found himself alone by a stream. Deianne had said rest was part of training, but not swinging a sword felt surprisingly boring. Just then, a figure emerged from the woods, startling Hermit. It was Laga. "Laga, it's been a while." Laga studied Hermit with a thoughtful gaze. "It's only been a short time, yet you seem to have grown." Hermit looked back, puzzled. "Really?" Laga drew closer, adding, "Well, to be precise, it's like you've grown from the size of a corn kernel to a chestnut." The boy declared confidently, "Don't worry, I'll get even bigger." Then a thought struck him. "Come to think of it, did Deianne mention he owed you a debt?" Hearing the name, Laga recalled. "Deianne. That's the human's name, isn't it? He asked to stay here, so I granted him special permission." Hermit's curiosity was piqued. "But Laga, you hate sharing your territory with anyone. You really don't want to fight him." The question seemed to startle Laga. "What? It seems living with that human has made you an idiot." Laga's face twisted into a ferocious snarl, bearing a set of razor-sharp fangs at Hermit. "I am the master of this entire primeval forest. Anyone who dares disturb my peace, I will crush without hesitation." But just as he struck a menacing pose, his demeanor shifted to that of a pensive panther. "Well, maybe not everyone. Truthfully, I'm being cautious. I have to watch out for an ambush from that disgusting snake." Hermit was taken aback. "That disgusting snake? You mean the one in the southern part of the forest? The one called Nao?" Laga revealed a critical piece of information. "Yes, the two-headed one. See, he's targeting that human. If Deianne and I fought until we were both exhausted, we'd be leaving ourselves wide open." Hermit suddenly posed a sharp question. "But if you had to fight Deianne, are you confident you could win?" Laga shot him a piercing glance, his sharp eyes glinting, before calmly replying, "Who knows? For demonic beasts like us, we instantly radiate our power, so we know each other by instinct. But humans never reveal their true abilities. They're masters at concealing their strength." Hermit turned in surprise, needing to be sure. "So, does that mean you can't win?" Laga just lay on the grass, sharing his thoughts. "I simply mean I can't be certain. Even though Nao hates that human, I can't just attack him recklessly." Hermit's curiosity only grew deeper. "Wait, why does Nao hate that person so much?" Laga explained. "Because that human destroyed the disgusting area Nao built." Not knowing what that meant, Hermit immediately asked again, "A disgusting area?" Laga leaned in, asking, "Curious, are you?" Hermit crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. "Of course I am. I can't stand not knowing." "What is it?" Seeing his impatience, Laga decided to give in to Hermit's demand. "All right then." With those words, Laga launched himself into the air with all his might. He shot through the trees like a blur, leaping from branch to branch. Perched on his back, Hermut's face went pale with terror, sweat pouring down his face. "This is it," Laga said as they landed. "This is the vile place I spoke of, where humans are worked to exhaustion and suffer under the whips of their masters. Those heartless men treat their own kind worse than animals." Laga brought Hermut to see a human-style farm, so he could witness the horror for himself. Laga and Hermit stood on a high cliff, looking down at the farm below. Hermit was still in shock, seeing a human ranch for the first time. Down below, a muscular young man carrying logs suddenly collapsed, sprawling on the ground. As he struggled to get up, a manager stormed over, screaming, "You useless fool, get back to work." He then viciously struck the young man with a whip. "Don't you dare pretend you're in pain. Get up, now." Watching this scene, Hermit couldn't help but feel a surge of injustice. He looks like he's in agony. Why did he hit him? Laga explained coldly. Because he wasn't working properly. The weak, especially the women, are easy targets for these arrogant men. "What are you looking at? Get inside, now." All the young women formed a single file line and slowly walked inside. Fear was etched on every one of their faces, but they were powerless to resist. Looking at them, Hermit noticed something. "What are they?" "They look like me, but different." Laga glanced over, confused. "Are you talking about the human women?" The more Hermit looked, the more confused he became. "But it's broad daylight. Why are they going into a tent?" With his grim wisdom, Laga explained everything. "Those women, they are food. Although they are the same species, their gender is different from yours. You are a man, and they are women. Nao prefers females because their meat is tender and has less muscle. But if they're too young, there's nothing to eat. So, we must wait until they've matured before they can be harvested. The women become food for Nao, and the men are forced into lifelong slavery to maintain this land." The horrific truth began to dawn on Hermit. "So, this is why it's become a farm?" Laga confirmed his fear. "Yes. People think Nao is protecting the farm, but it's the humans who are sustaining it. And of course, they have a leader." As if on cue, the leader himself appeared. The leader demanded irritably, "What is all this noise?" Seeing him, the manager scrambled to greet him. "You've arrived, Sir Dugo." A slave was causing trouble. Dugo suddenly changed the subject. "Forget that. Have you gathered all the sacrifices?" The manager quickly replied, "Yes, sir. They are over there." Dugo turned his gaze toward the tent. He walked over, stared into one girl's face, and gave a wicked smile. "I'll make a special exception, and let you live a little longer." With that, he grabbed her and dragged her away without a second thought. Hermut's eyes widened in disbelief. "That human, he's the chief?" Laga revealed a little more about the man. "Yes. I don't know how, but he's incredibly skilled at finding people who get lost in the forest. If you're not careful, you could become one of them." Down below, Dugo grabbed the women by their hair, tormenting them mercilessly. Hermit finally spoke his mind. "I know you haven't treated me like that. Why?" Faced with Hermit's question, Laga seemed a bit flustered. After a moment of hesitation, he finally answered, "I'm not a fan of Nao's method of fattening up his livestock." Hearing that, Hermit managed a small smile. "That sounds exactly like something you'd do." Laga feigned a look of confusion, pretending not to understand. As Hermit sat lost in thought, he started to wonder, gathering all these humans together. Laga's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "All right, it's time to go back." Suddenly, a strange scent drifted into Laga's nose. Speak of the devil. Now emerged from nowhere, appearing right before them with a look of pure delight. Well, look who we have here. A face I thought I'd lost for good." Laga's brow furrowed in anger as he bared his fangs. Now, he tensed his body, demanding, "Weren't you supposed to be sleeping?" Hermut froze, seeing a creature of that size for the very first time. Just by rising to its feet, it unleashed a crushing pressure. Naho asked, with a twisted curiosity, "Is this the child you're raising? Men are always tastiest when they're young. Let me have just one bite." Laga flatly refused. "No thank you. Besides, you don't eat men, do you? His flesh wouldn't suit your palate." Naho cackled in response. "That's true. The meat Jugo prepared for me was absolutely exquisite. But this scent." Hermut's expression darkened as he sensed a terrible fate was about to befall him. Naho circled him, then slowly closed in, staring deep into Hermut's eyes as he demanded, "What is your relationship with Deianne?" Tears of pure terror streamed down Hermut's face. In a flash, Laga's claws sliced through the air, inches from Hermut's cheek. Laga was using his power to shield the boy. A furious rage began to boil deep within him. "You bastard! How dare you press your filthy face so close?" Naho simply stood there, smiling with pure amusement. "Don't be so hot-headed. You know I'm a peace-loving creature. I just wanted to see why I smell that damn scent on his clothes. It's only been a few years since that man destroyed my farm. It's only natural for me to be on my guard." Laga quickly came to Hermit's defense, He has nothing to do with Deianne. He just stole some clothes to wear. Nao conceded. Is that so? What a relief. If you weren't here, I would have tortured him. Lega's aggression flared as he shot back a warning. If you dare lay a single finger on him, I will tear you to shreds. Nao replied with a mocking tone. Oh, I'm so scared. Just kidding. I don't want to fight you. After all, we've known each other a long time. More importantly, since you're done here, can you please leave? I hope you never set foot here again. Your fur gets all over my territory, and I don't like it. Goodbye. Having said all he needed to, Nao turned and departed. All the while, Hermit was still trembling uncontrollably in fear. The intense stress was too much, and Hermit collapsed, fainting right on the spot. A while later, he finally regained consciousness. The two then started their walk back home. Along the way, Hermit clutched his head, moaning in pain. Oh God, my head. Laga gave him a stern warning. Nao has seen you. From now on, you cannot go anywhere alone. You must stick close to that human. Nao is afraid of me, so he won't come here, but you can never be too sure. Hermit replied sadly, Okay. Seeing Hermit's lifeless expression, Laga asked with concern, Why do you look so defeated? You must be wary of creatures like that. There's no other way. You're still young. Hermit suddenly called out, startling Laga. Hey, do you think I can ever become as strong as you and Deianne? Laga was at a loss for how to answer such a difficult question. Seeing his hesitation, Hermit's sadness deepened. Is it really that impossible? Laga had no choice but to tell him the honest truth. That human is incredibly powerful. I don't know the true extent of his strength, but he's on a level most ordinary humans could never reach, even if they trained for a lifetime. The word lifetime shocked Hermit into silence. Laga struggled to find the right words to encourage the boy. It won't be easy, but everything can change depending on the actions you take. If you truly wish to become stronger, if you want to escape this forest, then you must do everything in your power to make that happen. A heavy silence fell between them. Laga took a deep breath and began to walk away. That human is coming. I'll see you later. Laga's senses were as sharp as ever. Just a few minutes later, Deianne appeared with a bundle of grass on his shoulder. He stood sternly before Hermit. I assume you were out with that leopard again. Hermit jumped and spun around. Deianne spoke in a calm voice. The sun is setting. It's time to head back. Hermit stood perfectly still, his face etched with sorrow. In that moment, Hermit was torn between two worlds, the human on one side and the leopard who had raised him on the other. Laga glanced back one last time, making a silent vow. I will always watch over you. As if connected by a psychic bond, Hermit's eyes gazed into the distance. He could feel it in his soul. Laga would always be there, fighting by his side. The thought immediately lifted his spirits. As the sun sank below the mountains, Hermit returned home with Deianne, while Laga vanished alone into the twilight. One evening, Hermit found himself crying out in sheer agony. He was curled into a ball, clutching his stomach tightly. This pain, it's unbearable. I don't think I can take it anymore. Earlier that day, Deianne had handed him a bundle of wild grass with precise instructions. Hermit, eat this before you go to sleep tonight. Holding the grass, Hermit asked blankly, What is this? Deianne replied without hesitation, Poison. Hermit recoiled in horror. You're telling me to eat poison? The moment he spoke, Deianne slapped him hard across the face. Just eat it. No more complaining. I will help you control the power of the Seed of Darkness. Remembering Deianne's words, Hermit realized it must be real poison, but he never mentioned the pain would be this excruciating. Agony racked Hoon's body, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. The pain grew more intense. What did you feed me, Deianne? Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Deianne made his way to a nearby cliff. He gazed up at the stars, muttering to himself, 5 years. No. Perhaps in about 4. The days turned into months, and Hoon's training never stopped. He now moved with a dangerous grace, his sword a blur of skillful strikes. He relentlessly practiced on a tree trunk, scarring its surface with a web of countless cuts. Deianne watched in silent contemplation. He analyzed Hoon's every motion, every detail of his form, before finally speaking with a hint of praise. Your swordsmanship is finally starting to take shape. Panting, Hoon turned to his master. Deianne, lately, my body feels lighter, and my vision has become incredibly sharp. Could it be from that herb? Deianne suspected it was the effect of the demon's soil. And the pain, it's gone, hasn't it? Hoon answered without hesitation.
No. Instead, I feel revitalized, like the crisp air of a new dawn. Deianne nodded, understanding.
I see. Months have passed since you began absorbing the demon's soil. I suppose the time has finally come. Hoon, do you recall what I told you about Vit? It is an invisible power, but for that very reason, its potential for growth is limitless. However, if your body and your techniques haven't reached a fundamental level of mastery, then training in VIT is utterly pointless. The reason I held back was simple. You weren't ready. But now, your body is finally prepared to handle it. Let's begin. I will teach you the way of VIT. Deianne stood with the proud bearing of a legend. He raised his hand to the side, his grip on his sword unbreakable. He took a deep, centering breath, drawing in the very essence of the world around him. In a flash, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Deianne's entire being. The raw power radiating from his master was so immense that Hoon could barely stand. Deianne began to guide Hoon with intense focus. Harmonize with the energy in the air. Draw it into your body. Control its flow, and through your sword, give it form. That is how you will command VIT. This is your path forward. Raising his blade, Hoon focused, hanging on his master's every word. Deianne commanded, breathe deeply, even as you face me. Absorb the natural energy into yourself. Simplify your thoughts. Let your movements be calm and deliberate. If you lose that flow for even an instant, a wave of energy erupted from Deianne's sword, hurtling toward Hoon and freezing him in place with sheer terror. Acting on pure instinct, Hoon threw up his blade in a desperate defense. At that moment, Deianne's warning echoed, forget about VIT and your body will be the first to break. Deianne's power was overwhelming. Hoon's defense was meaningless. He was blasted backward, slamming hard into a tree. But Deianne wasn't finished. He raised his hand once more and lunged at Hoon with blinding speed, making the young man flinch violently. In that split second between life and death, Hoon threw himself aside with lightning-quick reflexes. Deianne's attack slammed into the tree trunk instead. Hoon's face went pale, the chilling reality of his near-death experience washing over him. Wait, are you actually trying to kill me? Deianne remained perfectly calm. Why have you already lost your focus? This is not the way I taught you. Exhaustion began to set in, but Hoon forced himself to breathe steadily, trying to regain his composure. After a few moments, Hoon slowly lowered his sword. He glared at Deianne, his eyes burning with a deep, furious resentment. A fire of defiance ignited within him. Gripping his sword with both hands, he charged at Deianne with everything he had. Hoon unleashed a wild flurry of strikes, but his master parried each one with effortless grace. Use all of your senses. Draw in more energy. Only then will you feel its true power. But then, suddenly, Hoon's face twisted in agony, as if pierced by an unbearable pain. Deianne shoved him back, declaring, no one can achieve perfection on their very first try. From now on, our training will continue like this. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Seizing a moment of distraction, Deianne launched another attack. But this time, Hoon's reaction was swift, his blade rising just in time to meet the blow. They locked eyes for a moment, a knowing smirk spreading across both their faces. Deianne spoke softly, all I need to see is your will. Gritting his teeth, Hoon took a deep breath, and with a surge of raw power, he threw Deianne's blade aside. His master stood near, relentlessly pushing him. No breaks. Keep moving. Do not let the flow be broken. Faster. Faster still. Draw all of that energy into your body. Hoon desperately tried to keep up with his master's commands. Closing his eyes, Hoon focused, feeling the wellspring of power that surrounded him. He poured every ounce of his being into mastering the way of the sword. Hermit's physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. His muscles were now coiled like steel. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and 4 years had passed. On a day when snow blanketed the entire forest, Hermit ignored the brutal cold, training with fiery intensity. With a single slash of his sword, a massive, ancient tree was cleaved in two in an instant. He stared at his handiwork, letting out a relieved sigh. All right, I think that's enough training for today. But just as he spoke to himself, Deianne appeared and broke the silence. Even after 4 years, it still caught him by surprise. Deianne, you were watching me. The old man stood with his arms crossed, his expression stern as he observed. You've shown some improvement. Hermit looked confused. Improvement? But I feel like I'm still lacking something. The young man eagerly challenged him. Regardless, how about a match today? Deianne countered. First, show me your aura. Hermit immediately refused. No way. The last time I did that, you just said I was still lacking and refused to fight. But Deianne was insistent, determined to see Hermit's power. Cornered and unable to refuse, Hermit reluctantly agreed. He closed his eyes, focusing inward, feeling the energy flowing through him. Deianne watched him intently, his gaze filled with deep thought. I've thought this before. But for someone so young to manifest their aura so clearly, the boy's growth is unbelievable. Though he possesses the seed of darkness, his talent is undeniable. After a moment, Hermit gasped for breath, the effort draining him completely. Deianne could already see the path fate had laid for Hermit. This child was destined to shatter the world's order. Would he bring an age of prosperity, or plunge the world into the flames of hell? A flicker of doubt crossed Deianne's mind. Is it finally time to let the boy go? Deianne could only whisper Hermit's name. The young man remained blissfully unaware that he would soon part with the master who had raised him. After a moment of deep contemplation, Deianne made his decision. It seems the time has come, Hermit. The young man's eyes shot wide open in shock. What do you mean? Does this mean? Before Hermit could even finish, Deianne confirmed it. That's right. It's time for you to leave this forest. Hermit's voice was filled with worry. But I don't think I'm nearly strong enough yet. Deianne issued a grave warning. If the seed of darkness inside you grows any stronger, you will never be able to pass the divine barrier. Now is your only chance. Listen carefully. I will explain. Hermit stood in tense silence, hanging on every word as Deianne began to impart all of his knowledge. The human world lies to the south of this forest. You must cross the divine barrier to reach it. And I've heard rumors of a place where the barrier is weak. Theoretically, you should be able to pass through that point and enter the realm of humans. Even with the seed of darkness, a human should manage a weakened barrier. Hermit's curiosity was piqued. Where is it? But Deianne admitted he had never looked for it himself. However, I know someone who has. There is a human village in the territory of the two-headed serpent. The village chief, Yugo, will know the way. That panther knows its location. A flicker of recognition crossed Hermit's face. The two-headed serpent. You mean Nao and Yugo? They rule over the humans in that village? So that's how it is. Deianne hesitated, then continued. You are about to experience countless things in the world of men. To you, who has only ever known this forest, the outside world may seem vibrant, but tragedy always lurks just beneath the surface. An unsettling feeling crept over Hermit as he listened to Deianne's chilling words. The old master continued. It is not something you can easily prevent, nor is it something you can ever hope to avoid. When that moment arrives, you will feel utter helplessness and overwhelming pain. You may be consumed by rage and despair. You may even be tempted to embrace the darkness. But no matter what happens, you must never lose sight of who you are. Deianne placed a firm hand on Hermit's shoulder, as if pouring all his trust and strength into him. That is the only thing I ask of you. Do you have any other questions? Hermit clenched his fists, fighting back his emotions. You said, you aren't coming with me, right? The question was followed by Deianne's sudden, violent coughs. The old man answered gently, that's right. A profound sadness washed over Hermit's expression as he gazed at his master. Before turning to leave, Deianne gave one last instruction. If you have nothing more to say, I'm going to rest. I have something for you, so return in the morning. I wish to be alone for a while. After Deianne departed, Hermit was left standing by himself in the cold, silent forest. As twilight fell, Hermit found a spot by the river's edge, a heavy sadness etched onto his face. Just then, Laga approached him. You don't look very excited, the creature noted. Aren't you finally leaving tomorrow? Hermit slowly turned his head and called out, Laga. He answered with a heavy heart. Yes, we can finally leave. But I feel so conflicted. I don't understand why I feel this way. Laga's own spirits weren't much higher. It stole a worried glance at Hermit. It's proof that you're slowly becoming human. And with that, they stayed close, finding comfort in each other's presence through the night. At the crack of dawn, Hermit went to Deianne's house as promised. He gripped the doorknob, but hesitated. Seeing him pause, Laga nudged him from behind. Go on. And so, Hermit slowly pushed the door open, his eyes widening in shock at the scene before him. In the center of the room, the elderly Deianne sat waiting for him. In front of the old man lay a traveler's pack and a masterfully crafted sword. Noticing he was slumped over and completely still, a chill ran down Hermit's spine as he called out, Deianne? But his call was met with a soul-crushing silence. Hermit tried again, his voice filled with dread, but there was still no answer. He stood there, lost in thought. I have a terrible feeling about this, but I guess it's finally time for me to leave. Hermit stepped forward, taking the sword and the pack that Deianne had prepared for his journey. Before leaving this place for good, Hermit took one last, long look at Deianne. I'll remember you. Tears welled in his eyes as he squeezed them shut, burning the memory of this place into his soul. The image of Deianne in his prime, full of life, would forever be etched in Hermit's mind. Hermit stepped out of the small, cozy house. Laga approached him. I believe his time has come to an end, Hermit asked. Stunned. You knew? Laga replied. He told me. Some time ago. Seeing the sadness wash over Hermit, Laga tried to console him. Don't wear that expression. Every meeting is fated to end in a farewell. He lived and passed on as his destiny was written. You have no reason to feel guilty. It seems I can finally give this to you now. Hermit reached out and caught the cloth bundle Laga offered him. What's this? You were wearing this when you were abandoned here, it explained. Take a look. You might need it once you're out of this forest. Inside the cloth was a gold-plated locket. Laga continued. It's made of solid gold, an incredibly rare metal. You must be the child of an aristocrat. Hermit clicked the locket open to get a better look. Sure enough, engraved inside were the words, Magit Fenner. Laga's detective mind went to work. Is that the name of the one behind all this? But Hermit thought it could be his mother's name. Laga's tone grew serious. I see. Once you leave this place, you must find her. Whatever has happened, she may be able to help you. You're planning to head to the human farm, aren't you? That monster Nao is in hibernation, so he won't come out unless there's a major disturbance. But even so, if I set foot in his territory, he will sense me immediately. Hermit's voice was firm. Don't worry. I can handle this myself. All right, then hurry, Laga urged. This is your only chance. Hearing that, Hermit gathered his things and set off without delay. After taking a few steps, he sent one last message to Laga. Take care. The creature watched him depart and nodded. I will, Hermit. You take care too. Night had already fallen. At the human farm, a figure in a black cloak returned to their chambers. The figure approached the door, stepped inside, and quickly shed the heavy cloak they were wearing. That person was none other than Yugo. Just as he settled in, a strange noise made him whip his head around. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, he used his magic to light a candle. As the faint light began to flicker, Hermit appeared from the shadows. He pressed the cold steel of his sword against Yugo's throat. Don't move. Black magic is a demonic energy source, one that can make even the weakest mage incredibly powerful. Among the countless mages, there are those who cross lines that destiny never intended for them, all for the sake of obtaining forbidden magic and limitless power. Yugo was one such mage, always consumed by jealousy and envy for others. He desperately craved to become the strongest of all. Feeling he lacked the natural talent, Yugo chose the path of black magic. To complete his dark rituals, Yugo needed to harvest the negative emotions of human beings. Through vile acts like kidnapping and human trafficking, he found the materials he needed were all too easy to acquire. The resignation and sheer terror radiating from these materials only made Yugo stronger and more cruel. However, during one of his hunts, Yugo's horrific crimes were finally exposed. He was captured and given a choice, execution or exile. To avoid immediate death, Yugo chose exile in the primeval forest. It was there that he finally met the two-headed serpent. He was granted permission to stay within the serpent's territory as a reward for his absolute submission and worship. Yugo then used his magic to gather all the other exiles banished to the forest. To avoid being devoured, they all pledged their servitude to the demonic beast. And that is how the human farm was created. Yugo became the leader of the farm, while the other people were treated as nothing more than livestock. The true master of this territory, Nao, never interfered in Yugo's affairs, so long as the tributes were paid. And so, while serving Nao, a dark ambition began to fester within Yugo's heart. But every time winter arrived, a familiar dread crept over him. Because once Nao began its hibernation, demonic beasts would swarm the farm daily. Yet, even amidst such meaningless crises, he found a strange satisfaction in this new life. Back in the present, trapped in Hamel's grip, Yugo could only stand there and curse him. Winter was always the source of his troubles. What do you want? Hamel's voice was ice as he demanded the way out of the primeval forest. But Yugo just sneered back at him. You're far too grimy for a mere brat. I heard Deianne took on a disciple. Is that you? Hamel ignored Yugo's pointless provocations, his focus razor sharp. Tell me how to get out of this forest. Yugo shot back defiantly. And why would I do that? In response, Hamel's blade drew a thin, red line across his neck. Because if you don't, I'll be sending you to meet your ancestors. Still, Yugo showed no fear. Instead, he returned the threat with a smirk. If I die, the great Lord Nao will awaken from its slumber and come here. If that happens, you'll be joining me in the afterlife. You really think you can stand against Lord Nao? You're just an ordinary human. What does it matter? Hamel asked calmly, Can your Nao bring back the dead? You'll be gone for good, so I have nothing to worry about. Don't try to play tricks. Yugo's value was now in his shield, and his arrogance returned in full force. I am the only one who knows how to escape this forest. If you kill me now, you will be trapped here forever. Hamel's composure remained unshaken. How absurd. I've heard that mages are obsessed with hoarding their belongings. I'll find it eventually if I have to tear this entire house apart. I just want to simplify the process. Yugo was beginning to realize he was facing a formidable opponent. You're a tough one, aren't you? Fine. I'll tell you how to escape the forest. With that, Yugo led Hamel down to a secret cellar. As they walked, he tried to start a conversation. What's your name? Hamel's reply was sharp. None of your business. Yugo sighed at Hamel's stubbornness. All right, have it your way. But there are a few things I should tell you. The method I found is purely theoretical. No one has ever tested it, nor had the ability to even try. The result might not be worth the risk you're taking. Though, it might have been possible for Deianne. Seeing as you're still here, I guess he had no intention of leaving. What happened to him? Hearing Jugo's question, Hamel froze as if turned to stone. Seeing his dead silence, Jugo let out a short, cruel laugh. Not answering? I suppose he's gone to meet the Grim Reaper then. He pulled out a book, chuckling with satisfaction, only to see Hamel immediately extend a hand, demanding he hand it over. Jugo quickly snatched the book out of reach. Easy there. Hey, what do you think about becoming my successor and living here? Hamel uttered only one word, meaningless. A look of delight crossed Jugo's face as he praised him. You are truly worthy, as Deianne's disciple. Everyone else here is pathetically weak. I will give you everything I have in this place. Hamel sensed that something was wrong. His grip tightened on his sword as he pressed it against Jugo's throat. I will survive, and I will escape this godforsaken place. Now shut your mouth and hand it over. Faced with Hamel's steely threat, Jugo didn't dare resist any longer. All right. If you insist, I have no other choice. This is a book I found in another mage's hideout before I settled down here. That mage's idea revolved around teleportation magic. Unfortunately for him, it seems he never managed to escape. According to this book, there's a large waterfall south of the forest. The flow of water and mana there weakens the divine power. You might be able to break through the barrier at that location. Of course, even in its weakened state, the forest is still protected by a supreme formation. Anyone possessing even a shred of mana will be turned to ash. That's everything I know. After learning what he needed, Hamel pulled his sword back, a mockingly serene look on his face. All right, I'll grant you a peaceful end. Yet, a part of him hesitated. He remembered the words his master Deianne had taught him. Never take a life lightly. You only survive because that rat showed you mercy. After a moment of reflection, he clenched his fist and slammed it with full force into Jugo's stomach, sending the man flying. After Hamel's devastating blow, Jugo's eyes rolled back into his head as fluid foamed at his mouth. While he was unconscious, Hamel bound him tightly to a support pillar. The moment Jugo awoke, he found himself completely restrained. Before leaving, Hamel left him with one final piece of advice. You'll be free in a little while. From now on, stop doing evil. Seeing Hamel walk away so confidently, a burning rage erupted within Jugo. He lost control, screaming madly at the departing figure. I can't even use magic. You arrogant fool. Do you really think you can leave this forest alive? Jugo's venomous words stopped Hermit in his tracks. A smirk played on Hermit's lips. He glanced back at the pathetic man and spoke. Of course. In this vast room now, you're all alone. Jugo's face contorted with pure rage. How dare that brat? A powerful demonic aura exploded from his body. Your confidence. I'll shatter it into a million pieces. With every ounce of his strength, he shrieked for help. Nao, please awaken. His cry shook the entire estate. The very ground beneath them began to splinter and crack. Hearing Jugo's desperate plea, a presence erupted from the earth. It was Nao, who spoke with a deep rumble. Jugo, you never call upon me for no reason, do you? The man put on a pitiful expression. It's not like that. This is a matter of life and death. I'm certain you'll understand once I explain. Deianne has been killed, and his disciple is here. Nao recoiled in shock at the stunning news. Then, a wicked grin spread across its face, revealing rows of sharp teeth. I see. What a perfect opportunity. To rid myself of those annoying pests I despise, I will find him. Without another word, Nao shot into the sky, hunting for Hermit. Jugo cackled, savoring his victory. You despicable brat. Did you think you could escape after humiliating me? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Now, face the consequences. Meanwhile, Hermit was desperately pushing through the dense wilderness, trying to escape the primeval forest. Hermit moved like a blur through the trees. Leaping from branch to branch, he wondered if he should have just finished him back there. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The demonic beasts were fleeing in terror, not even sparing him a glance. They were afraid of something else. A terrifying realization sent a chill down his spine. He immediately pushed his speed to the absolute limit. He had to run for his life. After running until his lungs burned, Hermit finally stopped. No matter how far he went, he couldn't escape this domain. A suffocating demonic energy had enveloped the entire area. Hermit sensed an overwhelming danger approaching and tightened his grip on his sword. A two-headed black dragon, as massive as a mountain, descended before him. Hello, little one. I knew you'd wander back into my domain. You're a guest I've been anticipating. I can't just let you leave so easily. With no other choice, Hermit took a fighting stance. Then I guess the only way out is through you. The dragon let out a deep, mocking laugh. Bolder than last time, I see. But what can a weak little human like you possibly do? Don't struggle in vain. Just accept your fate inside my stomach. Both of the dragon's massive heads lunged toward Hermit. The impact shook the entire forest, but somehow he managed to evade it just in time. But the blow kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. His vision was completely obscured. Before he could react, the massive dragon had already cornered him. You're quick on your feet, little one. Keep struggling. It's amusing. Facing the black dragon's relentless assault, Hermit closed his eyes. He took a deep, steadying breath. Calm down. The enemy is powerful, but there will be an opening. When he opened his eyes again, they burned with new resolve. I will not yield to you. The black dragon opened its massive, fang-filled maw and fired a huge sphere of energy right at Hermit. Clutching his sword, he dodged to the side in a flash. That's it. Hermit saw his chance in the dragon's wide-open mouth and charged forward. He used his incredible speed to run up the dragon's body, aiming for its head. No matter how powerful its magic is, there has to be a weak spot for my sword. He brought his sword down in a powerful arc, aiming directly for the dragon's eye. A direct hit. The blade sliced through the dragon's eye, causing it to roar in agony. Hermit thought to himself he had managed to buy some time. Defeating it would be ideal. But with my current skills, this is the best I can manage. I poured too much energy into that last attack. If this fight drags on, I won't last. Naho's other head roared in fury. You worthless insect. Snap out of it. While the two heads argued, Hermit seized his chance. I have to escape now. Amidst the furious roars, the head Hermit had just wounded began to regenerate. This revelation left Hermit stunned. Before he could even process it, Naho attacked again. I've dealt with that useless baggage. Now, it's your turn. The dragon's head slammed down. Hermit raised his sword to block with all his might, but Naho's overwhelming power was on another level. In an instant, he was sent flying, grievously wounded. The impact left a massive crater in the earth. The dragon scanned the area, but Hermit was gone. Trying to hide after taking a hit like that, losing a head has made things inconvenient. The dragon roared in frustration, searching for him. Where are you, you damned pest? Behind a massive tree, Hermit gasped for air. I knew it was powerful, but I challenged it anyway, and all I managed to do was take out one of its eyes. He clutched his wound, staggering to his feet, but at least I could buy myself a little more time. This was his only chance. He had to run, now. But just then, a chilling voice echoed from right behind Hermit. He felt Naho's immense power radiating outwards, using its mana to hunt for his very breath. The dragon let out a treacherous laugh. Finally, I've found you. You wretched whelp, did you really think you could escape me in this forest? With that, Naho locked onto Hermit's hiding spot. It opened its massive jaws, ready to devour him in a single bite. With nowhere left to run, Hermit gripped his sword tight. Damn it. I refuse to die like this. Hermit prepared to unleash all his magic, ready to risk everything. But in that desperate moment, a familiar ally appeared. Laga's massive form stood as a shield before Hermit. It's been a while. The White Panther's sudden arrival left Naho completely stunned. A wave of mana erupted from Laga, its intent to protect Hermit crystal clear. The great beast's voice rumbled. I am glad you are still alive. Good. Now leave the rest to me. Laga's power was so overwhelming it made Hermit stagger, but he still refused to leave. Wait, I can still help. In response, Laga's voice was firm. You need to leave this place. You have something more important to do, don't you? Go, and find it. Your freedom. Do not let my efforts go to waste. While Hermit hesitated, Laga let out a deafening roar, a clear command for him to go. Hermit paused for only a second, then bowed his head in acceptance. Thank you. Then, without another word, he turned and fled. Laga unleashed its own magic, confronting Nao to block its path. Watching Hermit escape, the great dragon roared in fury, cursing the filthy cat. How dare you stand in my way? In my own territory? Laga bared its razor-sharp fangs, replying without a hint of fear. Stand in your way? I am merely doing what must be done. Nao laughed with contempt. What a tear-jerking friendship you two have. Its eyes filled with scorn for the disgusting species. Actually, I should thank you for delivering yourself right to me. I'll devour you in an instant, and then I'll hunt down that brat and swallow him whole. Laga stared back, completely unfazed. There is no one else here but you. Do you truly believe you can do what you just claimed? Let's see what you're made of. The two great beasts clashed, one side using its draconic head, the other its powerful claws. It was impossible to predict who would emerge the victor. Time flowed onward, until one morning, Hermit leaned on his sword, letting out a heavy sigh. Is it finally over? After crossing Laga's territory, he had run for 2 whole days. As long as they aren't on Naho's level, I can handle them without a problem. His thoughts drifted to the friends who had helped him survive. If I hadn't met Laga and Deianne, I never would have made it this far. I only have one chance left.
For Laga and Deianne's sake, for the chance they've given me, I must successfully escape this forest.
Hermit's gaze fell upon a massive waterfall before him. This place was completely different from Laga's territory. He could barely sense any mana at all. The seed of darkness within him was also reacting. He wondered if it was responding to the divine barrier. It's a good thing I sealed it away. Otherwise, this could have been a disaster. Just then, Hermit caught a single white feather drifting down from the sky. Seconds later, a magnificent, great bird descended from the heavens. A human child? What business do you have in my domain? Looking up at the massive white bird, Hermit recognized it instantly. The black lion told me about this. But I never expected to find a magical beast this close to the Great Barrier. The white bird held its head high with pride. My name is Ale. What is yours? My name is Hermit. He felt like he'd heard that name before. This was the ruler of the north, Ale. Laga had warned him that this beast was relentlessly curious about everything. And true to its nature, the great bird began its interrogation. I smell something familiar on you. But the stench of blood is overwhelming it. Still, it's a scent I could never forget. You carry the scent of Nao. And another, fainter scent. One that has clung to you for a very long time. Is it Laga? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. So tell me, are you one of Laga's? Or one of Nao's? Hermit answered truthfully, I am one of Laga's family. Ale nodded slowly. Is that so? Then, its demeanor suddenly turned hostile. Does that mean one of Laga's clan is trespassing in my domain? But Hermit shook his head. I wasn't sent by Laga. I came here for my own reasons. Ale gave a soft flap of its massive wings. A reason? And what reason could possibly be enough to spare your life? Tell me, it commanded. Hermit paused, then answered, because what I am about to do might be of great interest to you. With that, he had successfully captured Ale's attention. He continued, that's right. This is the perfect chance to satisfy your famous curiosity, because I will become the first person to pass through that barrier and leave the primeval forest. His words made Ale scoff. A weak little human boy. You think you can accomplish that? The seed of darkness festering inside you tells me that you are no different from a magical beast yourself. Hermit stood his ground. Then let me be the one to try. I am the first human to ever reach this place, and I will pass through this ultimate barrier. Igo seemed unconvinced. It has been an eternity since I last laid eyes on a human. Am I to simply watch you become a test subject only to be incinerated by that seal? What a terrible waste. Hermit pressed on. Many more may reach this forest someday, but the first one to ever cross that barrier will be me. Hermit's voice was absolute. Seeing the burning determination in his eyes, Igo tilted its head in thought, and finally, the great bird relented. Very well. You are a clever one. I admit. I wish to see if you can back up those bold words. It is also true that you're the only one foolish enough to gamble your very life just to escape this forest. Whether you live or die is no concern of mine. But if you succeed, you will be the first human to ever leave this territory. Hermit nodded, adding, and Igo will be the first magical beast to witness it. The white bird seemed pleased by that. You have managed to pique my interest. Fine. Because I want to see this spectacle for myself, I will protect you until you reach that barrier. If the worst should happen, tell me your final words. I will relay them to Laga, should I ever see him again. Hermit replied instantly. In that case, tell Laga that I survived and escaped this forest. Igo gazed deep into Hermit's eyes. So, regardless of the outcome, you want me to deliver that exact message? The great bird agreed. Very well, I will tell Laga those words. Laga's special child. Hermit closed his eyes, taking a deep, steadying breath. After composing himself, he turned without hesitation and plunged into the stream. This was his one and only chance. He channeled his magic, forming a protective barrier around his body, then dove swiftly toward the bottom of the stream. The moment the seal sensed his approach, it activated. But Hermit refused to back down, determined to escape the primeval forest. Let the sacred power that purifies evil and protects the innocent surge through my very being. Gritting his teeth, Hermit endured the crushing force, refusing to retreat. Just then, a blinding beam of energy erupted from the seal, piercing straight through his chest, a pain unlike anything I have ever felt before. I can't maintain my consciousness. Magical beasts become human, and a human becomes a beast. Where am I supposed to go? In the murky water, the pendant on Hermit's chest began to glow. That evening, a band of mercenaries was passing through the area. This is way too close to the primeval forest. Why are we making camp in a place like this? The female captain called out to the group's supply boy, Hey, Bin, you know we need rest to travel farther, don't you? If we run into a magical beast while we're exhausted, even a rank 4 mercenary like you wouldn't stand a chance. So stop complaining and go get more water. Bin's face fell as he muttered, Geez, but it's almost dark already. But her hearing was sharp. The captain angrily kicked Bin square in the rear and told him to get going. The other members didn't dare argue. Stop talking nonsense and get a move on before it's pitch black. As Bin carried the buckets toward the river, He couldn't shake a strange feeling. He sighed. Whatever, I'll just get the water and head back. But as he scooped, he noticed something long and black in his bucket. Huh? What's this? Seaweed in a mountain stream? But when Ben looked closer, he realized it wasn't seaweed. It was human hair. A strange man was lying limply on the riverbank. He screamed in terror and sprinted back toward the camp. A teammate asked, "What is it? What happened? Did you see a ghost or something?" Ben was panicking too much to speak clearly. "There's a body, washed up by the stream. Someone isn't breathing." The others didn't believe him. "No way there's a person out here. He's such a coward. He probably just saw a log." Only the captain remained calm. "Where did you see it? I'll go check." Trembling, Ben pointed toward the stream. "Over there." The captain habitually booted him again. "Don't just point. Lead the way. You still need to get your buckets." Anyway, Ben had no choice but to lead the captain back. "I swear, it was right around here." As they walked, she warned him, "If you mistook this for something else, I'm going to beat you senseless. I swear I'm not lying." Just as he spoke, Ben spotted it again. "Over there, Captain." The two of them approached the figure on the ground. Looking at the battered body, the captain sighed. "You were right. It really is a person." Ben cried out, "See, I told you I was telling the truth. Let's just hurry back. I don't want to look at it anymore." But then, the captain noticed something. "Wait." She detected the faintest hint of breath from the person below. She called to Ben urgently, "Get over here." Now, this wasn't a dead body. He's still alive. The captain and Ben carried Hermit back to their camp and began treating his wounds. Moments later, Hamath's eyes fluttered open to the sound of distant voices. "He's waking up. He's conscious," the female captain announced. "Excuse me, are you with us now?" Hamath clutched his skull-splitting headache, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. "Am I? Out of that primeval forest." The captain's voice was calm. "Don't be afraid. You're safe here." She pointed to a young man named Ben at her side. "This guy here found you by the stream, looking like a total mess. He was screaming his head off, so I honestly thought you were a goner. But seeing you're okay is a huge relief." Aside from the name Hamath, he claimed to remember nothing at all. The captain noted the lack of external wounds. "Looks like you took a nasty blow to the head." She then introduced herself properly. "My name is Tanya. I'm a silver rank, third-class mercenary from the Mercenary Corps." As they shook hands, Hamath realized she was the first person he'd met in this new, blank slate life. "This is the Forest of Decay," she explained. "The fact you don't remember where you collapsed must mean it's serious. Do you remember anything else?" Hamath paused, then answered, "Only my name, and how to wield a sword." Hearing this, Tanja's expression relaxed. "Well, your body seems to be in good shape. We just need a doctor to check out that head of yours. We'll help you until you can stand on your own 2 feet. You can trust me. From now on, you're my responsibility." It was a friendly offer that Hamath couldn't refuse, and he immediately agreed. "Thank you." After collecting his thoughts, Hamath sat alone by the stream, trying to make sense of his situation. "I survived, but I'll need time to fully recover. Right now, I'm in worse shape than when I first began my training. I thought the seed of darkness would have vanished, but it's still here." He let out a deep sigh. "Then again, I'd probably be dead without it. But this is the human world. I can't let them sense the dark presence inside me. From this moment forward, I'll play the role of an amnesiac, and I must find the owner of this." Hamath's hand tightened around the pendant he was holding. "No need to rush. Take it slow. This is only the beginning." After cleaning up and changing into fresh clothes, Hamath emerged and stunned the entire mercenary squad. "Is that the same scrawny guy from yesterday?" Ben took him to wash up, and he came back looking like a completely different person. No way a simple bath can change a man that much. Impossible. Could he be a noble? Ben gawked at Hamath's refined features. "When I found you by the stream, you looked like a walking corpse. I gotta ask, are you a nobleman? Or maybe the son of some super rich family?" Hamath simply shook his head. "I don't know. I told you, I lost my memory." Tanya came over and slung an arm around his shoulder. "Who cares who he was? Right now, he's the newest member of our mercenary squad. How about it? You clean up really well, you know that?" Ben shot a jealous glare at Tanya. "Oh sure, you get all nice and friendly the second you see he's handsome. You got a problem with that?" Tanya shut him up with a swift punch before turning to help everyone prepare to leave. Tanya gave Hamath a quick rundown. "We'll reach a village in 4 days. Just stick close to us until then, okay? When we get there, I'll introduce you to a doctor." Hamath agreed without a fuss. "Please," the captain patted his head and then ordered the squad to get their gear ready. "All right, everyone. We're moving out soon. Talk about playing favorites. One guy gets a warm welcome, the other gets a fist to the jaw. Seeing that Hamuth had to walk such a long way after just waking up, Ben couldn't help but worry. Are you really going to be okay? Isn't it too much to push yourself so soon? This carriage moves pretty fast, so it'll be hard to keep up. But Hamuth thought it was a good thing. I need to walk to get my body warmed up. After their conversation, Hamuth turned to gently pet a pack horse, which neighed with delight. He seemed so genuinely happy. Ben grew even more curious. You must really like pack horses, huh? Caught off guard by the question, Hamuth gave a vague reply. I guess so. That half-hearted answer didn't bore Ben at all. Instead, it only fueled his curiosity further. The way he dotes on that pack horse. He can't be a noble. But still, there's something about him that's not normal. What could it be? He looks about my age, but he carries himself with more composure. It's an unnerving sort of calm. Just then, Hamuth stumbled, his body suddenly overcome with a strange exhaustion. Ben noticed immediately and rushed to his side. Hey, you should get on the carriage and rest. If you slow down like that, you're going to get left behind. Hamuth instantly refused. I will not be left behind. His sincere offer was flat out rejected. Ben let out a long, frustrated sigh. Fine, do whatever you want. Geez, he has absolutely no consideration for the people who are worried about him. So thoughtless. Hamuth paid no attention to Ben's muttering. An indescribable fatigue was washing over his body. This is strange. Why am I suddenly so tired? Even in the deepest parts of the forest, it never took me more than a day to recover. Hermit weighed his options for a moment, then pushed himself to keep moving, certain he would be fine. The entire party made their way to the doctor's clinic. After a brief examination, the old physician came to a baffling conclusion, announcing that the boy showed no abnormal signs. His physical condition is excellent. Someone with his constitution. The doctor's confusing diagnosis left Tan completely skeptical. What? Are you certain you examined him properly? The doctor's face flushed with rage as he immediately roared back. How dare you? I'll prescribe some medicine. Use it if you feel the need. His dismissive answer did nothing to satisfy Tan. In fact, it only fueled her frustration. I told you he was unconscious and only just woke up. Shouldn't you at least give him a proper diagnosis or something? Or are you just some kind of quack? Being accused so baseless, he sent the doctor into a fury, and he shot back at Tan. What did you say? A quack? The boy simply has a physique that allows for rapid recovery. There is absolutely nothing wrong with him, and examining him 100 times over won't change that. Ben hesitated for a moment before stepping into their heated argument. Then when do you think his amnesia will fade? Already enraged, the doctor snapped at him. His memory will return sooner or later. There is nothing wrong with his mind. The doctor threw a small pouch of medicine at them and bluntly kicked them out. Take the medicine and get out of my sight. Damn brats, so young and insolent. And she even had the gall to call me a quack. As soon as those words were spoken, Tan's fury erupted. She lunged straight for him, ready to land a punch. The others in the group had to rush in and hold her back. By dusk, Tan and Hermit were taking a walk. Are you really all right? I heard you were having trouble walking earlier. Hermit remembered his earlier state and quickly answered Tan. Don't worry about it. Oh, right. I took the medicine and rested back at the inn. I feel much better now. I'm perfectly fine. Tan nodded. Then suddenly, her tone shifted. I heard that your body and arms are quite toned. You did say you know how to use a sword, right? You must have been trained by a true master. I can tell just by looking at you. Hermit understood what she was implying, but he neither confirmed nor denied it. I just need to hold a sword, and I'm sure it'll feel familiar again. Tan immediately proposed a duel, using it as a way to persuade him. There's no pressure. Just think of it as a way to warm up your body. Besides, who knows? Maybe a little sparring will jog your memory. We have nothing to do until tomorrow anyway, so what do you say? Hermit hesitated, remembering that Tan was a third-rank, silver-medaled mercenary. A warrior with her talent commands considerable respect in this world. And so, Hermit agreed. After all, he too wanted to discover his own true strength. The two of them returned to the training grounds to prepare for their duel. After finding out Hermit was going to spar with Tan, a few of the guys offered some well-meaning advice. Go easy on him, Tan. You're going to destroy that pretty face. Oh, and I am definitely talking about his face. You bastard, how dare you tease Tan like that? But he's got a point. Hearing their teasing remarks made Tan's blood boil. You damned idiots. With that, she landed a solid punch on each of them, knocking them both out cold on the spot. After dealing with the annoying peanut gallery, Tan tossed a wooden sword to Hermit. We'll duel with these. There's only one rule. We fight until one of us hits the ground. Come at me with everything you've got, but I'm the deputy leader. Despite her confident aura, Hermit was wary. His body still hadn't completely recovered. I can't use my skills. Instead of rushing her with all my might, I'll have to fight while redirecting her attacks. I can't let my guard down for a second. Hermit took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. Meanwhile, Hermit got some words of encouragement from the guys Tan had just knocked out. Hey, look at that stance. This is going to be fun to watch. Good luck, man. Hermit quickly rushed forward to attack, but from his posture, Tan easily predicted the path of his blade. She parried the blow and effortlessly knocked Hermit backward. He realized Tan was much stronger than him. Charging in head-on was pointless. He decided to switch tactics, focusing on dodging before striking back, but it was no use. Tan beat him down relentlessly, landing a blow to his stomach, followed by a flurry of attacks he couldn't avoid. My body. It's not moving the way I want it to. It feels like I'm fighting underwater. Tan immediately noticed the anxiety on Hermot's face and gave him a sharp warning. You're thinking way too much. Then she unleashed a blinding series of attacks that left Hermit breathless, finishing with a knockout blow to his stomach at close range. Unable to dodge, Hermit fell backward with a heavy thud. The onlookers couldn't help but worry about his condition. He pushed himself up and surrendered. Tan smirked, saying, "Judging by the look in your eyes, I guess you're pretty disappointed." Hermit panted as he replied, "Of course I am." I was completely overwhelmed. He cursed himself for his weakness. Damn it, compared to Deianne, her technique is still full of openings. Her swordsmanship is not very efficient, either. Could Tan be even stronger than I imagined? Just like Deianne warned, I shouldn't underestimate the human world. The problem is, I wasn't beaten by a rank 1 or 2, but by a rank 3. After his defeat, dejection hung heavily over Hermit. Suddenly, a man appeared to console him. Tan is a powerful swordswoman, even among mercenaries. It's only natural you'd lose. Don't let it. Following his lead, the others who had been watching also came over to comfort him. That's right, Hermit. I was pretty surprised by your strength, trying to break through her defense like that. With just a little more power, you would have made it. You're definitely different from Phi. Each one of them placed a hand on Hermit's shoulder. Hermit was still trying to figure out who the man in front of him was. The man introduced himself immediately. My name is Phi. I'm the captain of this mercenary crew and a rank 2 gold badge mercenary. You did well, Hermit. You passed the entrance exam. A look of pure confusion froze on Hermit's face, but Phi didn't leave him wondering for long. He explained right away, "We were the ones who saved you. We didn't want you wandering around out there with no memories. We figured, why not bring you along with us? So we decided to test your skills. Of course, our mercenary crew isn't some ragtag group that just anyone can join. That's why everyone was watching you from a distance when we came to town." It all clicked for Hermit. That's why only Tan and Phi had approached him. He thought to himself, they could have just abandoned me. These people. They went through so much trouble for my sake. Phi immediately pulled out a piece of paper, glanced at his sister, and said proudly, "But you turned out to be no trouble at all. Some punks have tried hitting on my sister, Tan, before. But you didn't do anything like that. Everyone agreed to let you join." Phi handed the paper to Hermit. "This is a rank 4 mercenary certificate. It's a temporary number we've created for you. So, make sure you register officially with the mercenary guild later." Phi slung his arm around Hermit's shoulder and declared loudly, "Hermit is now one of our comrades. Everyone, introduce yourselves." One by one, they all gave their names. Bo, rank 3, and finally, Shin, rank 3. To be precise, besides Phi, everyone else was a rank 3. Hearing the playful jabs from his comrades, Phi wasn't annoyed at all. He just played along. All right, I'm a rank 4 copper." Seeing the human's earnest attitude, Hermit felt a pang of apprehension. His comrade, Deianne, had warned him not to trust humans. Will this be okay? With that thought, Hermit turned sharply to Phi, needing to confirm one thing. If I join this mercenary crew, how long do I have to stay? I might regain my memories and have to go somewhere else. Phi thought for a moment before making a counter-proposal. You can leave the crew whenever you want, but if you accept a mission, you have to see it through with us until the end. Hermit agreed instantly, and the deal was struck. Phi clapped him on the shoulder encouragingly, but inside, Hermit was already forming his own plan. Maybe this is a good thing, better than wandering aimlessly. This could help me find my origins faster. And I also want to learn what a comrade truly is. However, Hermit joining their next mission didn't sit well with their client, a certain Sir Mile. I told you this was an important mission. It's not something a rank 4 mercenary should be a part of. I already agreed to your request for an extra hand for errands, and now you pull this stunt. But Phi was resolute in his decision. He trusted Hermit, and he needed Mile to trust him too. Sir Mile, this boy will definitely be useful. We've worked together for a long time. You should know we wouldn't bring him along for no reason. Mile was put in an incredibly difficult position. In the end, he had to yield to the mercenary captain's decision. I hope you're prepared to take responsibility for those words. Because you are Captain Phi's mercenary crew, I'll agree. But this is the only time. Phi sincerely thanked Sir Mile. But it wasn't over yet. Mile had one more condition. However, since I wasn't notified about an extra person, I will only pay 1/3 of the rate for that rank 4. Furthermore, you're aware the Taj D mercenary crew will be accompanying us, correct? Yes, I'm aware. All right then, we depart at 7 tomorrow morning. I'll see you then. With that, Maya left the room. Only then did Phi let out a sigh of relief. Tan walked over to her brother. At least things went smoothly. She then glanced over to check on Hermit. How's your body holding up? I'm fine. No problems at all. Phi's expression turned serious again as he laid out the plan for tomorrow. Even if we're ambushed, the rank 4 members don't need to fight unless it's an absolute emergency. So don't worry about it. Tan added a gentle warning. But all rank 3 members had better be prepared. I'm not sure what exactly we're escorting, so it's hard to predict the strength of any potential attackers. Make sure everyone gets a full night's sleep. Hermit and Phi were the only 2 rank 4s in the crew. While Hermit remained perfectly calm, the color drained from Phi's face as he broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, 2 of the other crew members gave Hermit some advice. If the Taj D crew insults you, just ignore them. Our relationship with them isn't exactly friendly. They can't stand seeing us with a good reputation. After letting the team discuss it, Faye dismissed everyone to get some rest. Under the vast, silent night sky, Hames stood alone in the courtyard, his gaze lost among the countless stars. And just like that, a certain memory replayed in his mind. The rage from this afternoon's events still burned. Every single blow from Tang Jia was seared into Hames's memory. To say I haven't fully recovered is just an excuse. My form was full of openings, I just couldn't strike faster than Tang Jia. Right now, I'm just weak. It doesn't matter that I can't use my aura right now. I'll just start by forging my body from the ground up. Hames drew his sword and began his solitary training. This was the first time he'd trained in a primeval forest, just like back then. In a flash, morning arrived, and Faye's mercenary squad was on the move. Faye led the way, not forgetting to remind them. The mission begins now. This is a critical job, so stay sharp. The pay we're getting for this is huge, so let's make sure it ends smoothly. The entire team shouted in unison. Yes, you can bet we'll earn every coin. But at that moment, Faye felt a sickening wave wash over him. His face went pale, his stomach churned, and he doubled over in pain. Did I have too much soup this morning? Hey, weakling. You doing okay? Things are about to get tough from here on out. Hames shot him a venomous glare. I fail one single time, and suddenly I'm the one he looks down on. He shot back. I can handle it. Seeing Hames's grim expression, Faye clapped him on the shoulder, trying to explain, Hey, don't be like that. I was just worried about you. Why so serious? Whatever, just do a good job. This is our first real mission together, after all. Faye let out a hearty laugh, but despite his easygoing nature, Hames replied with a single, cold word, fine. Faye's laughter died in his throat. He just chuckled awkwardly before falling silent. The team arrived at the rendezvous point to meet Mile, who gave them their assignment. These are the goods you'll be escorting today. Faye's squad, you'll take the rear guard. Understood. Faye immediately ordered his team into formation. Just then, they passed a group of strangers. Faye guessed they might be from Taggy's crew. In that instant, their gazes were drawn to one man in particular. He immediately barked at them. Hey, you scrawny kid. What are you looking at? A twig like you can even swing a sword. Faye's blood began to boil, but the man wasn't finished. He then directed his insults at Hames. And who's that behind you? Is that a woman? Hilarious. You two can just hide in the back and follow along. Hames didn't retaliate. He just silently judged the man. They said the relationship between our two groups wasn't good. Are they testing me? Sizing up an opponent's strength. It's something both humans and beasts do. Is that loudmouth the commander of their squad? He doesn't look that strong. Once this so-called mission is over, I'll have to keep an eye on him. A few days later, that same man deliberately tripped Faye, then laughed hysterically with his cronies. Oh, my bad. I make that mistake every single day. How stupid of me. Faye saw red. You bastards pull this every single break. How long are you going to keep this up? The green-haired man just laughed, his challenge dripping with contempt. I told you, it was an accident. If it pisses you off so much, why don't you try and hit me? Faced with such an overwhelming presence, the weaker Faye dared not retaliate. He could only bite his tongue and ignore it. Just then, Hames stepped forward to help Faye up. The green-haired man immediately turned his taunts on him. And you must be Hames, right? You really do look like a girl. Next time I see you on the road, I'll be sure to buy you some flowers. Hames gave him a single, dismissive glance before turning his back completely, refusing to even acknowledge the scumbag's words. Being ignored set the green-haired man off. That bastard. One of his underlings noticed Hames's blatant disrespect. Another teammate asked nervously, There's something different about him. I'm worried. Should we really keep provoking him like this? Everyone's watching. The green-haired man snapped back. What's he gonna do? No matter what, Rank 4 is still just rank 4. I'm rank 3. I'm only weaker because of my arm injury. I could take care of guys like them with just one hand. But his teammate wasn't buying it and immediately exposed the truth. It's not because your arm is hurt. You got drunk and were banned from going out. Hitting a nerve, the leader grabbed him by the throat. Shut your mouth. Say one more word and I'll kill you. The green-haired man fell silent, the bitterness of the incident still stinging. It's all my brother's fault. To be honest, this was a punishment. Getting demoted to rank 4 just for a few fights. Damn it. The brother he mentioned was none other than Bao. If I cause any more trouble, I'll be kicked off the team for real. He said it to dismiss the topic, but deep down, he was seething with resentment. Just because he's rank 2, he thinks he can look down on me. That kid's defiant look has been pissing me off from day one. And today, he just flat out ignored me. It makes me want to kill him. He shoved the man in his grasp toward the others and called out, "You guys better be ready to help me out later. I'm going to put on a real show for you." I'm so pissed off, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. As they walked away, the green-haired man couldn't stop cursing under his breath. It's been 3 days. Why are they tormenting me without a single day of rest? Is that guy Kael even human? And how did a rank 3 bastard end up with us rank 4s? Isn't that just cheating? Something shady is definitely going on. Everyone's on edge. And in this situation, I can't even afford to whine like a child. Those bastards must think us mercenaries are a complete joke. Seething with rage he couldn't vent, Phi grabbed a bucket to fetch water, trying to cool his head. He swore that if they provoked him one more time, he would end them. Fuming, Phi stormed to the riverbank. Hermit, who heard his rant, didn't pay it much mind. All talk, but who knows if he actually act when trouble starts. Phi tried to gather as much water as possible, hoping it would last until tomorrow. Living among the mana beasts of this forest makes going out at night a dangerous affair. And just as Phi feared, Kael's group appeared before him. "So you're here? This is a nice spot." Phi spun around, his face turning pale as a sheet. They were here for one reason, to torment him. A moment later, Phi was pinned under Kael's boot as he questioned him about Hermit. "Your friend. Have you ever bathed with him?" How could such a twisted thought even come from a human mouth? Phi couldn't understand them at all. Then Kael added he'd bring Hermit over to verify. Phi began to thrash around, desperately refusing. Speak of the devil. The next second, a henchman dragged Hermit over. He looked surprisingly calm as he arrived. Kael was incredibly pleased. Hermit scanned the area, instantly grasping the situation. Just as I thought. I knew something was wrong. In this primeval forest, mana beasts are fighting to level up their power. But at this point, there's no real difference between them and these humans. Are these the kind of people Dao warned me never to trust? The Taji crew began to surround Hermit. Though he had recovered, he still couldn't use his vortex skill. A hint of worry crept in, but Hermit had fought Naho in the forest before. He just needed to stay on high alert. Besides, Phi said these guys were all rank 4s, meaning they should be weaker than the rank 3 Tanya. Hermit quickly formulated a plan. I'll start on the defensive, then attack their weakest link. If I can't hold them off, I'll have to use Deianne's swordsmanship. Kael gave the order, grab him and strip him down. The Taji members charged toward Hermit, but before he could even move, Tanya appeared and stopped them in their tracks. What's going on here? With that, she sent one man flying with a brutal punch, knocking him out cold. Tanya's arrival not only startled Hermit, but it left Kael utterly speechless. She confronted them directly. Why is the Taji mercenary team causing trouble for my squad? Kael tried to change the subject, but Tanya saw right through it. I heard you myself. You ordered them to strip him. He smirked. It's just how men build friendship. What would a woman like you understand? His answer only infuriated Tanya more. Hey, try using your brain before you speak. After telling Hermit to help Phi up, she focused on Kael. You're rank 4. Kael immediately denied it. I am a proper rank 3 mercenary. Tanya didn't hesitate to tear him down with a few choice words. But you're a rank 4 now. I'm right, aren't I? His long-hidden shame, exposed and mocked by a girl. Of course, Kael was furious. But what could he possibly do against a rank 3 mercenary? Before turning to leave, Tanya offered him a piece of advice. You better not pick a fight with my mercenaries ever again. If there is a next time, I won't be leaving so peacefully. Get lost. Kael waved his henchmen away, and they retreated. Once they were gone, Hermit helped Phi over to Tanya. By now, the boy was sobbing uncontrollably. Tanya gently patted his head, trying to calm him down as she sighed with worry. The members of our mercenary team are just too naive. It's an unwritten rule not to mess with rank 4s, but they should at least help each other so they don't get disbanded. As night fell, Hermit resumed his training routine. He reached a certain point and paused to check his body. Is this enough for today? My body feels stable now. I think I've spent this entire week just focused on recovery. The problem is, I don't think I'm healed enough to use the vortex yet. The vortex still won't manifest. Hermit remembered what Deianne had taught him. Vortex is water, and your body is the bowl that holds it. If your body doesn't meet the basic standard, practicing the vortex is useless. Hermit knew this, but he couldn't train the way he needed to right now. I'll just have to build as much strength as I can for now. Meanwhile, Phi called his team for an important announcement. Everyone, listen up. From this area onward, mana beasts will appear frequently. No one is to go anywhere alone. Don't even go to the bathroom by yourself, and if you need water, make sure a rank 3 goes with you. Phi heaved a long sigh, the worry clouding his face again. And beside him, Hermit looked just as anxious. I can't even go train on my own now. All I can do is pray Vic returns before the Shadow Seed goes on a rampage. Without warning, Phi asked Hermit if he had ever seen a mana beast. He then recounted every chilling word from the 2 third-rank members of their squad. They said the beasts are just as hideous as Shin and Ben claimed, that their appearance is utterly revolting. I have to be prepared. As the threats echoed in his mind, sheer terror gripped Phi. He tried to claim he wasn't afraid, but his trembling limbs betrayed him completely. Hermit answered instinctively. A lot of mana beasts are like that. But then again, some are completely different. For a moment, Phi felt a wave of relief wash over him. But then he realized something was terribly wrong with that statement. How can you remember that when you have amnesia? Realizing his mistake, Hermit quickly tried to cover his tracks, saying he was just making an assumption. Fortunately for him, Phi was simple enough to believe it. And so, the party moved on. Elsewhere, 2 mercenaries were dreaming about their reward money, fantasizing about the fortune they'd earn and all the dark beer they could buy once the mission was over. His partner eagerly agreed, but it seemed fate had no intention of letting them live out that fantasy. One second, they were laughing and joking. The next, a mana beast tore one of them to pieces, sending his soul straight to the afterlife. The battlefield was pure chaos, with monsters ripping into each other so violently that steam rose from their bodies. The survivor was speechless with rage, screaming at the damn monster. Hold on. If we just rush in recklessly like this, that colossal beast is still fighting with everything it has. What in the world is that thing? Where did such a grotesque monster crawl out from? Phi couldn't believe how arrogant he'd been, never imagining a monster would appear where so many mercenaries were gathered. The beast was a titan, and everyone who faced it was crushed. Those who dared to challenge it were left utterly broken. Seeing this, Tanya immediately shouted to his team, "It has allies. Everyone, get ready." At his command, the entire squad raised their swords, bracing for battle. Hermit could only stand there, stunned. Is this really how it's all going to end? Tanya roared with all his might. Hermit, get under the wagon. Stay out of this. In a panic, Phi shoved Hermit from behind, yelling, "Let's go. Now." A thought raced through Hermit's mind. I still can't use it, and there are still so many mana beasts hiding nearby. If this continues, what will happen to everyone? Hermit, what are you doing? Let's move. The voice shattered Hermit's train of thought. This is going to be difficult. The 2 of them quickly dove under the wagon, out of sight. That giant monster. It's not as powerful as Laga or Naho, but we absolutely cannot underestimate it. Is it the leader of the pack? Among these mercenaries, I think only the second-rank fighters can use arts. Right now, there's nothing I can do to help them. Tanya and the squad focused, preparing to engage. The monster let out a blood-curdling shriek. The team worked in unison, attacking from all sides to divert its attention. Even Phi could tell this was going to be an unbelievably tough fight. Look at the power of that technique. Incredible. That's our captain. All right. Don't get cocky. Stay focused. The smaller ones are closing in. I'm a third-rank mercenary. A few small fry like this are nothing. After a fierce struggle, Phi finally saw an opening, a glimmer of hope. Just keep this up, and we can win. Show me what you've got. The monster began to unleash its overwhelming power. Phi charged forward, aiming straight for its head, and his attack sent the monster reeling and crying out in agony. Hiding in the corner, Hermit thought to himself, what is with these people? They're far stronger than I imagined. The second-rank mercenary who could use arts was successfully drawing the leader's attention. The others were all executing their own strategies. This is how humans wage war. It's true what they say. You should never underestimate them. The monster was slowing down, its eyes burning with an intense hatred for humanity. Now we just need to handle the little ones. Phi, are you still holding up? I think I've got one more round in me. It's not so bad. Everyone's exhausted. Let's finish this fast. Suddenly, the beast leaped high into the air, grabbing a tree branch and launching itself skyward. Phi was dumbfounded. Did that mean it could have escaped this whole time? Tanya called out, asking if they should pursue it. Forget it. Our mission is to transport cargo, not hunt monsters. Take care of the wounded first. Tanya then said in a joking tone, Hey, my little baby you two still alive under there? You can come on out now. Still under the wagon, Phi wailed. Hermit, pull me out. I think my leg cramped up. Good job, everyone. You all did great. Once we've checked the wagon, we'll process the mana beast corpses. Make sure every single one of them is completely dead. Hermit asked, confused, process the corpses? Phi confirmed, yeah. Things like mana beast hides and shadow seeds can be sold for a high price. Look, this is a shadow seed. In his hand, a purple light pulsed softly. One of the squad members shouted, get that thing away from me. You all should try to find some and practice. You never know when it might be useful. Hermit's mind raced. A seed of darkness. Here? I never would have imagined it. That kid's warning echoed in his head. The seed whispers, corrupting the host's mind, slowly twisting them into a demonic beast. But you never see people like that. Most die before they're even born. The few who survive are exiled to the wilderness. Still, I can't be certain. It's always better to be cautious. Anyone infected could transform at any moment. Is that what outsiders believe? He had heard it before. Anyone with the seed of darkness is doomed to die fighting humanity. Does that mean I'll become a monster too? That I'll attack people? Was learning to control my aura all just to suppress the seed inside me? Even if my aura fully returns, I have to hide it at all costs among other people. If they ever suspected my power was linked to the seed, my life would be in constant danger. Seeing a level 4 mercenary struggle, Phi spoke up. This brings back some old memories. Tanya agreed. Phi has matured so much since that incident. Of course, he still has a long way to go. The group gathered around the beast's corpse. Man, it looks even uglier up close, but something feels off about this one. Hermit approached the carcass, looking at Phi. Hold on. Are you afraid? Phi admitted. Yeah, a little. It's my first time seeing one so close. Don't worry, Hermit reassured him. Just think of it as another ingredient for a meal. But this mission, to cook both monsters and demonic beasts, felt like a terrifying omen of things to come. Suddenly, one of the downed monsters stirred. The young boy screamed in terror, but in a flash, Hermit drew his sword and sliced the creature in two. The blond boy was completely shaken. That was terrifying. Thanks, Hermit. Are you all right? Hermit gave a short reply, his mind elsewhere. This feeling, he thought, it's completely different from training. It's like a channel inside me just opened up. Could it be? Is my aura returning? A wide grin spread across Shin's face. Oh, there was one left alive? You left it on purpose, didn't you? I knew it. Ever since I saw you fight, I knew you weren't an ordinary guy like Phi. Shin, huh? Well, thanks, I guess. I'll be sure to lend you my strength from now on. Repaying him with soup? That's a delicacy fit for kings. Watching from the back, Tanya was silent. Could my judgment have been wrong? There was something in the way Hermit drew his sword. Tanya had noticed it. Deep in the woods, Hermit focused on his energy. He was certain of it now. His aura had returned, so all I had to do was move on instinct. And the aura would flow. Thanks, Phi. In just 3 days, he had recovered all his lost power. Just as he was about to focus deeper, a voice called out, Hermit, where are you? We're setting the night watch schedule. Get back here. We'll be in pairs for 3 shifts. Hermit, you're with Tanya, Phi with Maot, then Shin with Burn. That's the order. The injured guy gets to rest. Burn turned, fuming. If I'd known, I would have cut myself. Are you complaining? Someone shot back. Just say the word, and I'll slice you up good. The captain's voice cut through the noise. All right, everyone get some sleep. Watchman, stay sharp. Whatever escaped that morning was still out there. But with his aura back, Hermit's senses were sharper than ever. Tanjia's voice broke the silence. Aren't you tired? You've got incredible stamina, Hermit, but we have a long journey ahead. You should wait the next shift and get some rest. But Hermit knew better. The beasts are just waiting for us to let our guard down. I'll keep watch myself. It's a good chance to restore my aura. Kael, sitting by the fire, watched Hermit standing guard. A sinister smirk crept across his face, clearly plotting something wicked. Hermit focused on his training. His control was improving rapidly. At this pace, his power would be fully restored by morning. But suddenly, he sensed footsteps approaching. Not a demonic beast. He couldn't feel any magical energy. Could it be a person? It was Kael, his voice dripping with aggression. What's a little punk like you doing out here all alone? You're supposed to be in pairs. It's dangerous by yourself. What's that sword for? Decoration? You want a piece of me? Let's go. Hermit's reply was ice cold. Not interested. Get lost. Kael sneered. I don't think you get it. You think someone's gonna save you like last time? You got a bad habit of looking down on people. Hasn't anyone ever taught you your place? Well, lucky for you, I can teach you right now. Don't worry if an arm or a leg gets broken in the process. A good beating is the only way you'll learn. And if something unfortunate happens, don't take it personally. Hermut's voice was devoid of emotion. Is that all? Did you say all that just because you're itching for a fight? Everyone else in this mercenary group helps each other out. But not you. You act more like one of the demonic beasts we hunt. If you're going to be human, then at least act like one. The words struck a nerve. Fourth-rank mercenary Kael seethed with rage. Like a demonic beast, act like a human. You clearly don't understand how the strong thrive. By crushing the weak, so go on. Underestimated rank 4. It's already healed, you bastard. Now, I'll show you who's truly superior. I'll make sure you never look down on anyone again. By gouging out your eyes and crushing them. Kael charged forward with blind fury, but screamed in agony as Hermit snapped his arm. Hermit scoffed, your perception is worse than any beast's. If you want to prove your superiority, at least pick a worthy opponent. But Kael was defiant. I refuse to accept this. As if I need your approval, he drew his sword, lunging at Hermit once more, but it was useless. The longer the fight dragged on, the more of his weaknesses Kael exposed. That's when Hermit began to channel his Vit. His power surged exponentially, overwhelming Kael before he could even react. Hermit hadn't intended to use his power, but the thrill of Vit returning was intoxicating. Kael lay broken on the ground, a canvas of wounds. Hermit wondered if he should just this seed of darkness. Is it because I haven't used Vit in so long? For a split second, it felt like I was about to transform into a monster myself. Hermit tried to regain his composure, but when he looked back down, Kael was gone. He had escaped. Kael seethed with pain and fury. How can a guy like that use Vit does that mean? He's even stronger than the captain? Impossible. He's just a rank 4 nobody. I have to get away. I have to survive. Meanwhile, Hermit heard a sudden noise. His senses screamed. Hermit realized this beast was completely different from their first encounter. This time, he thought, I can take it down. Time to get serious. Hermit channeled the pure essence of Vit. The monster spotted him, and its aggression spiked instantly. Can it sense another's power level? This is no ordinary beast. Get down from what you're standing on and surrender, or you will die by my hand. The beast seemed to sense the immense danger. It had measured Hermit's overwhelming power, and in a flash, it shot into the sky. Pathetic creature. It'll be back, sooner or later. For now. I need to figure out how to explain all this. The captain was still reeling. Does this mean Kael is dead? Hermit confirmed it flatly. Yes. He followed me to cause trouble. But a monster got to him. That good for nothing. So that's the fate of a common bully? Huh. Very well. Since you were also in danger, we'll let it go. On behalf of the Tatty Mercenary Corps, I apologize. Wait a minute. You think a simple apology is enough? Tanya lunged forward, furious. He was almost killed because of some guy from your corpse. You all knew what that fool was doing, and you did nothing. Watch your mouth. That some guy you're talking about was my younger brother. It was an unfortunate accident, I agree. But if you had supervised him properly, this never would have happened. So now you're insulting my entire mercenary corps, not just my brother? That's enough. Both of you, calm down. This isn't the time for infighting. We need to come up with a solid plan. The Tatty Mercenary Corps is certainly at fault here, but your corps needs to watch its tone as well. We can't do anything for the one who's gone. But we will give the remainder of the mission fee to this kid. All right. Let's proceed with that. The tension between the two mercenary groups was thick enough to cut with a knife. We need to find a safer way to confront these beasts. We've already lost 3 people. We have to stay on high alert. Just then, Hermit yelped as a fist knocked against his head. It was Tanya, scolding him. That's what you get. You're lucky to be alive, kid. If you had just told me before you left, I could have gone with you to protect you. Why would you wander off alone in a place like this? That's exactly why I need to be more careful. Do you have any idea how worried I was when you vanished? I guess I should focus on what's coming next. What's she so worked up about anyway? From now on, you are not to go out alone. Understand? The worry on Tanya's face was impossible to miss. Hermit felt a strange sensation. Cold, yet incredibly warm at the same time. All right, I'll be more careful. So this is what it feels like to be human. Last night, another mercenary was ambushed and killed. We think it was the same beast that attacked us before. Everyone, conserve your strength. We need to get out of this forest as fast as we can. We cannot afford to lose anyone else. Just then, the beasts appeared. This time, they came in a pack. There are so many of them. At this rate, we could be fighting for a day or 2 straight. But with everyone already exhausted, the situation is growing more dangerous by the second. Fear crept into Bin's heart. Why would the beasts target us now, of all times? More importantly, Hermit could sense that creature's energy again. But the signal was faint. It was watching them from a distance, scouting the corpse and sending in its minions in waves. Meanwhile, the members of the Tati Chorus were tending to their wounds. Today has been an unbelievably long day. On a mission like this, no one escapes without a scratch. Shut it, don't say things that'll jinx us. How did you get so slow that you let one bite your leg? Are you a damn caterpillar or something? You think I wanted to get bitten? I was trying to dodge them. Keep talking, and I'll use what's left of my strength to shut you up myself. Faye and Tanra watched from a distance. It was baffling how the demonic beasts were targeting them specifically, attacking relentlessly day and night. We should be grateful no one's dead. Hermit and Faye pulling watch at night. They did better than I expected. Hermit knows his way around a sword, so he could at least keep Faye safe. And Faye is a natural at dodging, all thanks to her sharp survival instincts. But Tanner was troubled, replaying what he had witnessed earlier.
The bigger problem here
Is that those demonic beasts are only targeting our mercenary squad. I don't know why, but that other faction hasn't lifted a finger all day. Still, the Taji mercenary corps already lost 3 people. On top of that, we clashed with them just a few days ago. They're definitely not going to help us. We can only rely on ourselves. We have to do whatever it takes to survive. All of us. As night fell, they gathered in a small garage. I'm sure you've all noticed by now. For some bizarre reason, the demonic beasts are focusing their attacks entirely on our unit. I believe their leader is employing some kind of strategy. As things stand, we can only grit our teeth and push forward. It's just a matter of time before we reach our next objective. Bao, I know you have issues with them, but don't you think the Taji Corps needs our protection? They have more people. I don't see it that way. You said it yourself. If we let things play out like this, we'll reach our objective. Instead of the safe choice, we should choose the one with the most potential. A cruel smile spread across Bao's face. We're not aiming for safety. We're aiming for efficiency. Sir Mile was horrified, barely believing his own ears as he stammered. Efficiency. Bao, still furious about that afternoon's incident with Hung Tan, gave a simple answer. While the frontline mercenaries distract the demonic beasts, the rest of the unit will make a swift exit from the forest. After all, the Taji Mercenary Corps has more than enough critical supplies. Miles screamed in disbelief. What? You can't possibly do that. Does the Taji Mercenary Corps have no shred of morality left? With a savage look, Bao said, Sir Mile, this is a time for a cool head, not for things like morality or faith. Those are beautiful words, but isn't survival more important? The horde threatening us could wipe out our entire faction. They're just waiting for us to get exhausted. And if all the mercenaries and merchants die here, you'll have no way to compensate them for the loss of life and property. Of course, if you have a better plan, Sir Mile, we are ready to follow. I am merely suggesting a possibility. Sir Mile, make your decision. Terrified, Mile trembled, sweat pouring down his face as he wrestled with the choice. The next day, as they set out, Tamra sighed heavily. Damn it. Getting ambushed every few days like this. Our men and our horses are at their limit, and we still have no idea how much farther we have to go. Tanra stared ahead, muttering in frustration. And of course, those bastards from Taji aren't lifting a finger to help. They've just been watching us all morning, even after we fought them before. They should know better than to cross the line like this. Astride her horse, Faye said grimly. I know. If this keeps up, something truly awful will happen when the beasts attack. Tamra cried out, Huh? What are they doing? Why are they picking up the pace? The Taji Mercenary Corps suddenly broke into a gallop, leaving Faye's stunned unit far behind. Tamra roared with fury. What the hell? What kind of stunt are you pulling? Wait, where are they going? Faye's eyes widened in horror. Hold on. While we were focused on the beasts, they were openly planning to use us as bait. Bao ruthlessly spurred his horse onward. Faye screamed in rage. You bastards, they're already on top of us. We've been abandoned. Hermit silently watched it all unfold. He thought to himself, so, this is how it ends? It's too late to catch up. The demonic beasts had already closed in, surrounding them. Hermit's face grew dark as he spoke, to use another squad as bait to save themselves. Hermit thought, if this is the end of the line, I wonder how many in this group would survive if I decided to act now. Faye's mercenaries formed a defensive circle, completely cornered by the beasts. Faye's voice was stern. As long as we're outnumbered, more will keep coming. Everyone, prepare for battle. The beasts leaped from the trees, descending upon Faye's mercenary squad. Here they come, Faye screamed in shock. Faye's squad fought desperately against the monsters, as Tamra cut through them with a relentless flurry of sword strikes. Faye gasped for air, struggling to fend off the vicious creatures. Hermit wondered suspiciously, don't they have any questions about my true identity? 2 of Faye's mercenaries grunted while fighting. Damn it. For a mercenary, this is a worthy death. Nonsense. If you die here, you're just a meaningless sacrifice. We can't get out of this alive without you. Hermit remained lost in his own questions. The two mercenaries kept talking. Just make sure you remember this nobleman's heroic sacrifice for me. Ugh, disgusting. Just a bunch of mercenaries, not some high and mighty nobles. Meanwhile, Hermit was lost in his own world, wondering where he truly came from. Tanya glanced back at them with a smirk, saying, "Just let them run wild for now." Hermit thought that if he were one of them, a sight like this would make Bee cry. He quietly resolved that soon, things like this wouldn't be a problem anymore. He placed a hand over his heart, a single, resolute thought burning in his mind. I won't let these people die. Fi's mercenary squad fought desperately against the demonic beasts. That's when Hermit stepped forward, his eyes on Deianne. I remember what you said. Hermit looked at his new comrades, his voice firm. This time, I will put my trust in humans. Then he addressed everyone with a grave tone. What you are all about to witness is a secret. As he spoke, his sword began to glow with a menacing purple light. The members of Fi's company cried out in utter disbelief. Wait a second, what is that? Fi was stunned into silence as a horde of ape-like beasts charged from the distance. Hermit launched himself skyward, his violet blade a blur as he rained down attacks upon the creatures. He spun through the air, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp strikes that sent the demonic beasts flying. As the beasts crashed to the ground, Fi's mercenaries stared, their eyes wide with shock. The blonde-haired man's jaw dropped. Am I dreaming, or is this really happening? No way. How is this possible? Fi stammered. But Hermit was a cold specter of death, standing on a beast's head as he plunged his glowing purple sword straight down. He drove the blade deeper, finishing off the final creature with brutal efficiency. With the battle won, Hermit rose, his expression icy as he pointed his sword at the remaining monsters. Panic seized them, and they turned to flee. But with a single, sweeping slash from Hermit's sword, some exploded on impact while others were flung into the distance. Hermit turned back, his gaze glacial. A lone survivor trembled, its instincts screaming to run, but it was already far too late. Once the last beast was dealt with, Hermit calmly sheathed his sword. Amidst the autumn forest, Fi's mercenary company could only stare at him in stunned awe. Shocked whispers rippled through the group. My God, it's a miracle. That was a miracle. But Hermit's thoughts were cold. That alpha beast, it ran the moment it saw its pack's pin rush towards him, his face pale with fear. Hermit, how did you? Hermit glanced at him reassuringly. It's nothing. My body just finished healing. Nearby, Tanya watched, a look of dawning horror on her face. I knew it. A chill ran down her spine as she replayed his techniques in her mind. She'd seen that style before, and she dreaded what that could possibly mean. Is everyone all right? Hermit asked calmly. Pin and Tanya exchanged terrified looks, both thinking the exact same thing. What in the world did we just pick up off the side of the road? Fi, equally stunned, finally spoke up. Even a Class 2 fighter like me could never release that much killing intent. How can someone so young possess that kind of power? Fi stammered. Where did you learn that sword style? Hermit studied Fi's mercenaries. He felt they could be trusted, but even so, mentioning the primeval forest was completely off the table. I lived in the forest with my master, Hermit replied nonchalantly. But I don't remember much about it. What? Fi buried his face in his hands in frustration. Right, your memory. Your damn amnesia. Hermit cut in. Regardless, what's our next move? The immediate danger seems to be over. Fi looked at his hands for a moment. First things first, we get out of this forest. We need to track down the ones who deserted us. One of Fi's men spat with fury. Those bastards. If I see them, they're dead on sight. Fi suddenly turned to Hermit. And you? What are your plans? I don't know what I'll do once we're out of the forest, Hermit said, but I'll stick with you. After all, I don't have any money. The blonde man stared, dumbfounded. Huh? Why does that feel so strangely practical? As he wondered aloud, Tanya slugged him in the arm. Hey, shut your mouth. I get it. Fi turned back to the group. All right, we'll track the deserters. It's our best lead. Sometime later, the group had traveled a fair distance, their mood noticeably lighter. Whew, a good night's rest makes all the difference. My body feels so much better now. I think even my wounds have completely healed. Tanya knelt, placing a hand near the ground. This is the right direction. There are plenty of tracks here. But I can't sense any sound or movement up ahead. Looks like they traveled through the night. They're probably at the forest's edge by now, Fi said grimly to Tanya. According to the original plan, they were supposed to rest at the first village. So, once we get out of this forest, we'll likely find them there. The silver-haired mercenary slammed a fist into his palm. The first village, huh? Sounds like the perfect stage for a little payback. The green-haired man let out a cold laugh. They're going to be so surprised to see that we're still breathing. I can't wait to see Jamli's face when he's trembling in fear before me. Another mercenary grinned wickedly. I'm more than ready to tear them all apart. Pin scratched his head. The reward for this mission is pretty terrible, though. What should we do about the quest itself? Two of the men turned back. He's right. There's nothing left to guard. Anyway, terrorists took all the important cargo. All that's left is the food wagon. As they spoke, Hermit stood perfectly still, his focus suddenly shifting. What is that sound? Without another word, he turned and broke into a dead sprint. Hermit! Pin immediately called out his name, but he didn't answer, continuing to charge ahead. Tanya's eyes narrowed. You can sense something, can't you? A mercenary from the Fawn Guild simply shrugged. I don't sense a thing. Hermit's voice was ice. I sense the aura of demonic beasts. A battle is raging. I believe the Thai Guild is involved. Elsewhere, a group of fighters were desperately holding off a horde of demonic apes. Hearing Hermit's words, a man from the Fawn Guild perked up. Awesome. How far are they? Hermit replied coldly. At our current speed, about an hour. Their leader is there, too. Faye asked in shock, wait, you can sense things happening an hour's journey away? Just what is your level? Hermit simply walked forward with purpose. We'll save time if we hurry. The Terry Guild can hold out until we get there. A platinum-haired boy dodged a strike from a blonde-haired one, saying, damn it, we have to fight those apes again just to save those Terry bastards? Can't we just go now? The other man shot back, you idiot, we have to get our money first. Faye looked at them and spoke up. We're mercenaries, not avenging angels. The mission is what matters most. Focus on the job before you even think about the Tari. Tanya smiled with a wink. Exactly. We're the Fawn Guild, after all. We're nothing like those selfish, cunning cowards from the Thai Guild. Faye took the lead, shouting, all right, let's move out. Protect the client and the cargo. Meanwhile, the Terry Guild was in a desperate struggle against the demonic apes. Bao screamed in a panic. On your right, middle of the line. With a savage look, he brought his sword down, cursing under his breath. Damn it all. It's only been one day. Behind Bao, a massive demonic ape appeared, freezing him in place with sheer terror. Bao slowly turned, his mind racing in fear. One obstacle after another. I can't believe they chased us this relentlessly. Wasn't dealing with the fawn. The demonic ape licked its lips with a cruel smile, swinging a massive fist right where Bao stood. But just in time, Bao managed to dive out of the way. He grimaced, the pain shooting through him. I have to run. With that thought, he scrambled towards his comrades. Hey, Matt, he called out. Matt looked over, confused. What is it, Bao? Bao's face was a mask of desperation. We're all going to die at this rate. We might be able to take down the small ones, but we stand no chance against the leader. Look at its power. I'm betting the Fawn Guild is already wiped out. Matt hesitated for a moment. So, Bao's voice turned venomous. Yeah, if we run right now, every witness will be gone. Our reputation will be safe, Matt. Hearing this, Matt broke into a twisted smile. That's a brilliant idea. He then roared to the others. Everyone, scatter immediately. The rest of the Tari Guild turned in shock, yelling in confusion. What? What are you talking about, Matt? What do you mean, scatter? Without waiting for an answer, Matt and Bao bolted, abandoning their teammates to their fate. Inside the carriage, a pale-faced Mile cried out, Matt and his men. Someone called out for Lord Mile. The carriage shook violently as Mile trembled in terror. Oh, dear heavens, I made the wrong call. The moment I put my trust in the Tari Guild, everything went wrong. I should have known this would happen. Not after we abandoned the Fawn Guild. Suddenly, the carriage roof shattered, wood raining down on them. The demonic ape leered cruelly as it approached the people inside. It reached its massive hand towards Mile. Mile sobbed in terror, thinking, this is the end for me. He stammered, everyone's dead. We're all going to die. Just as the ape lifted a man to its gaping mouth, Hermit appeared. Hey, put him down. With incredible power, Hermit unleashed a storm of ferocious attacks against the demonic beast. His blade moved like lightning, striking the ape and creating a blinding flash of light. The beast roared in fury and soared into the sky, its terrifying aura pressing down on him. Hermit snarled, his voice filled with rage. I said, let him go. The ape still clutched the man tightly in its fist. With a final roar of defiance, the monster carelessly tossed the man aside. But Hermit moved like a blur, catching the man before he hit the ground. Hermit's face was grim as he remembered their earlier conversation. Faye had called to him, Hermit, maybe you should go on ahead and check the situation. I'm a little worried. It would be one thing if the Thai Guild regrouped. But if they betrayed us once, they'll do it again. Hermit had answered without a change in expression. Understood, he thought to himself. Faye was right. If we had been any later, the merchant would be dead. Standing atop a carriage, Hermit declared, my energy has returned. All that's left is to fight. In that case, I'll give it my all, you monster. He lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion striking the demonic ape. The beast shrieked in agony, letting out a deafening roar. Smaller demonic beasts swarmed towards him. With an ice-cold glare, Hermit met their charge, his blade a whirlwind of death. He cut them down, sending limbs flying in every direction. The ape leader howled in pain and fury. Hermit thought grimly, "This is the strongest beast I've ever faced outside the forest, but I can still win this. I just can't let my guard down." A surge of power extended from Hermit's sword, making the blade longer. The demonic ape and Hermit stared each other down. With blinding speed, Hermit unleashed another flurry of strikes, shattering the leader's fangs one by one. Hermit's eyes were merciless as he moved in for the kill. The demonic ape screamed in agony as blood erupted from its wounds. Hermit staggered back in shock, his eyes wide. This power. The demonic energy was swelling beyond belief. It was absorbing all the ambient mana, growing stronger with every passing second. The mercenary squad is almost here, he thought. If they jump in to help, they'll be in grave danger. I have to end this, and I have to end it now. The demonic ape, glowing with an eerie blue light, let out a piercing roar. Ignoring its shriek, Hermit launched himself into the air, bringing his weapon down in a powerful arc. But the demon ape was no pushover. It countered his attack instantly. Hermit dodged with lightning-fast reflexes, but it was no use. For every strike Hermit delivered, the demonic ape parried it perfectly. This isn't working, he realized. Normal strength is useless. I'll just have— With a surge of fury, Hermit gripped his sword. The demonic ape, sensing the shift, charged straight for him. Hermit unleashed a devastating sword strike, aiming directly for the beast. It has to be faster, he thought, putting more force into the blow. Hermit leaped backwards, his mind racing. Its claws have changed, too. If I don't kill it in one clean shot, this is going to get messy. The demonic ape roared in pain. Dashing back to create distance, Hermit cursed. I'm out of spare gear. I'll have to go into town to buy more after this. The demonic ape, enraged, unleashed its ultimate technique, creating a massive pillar of light that shot into the sky. The third eye in the center of its forehead snapped open. Hermit watched calmly as blue, crack-like veins spread across the demon ape's face. In the end, it's just like any other demonic beast, Hermit said with cold detachment. The creature then leaped high into the air, hurtling towards him. Hermit glanced up. That technique. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. The demonic ape slammed its arms together, preparing a devastating attack. A small smile touched Hermit's lips as he recognized the attack pattern. It's just like Naho's. He tightened his grip on his sword, his expression turning deadly serious. Even the demonic ape swung its arms down as Hermit swung his sword up, and the two forces collided in a terrifying explosion. At that very moment, the face mercenary squad arrived, desperately searching for Hermit. Pin was overcome with anxiety and fear, her heart pounding at the thought of what she might find. The scene before them was horrifying. The bodies of every single enemy soldier had been turned to solid gold. Fai's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that Hermit had single-handedly annihilated the entire enemy force. When he asked, Hermit simply nodded, confirming it was his doing. This led Fai to suspect the real reason they were killed so quickly was because their formation had been thrown into chaos. It was as if they couldn't even put up a fight. It meant their leader had been killed, causing them to fall apart so easily. But Tanya had a different theory. She figured they were just mindless demonic beasts that move as a pack. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, "We have a survivor over here." It was Mile. Fai looked at the man with a weary sigh. Talk about dumb luck. The only one left alive is our client. It was time to get out of this cursed den of demonic beasts for good. Still, we should check to see if anyone else made it. After receiving aid, Miles slowly opened his eyes, believing he had passed on to the next world. But then he heard Fai's voice, and he began to tremble, stammering out an apology. He confessed he shouldn't have abandoned the mercenary group, blaming his cowardice on the threats made by Bao. Hearing this, Fai's voice grew hard. I'm a little glad, since it means I can apologize to you after you've turned to gold. But Mile didn't understand. Suddenly, Fai's tone became stern. Get up. You haven't been turned to gold. Mile, confused, insisted that it was impossible for him to still be alive. That demonic beast, what happened to it? Fai replied bluntly, it's been dealt with. You can forget about being turned to gold. Hermit was listening from a distance, curious about Fai's actions. Was he trying to keep a secret, or did he have some other motive? Meanwhile, a grateful Mile knelt to give his thanks. But as soon as he looked up, Fai immediately brought up the matter of financial compensation. Miles' heart sank as reality came crashing down. In his hands was a contract. Miles' eyes bulged when he saw the number. A profit share of 80%. Fai explained calmly. We're only asking for 80% because you've already suffered significant losses. You should be grateful for that number, considering what happened during this mission. Not only were we betrayed, but we also saved your life. Hermit stood nearby, listening to the whole exchange. Mile tried to negotiate down to 70%. He argued it would be more appropriate when considering compensation for the fallen, but Phi was unmoved. That's your problem. If you don't like our terms, feel free to walk away. Of course, we're holding on to all of your merchandise. Good luck. Hearing that, Mile was paralyzed with fear. In the end, he had no choice but to agree, since the face mercenaries had all of his goods. Phi took the opportunity to ask about the contents of the cargo and the real reason they had faced such overwhelming danger. But Mile was hesitant to reveal the information, fearing that if the news got out, it would be the end of the Bhutan Merchant Guild. Phi replied with a calm confidence, "We are the face mercenaries. You don't need to worry about leaks." Still, Mile was doubtful, unable to truly place his trust in them. "Your mercenary group will be in danger too. Do you really want to know the truth, even knowing the risks?" Phi just stared at him. "If you knew we were walking into this much trouble, shouldn't you have told us from the start?" Mile was silent for a long moment before letting out a heavy sigh. He figured that even if he had told them, it wouldn't have changed anything.
"The client we were supposed to meet is a mage named Ao."
At the mention of that name, everyone gasped in shock. "You mean the Archmage Ao?" Miles' expression grew serious. It was just as he thought. Phi had seen this coming all along. He was the one who hired merchants and mercenaries to traverse the dreaded demon beast forest. I suppose asking the noble swordsman families was out of the question, but Mile revealed a critical truth. The origin of our cargo is a place strictly forbidden to mages. It comes from the Loom Temple, a place that once sealed away an overwhelming power. That temple has a dark history of using its divine authority to control mages and the kingdom itself, leading to untold tragedies. While the temple was distracted by its own conflicts, a certain mage acquired an artifact, hoping to study it and find a way to resist them. If the temple discovered the Bhutan merchants transported that artifact, our entire caravan would be annihilated. And not just us, anyone connected to this mission would be hunted down. Especially under the temple's influence, escape would be impossible. None of us wanted to take this job initially, but the mage, Atto, once saved our merchant leader's life. We were bound by a debt we couldn't refuse. Hearing this, Hermit asked with curiosity, "This mage, Atto, is he really that famous?" "He is. A few years ago, the kingdom's holy barrier was nearly shattered. The news sent a shockwave through Hermit. The barrier was the only thing stopping demon beasts from flooding the city, but maintaining it required an immense amount of magical energy, constantly draining the kingdom's mages. The temple controlled nearly every mage for its own ends. Because of that, the holy barrier was thought to be impenetrable. You'd never see a demon beast roaming the city streets. But when that mage's actions caused the barrier to collapse, chaos reigned for a long, long time. Of course, the temple covered the whole thing up. Hermit thought to himself, Atto was powerful enough to shatter the temple's barrier. The same temple that couldn't extract the seed of darkness from his body. Perhaps that's why they sent him to this forest. If their divine power failed, maybe raw magic was the answer. The dark mage he'd encountered before wasn't this powerful. Hermit desperately hoped this one would be different. As dusk fell, the mercenaries finally emerged from the demon beast forest. They made camp for the night, planning to meet the mage Atto at dawn. Lost in his thoughts, Hermit was approached by Phi, who suggested they have a private word. Hermit nodded in agreement. Then, Phi suddenly presented him with something, leaving Hermit completely bewildered. Phi quickly explained it was a restorative given to exhausted swordsmen. Hearing that, Hermit didn't hesitate for a second and immediately ate it. Instantly, its power surged through him. A warmth spread throughout Hermit's body. A satisfied smile crept across Phi's face. Hermit had to admit the effect was incredible, but he was confused why Phi would give it to him. It was a gesture of thanks for protecting the mercenaries' honor. "Without you, we would have all been wiped out." But Phi still felt the debt to Hermit weighed heavily on him. Because of that, Phi promised he would aid Hermit whenever he needed it in the future. As they parted, Phi swore an oath on his honor as a mercenary. He was eternally grateful, and Hermit accepted his vow. "After all, we're comrades now," Hermit said, with trust in his eyes. Hearing those words, Phi let out a sigh of relief and nodded. "That's right, comrades." As dawn broke the next morning, the mercenaries set out once more. The air was thick with tension. Mile gazed forward, then announced to the group, "We've arrived." But looking at the map, Phi was confused. This is just a road, not a village. How is Atto supposed to receive a delivery in a place like this? Mile corrected him. "That's not it. We're delivering this to his actual home." Hearing this, Tanya gasped in surprise. "You mean this is Atto's sanctuary?" Mile didn't elaborate further. He simply said that instead of explaining, it would be faster to just show them. With that, Mile performed an incantation, inserting something magical into the base of a tree. Everyone watched, their jaws dropping in disbelief. "This is insane." Hermit watched intently, realizing what it was, a spatial gate. Phi had only heard rumors of such magic. Seeing one in reality was beyond his wildest imagination. So this was the power of a great mage. Hermit turned to Phi. How can you be sure? It could just be an illusion. But Phi shook his head. If it were an illusion, the temperature wouldn't be dropping this quickly. A change this drastic means we're traveling somewhere far away. Suddenly, Tanya shouted, "Look, there's someone over there." A tall, dignified figure stood waiting for them. They had finally reached their destination. He spoke, his voice calm. "Welcome, guests from the Bhutan Merchant Guild." After inspecting the cargo, he noted several rare items among the supplies and seemed quite pleased. However, his eyes then fell upon the worn-out survivors and the battle scars on the carriage. His expression changed. "Were there many casualties?" Mile replied with a respectful bow. "Yes, sir. Many were lost to a monstrous beast we faced on the road. Only a third of us remain." Hearing this, the man sighed. "You must have endured a great trial to make it here." He then sensed a powerful surge of mana from the cart. A demon beast, Mile immediately seized the opportunity. "If you're interested in purchasing it, we would be honored." He fell silent, lost in thought. Then, after a quick calculation, he decided to add the mission fee, raising the total to 150,000 M. The entire party was completely stunned. As the man smiled, telling Mile to unload the cargo and take the cart away, a single thought pierced Hermut's mind. This man is incredibly powerful. He was nothing like Ego. More than that, he was completely concealing his mana. So this is an archmage. Suddenly, the man turned, his gaze locking onto Hermit. "How interesting," he spoke. "A mage can always perceive the truth, my boy. And a mage of my caliber can see the truths hidden deep within." Hermit glared and denied it, which only made the archmage let out a delighted laugh. "Such a defiant child. Don't you wish to keep that a secret? I am a mage who has learned many of this world's mysteries, and I respect the fundamental truths that govern it. This space is now completely sealed off from the outside world. What you fear will never come to pass. I swear this on my name as the mage." Ow. Hermit was stunned by Ao's overwhelming magical presence, especially by the arcane chains wrapped around his body. Ao explained it was a mage's oath, a binding promise that, if broken, would strip him of all his magical power. "Now then, ask me what you wish to know, you curious boy." Hermit was thrown off balance. This was a turn of events he never could have predicted. But seizing the opportunity, there was indeed something he had to ask. Ao spoke first. "Does your question concern the seed of darkness buried deep within your heart?" Hermit immediately confirmed it, desperate to know if there was a way to get rid of it. Ao's face grew serious, and he concluded it was impossible. To explain, the seed of darkness is inextricably linked to your very life force. That seed holds demonic power, taking root in infants who are fated to die in the womb. It is the very reason they are born at all, and they are bound to be its host for their entire life. Therefore, that seed of darkness is no different from your own heart. If you remove it, you will die. Hearing this, Hermot's hope shattered. He thought an archmage like Ao would have the answer, but Ao quickly clarified, "I am a mage, not a god, and this is the first time I've ever encountered a human who." Hermit hummed on his every word. The seed of darkness constantly craves magical energy from its host. The more you resist using its power, the more it will devour your mind, driving you to commit heinous acts unconsciously. You'll either be driven mad by the mental strain or be fully consumed by its power, becoming no different than a demonic beast. And yet, you are different. Theoretically, one could suppress the seed with a different power, but that power could only come from mana or swordsmanship. Both paths demand extraordinary talent and immense dedication over time, but a starved seed will assault the mind far more quickly than that. Yet somehow, you trained your swordsmanship while absorbing just enough magic to keep the seed from rampaging, all without being detected by the temple. Regardless of how you did it, it's fascinating. Hermit wasn't surprised by this. Ao hadn't even considered that he'd come from the primordial forest. Ao added that even the priests of Loom would struggle to find any trace of the seed, not unless they examined your body with extreme care. Even I, an archmage, only noticed it because it reacted to the dense concentration of mana in this place. Had I not been paying close attention, I would have missed it entirely. Hermit realized he had to avoid places with dense mana at all costs. Ao confirmed that Hermit's future would not be a bright one, but he would grow ever stronger, becoming a truly powerful being. If you can evade the temple's grasp until then, you might just be fine. But just like all others who possessed a seed of darkness and became great criminals or demonic beasts, the seed will eventually consume you. Your sword will bring ruin to this world, and your hands will claim countless lives. That is the shared destiny for all who possess the seed of darkness. But Hermit shot back, defiant. "That won't happen, because I am human." Ao erupted in laughter. "Yes, you are right. For humans are creatures who defy destiny, and they are the only ones who can change it. It's been a long time since I've been this intrigued. I shall be watching you." Curious boy, if you cannot overcome your fate, I may have to stop you myself. But who knows? If you reach a state far beyond this, perhaps even the darkness itself will bend to your will. After his encounter with the Archmage Ao, Phi approached Hermit with a pouch of coins. This is 3/4 of the reward money. It's your share. Phi seemed apologetic, wishing he could give him more, but the other members had also given their all and deserved their reward. With that, Phi turned back to the carriage to retrieve something. He asked Hermit if it belonged to him, as they still hadn't found its owner. Hermit never imagined he would see it again, the very item he carried out of the primordial forest. He took it, expressing his sincere gratitude to Phi. The man humbly insisted it was the natural thing to do and not worth mentioning. Phi once again thanked Hermit for aiding the mercenary group and wished him a safe journey ahead. Suddenly, Pin's voice rang out, calling for Hermit. He announced that the mission was officially complete. He excitedly invited Hermit to the Mercenary Guild headquarters, insisting there were tons of amazing things to see there. But Hermit bluntly rejected Pin's offer, leaving the young man completely stunned as he desperately tried to change his mind. However, Tanya stepped in. He informed Hermit that his guild certificate was still valid, and his rank had been promoted to the 3rd class. Hearing this, Hermit seemed satisfied, thinking that was more than enough. But then, Tanya spoke again, his words carrying a hidden meaning. It seems you have something important to do. Something even more important than your memories. Isn't that right? Hermit gave no reaction, staring at Tanya in silence. Sensing the awkward tension in the air, Tanya quickly retracted his statement. He changed the subject, simply telling Hermit to take care of himself. Hermit nodded, thanking him for everything. The other mercenaries cheerfully wished him a safe journey, promising to meet again. Pin, however, was devastated. He begged Hermit to promise he would visit. Hermit comforted him by praising his excellent cooking. Suddenly, Pin's voice lowered as he called out to Hermit. If you ever need the Mercenary Guild, just stop by any time. We will always welcome you. Hermit accepted the heartfelt gesture and continued on his way. But in that moment, Hermit felt a sharp pang in his heart. The same ache he felt when Deianne had to leave him. It was the same when he left Laga. If he remained a mercenary, he'd have no choice but to face demonic beasts, and each time, the Seed of Darkness would absorb their magical energy. He never imagined it would sprout so easily, even in that forest. If that seed swallows me whole, it will all be over. Of course, being a mercenary wasn't always about fighting demonic beasts, but whether he could stop its growth remained a terrifying question. If that was the case, there was only one path. After careful consideration, Hermit resolved to become overwhelmingly strong. He needed to reach a level of power that the Seed of Darkness could never hope to control. Meanwhile, a secret conversation was taking place between Bao and another shadowy figure. The man suggested they rebuild Tari, encouraging Bao to be optimistic. With the entire Face Mercenary Guild wiped out, they now had a huge advantage in the mercenary world. What happened with CP was unfortunate, sure, but the rest were nobodies. This was their chance to recruit some new blood. But as he was speaking, his eyes widened in shock, and he suddenly cried out Bao's name. In that same instant, Bao realized the horrifying truth: they had survived. As Bao panicked, the man ordered him to hide first. Pan overheard their voices and immediately looked over, but saw no one. He hesitated, certain that he had just heard a very familiar voice. The man hiding with Bao was both terrified and stunned. If they had been discovered, they would have been finished. He urged Bao to lay low for a while, to gather more information about the mercenaries and wait for the right opportunity. But Bao refused. We should have been the ones to kill the Face Mercenary Guild with our own hands. The man looked to the sky and sighed. It's only a matter of time before our actions are reported to the main guild. So this is how our mercenary days end. A second-class mercenary, struggling just to survive. Bao snarled, insisting they were still second class. He then told the man to follow him, leaving his companion utterly confused. Without hesitation, Bao decided on their next move. He proposed they turn to thievery to survive. Elsewhere, in a small tavern, a drunkard was boasting about his exploits, letting out a loud, triumphant laugh. Hermit was there, too. He sat alone, lost in his thoughts. He couldn't stay with the mercenary guild, not with the Seed of Darkness inside him, but he was determined to find clues about the necklace from the primordial forest. Hermit planned to explore the villages first, but realized wandering the world aimlessly was pointless. A mere 3-day journey had shown him just how vast the world truly was. He understood now that he wouldn't always meet good people, like the members of the Face Mercenary Guild. He remembered the large sum of money Face had given him, far more than he ever got from Deianne. Suddenly, he discovered a letter tucked inside. He wondered if it was from Face or perhaps Deianne. The letter Hermit held was Deianne's final testament. The letter read, "If you are reading this, then it must mean my life has come to an end. It also means that you have successfully escaped the primordial forest. You must be having trouble adjusting to the outside world. After all, the way you've lived until now is completely different from everyone else. Deianne assured him that none of it was his fault, so Hermit shouldn't feel any guilt at his grave. Then, Deianne got straight to the point. He wrote that if Hermit was lost without a clear purpose, he should go to a place called Badon. There, he would find the Gheta Academy, where he would meet others his own age. Deianne's final wish was for Hermit to learn what it means to be a person, to learn all the things he never had the chance to teach him. It was a place where commoners and nobles studied together as equals. No one there would try to dig into Hermit's past, nor would they care where he came from. However, Deianne warned that Hermit wouldn't be able to enroll on his own. He instructed Hermit to find a man by the name of Ethan, show him the sword Deianne entrusted to you, and he will instantly recognize you as his master's disciple. Deianne explained that he and Yi Xin once swore a solemn oath, and because of that vow, Yi Xin is bound to help you. The letter closed with a final, gentle warning for Hermit. The human world could be a far more dangerous and frightening place than he could imagine. It was not a realm where sheer power could solve every problem. But because Hermit had conquered every brutal trial his master set before him, Deianne had faith he would overcome. As he read these final words, Hermit noticed his master's handwriting had grown weak and unsteady. He hadn't even possessed the strength to write anything more. Hermit carefully folded the letter, his next destination now crystal clear, and felt a wave of gratitude for his master guiding his path. A few seconds later, the server brought the 2 plates of food that Hermit had ordered. Before he could even take a single bite, the server requested payment. A total of 15 M. The price made him realize this meal was no small luxury. Hermit then produced a single, worn-out coin and handed it to the stunned server. Furthermore, Hermit stated his intent to stay the night, and that this single coin would cover all expenses. Nearby, a drunken lout overheard their exchange and began to watch him with greedy eyes. While Hermit was still contemplating the 90,000 M he had earned from his last mission, the drunkard staggered over. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Well, look at Mr. Moneybags here." In response, Hermit just gave him a look of pure indifference. As more lowlifes began to creep toward his table, the drunkard felt emboldened by his new audience. "You look like you've got plenty of cash. Lend me some for another drink. I think 20,000 M is a fair price." Hermit's only answer was a cold, silent shake of his head. The drunkard's blood began to boil, and he violently swept the meal. Hermit had been so eager to eat right off the table. Without warning, the drunkard lunged, kicking off the fight, but to his shock, Hermit caught his punch effortlessly with a single hand. The overwhelming gap in their strength gave him pause. How could a mere kid be this powerful? A thug from behind saw an opening and charged, only adding more fuel to the fire. But our Hermit easily sidestepped the attack, countering with a fist straight to the man's jaw that sent him flying. When they demanded to know who he was, Hermit kicked the entire table into the drunkard's face and replied, "A mercenary." Beaten to a pulp, the trash-talking gangsters could only scramble away with their faces covered in blood. "Just you wait. We'll make you regret not listening to us. Let's go. I can't drink in a dump like this anyway." The drunkard hurled one last threat at Hermit, warning him to watch his back at night, because sooner or later, he'd get jumped by their entire crew. After the dust settled, Hermit let out a weary sigh. "I guess you find people like Caleb, no matter where you go." At that moment, the server cried out in terror. He urged Hermit to leave town at once after the thugs had declared war in the name of the Black Eagles. As he spoke, the color completely drained from the server's face. They're a ruthless gang that rules the underworld. Every one of them has a criminal record, and they'll kill anyone without hesitation if the price is right. If Hermit didn't flee town immediately, disaster was certain. But an idea sparked in his mind. Instead of running, he would wipe them all out. What's more, Hermit began to meticulously plan their next encounter. The server pleaded, "Sir, you don't have time to stay here like this. I'll even refund your fee for the room, so please, you have to run." "So, they'll be coming back for me?" "Of course they will." Hermit gave a simple order. "When they return, tell them to find me in the forest out back." And with that, he departed, leaving the server filled with dread. That night, the thugs from the bar gathered in a dark clearing. "Are you really going to do this?" "Of course. You saw how brazenly that brat disrespected us. In this business, honor is life itself." His accomplice seemed hesitant, remembering Hermit's incredible power, which only angered the drunken leader. "What are you scared of losing face? You're useless." Suddenly, their informant burst in with some breaking news. He'd gotten Hermit's location from the server. Apparently, the kid was no longer at the inn, but had fled to the forest behind the town. They all laughed, convinced Hermit had run away with his tail between his legs. The drunkard's confidence began to swell. "That little punk chose the wrong place to hide. We know that forest like the back of our hands. He must have left a trail. Let's go kill him." One by one, they donned black outfits and menacing masks, all to hunt down a single kid who had yet to truly experience the world. "We're going to carve a lesson into his soul. that the darkness of the Black Eagle is more terrifying than anything else on this earth. Deep inside the forest, a campfire crackled beside his sleeping bag Hermit had prepared. He sat perched on a high branch, lost in thought. During his time in the Mercenary Corps, Hermit learned that many people in this world behave just like demonic beasts. On the other hand, there were people who would willingly risk their own lives to protect each other. Clearly, humans were far more complex than he'd ever imagined. Suddenly, the sound of a tripwire alarm he'd set echoed through the trees. He was instantly on high alert. The members of the Black Eagle heard a rustling in the branches above. They froze, only to look up in horror and see that Hermit had been waiting for them all along. Hermit's voice cut through the silence. "You ambushed me with weapons drawn. So there's no reason I can't kill you, is there?" After finishing off the Black Eagle crew, a bitter disappointment washed over Hermit. They were pathetic, nothing compared to the thrill of fighting Tanya. On the road back, a thought struck him. Tanya. She's actually incredibly strong for a normal person. To find out for sure, I need to fight more people. I have to keep moving before sunrise, but first, back to the inn for some rest. Suddenly, a sharp pain lands through his chest again. This time, it was so agonizing that Hermit collapsed against a tree just to stay conscious. "Why is the seed acting up now?" he gasped. "I thought I just had to avoid demonic energy. This never happened when I killed monsters." Questions swarmed his mind, but none had answers. He could only recall the one difference between then and now. This time, he had killed humans, not beasts. A horrifying realization dawned on Hermit. Killing people makes the seed of darkness grow. The situation had just become critical. If Hermit didn't get out of there, and fast, news that he wiped out a Black Eagle squad would spread like wildfire, and that would bring countless new threats to his doorstep. Hermit cursed himself. How stupid, thinking I could fight humans. If I can't kill them, I have to avoid them at all costs. Forcing himself to move, Hermit focused on his main objective, Balloon. At that very moment, back at the Black Eagle Guild, a lone survivor staggered in with a report. "I see. So they're all dead?" A voice inquired. "Yes. If we pursue them now, we might pinpoint their exact location." The mysterious figure agreed instantly. He had no intention of letting this slide. "Proceed with the plan." Understood. This shadowy figure was Anton, one of the powerful executives in charge of the Black Eagle Guild. A knock came from outside the room, followed by the sound of footsteps. Anton immediately recognized them as the two rank 2 mercenaries sent to him. He had only been expecting one. Anton put on a friendly face. "I never expected you all to want to join us, especially when skilled people are so hard to find. We're grateful for the opportunity. But this old fox planned to use this juicy bait for his own schemes," he told them. "However, we're facing a little trouble right now. To join, you'll have to meet a certain condition." One of the two mercenaries' expressions soured. Anton quickly smoothed things over with a shady explanation. "We're a bit different from other mercenary organizations. As you know, we handle a lot of illegal work here. It would be troublesome if you did a sloppy job because of some misplaced sense of morality or justice. Therefore, I need you to prove your skills. And as it happens, I have the perfect job for the two of you." Unbelievably, the mercenary was convinced by Anton's words. He replied, "I understand. So besides our skills, we also have to be a good fit for Black Eagle. Is that it?" "Precisely." Anton produced a small piece of paper. Their mission. It shouldn't be too difficult for two rank 2 mercenaries. He recounted the events of the previous night between the 5 guild members and Hermit, but twisted the truth into a story of them vanishing in the deep forest. The old man claimed his 5 members were killed by a single strike, with no trace of a weapon. The mercenary questioned him, 5 against 1? "Do you have any description of the culprit?" Anton described him flawlessly. He has black hair and black eyes, and he's about 15 years old at most. His skills are at least rank 3 level. Do you just need us to kill him? Of course, after you finish the job and join Black Eagle, you'll receive much more difficult assignments. You'll also receive far better treatment than you did at your old organization. The two mercenaries quickly agreed to Anton's deal, narrowing down Hermit's current location to Peaceful Village, not far from the deep forest. As for Hermit, he stopped by a large guild hall to lay low, with no intention of taking another mission. But if he wanted to leave without attracting attention, this was the only way. With his mind made up, Hermit approached the receptionist at the counter. "Welcome. This is the Mercenary Guild. What can I do for you, kid?" Hermit handed his license to the clerk and said he was looking for a job.
"You're from the Face Mercenary Guild? You look so young. And you're already rank 3? Is something wrong?"
No. I'm just surprised. We don't get many rank 3 mercenaries this young." "All right, so you need a mission?" Hermit told her he didn't care about the reward. He just needed a job that was on the route to Badun. The receptionist brought out a stack of requests, gushing with excitement. "Badun is a huge city. Tons of people want to go there. so we have plenty of escort and transport missions. In an instant, an escort mission was presented to Hermit. The summary was simple. He would escort a noble woman, and the reward was 800 M. But it came with a strange condition. The mercenary had to be the noble lady's type. Back on the same old street, Hermit stopped by a fashion shop for mercenaries. It turned out Hermit had received some harsh feedback from the receptionist. She had told him sternly that when negotiating with nobles, appearances are everything. You either had to be famous or have a look that leaves an impression. At the very least, you needed decent clothes. But as she said this, her expression brightened. At least Hermit's face wasn't bad. In fact, he already met half the requirements. The guild clerk insisted he couldn't go on a high-profile mission looking like that, urging him to buy a decent outfit from a roadside shop before starting. And that's how Hermit found himself here, greeted by a shopkeeper with a silver tongue who immediately launched into his sales pitch. Are you seeking the finest garments in all the land? My friend, you have come to the perfect place. The first item was presented with a flourish. How do you find this masterpiece? It's a combination of the most luxurious fabric and the most meticulous stitching, crafted by the master tailor Padden himself. I guarantee even a demon would look divine wearing it. Hermit was stunned into silence by the man's relentless chatter. Mistaking his silence for awe, the owner pressed on. What's more, this material is as light as a feather. Wearing it will feel like you're floating on the moon. Hermit was convinced. But when he asked about the price, the man's cheerful demeanor vanished, and he gravely stated the cost was 2,000 M. Hermit immediately hesitated. The mission's reward was only 800 M. He even considered abandoning this quest for another one. A short while later, Hermit returned to the guild hall dressed in splendid new clothes. The clerk gasped, gushing over his drastically improved appearance. Wow, looking closely, you're actually quite handsome. My name is Hermit, not handsome. His ice-cold reply left her flustered, and she could only stammer. I just meant you look cute, that's all. All right, fine. I've sent the information to you. You are now representing the Mercenary Guild. You must exceed every single one of their expectations. It's rare to find a mercenary who appeals to the tastes of the nobility. You are absolutely perfect. Just then, a butler pushed the door open and stepped inside. According to the clerk, he was from the prestigious Chejingen family. He was here to approve the mercenary chosen for the mission, who was none other than Hermit. Seeing Hermit, the butler immediately strode forward to inspect him. I was told he was young, tall, and carried himself with decorum. The butler nodded, pleased that Hermit met his expectations. He quickly passed the initial screening and was invited to the palace. Hermit shot a confused look at the clerk, who simply waved as if congratulating him for clearing the first hurdle. The realization dawned on him, and Hermit gave a slight bow before departing the guild hall. But lurking in the shadows, a mysterious figure had been watching Hermit for half the day. Having gathered the intel he needed, the spy vanished without a trace. The butler introduced himself as Gutan, an aide to the Chejingen family. To test him, Gutan asked if Hermit had ever heard of their family's reputation. Learning that Hermit had never heard of them, the old man warned, "It is better that you do not know. All you need to understand is that the Marquis is a man of incredibly high status. Your job is to act with the utmost caution. Have you ever undertaken an escort mission before? I have escorted transport caravans. An escort mission is much the same, except this time your charge is a person, not an object. If you feel overwhelmed, simply follow the orders given by the knights. Complete the mission successfully, and you will receive a bonus." Hermit just nodded, a response which seemed to satisfy Gutan. A man of few words. I see. Excellent. A few minutes later, they arrived before the palace gates. Gutan was still praising him, remarking that humility is a necessary trait for a good escort. They then stepped into the grand main hall. Hermit was taken aback, having never seen such opulence before. This is the hotel where the Marquis is temporarily staying. As Gutan continued, a single thought echoed in Hermit's mind. So this is how the truly powerful live. A towering knight approached to greet them. After a curt hello, he sneered. Is this the mercenary? He looks awfully young. Gutan affirmed. I vetted him thoroughly myself. There is no mistake. If he has any shortcomings, I trust you, knights can instruct him accordingly. The man grunted and introduced himself as Kik. Gutan asked Kik for the lady's location and learned she was having breakfast in the restaurant. And so, the three of them went to find Lady Chejingen. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, two noble women were dining, attended by their maids. One ate in quiet dignity, while the other never stopped talking. Are you worried for me, my lady? Oh, you are far too kind, Lady Addie. The food at this hotel simply does not suit my palate. My personal chef is a true artist. It would be wonderful if you could visit my villa sometime. Gutan's arrival caused Chenia's face to darken. Gutan, what are you doing here? This is the newly hired mercenary, my lady. She didn't even bother to look at him. Chenia waved a dismissive hand at Gutan and immediately turned back to flatter Lady Addie. Unfortunately, Addie declined, saying they had to depart soon and she needed to prepare. Tanya looked disappointed, but Addie left the table regardless. As she swept past Hermit, their eyes met for a fleeting second. Hermit felt a strange pull, but he remained silent to avoid causing trouble in this luxurious place. Still, he continued to watch Addie with a suspicious gaze. He was absolutely certain his instincts were not mistaken. He just couldn't pinpoint what he was suspicious about yet. But something about this Addie was incredibly strange. With her friend gone, Tanya shot to her feet and demanded Guden escort her to her room. "I am already missing my dear Addie and can't wait to see her again." Hermit was left wondering if this person named Addie was some kind of soldier. Gilton finally answered his question. Lady Tanya's guest was a prominent figure at the Gheta Academy in Baden. It was a chance encounter. Addie had just been passing by Gone when Tanya recognized her and immediately extended an invitation. Hermit's curiosity was piqued. "The lady is also going to the academy?" Gilton confirmed it, explaining she was there for the entrance exam now that she was 14 years old. It was a surprising twist of fate, as Gheta Academy had been Hermit's goal all along. Gilton checked the time. In just 2 hours, Lady Tanya would depart. He barked orders to the servants, telling them to prepare for departure and fetch a horse from the stables. "Once you're ready," Gilton told Hermit, "meet us near the main carriage." Gilton had personal matters to attend to, telling Hermit to ask Zik for help if he needed anything. Hermit simply nodded, mounted on a magnificent white stallion. But in truth, taming this beast had been a brutal struggle. The horse had been wreaking havoc in the stables, since it was the only steed left. Hermit had no choice but to ride it. The horse was a show-off, always posturing whenever a stranger was near. It was nothing like the disciplined war horses from his mercenary days. Those animals were tame and far more obedient. But eventually, Hermit managed to break this little demon. As he rode towards Lady Tanya's carriage, he heard her excited voice call out Addie's name, asking her to ride in the carriage with her. Tanya's face lit up with undisguised joy at the sight of Addie. Addie approached, her face a cold mask under her hood. She swept past Hermit, and in that brief moment, he sensed a mysterious power radiating from her. Finally, his suspicions began to solidify. Addie was a mage. And so, Hermit joined Lady Tanya's escort, his mind racing. On the road, all his doubts about Addie started to connect. If she could use magic, it would explain the strange feeling he always got around her. Still, he couldn't figure out what kind of magic it was, or how she could cast a spell on herself. Hermit's curiosity about Addie's identity was overwhelming. He decided he would be watching her every move. Inside the carriage, Tanya was chatting animatedly with Addie. She was fascinated by Addie's reputation for being at the top of her magic class. Tanya, worried sick about her own entrance exam, hoped talking to Addie would calm her nerves. Addie replied coolly, "If you've prepared properly, you will succeed." Hearing those words from the person she admired gave the young lady a jolt of confidence. Her anxiety eased, but a flutter of nervousness remained. "We still have a long journey to the academy," Addie noted. "You should use this time to review your training materials." Faced with Addie's cold attitude, Tanya obediently agreed. "But I need a teacher," she hinted, hoping Addie would offer to tutor her. "The academy encourages self-study," Addie stated flatly. "You should get used to it." Tanya's eyes welled up with tears as she put on a pitiful act. "But that's only if I get in. If I fail the test. I don't know how I'll face my family." Tanya stared at Addie, her eyes glistening and her voice trembling, a performance that left Addie feeling cornered. Addie finally sighed, surrendering to the lady's tearful gaze. She agreed to help, "But I won't be the one to teach you," Addie clarified. "I'll recommend a suitable tutor, someone who specializes in the entrance exams." The young lady pouted, not wanting anyone else. She started whining, begging Addie to be her teacher, but Addie refused without a second thought. "The new semester is starting soon. I have my own preparations to make." Not wanting to be pressured further, Addie suggested Tanya get some rest. But the lady didn't want to rest. She only wanted to keep talking. Outside, Hermit was carefully maneuvering his horse closer to the carriage, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation, but he hesitated. It wasn't like Tanya had any deep secrets to uncover. Yet for some reason, the situation made him think of Pin. Elsewhere, in the shadows, a subordinate was reporting on Lady Tanya's convoy. "They accepted a minor quest and have been on the move for a few hours," the man reported. "And more importantly, they're guarded by several knights and a single mercenary." Anton gave a chilling command. "Eliminate the mercenary. Messing with royal knights would cause too much trouble." A man named Bo scoffed, annoyed that Anton had hired him just to take out one cell sword. Anton just chuckled. "I'm just being cautious. It's the Black Eagle's philosophy, after all. We must tear our enemies to shreds until there is nothing left of them. I only hope that everyone here shares my ambition," Anton added darkly. His words seemed to awaken a demon within Bo. He grinned, a predator who liked the sound of Anton's philosophy. Lady Chenya's group had stopped for the night at an inn. The lady complained about the rundown place, but it was their only option. The innkeeper warmly welcomed the unexpected guests who arrived in the middle of the night. At least they had a roof over their heads instead of camping outside. Deep in the nearby forest, Hermit was training, pushing himself to grow stronger. His training seemed to be going smoothly. His aura was much stronger than when he was in the primeval forest, but he could feel something, a blockage holding him back. Hermit's training had stagnated. Without a proper place to practice, his power level had hit a wall. Perhaps once he reached the Gheta Academy, he could finally focus on getting stronger. But even more important than that was his mission to find information on the mysterious Dark Seed. Suddenly, Hermit felt a suspicious gaze on him. He glanced up, but saw no one. Just a strange owl circling high above. But this was no ordinary bird. It was Addie's falcon, a vessel for her eagle-eye technique used to watch Hermit's every move. She was stunned by his sharp senses. He nearly detected her. If she watched any longer, he would surely pinpoint her location. From her observations, Addie could tell that the things Hermit did were not humanly possible. What a strange man. Addie's mind raced, trying to process the incredible feats she had just witnessed. She met plenty of skilled mercenaries, but a third-class merc as young as Hermit, that was almost unheard of. As Addie was lost in thought, the voice of Lady Chania echoed from outside her door. The obsessive young lady pounded on the door, repeatedly screaming Addie's name until the maids had to rush over and restrain her. Her father had given them strict orders. The lady had to be asleep by 9 o'clock, or she would age prematurely. Chenia struggled with all her might, but the maids dragged her back to her room. Addie, helpless against the annoyance, didn't say a word. If she let the lady in, she'd be trapped listening to her talk until dawn. The thought alone was excruciating. The next day, after traveling until noon, the group stopped for a break. They rested by a small lake, a common stop on the road to Deianne. Ket went to the water to wash his face and took a long drink. The water was cool and sweet, incredibly refreshing. The captain gave the order they would stop here and have lunch. Maids brought a feast of delicacies to the carriage for the lady and Addie. The knights could only watch with envy, eyeing Chinia's gourmet meal. Meanwhile, all they had were hard bread and dried meat, washed down with water to fight off their hunger. Outwardly, Hermit didn't complain, but inwardly, he was desperately missing Pin's cooking. He took a sip of water, but something felt wrong. He stared into his cup. The water had a strange aftertaste. Could it be poison? But everyone else who drank it seemed perfectly fine. Was he just imagining things? After serving Lady Chenia her lunch, Gilton felt a sudden wave of fatigue. He went to report to her before they were to depart, but when he looked inside the carriage, he found Chenia slumped over the table. Gilton cried out in alarm. Thankfully, she was just nodding off. Gilton breathed a sigh of relief, but then a wave of sickness washed over him. The others were feeling it too. He frantically looked around for Ket, but the knight was already paralyzed, collapsed on the ground. Dizziness consumed Gilton as his strength faded, and he fell to the earth with the rest. Everyone was unconscious, everyone except Hermit. He had sensed the danger in the water and hadn't touched a single drop, just as he expected. A group of figures emerged from the forest. Hermit sat perfectly still, waiting for his prey to approach. It was the band of mercenaries hired by Anton. Their mission, to eliminate the entire noble party. To avoid the severe crime of assassinating nobles, they chose a more subtle method: poison. Their plan was to leave no trace, but they were stunned to see one person completely unaffected, a lone mercenary. The leader, Bao, recognized Hermit instantly. They had crossed paths with his mercenary group before. In that moment, a chilling realization hit Bao. The man before him was the rumored prodigy who had destroyed the Black Hawk gang. Hermit also recognized Bao, a second-class mercenary from the Taj D Company, whose team was attacked by the Ape King. Hermit's group had lost his trail back then, so this is where he'd ended up, with the Black Hawks. Traitors. He spat. Hermit's scornful words sent a surge of pure fury through the mercenaries. Bao sneered at the kid. You should know your place before you run your mouth. Around them, Black Hawk assassins materialized from the shadows. Hermit was now the prey in the Black Hawk's hunt. Bao drew his sword, signaling the beginning of the slaughter. Facing this pack of rabid dogs, Hermit showed not a single trace of fear. But in truth, he was in a tight spot. They had him outnumbered. Fighting them all would be a struggle. Suddenly, a blast of power shot towards Bao. He managed to block it, but the attack stunned him. He was already dealing with Hermit. Now who was this new fool interfering? Hermit glanced towards the source of the attack. It was the power of a mage, and that mage was none other than Addie. Bao's face darkened. We paid a fortune for a poison that was supposed to put them all to sleep, and you're telling me one of them escaped? Because she's an insomniac. Hermit shot a skeptical glance at the mage who appeared behind him, who simply warned, "Stop staring at me and focus on the enemy in front of you." The idiot's numbers suddenly doubled, causing Bao to angrily press his sword to his accomplice's throat. "What is this?" the man stammered. "We didn't account for a mage being here." Before he could finish, Bao sent a swift kick to his throat. A pathetic excuse. "Forget it. I was a fool to expect anything from the Black Hawks. Now shut your mouth and clean up this mess when it's over, while I go have a little chat with that moron over there." Bao swung his blade in a vicious arc towards Hermit. Time to die. But to his shock, Hermit stood his ground, effortlessly parrying the attack. Just then, all of Bao's men revealed themselves. The black-bearded man smirked at the young mage. "If you stand perfectly still, I'll grant you a quick and painless death." The young mage gave him a cold stare and began weaving his magic. A mage who doesn't act is a dead mage. Elsewhere, the clash between Bao and Hermit echoed through the forest. Bao let out a wicked laugh. "How's it going over there? You talk big, but just look at the state you're in now." Hermit parried another blow, quickly retreating backward. 2 second-rate mercenaries and thieves. Taking them on alone would have been tough, but it seems I got lucky. He thought of the young mage who had appeared to help. For now, he just needed to focus on dealing with Bao, whose relentless assault gave him no room to breathe. Bao unleashed a powerful slash, sending a wave of sword energy at Hermit. Luckily, he sensed the attack just in time, dodging as it kicked up a cloud of dust. Seeing Hermit constantly evading made Bao's blood boil. "What's wrong with this cowardly rat? This is worse than I thought. What happened to all that arrogance you had earlier?" But his insults had no effect on Hermit. He calmly replied, "Don't worry. We're just getting started." It was then that Bao realized something was terribly wrong. Before he could speak, an immense pressure exploded from Hermit's body. "Thank you for leading me all the way out here." Bao's face flushed with anger. "What are you talking about? I'm the one who cornered you." But the purple magic surrounding Hermit only grew more intense. "Not at all. You were never worthy of being my opponent." That utter contempt sent Bao into a frenzy. "You bastard! A fourth-rate piece of trash like you dares say that to me, a second-rate warrior." Bao gripped his sword and charged forward. Yet, Hermit dodged the attack with a simple lean. He then launched himself into the air, appearing behind Bao in an instant. A razor-sharp blade, crackling with dense magical energy, sliced down toward him. The speed and proximity were overwhelming. Bao had absolutely no chance to defend himself. He could only take the hit. Crushing power slammed him into the ground. Bao coughed up blood from the massive gash on his chest as Hermit landed gracefully after the powerful strike. Bao trembled in disbelief. "How? How can a brat like you wield this much mana?" Hermit delivered a sharp kick to Bao's mouth. "That's none of your business. Take your men and get lost. Quietly, I'll let you live this once." As he turned to leave, Bao let out a loud laugh. "Are you forcing me to beg for my life? You might as well just kill me. Death before dishonor." Hermit glanced back at him. "Dishonor? You are about to abandon your comrades to save yourself. Is that not dishonor? Is your worthless pride worth more than their lives? I see how it is." With that, Hermit turned and walked away, leaving Bao laughing like a madman on the forest floor. As he walked, Hermit worried, "I just hope that kid is okay." As if on cue, the young mage had already made short work of Bao's crew. They were all on the ground, gasping for breath. You monster. What in the world are you?" The mage formed an orb of magic, a highly complex spell circle glowing around him. "I already told you, I am a mage." The magic in his hand flared violently, causing the bandits to panic. All of their swords were ripped from their hands and pulled towards him, right before he unleashed his attack. "I don't care what your objective is, but if you dare to interfere with my work, things will end differently for you." The magic seemed to have a life of its own, powerfully piercing through a nearby bandit. Watching his men fall one by one, Blackbeard furiously gripped his spear. "You arrogant little brat," the young mage retorted, still trying to act tough at a time like this. He fired a single blast of magic at Blackbeard, felling him in one hit. The mage looked at the remaining bandits and declared, "You're all coming with me to the Black Pits." He conjured magical binding circles. "Stand still." Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining men descended into chaos. "Run, before this gets any worse. Those are capture spells." The mage calmly waved his hand. "And where exactly do you think you're running?" A magic circle swiftly ensnared one of the bandits. The rest couldn't escape their fate of being captured alive. Mages are truly the perfect class for capture missions. He effortlessly cast one binding circle after another, precisely trapping every bandit, whether near or far. The young mage sighed. "They sure can run fast." After surveying the now tidy scene, he mused, "I guess that means I took down their leader." However, when he looked toward where Blackbeard had fallen, he was gone. "He's gone." Hidden behind a massive boulder, Blackbeard gasped for air, clutching his bleeding wounds. How did it all go so wrong? Blackhawk was never supposed to target some random kid. And nobody said a word about a mage being here. Where did the plan fall apart? Just then, he heard footsteps approaching and quickly ducked deeper into the shadows. It was Hermit, casually strolling back to the carriage. How in the world did that bastard get away without a single scratch? And what about Bao? What happened to him? Could this kid have actually defeated Bao? Before Hermit could spot him, Blackbeard held his breath and silently slipped away. Hermit seemed to notice something but paid it no mind, a sign of his own hidden strength. This sent a chill of pure terror down Blackbeard's spine. Meanwhile, the young mage was surprised to see Hermit return. "Oh, so you're still alive?" The mage tossed him a rope and ordered, "Tie them up. We'll throw them in the prison at Baden. I don't want to waste any more mana on them." The name of the city sparked Hermit's interest. "Oh, prison?" Deianne said that's where people who do bad things go. So there was another option? I didn't have to just let them go. What a shame. Hermit now realized he could have captured Bao and Blackbeard himself. Suddenly, the young mage asked, "How did you stay awake?" Hermit paused, then made up an excuse. "I didn't drink from that stream." A warning shot of magic sizzled past Hermit's ear. The young mage glared at him. "You think I didn't see you?" But Hermit had his reasons, and he couldn't reveal them. He deflected. "What about you? How come you're not asleep?" "I know for a fact I saw you drink the water." The young mage explained simply, "I'm a mage. I can purify it." Hermit nodded slowly. "So it was the magic surrounding you." The mage looked stunned. "How can you see that?" While tying up the last of the bandits, Hermit replied, "I'm not really sure, but I can feel it." The mage pressed on. "Then why did you pretend not to notice?" He answered bluntly, "Because I'm not curious, and you were trying to hide it, so I knew it wasn't my business." The young mage pouted, thinking to himself, "Hermit, what a troublesome bastard." Looking at the captured thieves, Gheta let out a long sigh. "We narrowly avoided a disaster." He looked at the young mage with sincere gratitude. "Sir, we are forever in your debt. How could we possibly repay you for this kindness?" But the boy just waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing. I just did what any fellow traveler should. There's no need for any reward. Besides," he said, pointing to Hermit, "that mercenary helped me out as well. I'm not sure how, but the sleeping potion didn't seem to affect him either." Faced with this suspicion, Hermit remained firm. "That stuff just doesn't work on me." Gheta stroked his chin. "I've heard tales of a few people with such incredible immunity. Thank you very much. Since you are a mercenary, once we arrive in Baden, in addition to the payment we promised you." Before he could finish, Lady Chenia's shriek cut through the air. She rushed forward and grabbed the mage's hands, her eyes sparkling like hearts. "You appeared and saved me in my darkest hour. Isn't this destiny bringing us together? I, Chenia, wish to offer myself to you, to repay this debt at any cost." She blushed, blurting out her declaration, "Please, marry me." But Addie shattered her fantasy with ice-cold words. "What a pity. I already have a fiancée waiting for me back home. As soon as I graduate from the academy, I'm going to marry her." A guard slapped his own forehead in despair. "Oh, this is bad." Chenia's heartbroken sobs echoed throughout the entire forest. The guards tried to console her. "My lady, please don't cry in a place like this. We need to keep moving." Sometime later, just before sunset, Gheta wiped sweat from his brow. By traveling day and night without rest, we finally arrived safely. Before them stood a massive, bustling city gate. Hermit dismounted, taking in the sight of the dense crowds with awe. "So this is Baden." Before they parted ways, Gheta called out to Hermit, "Hey kid, thank you for all your hard work. I'll be sure to give you a glowing review at the Mercenary Guild." He then pulled out a heavy pouch of coins and pressed it into Hermit's hand. "This is 10,000 M. It's separate from your promised payment. Consider it a bonus, a token of our sincere gratitude." Hermit accepted the pouch and thanked him. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Addie. Hermit hesitated for a moment, then walked past the others, stopping right in front of the young mage. "Thank you," he said, "for helping me in more ways than one." And with that, their journey together came to an end, as they each went their separate ways. Hermit wondered to himself, should I head straight to the academy now? He quickly vanished into the bustling crowd. This is strange. This place is bigger than any village I've ever set foot in, and so much more crowded. Is this what people call a city? It's so big, it's hard to find anything. Hermit picked up his pace, forging ahead. So this is the Gheta Academy? Huh. Stepping onto the grounds, Hermit wondered where he could possibly find the man named Deianne Kudo. He scanned his surroundings and decided to head for the reception desk. The young woman behind it was so focused on her paperwork that his sudden appearance made her jump. "You gave me a heart attack. What brings you here?" Hermit said, "I'm looking for someone named Deianne Kudo." The girl repeated the name to confirm. "You mean Deianne Kudo, the master of swordsmanship?" He nodded. "That's right. I'm an acquaintance of his. Is it possible for me to see him?" The girl asked for his name, then led him down a narrow hallway. "This way," she said, pointing to a large door. She asked him to wait a moment, then began to weave a mysterious magic over the doorway. Hermut's eyes widened. So, this is a form of magic, too. The massive door before him slowly creaked open. Jane spoke of this man. I'm so curious to finally meet him. Once the door was open, the girl stopped outside and said, Please, go on in. Hermut stepped into the room. Before him stood a tall, imposing man with a powerful presence. I have never heard the name Hermut before. The man's voice was cold as he told him to get straight to the point. In his private office, Yuthan met with Hermit to discuss the matter concerning Aja. He wasn't as strong as Jane, but among all the swordsmen he'd met in the human world, this man had to be at the very top. If he were a mercenary, he'd undoubtedly be the #1 swordsman for hire. This fact only deepened Yuthan's own curiosity. He asked again, You said your name is Hermut, correct? Let me ask you one more time. What is your purpose for seeking me out? Hermit stood frozen for a moment before drawing his sword. Dan's eyes narrowed. What is the meaning of this action? He replied. He said that you would understand. This sword. Yuthan hesitated. He inspected the blade closely, his mind racing. Wait a minute. It didn't look like it was forged by a master smith, but upon closer inspection, the blade was incredibly solid, perfectly balanced, and unbelievably sharp. This could be considered one of the finest swords in existence, and it looks so familiar. Could it be? He recognized it as Jane's sword. Hermut said, It seems Sir Jane was right. Yuthan immediately rushed toward him, his voice trembling with emotion. Oh my God. You mean he's still alive? But confusion warred in his mind. He's dead. Hermut's voice was somber. He took his final breath just a few days ago. Yuthan's face darkened with sorrow. He covered his face, trying to process the news. I see. So that's what happened. He had been missing for over 20 years. I swore on my family's honor that I would repay him for saving my life. He looked Hermut up and down and asked, The fact that you're holding this sword, does that mean you are his final apprentice? Hermut confirmed that it was true. Yuthan's tone became stern, demanding to know the reason he was here. Hermut nervously stated his wish. I want to enroll in the Gheta Academy. Yuthan said calmly, All right. He nodded. I think I understand why he sent you to me. He probably wanted you to have a guardian. He then asked, How old are you now? But Hermut hesitated. I'm not really sure. This stunned the sword master. You don't know your own age? Hermut awkwardly counted on his fingers. 14. Or maybe 15. But Yuthan's thoughts toward the boy were far from kind. This brat, he's lived this long without even knowing how old he is. Yuthan said aloud, I see. Your aura and appearance don't match that of a 14-year-old student, so let's just say you're 15. Besides, you'll have to take the transfer student's placement test anyway. Hermit was confused. I have to take a test? He thought to himself. Does the apprentice of the Sword Saint really need to take an entrance exam for the swordsmanship department? Yuthan explained. If you reveal that you were the apprentice of Sword Saint Jane, you'd likely be accepted on the spot. That title alone is more than enough to prove your skill. Hermut looked down at the sword, thinking, Even now, Master, you're still helping me. From the moment we were in the primeval forest until right now, you've been watching over me. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Jane. The primeval forest? He replayed Yuthan's earlier words. He had been missing for over 20 years. What could have happened to him? Even an old acquaintance of Jane's had no idea where he was. There's no way Master Jane went to the primeval forest of his own free will. Hermut's mind raced with possibilities. Does that mean someone forced him to go there and then covered up the truth? If the person who banished Jane to the primeval forest discovers that his final apprentice is alive in the human world, I'll be dragged back there immediately. I'll never get the chance to destroy the root of darkness. Hermut stood there in stunned silence, lost in his thoughts. After a moment, he spoke. I can't do that. Yuthan was taken aback. And why not? The boy confided in him. I can't reveal the details of everything. If anyone finds out that I am Jane's apprentice, my life will be in grave danger. Yuthan exploded in frustration. What in the world? Who would dare try to kill the apprentice of Sir Jane? Hermut remained calm. When the time is right, I will tell you everything. Please, just be patient for a little while longer. Yuthan composed himself, stroking his beard as he accepted the boy's plea. He understood that both he and Sir Jane must have been in a difficult situation. But if you need my help, you must tell me. He entrusted you to my care, after all. Hermit nodded in agreement, and Yuthan's mood brightened. Let's go and prepare for your entrance exam. I will take care of all the necessary paperwork. You don't have to worry about a thing. First, we need to test your skill level. Follow me. He led the boy to his own personal training grounds. It was no accident that the legendary Sword Saint took you as his apprentice, but this test is to confirm your skills with my own eyes. He opened the training room door, gesturing to a hanging log. Go on, try and cut it. The moment he heard the command, Hamu's spirit flared. He swiftly drew his blade, but the old master suddenly spoke. Not with that sword. You will use this wooden one for the challenge. This log was white birch, a notoriously tough wood. He believed if the boy could even damage it at his age, it would be an incredible feat. But the boy showed no surprise at all. The master's eyes followed him intently. He could tell this kid was already accustomed to using a wooden sword. Just how powerful was he? Hamu unleashed a devastating strike, splitting the log in two and shocking Master Yi. The old man's eyes widened, absorbing every masterful move. After witnessing the test, Master Yi knew the boy possessed an overwhelming aura and extraordinary strength. At this rate, admission was practically guaranteed. He had to be Jane Zipper's disciple. Hamu asked, "Does this mean I can enroll?" The master nodded. "Correct. All that's left is the written exam." At that moment, Master Yi realized the boy's swordsmanship was on a level so high it was impossible to even gauge the limit of his talent. The boy asked blankly, "A written exam." Master Yi was now struggling with Hamu's test papers. He looked at the pile of papers with an average score of 4. He couldn't score this low even by guessing randomly. He sighed. The exam is in 10 days. This was a huge problem for Hamu as time was running out. Master Yi was blunt. "With these scores, you will never pass. Even if we got you a private tutor now, there isn't enough time." Hamu asked, "Why can't you just teach me?" Master Yi explained, "I can't. I'm a teacher at this academy. We are forbidden from tutoring any applicants. The consequences would be severe. Usually, academy students tutor other students. But with the exam so close, I'm sure all the good ones are already taken. This is bad." Hamu was incredibly worried. Master Yi wanted to find a brilliant tutor to help him, a famous mage from the academy. "I assume you mean he's exceptionally talented." Hamu then asked, "Do you know a student named Ali?" The master was taken aback. Of course he knew Ali. When he enrolled, he was top of his class with a perfect score, a first in the academy's history. But why do you ask? Hamu thought to himself, top of the class. That means he can definitely teach me. Besides, he's the only one I know here. I have no other choice. He spoke hesitantly, then I'll go ask that student myself. Master Yi was stunned. You're just going to go ask Ali for help like that? Hamu said with conviction. One thing's for sure. He's good enough to be my tutor. Hearing this, Master Yi was completely bewildered. But how on earth did he know Ali? The scene shifts to Hamu confronting Ali, who asks in surprise, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Showing up here out of the blue. Did we agree to meet again?" I don't recall making any such promise. Ali stormed out of his room, refusing to see Hamu. And tutor you, of all people. I despise idiots, especially muscle-headed swordsmen. Suddenly, he stopped. Wait a minute. I thought you were on a commission to Barden, but you came here for the academy? Seriously. I don't know what business a mercenary has here, but if you want to enroll, study on your own. I have no intention of tutoring you. Hamu pleaded. I just need to score enough to pass. They said you're a genius. Ali was firm. I don't want to, so I'm not going to help you. Have you not heard a word I've said? You should leave. Ali turned his back, adding arrogantly, I don't have time to waste talking to you. But Hamu tried one last time to persuade him. I never said I wanted you to teach me for free. I'll pay. That seemed to give Ali pause. In his mind, he thought, in this world, money makes everything happen. Ali turned. Money? You plan to buy my knowledge with cash? Go on then. How much does a mercenary like you even have? Hamu asked him to name his price. Ali replied, 10,000 marks. No IOUs. Paid in full. And if you're thinking you can pay in installments, forget about it. Hamu replied, fine, I'll get the money. We can start tomorrow. Ali was shocked by his decisive, unwavering response. What? Are you serious? Are you sure? That's a huge sum of money. I'm demanding 10,000 marks. Are you deaf? Hamu calculated in his head. The 90,000 marks I got from the Swift Mercenary Guild and the 10,000 from the escort mission. I have enough to pay. He had made his choice. There isn't much time, so we should start tomorrow. I'll meet you here again. Ali was completely dumbfounded. He added one last warning. If you don't have the full amount, I'm not tutoring you. Be here tomorrow morning. And don't try any funny business. Ali opened the door and ran into Deianne, leaving Hamu standing alone outside, thinking quietly. This should work out. Through the doorway, Xia watched Hermot's retreating figure. A curious thought crossed his mind. Ali, of all people, has a friend. The next day, Hermit arrived to meet Ali, just as promised. Ali shot him an arrogant look, thinking to himself, this fool. He actually showed up. He immediately asked for the money, and Hermit promptly handed over the cash. Here, exactly 10,000 marks. Ali lowered his voice. All right, if we're going to do this, we're doing it properly. But I told you before, I don't tutor anyone. If you fail, Don't come asking for a refund." Hermit replied with confidence. "Not a problem." Ali thought again. "I should have just refused him yesterday. My pride was the only reason I demanded such a high fee." He sighed and said, "Wait here. I'll be right back." He figured, whatever, this shouldn't require much effort. Hermit focused on the test, while Ali sat beside him, watching intently. Ali thought, "This crow, now that I'm seeing him up close, he's more of a problem than I realized." His learning ability is far beyond any other student in the Magic Division. Burning with curiosity, Ali finally asked, "Hey, did you really survive in the forest all on your own?" Though he asked casually, Ali's mind was racing. "Just as I thought. I noticed something was off during our last mission. But this mage is no ordinary person. I need to be more careful around him." Then, Hermit's cold voice cut in. "Why do you ask?" Ali stammered, I just noticed that your ability to concentrate is really good. Your memory is also incredible. And I can see how diligent you are." But suddenly, Ali slammed his hand on the table and roared, "So why don't you have a single shred of morality or common sense? Look at your ethics test score. It's a complete mess." Honestly, the thing that made Ali so furious was Hermit's ethics exam, where he got every single question wrong. Ali's blood pressure rose as he read one answer, which suggested using your father's authority to threaten someone. Ali asked in disbelief, "If someone started a fight with you, is this really how you would react?" Ali had no choice but to swallow his anger. He sighed and told Hermit, "Hurry up and finish your other subjects. We'll focus the rest of our time on this one. Listen up, 100,000 marks is a massive sum of money. You paid a fortune to be guided by the Academy's top student. That means I have to ensure you pass the entrance exam, no matter what. This isn't about the money. My reputation is on the line. You have to get into this academy by any means necessary. Understand?" After hearing this, Hermit was stunned, his face completely blank. He was so confused. Ali was a truly bizarre person, and so Ali patiently continued to explain things to Hermit. "Okay, let's say a poor student steals from you. In that case, what is the proper way to handle the situation?" Ali asked, looking exasperated. He explained several ethical solutions, leaving Hermit dumbfounded. He thought, an ethical solution? Does that mean I'm not allowed to fight them? He turned to Ali and said, "I get it now." A flash of surprise. "You do." Hermit said, "I'll just steal it back." Ali seethed silently, letting out another long sigh. "I am truly at a loss for words with you." Looking at Hermit's theory paper, he realized it was wrong. Hermit demanded to know the reason. "What's wrong with it?" "I didn't fight him. I just resolved it quietly." Ali sighed. "You're supposed to be a swordsman, for crying out loud." Back in Hermit's study room, the instructor's intense dedication was clear. Ali said, "Things might end quietly that way, but if your classmate doesn't learn a lesson, it'll just happen again. The best way to resolve this is to talk to them, so they can feel remorse for their own wrongdoing. At the same time, you help them realize how much their behavior can affect others. You forgive them, not their transgression. That is the Academy's standard definition of fairness." After hearing all this, Hermit's face was still a blank slate. He felt like it was so complicated. Being human is truly difficult. In this world, I have to learn things like morality and common sense just to survive. I started learning these basic things far too late. To become the kind of human my master talked about, I need to be able to solve complex problems like this. I have a feeling this is going to take a very long time. Hermit studied enthusiastically under Ali, and gradually, his test scores improved significantly. Scene change, 2 weeks later at the Gheta Academy library. The female students' eyes lit up when they saw Ali. They whispered to each other, "Lord Ali is here for the exam. He looks so handsome today, too. Who do you think he's waiting for?" Her friend replied, "Who else? The person he's been tutoring these past few weeks." Seeing Hermit walk out, Ali just asked coldly, "Are you done? Why does a massive academy like this hold exams in the library?" Hermit answered naively, "I'm not sure." "Is it because it's quiet?" Ali cut him off and said, "That was a rhetorical question. Ever since I became your tutor, I've had to put all my own work and books aside. So now, all I can do is wait around." After beating around the bush, Ali finally asked, "So, did the test go well for you?" When Hermit remained silent, Ali kept talking. "The practical exam should be a breeze for you," he said. "Everything I've taught you these past few weeks was for this moment." With a wave of his hand, he started to leave, but not before wishing Hermit good luck on his practical exam. At that moment, Hermit shyly mumbled, "Thank you for helping me." But Ali just glanced back, putting on a cold act. "I was compensated for my time, so there's no need for thanks. Just do your best." Deep down, Hermit was incredibly grateful, knowing it was all thanks to Ali that things ended so well. The scene shifts to the waiting room for the Swordsmanship Department's entrance exam. Eager candidates flooded in, their voices buzzing with excitement. You are to wait here for the instructor's directions and find your assigned groups when your names are called. Hermit stepped in, looking completely lost. The whole place felt alien to him. A million questions raced through his mind. So I just have to wait here? What should I do after the test? Ethan told me to just rest, but it's been a while since I've trained. Maybe I'll practice a little. Suddenly, someone stepped into his path, blocking his way. What's on your mind? The stranger asked before introducing himself. Greetings. I am Sabat, the second son of the Duga family. When he asked for his name, Hermit grew suspicious. What's with this guy? I bet he only approached me for a reason. Seeing Hermit just stare blankly, Sabat pressed on. Hey, what's wrong? Is it against academy rules or something? Don't worry, we haven't officially enrolled yet. Hermit cut straight to the point. Why are you talking to me? Sabat let out a smug laugh. No need to be so defensive. I'm just trying to make friends with a fellow candidate. In reality, Sabat was hatching a wicked scheme. He secretly recalled the rumors that Hermit was Ali's student. Even if he's low-born, knowing him might be useful, he schemed. And based on his looks, he seems like the obedient type. Next, Sabat even commented on Hermit's name. He called it a common name, but said it suited him well. Then he pried further. What's your family name? It would be better if I knew which house you belong to, right? But this very question sent Hermit into a spiral of doubt. Family? He asked, his voice hollow. Sabat replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Of course. It's better if we get to know each other beforehand, don't you think? Once we're in the academy, we'll all have to get acquainted anyway. Hearing this, Hermit's mind drifted. The only family he knew was the name on his pendant, Mei Yen. But since I was abandoned in the primordial forest, I probably shouldn't say that name out loud. After a long moment of thought, Hermit lowered his head and told them, I don't have a family. The group of nobles froze, stunned into a 5-second silence. Sabat, in disbelief, asked again, You don't have one? Are you saying you're a commoner? The moment he confirmed Hermit was a commoner, Sabat burst out laughing, and the mockery began. To think I couldn't even recognize you. And here I was, extending a hand of friendship to a mere commoner. How utterly ridiculous. But even if I misjudged your identity, how dare you act so confident around me? His cronies chimed in. What do you expect? If he knew his place, why would he even apply to the academy in the first place? They all ganged up on Hermit, their jeers echoing in the hall. That bastard probably doesn't even know the meaning of shame. Maybe no one ever taught him. Sabat puffed out his chest like a gang leader. Hey, commoner, what kind of upbringing did you even have? Suddenly, an examiner's arrival startled Sabat's group. He placed a hand on Sabat's shoulder with a gentle but firm warning. We know you're pleased that your written exam is over, but there are still other students here, so please restrain yourself. Within this academy, insulting someone based on their class or gender is strictly forbidden. From now on, please be mindful of your words. Candidate number 15. The examiner then addressed all the candidates. We will now begin the briefing for the practical exam in 5 minutes. All candidates, please find your seats. Sabat's face turned red with fury, but he was powerless. He shot a hateful glare as he and his friends walked away. As he passed Hermit, he couldn't resist one last jab. Hey, if you're a lowly commoner, you should at least bow your head like one. Don't go around mingling with your betters and giving people the wrong idea. The scene changes to the practical examination grounds. Before they began, the proctor addressed them. All candidates, thank you for your diligent efforts on the written exam. We expect you to perform just as well in this practical test. This exam will be conducted in teams and divided into 2 rounds. There will be a total of 4 groups. But Hermit couldn't focus on the proctor's words. All around him, dozens of eyes were staring daggers at him. He felt trapped in an invisible box, completely isolated from everyone else. Their glares felt exactly like that bastards from before. This place was no different from the primordial forest. It was a world of humans and monsters. But here, even among humans, there was a strict hierarchy. In the world of men, strength isn't the only thing that determines your place. Is it true what they say? That your family name matters more than your own power? Either way, I'm sure to learn something here. For now, I'll focus on the exam. At last, it was Hermit's turn to enter the testing room. The instructor announced, As we explained to everyone earlier, the first round is to sever the blackwood log. You must use the provided wooden sword, and you are free to use any swordsmanship or skills you possess. The time limit is 5 minutes, starting from the moment you raise your sword. Even if you fail to cut the log within the time limit, you will not be disqualified from the next round. So please, give it your all. You may begin whenever you are ready. Hermit gripped the wooden sword, making a quick calculation in his head. All I have to do is break it. Simple enough. It might be harder than it looks, but it's still just a piece of wood. Nothing I can't handle. Should I just get this over with? With that, Hermit wasted no time. He wound up and unleashed a single, devastating strike. The power that erupted from the blow left the instructor completely stunned. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Even as an examiner, it takes me several swings to break the blackwood, but he split it in two with a single strike. What kind of monster is he? Hermit, however, wasn't surprised by the result. Having cleared the first round, he returned to the waiting area, where the other candidates were still chatting loudly. Seeing Hermit walk in, Gheta shot him a contemptuous sneer and said with his usual arrogance, "What's this? Did they swap out the blackwood with some rotten timber for you? I think I need to have a word with the examiner." Hermit heard every word they said, but he remained calm and held his tongue. Soon after, an official addressed the room. "Now that the final group has assembled, we will explain the next round of the exam. The second round of your test will be one-on-one sparring. Under the supervision of an examiner, you will face off against each other in single combat. You will have 8 minutes to demonstrate your swordsmanship, and the final result will be based on a thorough evaluation. Opponents will be chosen at random, and your score will be determined regardless of whether you win or lose. So please, show us the very best of your abilities within the allotted time." Upon hearing the rules, Sabbath scoffed arrogantly to his friends. What an unfair test. Whoever gets matched against that worthless commoner has a free pass to the next round. Hermit decided to ignore him, offering only a sharp glare, but the fool didn't take the hint. In truth, Hermit was getting seriously annoyed. This guy just keeps pushing my buttons, completely unaware of his place. I should probably shut him up for good. He then started walking towards Sabbath. The noble flinched slightly but tried to maintain his high and mighty act. "If you've got a problem, why don't you do something about it?" Sabbath continued to provoke him. "What's wrong? Go on. Hit me. I dare you." Hermit clenched his fists, trying to keep himself from making a mistake. "This damn bastard is driving me insane. What would happen if I just punched him?" Just then, an examiner's voice cut through the tension. "Number 29, Hermit, and number 8, Ando. You are the next match." Sabbath was furious, muttering under his breath, "That lowly peasant. That Ando kid sure got lucky." But Hermit no longer paid those words any mind. He told himself there would be a chance to teach that noble a lesson soon enough. Inside the examination hall, the judges Alan, Eaton, and Patchy were already seated. Alan smiled warmly. "Ah, the candidates have arrived. Please, come in." The examiner bowed his head respectfully. "Are you ready, sirs? We will now begin the second round." Alan immediately recognized Hermit. He turned to the medical sage. "Is that the one you recommended?" The sage nodded. "Indeed, which is why I'll leave his evaluation to the two of you." Alan and Kobapachi chuckled. "This is the first time you've ever nominated someone, isn't it? He must be quite special." The medical sage only offered a cryptic smile. "Once you see him, you'll understand why." The examiner announced, "The match will last for 8 minutes, split into 2 4-minute rounds. The fight will end if one of the combatants can no longer hold their sword or is otherwise unable to continue. I repeat, the goal of this match is not victory. I expect both combatants to give it their all. Now then, begin." Ando took a deep breath, a smug thought crossing his mind. "I think I heard someone say this. Hermit is just some pathetic commoner who couldn't even cut the blackwood log. He's just an untrained nobody. With the swordsmanship I've been honing since childhood." But before he could even finish his thought, Ando was sent flying to the ground. Against Hermit's lightning-fast movements, a blur that was there one moment and gone the next, he was no match at all. Kabapachi and Lord Alan's eyes went wide with shock. Only the medical sage remained focused, observing intently. Hermit's wooden sword was pointed directly at Ando. The boy lay on the ground, gasping for breath, too terrified to even move. And with that, the examiner made the call. "Stop. Number 8 is unable to continue the match." The news struck Ando like a bolt of lightning. The color drained from his face completely. He clenched his jaw, fighting back tears, refusing to accept the devastating truth. What? Did I really just lose? To a mere commoner. Even Miss Patchy had to admit Hamit's swordsmanship was shockingly fast and powerful. She never expected such skill from a child. Alan felt a chill run down his spine. The master noted they were all the same age, but the gap in their power was just unbelievable. But if the match ends this quickly, we can't properly evaluate their skills. What should we do now? Master Ethan considered the problem, a headache forming. I knew the boy was skilled, but I never imagined he was this powerful. Just then, Hammett spoke up. I heard there were supposed to be 2 rounds. So, does that mean we have 1 more to go? Miss Patchy was still reeling from the shock. Incredible. That boy's talent is the real deal. However, the purpose of this test is to assess the candidate's true abilities. Another judge agreed. Exactly. But if the second round is another instant victory, we won't learn a thing. Master Ethan contemplated for a moment before finally coming to a decision. He proposed an idea to Hammett. Instead of simply trying to defeat your opponent, could you fight him as an instructor would? Fight him the same way you were taught the sword. At those words, A flood of old memories returned to Hermit, scenes from his past replaying in his mind's eye. The fierce determination in his eyes said everything. He turned to the judges and replied with clarity, "I understand." Master Ethan then turned to Ando with some words of advice. "Your status and your background, none of that matters here. What's important is this chance to face an opponent on a completely different level. Your own skills are by no means weak for your age. So fight with confidence and show us everything you've got." Hearing the judge's encouragement, Ando began to regain his composure. Ando faced Hermit and admitted, "You're incredibly strong. I'm sorry for looking down on you. I was too focused on status and titles, but I have my own pride as a swordsman. I won't go down so easily this time." With that, Ando charged forward with everything he had, but Hermit easily parried the blow. He then bluntly told Ando, "You need to be faster. Your movements are too wide, making your attacks predictable and easy to stop." With a slight flick of his wrist, Hermit sent Ando stumbling. "Your core balance is too weak. If you only focus on attacking, your center of gravity shifts too far forward." Ando couldn't believe how outmatched he was. He charged in once more. And this time, Hermit defeated him with a single, effortless dodge. Hermit spoke with the wisdom of a seasoned master. A direct charge makes it impossible to change your attack angle. You have to be aware of your flanks. When you lose your balance, parrying becomes difficult. You have to maintain proper distance, not just trudge in blindly. Watching this unfold, Master Ethan was reminded of an old friend, a man named Deianne. Years ago, Master Ethan had been so gravely injured that he had given in to despair. "My life, it ends here." He was ready to accept his fate, but Deianne rushed to his side, shouting, "If you just sit there and give up, you really will die. Get up." Looking at Hermit's form now, Master Ethan smiled to himself. "Deianne, you've returned." Later, with applicant files piled high on the desk, one of the judges announced they had selected their candidates, though the skill levels of this year's applicants vary greatly. The female judge mused thoughtfully. "Still, I have very high hopes for them. I wonder just how far they will go." Master Ethan picked up Hermit's file, certain of one thing. This child was destined for greatness. 1 week later, Hermit wandered through the town, scanning his surroundings. He remembered it from last time. It should be right around here somewhere. Suddenly, he spotted the sign for a weaponsmith just ahead. An eager young boy quickly came out to greet the new customer. The boy announced loudly, "Welcome to the Baden Mercenary Guild. Are you here to make a request?" Hermit replied, "No, I'm here to accept one." The boy seemed confused, stammering, You're a mercenary." "That's right." "Is there a problem?" Hermit asked. The young receptionist replied, "Oh, I see. My mistake. I thought you were the son of some noble family. May I ask which guild you're affiliated with?" He introduced himself simply. "I am Hermit, formerly of the Swiftwind Mercenaries. I left some equipment here for storage." The boy looked at the claim ticket Hermit handed him. "I see, but I'm sorry, sir. I'm new here." He read the information written on the ticket. "Hermit, from the third-rate Swiftwind Mercenaries," confirmed. Once more, the boy asked Hermit, "So, which request will you be taking?" "I'll do my best to assist you." Hermit paused, lost in thought. The scene flashed back. Master Ethan slammed his hand on the table, furious at the fee of 100,000 N. "Even for Ali, how did you get that kind of money? Did you borrow it from someone?" Hermit answered calmly, "It's my savings, from my time as a mercenary." Master Ethan was still in disbelief. "If that's true, then fine. But don't tell me this is your entire life savings." Without missing a beat, Hermit replied, "It is." Hearing this, Master Ethan let out a heavy sigh. "Perhaps the first thing I need to teach you is financial management. I'm your guardian now, so you don't have to worry. But in these harsh times, coin isn't always easy to come by, and you never know when you'll desperately need it. For someone with no income, being broke is a death sentence." The healer god's gaze pierced through Hermit. "Living like that, you're no better than an animal," Hermit countered. "So, I should just focus on making money?" "I'm merely explaining the way of the world," the god replied. "Enrollment is still a month away. Do as you please until then." An idea suddenly struck Hermit. He could take on a few requests. Of course, the healer god had no reason to object, but he warned Hermit against any overly dangerous or long-term jobs, like bodyguard missions. Back in the present, at the request shop, Hermit finally answered the young attendant. "I need a request I can handle within a 3-gen radius," he continued. "Something I can wrap up before next month, and the higher the reward, the better." The attendant looked perplexed as he searched. "That's a very specific set of conditions." Then, his eyes landed on a request that just might work. The kid turned back to Hermit. "The location is a bit strange, though. Are you sure you're okay with it?" Intrigued, Hermit asked, "Where is it?" The request form was slid in front of him. The location? Gheta Academy. As dusk fell, Hermit left the shop, the request scroll in hand, deep in thought. According to the attendant, there have been reports of a student's ghost haunting the academy grounds. The sightings are more frequent at night, but they occur in various locations, making the details frustratingly vague. To this day, the cause remains a mystery. The request also stressed the need to avoid any unnecessary risks. So the mission was clear: investigate the ghost's identity, deal with it, and report back. Hermit admitted he chose this request partly to familiarize himself with the academy's layout. But this was a far cry from his usual jobs. Did I make a mistake? He wondered. Just then, a suspicious voice called out from behind him. You. Are you Hermit? He spun around, his eyes scanning for the source. A young man, clearly a student, pointed right at him. You're Ali's disciple, so you really are transferring here? Hermit had no idea what he was talking about and questioned him further. The student explained, it's the first time Ali, the star of our magic institute, has taken anyone on. Of course, it's causing a commotion. A shadow of doubt crossed Hermit's face. Was it a bad idea to become his student? To learn more, he asked the stranger. So, you're a mage, just like Ali. Well, more or less, the young man replied. But we do have our differences. For instance, as he spoke, a brilliant magical light formed in his palm. In a flash, an adorable little spirit materialized. Hermit could tell this wasn't ordinary magic, but pure mana. But to his shock, the creature suddenly lunged at him. Hermit clenched his fist, calling upon his own power. But instead of a fierce attack, the mana spirit simply nibbled on his wrist before pouting and flying away. Hermit was baffled as to why his counter was completely ineffective. The student burst out laughing. You tried to attack Gheta? You're the first person to ever do that. Hermit watched Gheta circle around him, still confused. This little guy is Gheta, a spirit of light. He's a bit mischievous, but completely harmless. Besides, even if he did attack, you couldn't stop him with physical force. Spirits don't possess physical bodies. Only a select few mages are chosen to control them, and I happen to be one of those few. He finally introduced himself. The name's Deianne, Gheta Academy's first elementalist, but Hermit was still lost in his own world, trying to figure out how to catch Gheta, completely ignoring Deianne's attempts to get his attention. He sized the other boy up. Deciding he seemed like a pretty amusing guy, Hermit finally spoke. It was nice to meet you, Deianne, but I'm in the middle of something. He turned to leave. I'm on a request, so I'll be going now. Deianne's eyes lit up. A mercenary, huh? If it's a request at the academy, it must be about the student. Hermit glanced back. You know about that. Of course I do, Deianne replied with a grin. That rumor has me really intrigued. How about it? Want some help? Later that night, at Gheta Academy, Deianne led Hermit to the entrance of a building. Hermit broke the silence. So this is the location of the most recent sighting? That's right, Deianne confirmed. It's just a normal building for the swordsmanship division. But ever since the ghost showed up, it's been completely deserted after dark. And sure enough, the hallway was terrifyingly dark and silent. Hermit asked curiously, are ghosts really that scary? Deianne shrugged. I doubt it. Not unless we're dealing with a malevolent spirit summoned by dark magic. But if that were the case, the professors would have already stepped in. They'd know how dangerous that is. Is that so? Hermit said. All right, let's split up here. He stated it matter-of-factly. It'll be more efficient that way, won't it? A panicked Deianne scrambled after him. Wait, wouldn't it be better to search together? We could cover ground more thoroughly. But what are you going to do once you find it? Deianne asked, genuinely curious. Destroy it, of course. Hermit answered without hesitation. But as they walked away, a terrifying, dark figure emerged from the shadows. Deianne and Hermit cautiously pushed open the door to one of the classrooms. The room was empty. Had the target already moved to another building? Hermit was doubtful. This couldn't be everything. They were missing way too much evidence. He glanced over at Deianne, only to find him staring intently at something. What is it? Find something? Hermit asked. But Deianne insisted it was nothing and suggested they check another class. Hermit didn't object. As they left, Deianne asked, when did you say the request needs to be completed? Suddenly, the color drained from his face as he stared into a dark corner. Hermit, completely oblivious, answered the question. We have about 10 days left. Why? Deianne trembled as he pointed, where a dark shadow radiating a horrifying energy was stalking towards them. Hermit's eyes narrowed, trying to figure out if this was a real ghost. His hands slowly drifted toward the hilt of his sword, preparing for the confrontation. He instinctively shielded Deianne, telling him to stay back. Abruptly, a voice cut through the tension. What the hell? What are you two doing here? When the figure lowered its hood, an incredibly familiar face was revealed. It was Ali. After a quick debrief, Ali asked, so, this is about a request? Deianne quickly replied, that's right. Hermit has to find the ghost in the academy, and I'm helping him. 3,000 Mac if we pull it off. Not bad, right? Ali glanced at the request form and teased. A rich kid still needs to do this kind of work? You already got accepted. Just go home and sleep. Is this how mercenaries usually act? I'm just doing this to kill time, Cian retorted. So, Ali, what are you doing here? We're here for a request. It turned out Ali had also accepted a job. Cian was even more surprised. Could Ali be a mercenary too? She flared up. What are you talking about? I received this request directly from the Academy. Cian was astonished. I thought you didn't care about these things. Is the Academy giving you a great reward or something? Ali just said it was none of his business. Listening to them argue, Hermit wondered. The Academy issued another request. Is the situation that dire? Cian suddenly grinned. This is actually fun. For all three of us to end up here by chance. It's like fate. He then proposed, let's find this ghost together. We'll save time. Unfortunately, the other two didn't share his enthusiasm, leaving Cian to awkwardly correct himself. I mean, if you don't want to, we can just go our separate ways. But Ali spoke up. No, let's stick together. Like you said, the more the merrier. Cian's face lit up as he turned to Hermit. You're good with that, right? Of course, he had no problem with it, and the three of them gathered in a room, sitting around a long table to view a magical illusion Ali had created. According to the most recent reports, the building where the ghost appeared includes the lecture hall we're in now, as well as the swordsmanship training area, the professor's swordsmanship training area, the stadium, and the competition arena. All these buildings have something in common. Cian suddenly shouted, realizing they all belong to the swordsmanship department. Exactly, Ali confirmed. For some reason, the ghost hasn't appeared in the magic department. Could a magician be behind this? Cian was doubtful. If so, someone would have heard the incantation at least once, unless they used a silent spell. Ali pointed out, but high-level magicians don't have time for petty tricks like this. Ali continued. If this wasn't done by a normal person, we can guess that the ghost is avoiding magicians. Cian agreed. Perhaps the ghost was too weak to attack a mage. Hermit also guessed it's because ghosts can't be harmed by physical attacks. They both looked at him at the same time, wondering how he knew. It was actually from Ethan. He once told Hermit that he had heard something about it. He had asked, do you know anything about it? Ethan recalled, that's right. There was one courageous student among those who faced it. When the students confronted the ghost, he swung his sword, but the blade passed right through it. After hearing that, Ali was skeptical. What? You mean it's actually a real ghost? Cian was lost in thought, but in contrast to the two of them, Hermit's mood was surprisingly cheerful. He thought to himself, have I ever been able to share my opinion on equal footing before? All he ever got was scolding from Laga or Genla. Even with the Swiftwind mercenaries, it was never like this. They never thought things through together like this. It's because we all possess different knowledge. But when that knowledge is combined, we can find the answer piece by piece. So this is what it's like. Communication. Ali's voice called out to Hermit. If it has no form and can't be physically attacked, what's the plan? You should use Vit to attack it, she said. You're good at using Vit, after all. Hermit wasn't so sure, and questioned, Vit, if I encounter it, I'll give it a try. As soon as Hermit summoned Vit, Cian screamed, you scared me to death. Cian announced, anyway, I can't think anymore. He suggested, tomorrow, we have to search all the buildings in the swordsmanship department, but I'm exhausted. I can't think another second. I'm going to rest. Then he warned them, don't push yourselves too hard, and stay safe. Now, only Ali and Hermit were left in the room. She immediately asked him if he'd figured anything out. Though he didn't answer out loud, he silently thought to himself, I've realized one thing. Formless beings like Gheta avoid magicians and absolutely love to play tricks. With that thought, he turned to Ali. If we need to find a spirit, where would we even look? Ali smirked. Looks like my lessons are paying off. Too bad I'm not a spirit mage, so I can't actually sense them. So what are we supposed to do? Hermit wondered. Ali looked at him, confused. Did you already forget? We already have a gifted spirit mage on our side. In an instant, both Hermit and Ali were sprinting out of the room. He called out, where did Cian go? He's probably chasing the spirits now. I'm sure he could sense them, Ali replied. Hermit was puzzled. How could he sense them so quickly? He replayed every recent event in his mind, then glared at Ali. You knew from the very beginning. You knew it was a spirit, and you just wanted Cian to chase after it. Ali just shrugged. Let's just say I got lucky. It was the only way I could think of. Hermit gave her an icy look but said nothing more. As they ran out of the building, Ali suddenly froze in the middle of the path, confusing Hermit. Aren't you going to follow him? She replied. We just need to know his general direction. As she placed her hand on the ground. Using a tracking spell, glowing footprints materialize, leading them directly to the swordsmanship department's training grounds. Ali figured Cian wouldn't be able to pinpoint its exact location. This means we have to find the spirit before he does. He listened in silence. The entrance to the training grounds was locked. Without hesitation, Ali used magic to shatter the lock, ushering Hammett inside. Not just anyone can enter the swordsmanship department's grounds, they're obsessed with rankings, so even students within the department are divided into separate classes and levels. And I'm willing to bet that Spirit is hiding in the least used area. It needs a quiet place to hide. So besides the main training field, it could be near the upperclassmen's area, the ones with scholarships. Ali suggested they search there, but she trailed off, noticing Hammett was staring intently in another direction. Athen has a private training ground at his home, he stated. Ali's gaze followed his to a large door with a nameplate that read, Athen. Could this be the professor's personal training hall? That means no one ever uses this place, Hammett concluded. Ali instantly understood what he was thinking. Without wasting another second, Hammett slowly pushed the door open. Ali looked worried. Are we even allowed in here without permission? Stepping inside, Hammett replied, We're on a mission. I'm sure he'll understand. Suddenly, Ali detected something unusual. I can feel something. Similar to Cyan's energy. Yes, it's definitely in here. Hammett turned to her, his voice low. Did you really get this mission from the academy? Hearing his question, Ali shot him a sideways glance and finally confessed. At this point, there's no use in lying to you anymore. The truth is, I don't like the academy having only one spirit mage. Hammett finally understood Ali's true motives. You're going to capture the spirit and study it. Magic flared in Ali's hands as she replied, That's right. And by doing so, you'll automatically complete your mission. She snapped her fingers, casting a silencing spell to erase all traces of their presence. As a mage, this is simple for me, she continued. From this moment on, you will help me. I need you to be the bait. Hammett questioned her. And what if I refuse? Ali spoke sharply. Is this how a mercenary repays his debts? He didn't argue any further and turned away. Just then, he noticed a flicker of magic hiding in the corner of the room. Ali looked up at him. What is it? Why did you stop so suddenly? Before she could finish her sentence, a colossal magical beast, drool dripping from its fangs, erupted from the void. So this was the Academy's ghost. Seeing that their target had finally appeared, Ali grinned with excitement. Excellent work, Hammett. She moved to greet it with a spell. A wall of summoned stakes shot toward the ghost, causing it to flee in a panic. Oh no, you don't. You're not escaping. Ali once again activated a magic circle, a sealing spell to trap it, making it impossible to leave the training grounds. But I can't move while I'm casting this spell. Hammett, you need to weaken it. Just injure it badly. It'll be a hassle if it dies. Hammett nodded. He thought to himself, they say a normal sword won't have any effect on it. In that case, I'll just use the hilt to wear this ghost down. But the creature wouldn't go down easily. It fought back against Hammett with ferocity. He then recalled his screw ability to slash at it. A loud crash echoed as the dark spirit was knocked back, but it wasn't finished. Roaring in fury, it charged straight for Hammett. He figured that last blow wasn't powerful enough. He decided to put more power into his next attack, firing screw energy toward the beast as it drew near. Out of nowhere, a blazing magic circle of fire ignited, and Hammett was shocked as his attack was blocked. Someone had just appeared, shielding the spirit from him. It was Cyan. The moment he successfully blocked Hammett's attack, protecting the spirit, Cyan screamed, What in the world do you think you're doing? Hammett was stunned to see Cyan there, frozen in shock. Cyan channeled his power and shouted at him, Why would you recklessly challenge that spirit? In Cyan's eyes, a ferocious ghost was looming over Hammett. Cyan quickly explained the situation. That's an evil spirit. They're incredibly sensitive, so we have to approach them very gently. Cyan proposed a plan to Hammett. First, I'll trap it with a barrier of light. But neither I nor Ali know how long it will actually hold. Hermit sized up the dark spirit, his gaze sharp. It seems a little angry. Ali, her hands already glowing with magic, turned to him. So, what's the plan for capturing it? But Cyan suddenly cried out in alarm. What, Ali? You want to capture that child for your experiments? His sudden, raw panic was contagious. How could you even think of doing that to something so innocent? Ali waited a beat for Cyan to catch his breath before explaining. Well, you refuse to cooperate with my spirit research, and you're the only spirit mage in the entire academy. The color drained from Cyan's face. He remembered the terrifying look in Ali's eyes as she studied tiny spirits in her grasp. He stammered, That's because your experiments are horrifying. Cyan turned back to the ghost with a heavy sigh. We only just found it, and now it's completely closing itself off. Quickly forming a plan, Cyan glanced at his companion. Losing it now would be too dangerous. Keep the barrier up no matter what. Ali shot him a glare, but didn't object. And Hermit, can you buy us time without actually attacking it? I'm going to try and calm it down. Hermit nodded, his expression grim. All right, I'll do my best. The words barely left his mouth before Hermit charged, sword in hand. But I don't know how long I can hold back from striking it down. The barrier of light held strong as the dark spirit seethed with rage. Sensing Hermut's thunderous approach, the spirit darted away with impossible speed. It's fast, Hermut thought, but not fast enough. He swung his sword in a series of diagonal arcs, shattering nearby debris into dust. Xian watched as Hermut unleashed a storm of powerful sword strikes, and with every move, the ghost's fury visibly intensified. Hermut, Xian called out. He tried to awaken his own power, muttering, just a little more. The ghost's anger boiled over, transforming into raw malice. Shadowy tendrils erupted from its body, solidifying into sharp, crescent-shaped blades that shot straight for Hermut. Sensing the immense danger, Hermut dodged in the nick of time, scrambling away as a deafening explosion rocked the chamber behind him. With incredible agility, Hermut leaped onto the ghost's back. This damn thing. It knows I'm holding back. He raised his sword, brimming with power, and hesitated. Maybe I should just scare it a little? Hermut. Xian's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. Hermut glanced down, Xian's warning still echoing in his ears. Just as he prepared to swing his blade, the ghost lashed out with its tendrils, striking at Hermut while his guard was down. This time, he couldn't evade. The ghost's tendrils slammed into him, throwing him violently against the far wall. An involuntary groan of pain escaped his lips. Xian glanced back, his face filled with concern. Sorry, Hermut, but I'm casting the suppression spell. It's already weakened, so I have to act now. Hermut pushed himself up, shaking off the pain. Weakened? He grunted. Just leave the rest to me, Xian said, his voice now calm and steady. Xian stepped forward, moving deeper into the malevolent spirit's aura. The ghost recoiled, sensing an overwhelming power ready to consume it. It thrashed wildly, desperately trying to shatter the light barrier. Ali, straining to hold it, cried out Xian's name. I don't think I can hold it much longer, she yelled. It's about to break through. Do something. Xian pushed forward, trying to close the remaining distance. Xian replied calmly, It's afraid of us. It's afraid of my magic. At his words, the spirit began to convulse in terror. Suddenly, it lunged straight for Ali. She felt its malevolent presence wash over her, freezing her in place as it rushed in to intimidate her. Xian, unable to react in time from his position, shouted Hermit's name. In a flash, Hermit was there, planting himself directly in front of Ali. She's in danger. Hermut gripped his sword, his resolve hardening. Looks like there's no other choice. He unleashed a massive sword arc at the evil spirit, but it evaded the attack perfectly, moving like a phantom. Hermit stood there, stunned, as the ghost slammed against the shield again. Ali pulled her hands back, muttering a curse under her breath. With a furious roar, she poured more power into the barrier, making it stronger than ever. But the spirit was relentless, splitting itself in two and diving straight for Ali. She felt the immediate, deadly threat as the two spirits surrounded her, forming an X shape as if to devour her whole. Xian shouted in alarm, No, it's a feint. It's trying to escape. Hermit was already on the move, instantly cutting off the ghost's escape route. Hermit leaped high above it, aiming his blade right for its head. Pure terror was now etched onto the spirit's face. He raised his sword, magic swirling around the blade, and yelled to Xian, Now, do it now. With that, he brought his sword down with perfect precision. The blade plunged downwards, but the tip stopped just inches from its face. The spirit cowered before the immense pressure of the blade. Hermit asked coldly, You're scared, aren't you? Xian seized the opportunity. Perfect. He manifested a massive and intricate magic circle. Xian roared with power. Over here. He drew the spirit's terrified gaze, then unleashed a beam of pure energy from the circle that engulfed the creature. You must return. The spirit dissolved into the dazzling light. Xian poured all his remaining strength into controlling the spell. As both Hermit and Ali stared intently at the explosion that left behind a thick cloud of swirling dust, the thick smoke finally begins to clear. In Xian's hand, a new object appears. See that? Xian turned to show off his prize to his friends. The very same evil spirit from before, now with a pouting face. Only a spirit mage can handle a soul like this. Ali let out an exhausted sigh. The ghost, now looking thoroughly sulky, floated listlessly in Xian's palm. An employee from the shop pointed at the spirit. So that's the monster that was causing all the trouble. Hermit simply nodded. I see. How interesting. He acted like he understood completely. What could a single spirit possibly do in a place like this? This was Xian's specialty. After all, Xian sat up, ready to explain his theory. There must be a dozen reasons for this. He then began to share his grand hypothesis. Perhaps it was exposed to some strange magic. And for a brief moment, a creature from this world was twisted and warped. It's a long shot, but this could even be the work of some dark entity. He finally concluded with a proud smile. Either way, it ended well. And with that, Xian's ego inflated even more. I know Hermit was the one who got the quest, But if it wasn't for me, Cian, the only elementalist in the academy. Ali cut him off, shoving him aside in frustration. Just shut up. Why do you have to explain everything? Even the employee looked uncomfortable. The three of them stepped out of the shop. Cian glanced back, muttering under his breath. We showed them the dark spirit and everything. So why haven't they given us our reward yet? Ali sighed deeply. You heard what the man said. Ali recalled the employee's announcement. We need to make sure the monsters don't come back, so please return in 3 days. Ali's brow furrowed. Besides, why are you in such a rush? It's not even your money. Cian scratched his head. What are you talking about? Hermit is our friend now, isn't he? He glanced back at Hermit for confirmation. Right, buddy. Hermit's expression remained as cold as ice. Friend? Cian just smiled back cheerfully. That's right, friend. He then elaborated. What we have now is a relationship built on mutual support. If that isn't friendship, what is? I'm guessing destiny brought us together from the very beginning. Hermit fell into a deep silence. Cian proactively held out his hand. Come on. From now on, let's look out for each other. But Hermit was still lost in thought. Friends? Memories of his past with Pin flashed through his mind. Hermit. Enough. He thought to himself, thinking about the past. Maybe it's not so bad. He reached out and shook Cian's hand. Cian's face lit up with joy as he turned to brag, Ali. A handshake. Ali had already turned away, her face bright red. You idiots. The three of them walked down the road together. Cian chattered nonstop the entire way. Hey, Hermit, what's a friend of a friend? Ali was visibly fuming, but she held her tongue. Hermit didn't answer, so Cian answered his own question. Another friend. Should we ask our rich friend Ali to buy us some meat? Ali finally exploded. Don't drag me into this. We don't have time to eat. We still have to clean up. Cian's eyes widened as he remembered. You're right. We totally wrecked the training grounds this morning. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, Hermit stared at a piece of paper. Confused. 3rd floor, room 301. What is this supposed to mean? There was another person in the room with him. Master Yi leaned on the desk, guessing. Ah, I believe that's your assigned dormitory room. He continued. All students of Gheta Academy are required to stay in the dorms. You arrived just in time for the new semester. Hermit nodded in response. A faint smile touched Master Yi's lips. Excellent. The opening ceremony is tomorrow, but since we have some time, it might be a good idea to go check out your new room. Hermit stared ahead, lost in his thoughts once more. The scene in front of the dormitory was bustling with new students. Hermit watched them, his mind racing. Just a few days ago, when I was looking for that quest, the entire academy was silent. This is the first time I've ever seen it like this. The manager at the front desk shouted, Those who have been assigned a dorm, please come here to get your things. Hermit watched everyone get up and shuffle over, figuring he should do the same. He presented the envelope with the official seal. The manager glanced at the form. Hello. You've been assigned a room. Please wait just a moment. Suddenly, the manager's expression soured. 3rd floor. Room 301. In another spacious room, sunlight streamed through the window, making the space glow. Have I been taking it too easy these last few days? I'm so tired. A girl's voice echoed softly in the room. I swear, I am not making any friends here. Because of all these weird events, I've gotten tangled up in enough trouble already. She placed a ring on top of a book. That's right, the girl said, sitting slowly on the bed. It's all the damn crow's fault. At that moment, Hermit was heading up to his assigned room, key in hand. Room number 301. He stepped into the 3rd floor hallway. Standing before the door, Hermit looked at the number plate above. This is definitely the right room. The back of a girl with long hair came into view. Ever since I met him, everything's become a total mess. Ali was talking to herself. After the semester starts, I really hope I never see him again. Outside, Hermit was fitting the key into the lock. He turned the key. It made a sharp click. Never again. Meanwhile, on a dark and grimy street, you think I'm spouting nonsense? You think the Black Eagles are a joke, just because we're cornering some brats. That's not it. His face paled. Their defenses were just too tight. So what about this kid? He roared in frustration as a hand gripped his shoulder. Mac. Just execute them. Follow the Black Eagle's code. He trembled, his eyes blazing with a blood-red light as he answered. That's right. Anyone who defies an order must be executed on the spot. But his words were cut short by a voice as sharp as steel. Execute who? What do you fools think you're doing, harassing innocent civilians? Who's there? Mac cried out in panic. After you failed to kill a single kid with the measles, your incompetence made you incredibly easy to find. You're all just failures, disgracing the name of the Black Eagle. A mysterious shadow materialized behind them. It's idiots like you who bring ruin upon themselves. Now, turn around. One of them spun around, screaming, How dare you? He slashed with his blade, but the dark figure dodged in a blur. Blood sprayed through the air as pure terror filled Mac's eyes. Mac's name was screamed in fear, sending him deeper into his own panic. He whipped his head around, his voice cracking. "Who are you? Stop hiding like a coward and show yourself." "Hiding, you say?" The mysterious shadow loomed directly above him. Who's been the real coward, hiding all this time? The figure flickered, reappearing right behind him. A cold blade pressed to his throat. A fountain of blood erupted into the night. The remaining men scrambled back in horror as the man in black sighed. They dared defile the Black Eagle name. A pathetic bunch of imposters. He smirked. But I'll admit, they were lucky to have survived this long. His gaze then shifted to the two hostages he'd almost forgotten. "I almost forgot. I have a few questions for you." Though his face was masked, a distinct X-shaped scar was visible on his face. "Now, shall we begin?" In the dark alley, a piercing scream of agony echoed. In a spacious room, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing everything in light. Ali sighed. "I think I've pushed myself too hard these past few days. Why do I feel so exhausted all of a sudden?" A girl's voice echoed in her thoughts. "I swore I wouldn't make friends with anyone. Yet I keep getting tangled up in these strange situations." She carefully placed a ring on top of her journal. Ali slowly sat up in her bed. That's right. At that very moment, Hermit was walking with a key in his hand, heading for his assigned room. He had just reached the third-floor hallway. That girl with the long, white hair was muttering to herself again. "Everything started going off the rails right after I met him. I have to stay far away from him when the new semester starts." Standing before room 301, Hermit slid the key into the lock. He turned it clockwise. A soft click echoed. Ali, with her long hair and pink pajamas, frowned and whispered, "Never." Hermit pushed the door open. Before him was a simple room with two beds arranged opposite each other. He silently took it all in. So this is a dorm room. It was a far cry from a mansion, but compared to sleeping in the forest, this felt like a five-star hotel. Hermit glanced outside. Speaking of the forest, after leaving the primeval forest, he'd made a deal with a group of mercenaries. And now, he was a student at Gheta Academy. He unconsciously clenched his fist. Finally, it felt like his new journey was truly beginning. "From now on, I will focus on nothing but increasing my power." Just as Hermit clenched his fist, he heard a strange noise, and his body instantly dropped into a combat stance. Hermit then remembered. "Right, I don't have my sword on me today." On the other side of the room, Ali stood in shock, shouting, "Hermit." He was just as surprised. "Ali, you're in this room too?" Ali's temper flared, and she almost lunged at him. "What are you talking about? And how did you get into my room?" "I was this close to attacking you," Hermit replied calmly, "because I was also assigned to room 301. Ali's voice shot up in disbelief. "What? That's impossible." Hermit looked confused. "Why would it be impossible?" Ali buried her face in her hands, completely miserable. "Of course, it's impossible. How in the world did this happen?" "Wait a minute. Don't tell me." Ali's eyes darted around in fear. She turned away, muttering, "Damn it. There are two beds in here." Hermit couldn't understand why Ali was so furious. "Where are you going?" he asked as Ali threw on a robe and stormed toward the door. She shot back, "And why should I have to answer you?" Before leaving, she stopped and pointed a finger at him with a warning. "Don't you dare touch anything in this room. If you do, I will personally make sure you get a beating you'll never forget. And don't even think about wandering off. Stay right there." With that, Ali stormed out of the room. Hermit was completely baffled. What on earth did I do to be hated this much? Inside the prestigious Gheta Academy, in a grand office with 4 gleaming windows, a man calmly held a teacup to his lips. Liamwei, the dean of Gheta Academy, was enjoying a moment of peace. Suddenly, the doors were thrown open with a bang. Dean Amway sprayed a mouthful of tea all over his desk. Ali stood in the doorway, radiating pure fury. "Dean!" He jumped, turning to face her, startled by the rage in her eyes. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. "What do you mean?" Dean Lee Amway asked cautiously as she stomped inside. "How could you assign someone else to share a room with me?" Ali brought up her status. "As the top student of the Magic Institute, I have the right to a private room. Surely you haven't forgotten about this." The headmaster paused, looking troubled. "It seems she already knows." "I had a feeling this might happen," he replied with a heavy heart. "I'm sorry for not telling you sooner." "Ali, the truth is, we assigned the dorms during the last break. So there are very few empty rooms left. I hope you can understand." But Ali's frustration didn't waver. "Even so, you have to keep your promise to me. You know better than anyone that I need a private room. What if he finds out I'm a girl?" Liam was at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he tried to gently soothe her. "You just need to be a bit more careful. You possess the magic of a powerful archmage. A student from the swordsmanship department will never be able to detect it." Ali's anger flared. So you're not going to take any responsibility? I can't afford to take even the slightest risk here. Ali couldn't calm the storm inside her. After all, you know exactly who my enemies are. The headmaster looked pained. He asked her gently, Ali, don't you think giving you a private room when there are none left would be a bit too much favoritism? Besides, I did my best to pair you with someone you're familiar with. So please, just try to endure it for one semester. At least for now. Ali was speechless. Familiar with him? Liam's eyes widened in surprise. You're not? I mean, you tutored him, studied with him, and even went out together. Ali clutched her head in frustration. No, I only did that to repay a debt. I barely know the guy. We've hardly even seen each other. But in her mind, Hermit's face appeared 1,000 times over. The headmaster tried to calm her down. This is my duty, as both a teacher and your guardian, to help you with your friendships. I've already told you. If you can get along with him this semester, I will personally guarantee you a single room next time. I promise. Ali stared silently at the headmaster. The room bathed in light. Headmaster Liam leaned back in his chair, finally letting out a breath. Only time would tell if she was truly convinced. He thought to himself, that kid is destined to become a good person. When Ali returned to her room, Hermit was leaning against the wall, waiting for her. Seeing the grim look on her face, he guessed. Looks like things didn't go your way, huh? Ali scowled back. You must be incredibly proud of your quick wit. She shot a glare in his direction. Do you really want to be my roommate? Hermit's eyes widened. It's not a matter of wanting to or not. Don't you get it? Ali sighed in exasperation. I've been on my own since I became the top student at the Magic Academy, and now I have to share a room with you this semester. Ali paused, thinking for a moment before continuing, speaking her true feelings. I really don't like this situation. Hermit watched her in silence. I could use my magic to help you with a lot of things. What do you think? Hermit shook his head. I doubt anyone would agree to that. And even if they did, they'd find out immediately. Ali's temper flared at him. I hate to say this, but I'm much more difficult than you think. Living with me won't be easy. Do you still want to stay? Hermit rubbed his chin, thinking. All right. He replied casually, to me, you're still way better than the other guys. I'm sure of it. Hearing this, Ali's face suddenly flushed red. Hermit considered it. In reality, Ali had mostly only spoken to him at the academy, and that was far better than being stuck with some random guy from the swordsmanship division. Ali rested her chin on her hand, hiding her embarrassment. She muttered under her breath, I never should have helped him with that test. Outside on the academy grounds, carriages were pulling into the courtyard one by one. Hermit stepped out of a carriage, carrying a massive bag. He thought to himself, everything's moved in, and Ali has already laid down the rules for our shared room. Hermit slowly made his way up the stairs. He saw the door was slightly ajar and peeked inside. Ali glanced back at him. You're back? Have you made up your mind? Hermit tilted his head. Ali nodded. It's right in front of you. Hermit stepped forward, his eyes scanning the room. Next to a wooden desk was a large curtain. As Hermit took it all in, Ali walked over to his side. She pulled the curtain open to demonstrate. The space behind this curtain is mine. Your side is bigger, so I won't accept any complaints. This curtain is also a red line, so don't even think about crossing it. Hermit stared at her silently as she continued her tirade. I've placed a soundproofing spell on it, but don't be loud at night. Also, no strange smells, keep your area clean, and you are not to bring anyone here, especially not those guys from the Magic Academy. Hermit was too stunned to even speak. Finally, her voice softened a little. If you need anything, just call for me. If I don't hear you, I'll still be able to reply if you call enough times. Hermit simply nodded in response. Ali turned back towards her curtain. Well, that's everything. Go back to whatever you were doing. Hermit watched her go, a thoughtful look on his face. He called out to her, Ali, I hope we can get along. Ali just glanced back with a frown. One afternoon, as the sun began to set over Gheta Academy, only Sabeth and his classmates remained on the campus grounds. Aeon's sharp gaze dripped with contempt as he started talking about Hermit. So that commoner actually passed the transfer exam? No wonder he's acting so smug. Does he think a noble's backing can hide how weak he truly is? I can't wait to run into him. It seems Sabeth feels the exact same way about Hermit. A smirk played on his lips. He'll soon learn there are lines he is never allowed to cross. Luckily, there's no swordsmanship class tomorrow. Let's go beat him so badly he can't get back up. The next morning, Hermit emerged, dressed in his GTA Academy uniform. I thought this uniform would feel tight, but it's surprisingly easy to move in. AD said the start of the semester is usually slow. After class, I'll head straight to the private training room. A moment later, a student from a nearby room was also leaving. He stared at Hermit in complete shock. You just came out of room 301? But that's AD's room. Don't tell me you're her new roommate. Seeing Hermit's confused expression, the young man quickly explained. but Addie has special permission for a private room since she's the top student in her class. More importantly, she actually agreed to let you stay.
This is just bizarre. Is she playing favorites because you're good looking? But if not, then something else is going on.
Ah, whatever. You're going to have a rough time living with her, I guarantee it. Come to think of it, the first swordsmanship class is today. You probably won't run into any issues. Just remember, stay away from the Academy's resident madmen. Hermit found this odd and asked, "The Academy keeps people like that here?" The guy shook his head in frustration. "It's just a nickname. You have to be the most clueless person in the world." One of them is Suka, the top second-year student. Last year, he beat down every single person who picked a fight with him. One guy even had to drop out because his ear was torn clean off. After that, nobody dared to provoke him again. Being new, this was all a shock to Hermit. "We're really allowed to do that here?" The student replied, "Of course not. But because of his talent, the school just stopped trying to control him. Do you really think a little time off would change a person's nature? In any case, just be careful. Do your best in class. By the way, I'm in room 307. If Addie ever takes her anger out on you, come find me." Hermit's class took place on the field, where he'd be active the entire time. The instructor's voice boomed. "All second years, listen up. Form 4 lines in front of me. Immediately. I trust you all had a pleasant break. Today is the first day. And the first class of the semester. We'll start with basic physical conditioning. I'm sure our esteemed swordsmanship students didn't spend their vacation just lazing around, did they? Now, give me 20 laps around the field. Everybody, move it." The students near Hermit murmured about the instructor. But all Hermit could think was that 20 laps wasn't nearly enough of a challenge. Running beside Hermit, Aeon couldn't keep his eyes off him. Do I really have to run next to this commoner? He carries himself with such elegance. It just makes me hate him more. This is perfect. If I just stick my foot out, he'll go down for sure. Have a nice taste of dirt as a welcome gift. He put his plan into motion, but the result wasn't what he expected. Hermit remained perfectly balanced, as if nothing had happened. No matter how many times he tried to provoke him, Aeon assumed Hermit was just being extremely cautious to avoid his attempts. Finally, Aeon decided to be more blatant. He stomped directly on Hermit's foot without a hint of hesitation. But in the end, Aeon was the one who paid the price. This made his blood boil, filling him with an even deeper rage. During the break, the instructor took a student to the equipment room. Seizing the opportunity, Aeon turned to confront Hermit. "Are you messing with me? You dared to trip me back there." Knowing Aeon was trouble, Hermit simply stated that he had started it first, which only enraged Aeon further. Aeon gritted his teeth. "A commoner with a big mouth? Huh? You're going to regret this. Once you're off Academy grounds, you'd better watch your back. Learn your place." Sabat, however, wasn't as reckless as Aeon. "Running is tiring enough. Don't waste your energy on this. Leave him be. We'll get our revenge in the training arena." Hermit watched their retreating backs, a flicker of anger in his eyes. How can someone so weak be so arrogant? It's unbelievable. Challenging me when he has no chance of winning. I wonder if I should teach him a lesson right here and now. A light breeze swept by, and just then, Suka appeared. "Commoner, were you perhaps talking about me?" Aeon's eyes narrowed at the sight of Suka. "And who are you supposed to be?" Suka stepped closer, his voice laced with anything but a warm welcome. "You don't know who I am. You must be a transfer student. I heard someone complaining about commoners, and I thought you might have a problem with me." Sabat sneered. "I don't get why the swordsmanship department accepts so many commoners. No one can stand this level of insolence." Of course, Suka wasn't one to tolerate it either. He lived to test the limits of arrogant fools like them. His words provoked Sabat. He was about to charge forward, but Aeon quickly pulled him back. Whatever Aeon whispered was enough to make Sabat stand down. "You commoners can keep acting clever. Enjoy it while it lasts." Watching from the sidelines, Hermit suddenly realized. Suka was the guy his friend warned him about this morning. He'd have to be more careful. With that thought, class resumed. The instructor gathered everyone, lining them up in perfect order before drawing a wooden sword. A scowl formed on Suka's face, annoyed by the whispers that he was a commoner pretending to be something more. The instructor called him out first. When questioned about his tardiness, Suka had no choice but to spin a lie. "I was so focused on asking Miss Patchy a question that I lost track of time. But as fate would have it, Miss Patchy had called in sick, and the instructor splashed a cold dose of reality all over Suka's excuse. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable." 30 laps around the field, immediately. For someone like Hermit, it was an easy task. But for Suka, it was an unimaginable ordeal. Hermit began to size Suka up, combining his words with the rumors swirling around him. His reputation was a complete disaster. With a record like that, earning respect would be next to impossible. The remaining students were given swords for their own drills. But with the instructor watching each of them individually, it was clear no one would be slacking off. When the command was given, Hermit poured all his focus into his sword practice. In just a short time, his body was already slick with sweat. Ethan had said the first class wasn't too hard, but something felt off. He wondered how much things would change in the coming years. By the time Suka finished his run, he was completely drenched. And yet, he still tried to play it cool in front of Hermit. "Aren't you going to thank me? I'm the one who stopped that fight earlier." Hermit was stunned. He hadn't uttered a single word asking for help. "You're pretty arrogant," Suka scoffed. "I heard you're a commoner. I'm just like you. Let's make a deal." Hermit carefully watched Suka's every move. He could sense a sinister aura from that outstretched hand. Hermit's instincts were sharp, but what Suka said next was truly bizarre. "But let me give you a little warning. Don't think you can get buddy-buddy with me just because we're both commoners. That kind of thing is just a nuisance." With that, Suka waved and walked away, leaving Hermit alone. Back in the dorm, Hermit replayed the bizarre encounter in his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that he looked like an easy target. That's when his roommate, Adi, offered his own opinion. "You've been struggling from the very beginning. Those guys are nothing but bullies coasting on their family names. Prove yourself, and none of them will ever dare to touch you again." From the start, Ethan had warned Hermit that causing trouble was pointless. But Adi's advice came from a place of brutal honesty. It all depends on how you play it. If you can make them throw the first punch, everything becomes easier after that. But Hermit wasn't skilled in provocation like they were. It seemed his only choice was to endure it all until the official ranking duels. Turns out, Adi had already beaten them to a pulp once before Hermit even enrolled. Luckily, he didn't have to do anything this time. Hermit just muttered that if he became the head of a department, he could challenge them directly without having to endure any of this. The more he spoke, the more confused Adi became. It was because there was one person Hermit just couldn't figure out. Meanwhile, Suka was striding past Aeon and his cronies. Sabat, still bitter about the earlier incident, started spewing insults. Well, you must be so happy to have another common friend. Let's see how long you can act so high and mighty with that top score of yours. You'll turn into our obedient little puppy soon enough." Suka wasn't known for his patience. He casually slapped Aeon across the cheek. "Oops, I guess I got so excited my hand just flew out on its own. I was actually hoping you'd make me behave right here and now, without waiting for a duel. So, what's your answer?" At GTA Academy, there was officially no class discrimination when it came to academics. However, a single rule couldn't erase a century of social hierarchy. Beneath the surface, arrogance and bullying were a part of daily life. This was how the nobles treated the common folk. But when it came to Suka, they always hesitated. It was all because of his title as the top-ranked student and his utterly unpredictable personality. Suka's glare was terrifying. "You really think just staring at me will make me listen to you?" Only then did Sabat look genuinely surprised. "I heard what happened last year. You really earned that nickname. You completely snapped, didn't you?" Suka just scoffed, claiming Sabat was afraid of him. But his opponent wasn't one to be trifled with so easily. "After you came back from that suspension, you've been living a quiet life. That's not like you at all. Don't tell me you're thinking of doing something reckless. If you get suspended one more time, you're facing serious trouble." A flicker of annoyance crossed Suka's face. "Fine. If you insist, I'll play your game." A smirk of pure arrogance spread across Sabat's face. "Go ahead. Try and hit me first. Of course, you'd better be ready to face the punishment. Not from me retaliating, but from the judgment of this entire society." No matter what, Suka couldn't actually throw a serious punch. Even though he desperately wanted to argue back, if he attacked now, he would be the one at fault. Sabat jeered with his friends. "Looks like the mad dog is finally scared of getting expelled from the academy." Suka's expression darkened. His patience had run out. He was going to teach Sabat a lesson. But just as he raised his fist, a powerful force slammed into both of them, sending them flying. A female professor stepped forward, her voice dripping with disappointment. "Did you two enter the Swordsmanship Institute to become a pair of street thugs? The absolute nerve of you two, starting a gang fight right here on academy grounds." Unable to contain himself, Suka immediately started snitching. "But Professor," he started it. "And what do you mean, gang? It's just me here." He just kept digging the hole deeper. The professor smacked Suka on the head. "How many times have I told you? Mindlessly swinging your fists at people will get you absolutely nowhere. And as for you, Sabat, you're not much better. As long as you're a student at Gheta Academy, you will judge opponents by their strength alone." Sabat reluctantly nodded. Another hit like that, and he'd be done for. The next class would begin soon. The professor ordered Sabat to prepare, while Suka was to follow her. Suka didn't understand why, but she snapped at him. "No more questions. Just follow me." With that, it was settled, and Sabat also took his leave. Suka shot a sideways glance, only to get slapped by the professor's hand. He felt completely wronged. "What is it now, Professor?" Patchy was furious with his foolish actions. You're impossibly dense. You can't control that temper. And now you're trying to start more trouble. Did your first suspension teach you absolutely nothing? The top-ranked student got you out of it the first time, but I can't make any promises for the next. I know it's hard to endure this now, but get through the school year and you'll be recognized. You are an incredibly gifted student. Don't throw away this chance over petty disputes. Hearing this, Suka was conflicted. If he just keeps enduring it, they'll walk all over him. Patchy then changed the subject to Hermux. He's the new student, isn't he? He's managed to stay out of trouble with the noble class so far. Hermux is a commoner, just like you, so I expect you to treat him with decency. The two of you might even become friends, given your similar circumstances. Suka's mind immediately flashed to Hermux. In response to the professor's question, he quietly turned away. I've already told you, I'm not interested in getting close to anyone. Besides, that arrogant brat can surely take care of himself. Or so he thought. At the next class, all the students were lined up in perfect formation. The next lesson had begun. Check your surroundings. Is anyone absent? Choi Mai reported that Hermux still hadn't arrived. The professor then asked, did you tell him clearly where the class was located? He immediately nodded, yes. The professor ordered someone to go find Hermux, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Suka had already sensed his presence. Hermux pushed the door open, only to be immediately questioned by the professor. He claimed he was late because he didn't know the classroom's location. When Patchy asked if anyone had informed him, Cheom instantly jumped in. I told him the location perfectly clearly, Professor. Patchy's face darkened, unimpressed. I was asking Hermux, not you. Cheom shot a deathly glare toward Hermux, who could feel the chilling pressure. The other students turned to each other and snickered. The professor concluded that Hermux must have been given the wrong information. You can tell me the truth, but not wanting to make a scene, Hermux told a different story. I believe I must have misheard my classmate's message. My apologies, Professor. Both Professor Patchy and Suka were stunned by his answer. Jin Cheom, on the other hand, looked smug. Hearing this, Patchy decided to let the matter go. Intentional or not, you were late and you must take responsibility. Run 10 laps around the field. Then she turned to address the entire class. Let us begin our lesson. Through it all, Suka hadn't cracked a single smile. This Hermux guy was no different from the other commoners. Patchy held up a small ball. Today, we'll consider this a part of your basic training. We will dedicate this time to developing your physical stamina. When wielding a sword, physical strength is directly linked to the stability of your sword arts. I will give each of you one of these almond balls. Your mission is to place it on the tip of your sword and keep it from falling. Any student who can maintain it for 30 minutes will be dismissed from class, so I expect you all to give it your best. Professor Patchy called Hermux up to give her a hand. From the sidelines, Suka couldn't help but be suspicious. When Suka saw him yesterday, he thought Hermux had a fierce spirit, but it turns out he's just another sly coward who trembles before power. Suka knew he was different from cowards like Hermux. Even if it meant death, he would never bow his head to these arrogant nobles. After rolling the ball in his hand for a moment, Hermux aimed at Cheom and threw it with explosive force. The ball rocketed through the air. The throw was so powerful that Cheom had no time to dodge, taking the full, painful impact. The professor, Suka, and everyone else were completely floored. Cheom collapsed to his knees, clutching his gut as pain shot through him. Hermux just dusted off his hands and said, My bad. I didn't mean to. You were just so far away. One shock after another. Suka stared at the scene in absolute disbelief. Just what kind of person was this guy really? In the training hall, someone was striking a wooden dummy. A young man's figure was reflected in the mirror, revealing a huge bruise on his chest. Cheom glared furiously at his injury. Damn it, he muttered. A bruise like this is going to take a while to heal. That arrogant, damn commoner. How dare he do that to me? Wiping his sweat with a towel, Sabat spoke up. You're getting too worked up over a simple ball. Cheom spun around and raged. You take a hit like that. Cheom fumed. First, that bastard Suka. And now this commoner transfer student. Sabat, are you really just going to let this slide? Sabat just sighed, continuing to wipe his sweat. Cheom sat down, burying his face in his hands. Suka has always been like this, but what was that new kid thinking, messing with us? This isn't good. More and more people are starting to forget their place. Sabat stared up at the ceiling, offering no reply. Suddenly, Sabat slammed his towel to the ground. Don't be so hot-headed, he sneered. Starting tomorrow, I want you to treat those guys nicely. Everyone in the training halls stared in shock. Murmurs erupted through the crowd. What did you say, Sabat? Did I just hear that right? You seriously want us to be friendly with those commoners? The noise was unbearable for Sabat. Silence, he roared. You brainless idiots. When did I ever say you had to be their friends? As he resumed his training, Sabat added, You won't have to see them for much longer anyway, so just be nice to them while you still can. Chomi couldn't believe his ears. Sabat, what are you implying? A scornful smirk spread across Sabat's face. He picked up a wooden sword, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. Just wait. The next morning at Gheta Academy, Cian walked in with a wide grin. Hermit, I heard the news. So, you finally got punished, huh? I figured I'd check on my friend who got into trouble just 2 days after transferring. Hermit simply smiled back in agreement. Yeah, that's about right. Cian froze, completely baffled by his friend's expression. He asked, bewildered, this isn't the reaction I expected. What's going on with you? Allie's annoyed voice cut through the air. What's this about an agreement? And don't just barge into my room whenever you feel like it. Cian casually slung an arm around Hermit. Come on. Now. Why so hostile? Don't be like that with us. Besides, I'm here to see Hermit today, so you don't have to mind me. Ollie, sitting on his bed, shot back. It doesn't matter who you came to see. What matters is that I never gave you permission to enter my room. Cian's face flushed. Wait, Hermit can come in, but I can't? I've been stuck in my room alone for days. I just wanted to hang out for a little while. Is that too much to ask? What's he got that I don't? See. This is what he's really like. What about me? Did I do something wrong? A furious silence fell over Ali. Ali finally snapped. He grabbed a pillow and hurled it at them, screaming, both of you, get out of my room right now. Once they were safely outside, Cian looked bewildered. Is he some kind of shut-in? Socially anxious? Who knows what goes on in his head? Man, that's exhausting. Hey, sorry about that. You got kicked out because of me. Hermit turned to him, his face radiating a strange, flowery brightness. Cian recoiled. You're still making— Can you please stop? It doesn't suit you at all. The two continued walking down the corridor. Cian had to ask, did something good happen? You seem really happy. Yeah, Hermit replied. I guess. You could say I'm proud of myself. A smirk played on Hermit's lips as he thought to himself. The problem wouldn't just solve itself. He'd thrown that ball pretty hard, but since no one was seriously injured, it was all good. At least he still had some humanity left in how he dealt with that scumbag. Cian grimaced at his friend's unnerving cheerfulness. Proud of acting like that? Cian questioned. You're way more aggressive than I gave you credit for. Just, please don't turn into someone like Suka. I don't do things without a reason, Hermit replied coolly. It was necessary to put them in their place. Cian stammered. Right. You do seem a lot more at ease. From now on, Hermit declared, I won't just stand by and let them do whatever they please. After all, just like Ali said, some problems can only be solved with force. Talk is cheap. I have to draw a clear line in the sand between us and them. Cian shot him a surprised look. Then, a smile broke out on his face. Hey, Hermit, you got any plans for the weekend? How about we head downtown and hang out? Hermit's expression turned serious. Not really. I was planning on going home to see Yishin. We'll have a meal, talk for a bit, and then I'll head out. Cian crossed his arms with a huff. But then Cian's face lit up again. In that case, can I come with you? Hermit was taken aback. To the queer mansion? What for? What do you mean, what for? Cian chirped. Do you really need a reason to visit a friend's house? He continued enthusiastically. Maintaining good personal relationships is super important. I bet Professor Yishin will be thrilled with what you've been doing. Hermit just stared at him in silence. He looked up and sighed. Incredible. Cian gave him a cheerful thumbs up. Okay, that settles it. It's a date. Cian started to run off, then turned back. See you this weekend. You promised, so don't you dare stand me up. Hermit just stood there, completely dazed. He thought to himself, wait, what did I just agree to? Later that evening, a cloaked figure entered a dimly lit room. Dumont approached, holding a stack of papers. Sir, he said respectfully, these are today's requests. Anton sat down and took the documents. Huh? What's all this? These sheltered noble brats get their hands on our services, and this is the pathetic nonsense they asked for? Whatever, we took their money. Just get it done. Anton threw back his hood, his voice growing serious. Not long ago, some amateurs were using our name to blackmail people. Thanks to them, the Black Hawks are getting a reputation as common swindlers around here. I'll make that my top priority. You're dismissed. Understood, sir, Dumont replied with a bow. But as he turned to leave, Anton held up a single request. Wait, Dumont, have you ever heard of this name before? Dumont took the paper, his brow furrowed. I can't say that I have, sir. Why do you ask? Anton grew pensive. Deal with the impersonators first. We'll handle this, and while you're at it, run a full background check on him. Report anything you find directly to me. Dumont bowed low. As you command. Anton stared at the paper bearing Hermit's name. A dark premonition washed over him. I have a very bad feeling about this. As the weekend arrived at Gheta Academy, students flocked to the nearby town of Bagan to unwind. The once bustling campus grounds fell into a peaceful silence. Hermit stood before the carriage, his hand resting on the sword at his hip. Cian's voice rang out, full of disbelief. Hermit, is that seriously all you're bringing? Hermit shot back coldly. Is there a problem? Not exactly, Cian replied. But for a 2-day trip, you've packed incredibly light. Hermit's mind drifted to his past life. Back then, traveling light was the secret to survival. He thought, guess, some habits die hard. Hermit led the way onto the carriage. Cian followed close behind, asking, is Ali still in his room? Hermit glanced back, probably. Once settled in his seat, Cian began to ramble. Other than his occasional trips to Ban, I rarely see him go anywhere else. I wonder if he ever visits his family. Is his home just too far away? Even I go home every 3 months. Maybe he plans to go during the holidays, he added quickly. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I'm stalking him. He's my rival, that's all. So of course, I pay attention to him. Right? I'm not some creep who follows guys around. Hermit stared at Cian with a bone-chilling gaze. With a terrifying expression, he asked, since you're so curious, should I go ask him for you? One look at that face was enough. Cian yelped in terror. No. Meanwhile, in the town of Bayan, Suka took a bite of a meat skewer and sighed, finally, some room to breathe. Damn nobles. They're no match for me. So why are they so desperate to Is their precious honor really that important? I just don't get it. Was I in the wrong? Nah, of course not. Why am I even thinking about them? I'd rather die than ever bow to those fools. Come to think of it, what was Hermut's deal? Anyway, most of the time, he just goes along with everything. But that one time, he actually resisted. Does he just have a high tolerance for nonsense? And watching Choi might eat dirt after that ball hit him. That was hilarious. It's not like I want to be his friend, but maybe he's not so bad to talk to. Suddenly, Suka sensed a presence behind him and spun around instantly. He saw nothing but the bustling town of Bayan. He continued on, but that prickling sensation of being watched returned. Suka spun around again. Just as he finished his food, 2 men blocked his path. Huh? You guys? He asked, annoyed. Who sent you? Just then, 2 more men appeared, blocking his escape. So, they lured me into a trap, Suka thought with a smirk. He spoke calmly. Well, look at this. I won't know unless you speak up. Internally, his thoughts sharpened. Damn it, my sword is still being repaired. Suka asked, almost laughing. Are you really going this far over a little kid's squabble? I don't know which family sent you, but you guys obviously have too much time on your hands. The men remained silent, slowly drawing their weapons. You scumbags, Suka muttered. The least you could do is talk. All of a sudden, Suka yelled at the top of his lungs. Coach Allen is over there. As one, the men whipped their heads around to look. That was the opening he needed. Suka surged forward, his fist clenched tight, and slammed a powerful blow into one man's shoulder, making his face drain of color. Using the impact as a springboard, Suka launched himself away. The moment he landed, he broke into a dead sprint. The remaining thugs stared in shock. How is he that fast? Oi, don't just stand there. After him, now. Suka darted into a narrow alley, only to be cut off by yet another group of thugs. He was now surrounded on 3 sides. Damn it all, he cursed. Fine, I guess I'll have to play with you for a while. The scene shifts to that evening, at the Crab Estate. Lord Crab sat at the head of a grand dining table. Thank you for joining us, Cian, my boy. I hope the food is to your liking. Cian placed a hand over his chest, answering politely. Of course, Lord Crab. The food is absolutely exquisite. The reputation of the Crab Estate is well deserved. I am completely stunned by its magnificence. Ethan laughed heartily. You can just call me Coach, son. Ethan was visibly pleased. He thought to himself, I can't believe Hermux has such a normal and polite friend. I was worried over nothing. Hermux watched, completely baffled. I wonder, he thought, how a person can be so two-faced. I'll have to ask him about that later, he decided. Cian looked over at him cheerfully. Hermux, it's the weekend. Don't you want to visit your father while we're here? No, Hermux replied flatly. I plan to train. Hearing this, Ethan chimed in. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Bayan is a huge city. It would be great for you to go see your father. Hermux remained silent, not knowing what to say. After their meal, Hermux and Cian went for a walk. I guess this is why my aunt sent me to the academy. Hermux thought to himself. Cian glanced over at him. Man, that must have been difficult for you, leaving such an incredible house to move into the dorms. Plus, you have to share a room with that grumpy guy. Hermux replied with a dismissive tone. Ollie isn't a problem for me. For real? Cian asked, incredulous. You want to know why? His voice rose in panic. It's because he bullies me instead of you. He wakes me up before dawn to assist with his research. He's forced me to summon more spirits than I've ever summoned in my entire life. But you've gotten stronger because of it, Hermux pointed out flatly. Yeah, that's the only consolation, Cian said, practically in tears. Since Ali actually seems to listen to you, why don't you try putting in a good word for me? But before he could finish his sentence, a figure covered in wounds suddenly appeared before them. Cian let out a blood-curdling scream of terror. Hermit wasn't the least bit surprised. Wait, you're Suka. Clutching his badly wounded arm, Suka struggled to speak. You too, you have to help me. But just as they faced off, the assassins chasing Suka finally caught up, advancing menacingly with their weapons drawn. Cian asked in shock, who are they? Hermit's eyes narrowed on their red emblem, the Black Eagle. Suka cursed while trying to circulate his energy to treat the wound. Damn it, those bastards. They caught me when I didn't have my sword on me. Cian's jaw dropped. They dare attack a student right here in Bagan? You really make enemies everywhere you go, don't you, Suka? Suka shot back angrily. What did you say? What could you possibly know? While Cian was still stunned by this revelation, Hermit stepped forward boldly. Perfect timing. I have some questions for you. With a swift motion, he drew his cold steel blade. Hermit stood firm, shielding the other two. Cian asked nervously, what are you suddenly talking about? Hermit didn't answer. He thought to himself, the Black Eagle. An organization that will take any life. For the right price. But there's no way a mere academy student could have done something to get hunted by the Black Eagle. Someone must be pulling the strings. It wasn't long ago that I took down a few of their members myself. It's not a stretch to think they have intel on me, but I assume they couldn't touch me while I was a student here. Gripping his sword, Hermit was lost in thought. I'm still certain this should be true, but there's one thing I must find out. The men blocking their path exchanged worried glances. Leader, what do we do now? The leader replied, killing our target isn't enough. We have to think about the aftermath. We can't leave any more witnesses. Even if they're just academy brats, there are 3 of them. Kill them all, immediately. Start with the one who drew his sword. The moment the leader finished speaking, his men raised their blades to charge. But before they could even lunge, Hermit was already moving. A single, cold slash flew towards the leader, and his arm went soaring through the air, severed from his body. After dealing with the first one, Hermit instantly closed in on another swordsman behind him. The man spat, you little brat. Hermit dropped low, kicking straight up and sending the man's sword flying. As the blade spun into the sky, the scene below was one of absolute domination, as Hermit single-handedly dismantled the entire group. His sword danced, cutting through Suka's pursuers. Soon, the villains were all wounded and scattered, but sensing a momentary lapse, one of them lunged at Hermit's back. Moments later, a sword clattered to the ground. Hermit had spun around, his own blade flashing toward the ambusher. The attacker collapsed in agony, while Hermit simply stood and watched, silent. Cian and Suka could only stare, completely speechless. Hermit stood tall and composed, while his defeated enemies writhed on the ground below. He looked down upon them with an icy glare. Suka was horrified. He beat them in just a few moments. Without even using a single skill, Hermit calmly sheathed his sword and placed a hand over his chest. The Seed of Darkness didn't react, he thought. As long as I don't kill them, it seems to be fine. Cian crossed his arms. You finished the job before I could even do anything. So, who are these thugs? Hermit replied flatly, the Black Eagle. Taking advantage of the distraction, one of the men shakily reached for his blade. Hermit spoke slowly. For money, they will target anyone. As he spoke, he stomped his foot down on the man's hand. Clutching his arm, Suka said, I need to hear from them directly who hired them. Although I already have a pretty good idea. Hermit glanced to the side. They won't break that easily. They've been trained for this. But as it happens, I have some questions for them as well. Hermit's voice dropped, cold and heavy. No matter how tight-lipped they are, if we start cutting off their fingers one by one, they're bound to start talking. Cian and Suka froze, horrified. Cian finally shouted, Hey, what are you talking about? Are you seriously planning to torture them? Even if a student was attacked first, this is way beyond self-defense. Suka scoffed with contempt. What a naive way of thinking. Cian hesitated, then said, You have them under control, so I'll go get the guards. We've done everything we can. Interrogation is their job. Suka snapped, Wait a minute. Are you sure we can trust them? If this is a case of a commoner against a noble, do you really think they'll do more than a half-hearted investigation? Cian turned back innocently. Harming an academy student is a serious crime. They can't just ignore it. Then again, you're pretty good at worrying about these things. I guess that's why you make enemies everywhere. Cian turned to leave. I'll be right back, you hear me? I'm saying this as a precaution. Don't you dare touch a single one of their fingers. Hermit simply stared at Cian with an indifferent expression. Fine. Hammond's chilling gaze fell upon the men writhing in pain. With a cruel, menacing smirk, he knelt down to begin. "What do you fools really know about me?" the leader demanded, his face twisting into a scowl. "What is this nonsense?" Hermit countered, his eyes glaring daggers. "Knowing that much?" Meanwhile, at Gheta Academy, a purple-haired instructor spoke, his voice laced with concern. "I heard the reports. I'm just relieved you're all safe. It's late now. You all need to head back and get some rest. Report to the headmaster's office first thing in the morning. Suka, that wound of yours looks severe. Should I notify the school nurse?" Suka hesitated, then shook his head. "No. I'll be fine." After bidding farewell to their instructor, the three walked together through the academy's quiet halls. That's when CN broke the silence. "You should at least go see the nurse. Are you absolutely sure you'll be okay?" Suka snapped back irritably. "It's the middle of the night. What else can I do but lie down? Besides, you already gave me first aid. I'll be fine after one night of sleep." Zan shot him a skeptical look. "That's completely irrational. What are you, some kind of monster?" CN added worriedly. "If you move around too much, that stab wound will just tear open again. Then why not go somewhere else for proper treatment?" Suka crossed his arms, letting out a heavy sigh. "I'm broke, and healing magic costs a fortune." Zan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You know, there might be a way to get healed for free." Suka and Hermut's heads instantly snapped toward Zan in perfect sync. Just then, a door was flung open irritably. "Ollie," Cian exclaimed with relief. "Thank goodness you're still awake." Ollie buried his face in his hands, utterly exasperated. "If you don't explain what's happening right now, I swear I'm going to use my wind magic to blast you all away." "Whoa, hey, let's calm down," Cian said with a nervous laugh. "We actually came here to ask you for a little favor." Suka pointed a bewildered finger. "So this is the famous Ali? He seriously looks like a girl. And who is this guy with a bird's nest for hair?" Ali shot back. "What did you just say, you damn brat?" Suka seethed. Fearing Suka would only make things worse, Cian quickly jumped between them. "Ah, well, you see, the thing is, he's injured. So, Ali, you know healing magic." Ali's eyes narrowed with fury. "Don't tell me you woke me up in the middle of the night to heal this rude, random stranger." Cian and Hermit exchanged a worried glance. After a heavy silence, Hermit finally spoke up. "Please." Hearing the plea come from Hermit, Ali's expression soured. "Fine, get inside." Zan gave Hermit a subtle thumbs up. As they walked in, Ali's voice cut through the air. "And just so you know, this won't be free. Do you have any idea how much healing magic costs out there? The least I deserve is some kind of payment, right?" Ali spun around, pointing a finger straight at Hermit. "You're the one who asked, so you're the one who pays. It's only fair, isn't it? Why do I have to be the one to pay?" Hermit replied coolly. "Simple," Ali retorted. "If I heal him, what will you do for me in return?" "This is such a pain." Hermit thought with a flash of annoyance. He spoke aloud. "Anything, as long as it's within my power." A sly grin crept across Ali's face. "Don't you go forgetting those words, you hear?" Hermit stared back, his mind momentarily blank. "Hey, bird's nest," Ali shouted. "Sit down here next to me, now. I don't want to waste any more time, so let me heal you so you can get lost." "What did you just say, you disrespectful little brat?" Suka raged. Hermit, however, was still lost in his own thoughts. What could he possibly want from me? Hermit stood there, consumed by his thoughts. Should I have answered more carefully? Just then, a gentle light began to radiate from inside Ali's room. After a short time, the healing was complete. "Done," Ali announced. Suka looked down at his own body. The wounds had completely vanished. Irritated by Suka's silent stare, Ali snapped. "What's with that look? If you have something to say, just spit it out." "It's nothing," Suka mumbled awkwardly. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, Hermit was completely baffled. "You might look like a total weakling," Suka said with a sharp tongue, "but your skills are decent enough. My business here is done." With that, he turned and left without a single look back. His friends could only stand there and watch him go. "That ungrateful punk," Ali fumed. "Did we really just waste my magic on a guy like that?" "Well, despite his personality," Cian replied sheepishly. "He is the top student in our class. Being friends with him could be useful for you." Ali sighed and crossed his arms. "If you chain up a rabid dog and beat it into submission, it'll eventually learn how to behave." "Whoa, come on," Zan said, alarmed. "Why would you say something like that? Isn't it better to just try and help him?" Hermit suddenly cut in. "I don't need help from anyone." Cian sighed. "Why does he get under your skin so much?" Cian raised a hand, his expression turning serious. "You can't underestimate the importance of relationships, Hermit. I know how strong you are, but you can't do everything by yourself. You'll regret it later, so you better start preparing for the consequences now." At Cian's words, Hermit fell silent. Cian let out another long sigh. And you too, Ali. Why am I friends with two impossible kids like you? Feeling unfairly blamed, Ali exploded. What was that? If you don't like it, then we don't have to be friends. I'm not the one begging you to stick around. In an instant, the two of them were arguing. What is that supposed to mean? Cian demanded. I helped you with all that research on spirits, didn't I? And you benefited from it just as much as I did. Ali shot back without missing a beat. Hermit stood off to the side, lost in his own world, contemplating the nature of relationships. The scene shifts to the following morning inside the headmaster's office. The headmaster sat grimly at his desk. Last night, 4 suspicious individuals not only attacked Suka in the Bane town center, but they also managed to injure Hermit and Zan. They were ultimately defeated. The dean's voice was heavy with dread as he spoke. I just received word they escaped this morning. Zan, Hermit, and Suka could only stare in disbelief. Once the reality of the situation sunk in, Suka exploded with rage. What the hell is going on? The dean nervously raised his hands. I don't know anything else. I only heard about it from the prison guards. Zan remained calm and asked, Sir, what's the plan for the students and the guards? This is a direct threat to the students' lives. You can't possibly take this lightly. Of course I'm not taking it lightly, the dean replied anxiously. I already have people investigating. I'll inform you as soon as there's news. Hearing this, Suka's face turned pale with fury as she stormed out of the dean's office. As she walked, Suka muttered, We should have listened to Hermit. We should have beaten them and interrogated them right then and there. Still fuming, she yelled, How did those 4 escape so easily anyway? Are the walls of Bayan prison made of paper? Zan said awkwardly. They're still investigating and searching for them every day. Suka shot him a glare and snarled. Every day? Do you know the worst thing in this world? It's better to handle things yourself than to ever expect anything from others. Hermit spoke up with an icy tone. If you're looking for a fight, leave me out of it. Suka shot back. Hey, don't act like you're not involved when you're the best at this stuff. You're second only to me. With a blank expression, Hermit continued, Your business is your own to solve. If it were my problem, I'd handle it myself. Suka feigned a pout and said, So cold. Don't tell me you're trying to become a model student or something. Hermit replied flatly, Weren't you the one who told me to be a little friendlier? Zan quickly intervened. Hey, stop it. Don't go. Looking disappointed, Zan said, I have to get back to class. I hope this is all resolved by the next time we see the dean. Suka replied coldly, I wouldn't count on it. Where are you going now? Suka asked, surprised. Without turning around, Hermit answered, To train. I've been slacking lately for various reasons. Following behind Hermit, Suka sighed dramatically. So diligent. With one in front and one behind, Hermit and Suka walked away. Annoyed at being followed, Hermit stopped. He turned and asked, Why are you following me? Suka casually replied, I have to go this way too. Just ignore me and walk your own path. With an irritated look, Suka said, Hey, now that I think about it, your skills are already pretty good. Does it annoy you when you see others trying desperately to climb up to your rank? Turning to walk away, Hermit thought to himself, The only one annoying me right now is you, he said indifferently. Even if it did, I have no intention of acting like you. Suka shrugged and said, If you use a cannonball to hit a child, you'll be kicked out of the game. I think you get my meaning. Suka pointed to herself and continued, Don't show them the real difference in your power level during a fight. Look at me. Because I'm at the top of the class, they're all going crazy with the desire to defeat me. Glancing at Suka, Hermit asked with surprise, Are you sure it's not because of your rotten personality? Suka answered furiously, What did you just say, you bastard? I'm giving you advice here, Hermit stated plainly. I'm not good at picking fights. I want to get along with my classmates. Suka gave a bitter laugh. You're different from how you look. Are you a good boy who always listens to his parents? Did they tell you to go make friends with all the nobles? Holding a key to a door, Hermit's voice was cold with anger. I don't have the patience to watch others try to take my position, and you are no exception. Seeing that expression, Suka flinched back in fear, quickly turning her head away. Crossing her arms, Suka stammered, Fine, I get it. No need to get so intense. Hermit didn't answer, simply opening the training room door and stepping inside. The room was filled with training equipment. Suka stood outside, looking around. Don't you want to train? This isn't the main training center. Hermit answered her question. This is Coach Queer's personal training room. I got his permission to use it when it's free. Shocked by Hermit's answer, Suka shouted, What? You're the only one who gets to use it? That's so petty. Can't you let me use it too? Hermit slowly closed the door, saying coldly, No. Now, go away. The door slammed shut, leaving Suka standing there stunned, muttering a single sentence. Later that afternoon, Aeon entered a training room. Chom asked worriedly, Did you tell them anything? I told them I don't know anything. Aeon snapped back. but I think that Suka bastard sold us out. He was asking me a lot of questions. Chom tried to comfort him. The academy has no way of contacting the Black Eagles. We have nobles backing us, so there shouldn't be a problem. But still, why did this happen? Why did we do something so stupid for nothing, and now we're the ones living in fear? Sabat sat, clenching his fists, consumed by worry. Sabat thought to himself in terror, damn those Black Eagle bastards. They couldn't even handle a single kid. A bunch of useless country bumpkins who can't do anything right. Sabat nervously bit his nails, thinking, the academy won't stop investigating until they get what they want. How can they hide forever? If it comes to this, I'll personally make them walk right out of this academy themselves. Sabat's face turned pale with fear. He thought, don't you dare think this is over. From up high, Instructor Pak Chi announced, as most of you know, sparring classes will begin next week. Standing in the crowd of students, Hermit thought to himself, that's sooner than I expected. My patience has reached its limit, Hermit considered. I can't escape my punishment, but if I can use this opportunity to end these troublesome situations. Hermit remembered Suka and thought about his words. Don't even think about trying to show them the power gap by dueling them. I mean, look at me. I'm at the top of my class, and they still try to pick fights. Hermit sighed internally. If it doesn't work out, I'll just have to deal with it as it comes. Instructor Pak Chi spoke with a stern voice. Silence. I understand your excitement, but don't forget we have another important event before the sparring sessions. Understood? As previously announced, you will have a pop quiz tomorrow. This test will count toward your final grade, so make sure you review your textbooks thoroughly. Hearing Instructor Pak Chi's words, the students erupted. Textbooks? Ali threw open the curtain, demanding furiously, what? You still haven't bought your textbooks yet? Okay, after all that chaos, it's understandable that you forgot about the test. But didn't they tell you about this before you even enrolled? Hermit stood there pensively. No, he replied. Professor Yithan didn't mention anything about it. But as he said that, he suddenly remembered something from a few days ago. Professor Yithan's voice called out, hey, Hermit. After you register for the dorms, remember to buy your textbooks. I'll just buy a few textbooks on my way back from the manor. Hermit had thought dismissively. Cien's voice broke through his memory. We should hurry back to the academy, everyone. We're going to be questioned too. With that, Hermit snapped back to reality. After putting the pieces together, Hermit finally said, come to think of it, I did hear something about that. Ali sat up and replied, then hurry up and get a permission slip to go buy them. If you tell them you're going to buy textbooks, they'll let you go. The problem is, Hermit replied, I can't buy them even if I wanted to. I'm out of money. Ali asked in shock, what? What did you do with all the money you earned from the last mission? Whatever. I should have seen this coming the day you casually spent over 10,000 marks in a single go. Ali sighed. So what is it now? What do you want from me? With a completely straight face, Hermit answered, I gave all the mission pay to Professor Yithan, thinking it would be safer. I just don't have time to go get it back now. Besides, he continued, I was hoping you could tell me the fastest way to get some cash. You know things I don't, so I trust you. Momentarily stunned by Hermit's response, Ali turned his head away. What kind of backwards way of asking is that? Just spit it out and ask to borrow money from me. Hermit crossed his arms, surprised. Borrow money? Ali nodded. That's right. It means I give you money now, and you pay me back later. I understand, Hermit replied instantly. If you agree, I'll pay you back by the end of this week. Wow, you sure agreed to that fast, Ali said, surprised. Before we go, wait a second while I get changed. Hermit crossed his arms and asked, You're coming with me? I can go buy them myself. Ali glanced back and said, I don't think I can stand sitting here wondering if you're buying some weird, cursed book with my money. And I'm free anyway, so stop talking and let's go. Ali thought worriedly, if I let him go out alone in Deianne, he might end up in a situation like Suka did. It's much safer if we go together. The scene shifts to the bustling town of Deianne, crowded with people. Ali thought with irritation, or so I thought. It wasn't just Hermit and Ali who went down to Deianne. Cien and Suka were with them too. Suka smiled brightly and said, It's been a while since you've been out, huh? Cien sighed dramatically. Finally, I can breathe some fresh air. How in the world did this happen? Ali fumed internally. The day before, Cien had declared excitedly, Really? I need to buy books too. Let's all go together. He just wanted to tag along, hoping something exciting would happen. Suka pointed to himself, saying cheerfully, As a swordsmanship student, I know all the best places. Let me be your guide. But really, he just wanted an excuse to leave campus. Somehow, these annoying flies ended up sticking to you, huh? Ali grumbled. Hermit replied helplessly, I never even asked them to come. The four of them arrived at the library, and Hermit looked around curiously. The smell of new books is always the best. Cian said with a happy expression. Ali pointed in a direction. The swordsmanship textbooks are over there. Ali turned back to Hammett and asked, do you even remember the names of the books you need? With a blank look, Hammett answered, right now, I need intermediate general swordsmanship, basic business management, and advanced ethics. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick stack of books was placed in his hands. Ali asked again, do you need anything else? Hammett thought for a moment before replying, no, this is enough. He opened one of the books and thought to himself, I guess this is from Tutoring. This stuff is just the basics. Why bother buying textbooks for things I already know? Suka grabbed another book, saying, while we're here, we should get this one too. Hermit looked at him doubtfully. Those aren't even required textbooks. Flipping the book open, Suka explained. Instructor Phi is way too unpredictable. She never pulls questions directly from the assigned reading. She either uses questions from the senior curriculum or throws in incredibly obscure vocabulary. I've spent 4 years mastering these concepts, and this is the most accurate and helpful guide I've ever found. It was shocking to hear such insightful words come from a goofball like Suka. Ali and Hermit stared at him, completely speechless. Suka looked confused. What's the problem? Why are you guys looking at me like that? Ali spoke with a tone of pure amazement. You know, they say if you hang around long enough, something's bound to sink in. I'm just floored by this sudden burst of intelligence from you. Suka exploded with rage. I'm the top student in this class, you jerks. These guys treat me like I'm some kind of complete moron. After wandering around, CM returned with a book, saying, hey Ali, since you're covering the books, think you could get this for me too. Ali shot back without hesitation. In your dreams. Use your own money to pay for it. CM grumbled, you're so heartless. After picking out their books, the 4 of them went to the librarian at the counter. She smiled warmly. Your total comes to 2,000 M, gentlemen. Hermit thought to himself, only 2,000? That's not even a tenth of the money Ali gave me. It's actually really cheap. Behind him, Suka and Ali were already bickering. Suka started provoking him. What's with the cloak and hood? Are you planning to rob this place? Ali shot back irritably. Just mind your own business and shut up. The librarian shouted, yes, sir. Thank you for your payment. Oh my goodness. Could you be the Honorable Ali? Ali recoiled, hiding his face as he quickly denied it. You've got the wrong person. Once all 4 of them had paid and stepped outside, Suka roared with laughter. Being famous is a real pain, isn't it, Ali? She was clearly a fan of yours. You should have at least given her an autograph. Ali stormed ahead, saying angrily, you're just drawing more attention to us, so could you please just keep your mouth shut? Cian smiled brightly and said, nope. It's completely absurd to think you wouldn't be famous after ranking first, especially with scores that shattered all previous records. Hermit said nothing, quietly watching them laugh and joke around. Hermit quietly wondered, so this is what it's like to have friends? After returning to Gheta Academy, Ali let out an exhausted sigh. That was draining. I shouldn't have wasted so much energy on something like that. Hermit suddenly asked Ali, you bought the textbooks for yourself too, right? Ali spun around to face him. What? Do you really think I'm the type of person who would forget to buy his own books? Hermit quickly clarified, no, that's not what I meant. It's just that you already know so much without them. I was wondering if those books would even be useful for you. Ali stopped, crossing his arms. Knowledge changes depending on your perspective. The textbooks are valuable because they offer an objective viewpoint on the things you think you already know. You have incredible talent, but if you continue to believe that the world you see is all that exists, you are guaranteed to fail one day. Hermit fell silent, letting the weight of Ali's words sink in. Ali pointed a finger at Hermit and declared, the point is, you need to drop the arrogance and start studying hard. You better take good care of those books. If you lose a single one, don't even think about it. Hermit, stunned for a moment, could only manage 2 words. Got it. But it seemed fate had a cruel way of mocking his insincere promise. The vow he made that night was shattered the very next day. A dark expression washed over Hermit's face as he stared into his now empty locker. Suka was horrified. Where did all of our textbooks go? I can't believe this. Did those bastards really steal from our lockers? Hey, Hermit, did they get into yours too? By this point, Hermit's grip on the wooden locker door was so tight that cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. The instructor's voice rang out. All right, everyone, let's begin swordsmanship class. Both sides must agree to the duel, and of course, the use of magic is strictly forbidden. The students below listened intently. Sparring with your friends is fine, but facing an opponent you've never fought before is how you gain priceless experience. So, as soon as you have all chosen your partners, we will begin the duels. The class roared in agreement, but suddenly, a loud voice cut through the noise. Hey! Everyone turned toward the sound. Suka was already waiting. We need to talk. Sabat saw him and broke into a cold sweat. What do you want with me? Suka, the top-ranked student, shot back. What do I want? Are you seriously asking me that question? His face twisted into a scowl as he growled, It seems you've had a problem with me for a while, so I'm giving you a chance to face me. If you call yourself a swordsman, you won't tuck your tail and run. Sabat, hearing the challenge, forced a weak smile. Sorry, but we've already partnered up within our group. I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else. Suka countered. Didn't you hear the instructor? We're supposed to find new opponents. The other boy stepped closer with a smirk. Since when are you so obedient? Listening to every word the instructor says. Why don't you just go fight that commoner you're so friendly with? Those words were like kicking a hornet's nest. Suka's fury ignited as he seethed. Is that how you want to play this? Seeing the attitude of the man before him change, Sabat shot a subtle glance to his backup. Enough talk, if you're that eager. But before he could finish, another voice cut in. What about me? Hermit decided he wanted in on this conversation. It doesn't matter if you all attack me at once. The result will still be the same. Ganging up is a specialty of the weak. Sabat's words were like a splash of cold water, his patience clearly wearing thin. Seeing this, Chen pulled his friend back. Listen to him talk. I'm more than enough to take down a punk like you. If you're so confident, then bring it on. Before this class began, in a private room, a plan was being laid. Listen carefully. If we sabotage their lockers, they'll target us during swordsmanship class. When that happens, just provoke them enough to get them to accept a duel. The plan sounded strange, so Chom asked Sabat, accept a duel? I don't know about Hermit, but we can't beat Suka. Are we just supposed to let them beat us up? Sabat replied, We'll use Vits. The entire group was shocked. What did you say? But Vits are strictly forbidden in sword class. Sabat calmly reassured them. Listen to me. If we frame it as self-defense against their revenge attacks, we'll only get a minor penalty. But if their arms or legs get crippled, they'll be kicked out of the Swordsmanship Institute for good. It's a worthy trade, isn't it? Hearing this, something fell off to Chom. Wait, Sabat, I don't think. But before he could finish, Aeon cut him off, agreeing instantly. If you're not with us, then stay out of it. Hey Sabat, I'll do as you say. But in return, my opponent has to be Hermit. I want to personally pay him back for what he did. Sabat smirked. Be my guest. I've been wanting to teach that arrogant bastard a lesson anyway. I can't wait for swordsmanship class. Chom didn't dare interfere with such a risky plan, choosing to remain silent. Back in the present, the matchups were set. Veins pulsed on Suka's forehead as he glared at the man before him. Sabat wore a mocking grin, thinking to himself, That's right. You're dying to tear me apart right now, aren't you? Go on, attack me, I guarantee. I'll make sure you can never hold a sword again. I'll teach you why commoners should know their place. The battle began, and all eyes in the room locked onto the two of them. Suddenly, Sabat broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is happening? Why isn't he attacking first? From the sidelines, Chom watched the situation unfold, thinking, Sabat, it seems you still don't understand Suka at all. When Suka holds a sword, he becomes a true hunting dog. He'll stare down his prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, which means your little plan was doomed from the very start. Being stared down, Sabat's breathing grew heavy, and in that moment of distraction, Suka saw his opening, closing the distance in a flash. He's coming. A low attack to the right. I can block this. But without revealing his next move, Suka instantly changed his sword's path, bringing it down from above. The blow was too much, and Sabat collapsed to the floor, out cold. The onlookers couldn't bear to watch, squeezing their eyes shut. The sparring match was over. Suka stood over the arrogant fool, triumphant. So you're not completely useless after all. I should thank you. Your pathetic attempt to block that made beating you down feel so satisfying. After a moment, Sabat slowly regained consciousness. He gasped for air, his mind racing. My left arm, my collarbone, is it broken? How dare this lowlife trick me? Whatever, he attacked me first. From now on, it's self-defense. So don't blame me for what happens next. He slowly pushed himself up, swinging his sword forward. I'll condense my Vits. All I need is one shot. But before he could finish his thought, another blow landed. The pain was so intense, he coughed up saliva. What followed was a brutal assault on every part of his body. No, I don't have time to condense my Vits. Is this guy trying to kill me? A look of pure helplessness crossed Sabat's face. He opened his mouth to surrender, but a powerful strike to his stomach sent him crashing down again. Suka looked down with a sinister smile. Don't surrender so soon. We still have plenty of time. Don't give up. Why don't you show me half the persistence you've been showing until now? Watch your mouth. Every time you mention surrender, I'll add 3 more hits. Sabat could only stare up, gasping desperately for air. Meanwhile, in Hermit's match against Aeon, the taunts were flying. Aeon clapped his hands provocatively. You don't look so good. Aren't you worried about your little commoner friend? Hermit replied without a shred of concern. You should worry about yourself. The sound of swords striking flesh echoed through the room. Sabat was being beaten to a pulp. Suka watched him try to crawl away. Hey, don't think playing dead will make me go easy on you. We're far from finished, so get up. Sabat's face was pressed to the floor as a single thought consumed him. This can't be happening. I'm a swordsman of the great Juger family. How could I possibly lose to scum like him? His eyes desperately searched for the faces of those he called his friends. What are those damn fools just standing there for? They should be calling an instructor, or better yet, jumping in to help. But all he received were cold, merciless stares. What is this? Why are they looking at me with those eyes? I'm not someone you can just look at like that. With a grunt, the boy slowly picked up his sword, forcing himself to his feet. Suka was actually amused that he still had the will to fight. Sabat's face darkened for a moment. Then he suddenly spun, his sword now glowing with a secret art, and lunged straight for Suka. But this boy had completely underestimated Suka's skill. Suka dodged with an effortless backflip, then slammed a powerful kick into Sabat's back, sending him crashing to the floor. Looking down at the failed noble, Suka smirked. You broke the rules first. So that makes us even, right? The sword, glowing with an ominous green art, descended towards Sabat's head. Seeing a life about to be taken, Chom desperately ran forward, shouting for them to stop, but it was too late. A massive explosion rocked the arena, forcing everyone's attention onto the duel. The tip of the sword had pierced deep into the floor. There was no blood. The loudmouth was lucky to be alive. An instructor had arrived just in time, deflecting Suka's blade. The teacher announced, "This match is over. Sabat, come to my office after you've tended to your wounds. Suka, you're coming with me now." Hearing this, Suka immediately protested. Why do I have to go too? He was the one who broke the rules first. If I hadn't dodged that last attack, you'd be carrying me out on a stretcher right now, the instructor tried to explain. The simple fact that you disrespected your opponent is also a violation. You still intend to live by your own selfish code. What kind of excuse is that? I can't for the life of me understand why Instructor Pitt would ever cover for a kid like you. Faced with the barrage of words, Suka finally lowered his head and complied. The instructor turned and walked away. Someone take Sabat to the infirmary. As for you, Suka, I know things have been difficult recently. But as he was speaking, another student interrupted him. What is it? I'm in the middle of something, so please come back later. Chom pointed in another direction, saying, It's nothing, sir. It's just. Is it okay that no one is stopping those two? Both Suka and the instructor looked over in surprise. Sometime earlier, in a secluded area of the AON Academy. Why didn't you stop him? You know those cheap tricks would never work on Suka, right? Besides, if you break the rules, you're bound to get punished one way or another. Aeon replied, Since when did you get so close to Sabat? Use your eyes. Anyone could see that guy was finished. Chom hesitated at Aeon's words. He continued, Gabat only escaped punishment because there was no hard evidence. But is there anyone here who doesn't know he used others to try and destroy Suka? For a noble, using the Black Eagle technique is an absolute disgrace. That's true even if he used it against a commoner. Most of the students at this swordsmanship academy come from high-ranking families. Do you really think their families would look kindly on that? Sabat was cast out a long time ago. Aeon let out a sigh. Honestly, it would have been better for us if Suka had just beaten him and thrown him to the dogs. After all, once the team captain disappears, there won't be anyone left to question us. I won't hide it from you. I've been wanting to crush that guy named Hermes with my own two hands. Wouldn't it be perfect if we could kick both Sabat and him out of the academy? I'll make him crawl without even using a secret art. Just keep watching. Back in the present, Aeon was now facing Hermes. He thought to himself, well, don't be too angry with me for what's happened. Sabat. After all, this is how nobles have survived for generations. His wandering thoughts were cut short by Hermes' voice. I've been meaning to ask you. Someone destroyed the books in my locker. Was that you? Aeon smirked. Who else could it have been? Hermes closed his eyes and took a deep breath, clearly done with the conversation. Aeon's face filled with bloodlust as he thought, Hermes, what's wrong with you? Your defense is full of holes. Are you overconfident or is this just an act? Whatever. I can't afford to underestimate him. First, I'll take his legs. But as he lunged, Hermes' form blurred and instantly closed the distance, shattering Aeon's sword with a single clean strike. Aeon's eyes went wide with shock. Wait, what just happened? I'm sure I swung my sword. Before he could even process it, he was hit by another surprise attack from Hermes. A sharp blow to the throat sent him tumbling to the ground, clutching his neck in agony. Step by step, Hermes approached. During our first class, you asked me a question. So now, let me ask you one in return. His face was a cold mask, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Do you think your noble status can protect you outside this academy? Huh. I could have snapped your neck with that last blow. Can your noble blood pull you back from the gates of death? Fear flooded Aeon's face, his eyes welling up with tears. No, this monster, he isn't human. What in the world is he? Ignoring his pain, Hermes stepped hard on his hand. My apologies. It's hard to talk when your vocal cords have been torn, isn't it? Hermes stared down at him, his rage finally reaching its boiling point. He seized the boy by his collar as the instructor rushed to intervene. Stop this duel right now. Drop your swords, immediately. The entire arena froze in an instant. The murderous glint in Hermes' eyes vanished without a trace. He released Aeon and turned to face the instructor. The man let out a small sigh of relief. Get Aeon first aid, now. Take him to the infirmary. Hermes, you're with me. Inside the office, the interrogation began. I'm giving you both one chance to defend yourselves. If you have something to say it now. A heavy silence filled the room. The instructor continued, understand this. Neither of you are in a position to make excuses. Suka, I might have expected this from you. But Hermes, I never imagined you would act with such malice. Called out by name, Hermes answered hesitantly. I violated the rules of the duel. Is that all? Is that truly the only thing you think you did wrong? I checked on Aeon's condition before coming here. His trachea was torn, and the bones in his right hand were shattered. If he hadn't received immediate care, he could have suffocated. They might be able to repair the damage to his vocal cords, but it's almost certain he will never wield a sword with his right hand again. Suka suddenly exploded. Instructor, that scum and his cronies tried to have me assassinated with a dark hawk. So what if a despicable bastard like that can never hold a sword again? The instructor slapped him hard across the head. I wasn't speaking to you. Suka, even if you didn't break the dueling regulations, don't you think you went too far? Hermes spoke up. Frankly, I fail to see why I'm the one being blamed. Aeon is weak, yet despite his weakness, he had the audacity to insult not only me, but my friend as well. I simply wanted to teach him that some lines should never be crossed. Suka nodded in agreement beside him. The instructor ignored it. So you're saying that whenever you dislike someone, you'll use a duel as an excuse to cripple them. If that is your reasoning, then you are not worthy of this academy. That goes against the honor of a swordsman. Hermes shot back, and is it the academy's honor to let students bully commoners, insult them, and use their status to assault them? I am not taking anyone's side. Hermes pressed on, which means you were powerless to stop it. I simply solved a problem that you failed to address. As a student of this academy, how can my actions be wrong? Done with the argument, the instructor's sword flashed, slicing a chunk of plaster from the wall as a crushing pressure filled the room. Do not twist your logic to suit your own narrative. You are nothing more than a bully who preys on the weak. If I were to use my power to defeat you now, to make you pay for this rebellion, would you accept that as justice? In this world, there are nobles and there are commoners. There are the strong and there are the weak. Just as you, a noble, are forbidden from scorning a commoner for his birth, so too are the strong forbidden from trampling upon the weak. Are your actions today any different from a noble looking down on others simply because of his status? The instructor's words hit home. The two fell silent for a long moment before Hermes finally spoke. Then, what was I supposed to do? The instructor answered. The academy and I are also at fault for letting this go on for so long. For that, I apologize. This academy strives not for domination, but for equality. From noble to commoner, from the strong to the weak, we are all human. If you can engrave that truth upon your heart, one day you will find your answer. Regardless of what happened, both of you are truly exceptional students. However, I must still punish you for your actions today. Therefore, you are hereby banned from participating in any duels. I will, however, permit the two of you to duel each other. Suka's eyes lit up at the idea, and he shot a smug look at Hermes. Now that sounds like fun. Abruptly, the instructor held something out in front of them. A dark aura emanated from him. Why the skeptical look? You didn't think that was your only punishment, did you? You will each write 50 letters of apology. You are not to return until every last one is finished. Both of them stared in complete shock. Wait, instructor, what about our classes? He asked. Finish writing before your theory class begins and bring them back to me. I am already being lenient, so do not complain. Night had fallen. Suka's hand was completely swollen, numb from gripping a pen for hours. By the time they finished and stepped outside, the sky was pitch black, and he had the nerve to call that lenient, that merciless instructor. Meanwhile, Hermes was lost in thought. I don't regret awakening my power, but I did make a critical mistake. For a single, fleeting moment, I completely lost my composure. After all that training, I still can't perfectly control it. Suka's voice cut through his thoughts. What's with the dark expression? Your hand hurts that much, too? Hermes replied. Because of these letters, I couldn't train today. Suka stared at him in disbelief. Seriously, you're way too dedicated. How can you even think about training after all this? Training after writing apologies all day? You haven't even been at it that long. But you've gotten way better. Suka scoffed in frustration. Have you ever even seen me train? How could you say that? Look at him, acting like he doesn't care about anyone. You're always cooped up in your private training room, he shot back. Speaking of which, could I use your private room for a bit? Hermit flatly refused. But Suka kept pleading. You said we were friends. Can't I just borrow it for a little while? Meanwhile, from a glass window on the floor above, their instructor watched them. He thought about Hermit. I know you're a talented student, but that aura you gave off, it was more than just killing intent. It felt like demonic energy. No, that's taking the theory too far. Still, he's much more obedient than Suka. I just hope he continues to do well and doesn't lose his way. Looking back at the damage he caused that morning, Hermit figured this month's salary was going straight to repair bills for the room. The scene shifts to an abandoned district. Inside a castle-like structure, a group of figures bowed in absolute reverence. A middle-aged man sat enthroned above them clearly. He was the one in charge. His gaze swept over his subordinates. Time dragged on, and not a single person dared to utter a sound. Finally, the leader spoke. I've lost my spy and bargain, the one who helped you all escape. Hearing this, a subordinate bowed his head in terror, immediately apologizing for their shameful failure. Suddenly, another man beside him shouted, but please, hear us out. That kid's movements. They were definitely not those of a second-year academy student. The other subordinate quickly agreed. He had to be at least a 2-star swordsman. But the leader cut him off. He declared, I didn't summon you here to assign blame. In fact, you're to be rewarded for helping me find someone I've been searching for a long time. His words left Then, the leader called for Dumo, ordering him to tell them everything. Dumo began to confirm the details. Among the academy kids you faced, was there a black-haired boy, dark eyes, pale skin, and looked like he came from nobility? Hearing this, the subordinates erupted in chaos. That one kid, he alone tore us to shreds. Dumo's voice cut through the noise, deadly serious. His name is Hermit. He's an official member of the Swift Mercenary Guild. With nothing but a tree branch, he slaughtered 5 of our men and escaped. We've been hunting him ever since. I never imagined he'd be hiding in the academy. The mention of the slaughter sent a shiver of fear through the subordinates. The leader mused that Bargain was clever to hide within the academy walls. However, if we aren't careful, his grudge could become a serious threat. One day, he will come for us. With that, the leader announced a new mission. He ordered his men to complete their report submissions to their superiors. He then promised them leave, reminding them to work diligently to earn their reward. At his words, the subordinates instantly stood at attention. In unison, they vowed that this time, they would complete the mission without fail. With that, they quickly turned and departed. As they left, the leader gave Dumo a chilling order. The moment their mission is complete, assassinate them. We can't risk betrayal. He thought to himself, it seems we'll be meeting that person sooner than expected. Back at the academy, Hermit cautiously scanned his surroundings before slipping inside. He moved without a sound, his eyes darting around to avoid being seen. But a sudden voice made him jump. You're back late, Hermit asked, bewildered. You're not asleep yet? Ali replied, you were sneaking around like a cat. It was so ridiculous I couldn't fall asleep. Ali even praised him. You beat them unconscious? Good. Hermit sat down and confided in her. But I had to write them an apology letter, and I'm banned from training. Hearing this, Ali asked curiously, you got what you wanted, so why are you still unhappy? Hermit grew quiet for a moment before saying, sorry, but I lost the textbook, just like you said. I won't ask for your help again. Ali was stunned by his words. She glared at Hermit, her eyes burning with an intensity that could devour him whole. She was about to unleash a storm of insults, but seeing Hermit's troubled expression, Ali forced herself to calm down. Ali sighed, unable to decide if Hermit was reckless or just naive, getting upset over something so small. After composing herself, Ali explained that she didn't blame him for losing the book. Ali added that if he still felt guilty, he could just pay her back for it. Hearing this, Hermit felt a wave of relief and thanked her. Meanwhile, Ali couldn't stop thinking about Hermit. Flustered, she quickly changed the subject and announced she was going to bed. A deep sigh escaped her as her face turned bright red with embarrassment. And that's how the night ended. The next morning, Hermit arrived at a certain room. Hermit gripped the doorknob, trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Just then, a maid appeared, which slightly startled him. The maid smiled and explained, my apologies, but the instructor's training facility is being cleaned today. It seems you didn't get the notice. Would you mind using the public training hall instead? Herman simply nodded. All right, I'll go. And with that, he headed for the training hall. The moment Herman stepped inside, every eye was on him. He'd never shown his face here before, and whispers filled the room. What could he possibly want? A week had passed in a blur, But Herman quickly realized the atmosphere in the swordsmanship hall had completely shifted. Ever since his display in the combat class, students approached him one by one. They showered him with praise, suddenly claiming they never liked Sabbath to begin with. He couldn't help but remember the instructor's warning about unfair personal relationships. This wasn't friendship. It was fear. They acted friendly because he was a threat. And in their fear, they propped themselves up, clinging to their delusions of superiority. Herman scoffed internally. What do I possibly gain by treating them as equals? Just then, a voice called out his name. Professor Ethan is looking for you. Herman let out a frustrated sigh. So much for training today. Herman made his way to the professor's office. He took a deep breath before knocking. Inside, Professor Ethan paused his writing. Come in. The professor had summoned him, clearly to discuss the incident during the sparring match. A heavy sigh escaped Herman's lips. He was sure of it. This was one disaster he wasn't walking away from. Herman decided to face it head-on, admitting he caused a disturbance. He even explained his reasoning. To be honest, I thought it looked cool. I believed it was natural for the strong to crush the weak, but after hearing what the instructor said, I realized I was also in the wrong. I'll be more careful next time. As Herman spoke, the only sound was the scratching of Professor Ethan's pen. The man listened, deep in thought. I didn't call him here for a lecture, the professor thought. But given the mood, it feels unavoidable now. Finally, Ethan broke the silence. As long as you understand your mistake, that's enough. And don't dwell on what happened. The students who targeted you will soon face the consequences. Herman's head snapped up in confusion. Seeing his reaction, Ethan raised an eyebrow. Did Instructor Allen not tell you? The question only deepened his confusion. No, sir. He hasn't told me anything. Ethan sighed. Instructor Allen secured a confession from one of the main culprits. They will most likely be expelled. Furthermore, their noble status won't protect them. Not after hiring the Black Hawks. Herman was stunned. The professor was actually on his side. Seeing the utterly shocked look on Herman's face, Ethan guessed the boy had already received quite an earful from the instructor. That's to be expected, he mused. Instructor Allen is a firm believer that good intentions must be paired with right action. Now that the dust has settled, Ethan continued. Remember this. Standing against injustice is a swordsman's duty, but knowing your limits is just as crucial. If you've learned that lesson, then let it guide your future actions. Ethan added one final piece of advice. Incidents like this are not uncommon here. Just be careful not to be the one taking the fall. You don't need to befriend everyone, but you should have a few allies you can trust. At that, Herman's mind flashed to Suka and Ali, and a shiver went down his spine. Just then, something occurred to Professor Ethan, and he handed Herman a stack of books. Herman noticed there were two sets. Professor? He asked, confused. Ethan explained, your friend lost his as well, didn't he? The one named Suka, I believe. Since you're here, you can deliver it for him. The professor hoped this small gesture might help the two build a genuine friendship. Leaving the professor's office, Herman headed back to his room. He found both Cyan and Suka waiting for him. Herman immediately started teasing him. Cyan, do you ever leave my sight? Without missing a beat, Cyan shot back. Are you saying I'm sociable? I'll take that as a compliment. Turning, Herman tossed the other set of books to Suka. These are from Professor Ethan. He made it a point to say we should take better care of our textbooks this time. Cyan then suddenly changed the subject, asking if Herman was free over the weekend. After a moment of hesitation, the three decided to hit a tavern in the city of Deianne. The place was packed, buzzing with the noise of the crowd. Cyan excitedly declared the Zipfin Tavern on Idozin Street 3 was the absolute best in town. Noticing the quiet mood, he tried to liven things up. Come on, raise your glasses. Let's toast to justice prevailing this time. Then, Cyan dropped a bomb, announcing that Suka was covering the bill. Suka stared back, completely baffled, with no memory of ever agreeing to that. But Cyan insisted, promising to split it with him later. When Cyan brought up Ali's name, however, Herman just went silent. He seemed to be lost in another world entirely. He remembered the last time. Ali had chewed him out for inviting him to hang out with Cyan, calling Cyan a mad dog. The memory alone was a headache. Ali had warned him never to ask again. The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. He took a sip of his drink, grimacing. How can anyone actually enjoy this stuff? Cyan's curious voice cut through his thoughts. So, I hear you have the talk of the swordsmanship division these days. Herman just shook his head, playing dumb. Suka scoffed at the display. They're not admiring you, they're terrified of you. They despise you for being a commoner. You beat them into the ground. Now, who in their right mind would dare to pick a fight with you? Cyan simply chuckled at his words. Let's just put the past behind us. A new year is a time for smiles. Hermit didn't know what to say, so he just nodded along. But the shadow that crossed his face made Cyan worried, and he immediately pressed him for answers. Unable to keep it bottled up, Hermit finally confessed the insecurity buried deep inside him. Most people take one look at me and decide they hate me. So why are you guys any different? Hearing this, both Suka and Cian were completely stunned. Suka couldn't hold back a loud laugh. Is that what you're worried about? You might be annoying, but you've got your own weird charm, you know? Cian then shared his feelings with total sincerity. The very first time I met you, I had a feeling that if I journeyed alongside a human, it would be an incredible adventure. But the friendly mood shattered when Suka started mocking Cian's fondness for Hermit. Cian tried to diffuse the tension with a lighthearted joke, but his attempt backfired spectacularly. Suka wasn't amused, his expression hardening as he shot back with a threatening tone. Suka then turned to Hermit, declaring, I just happen to admire people with actual talent, not some empty barrel who loves to preach at others. But Hermit immediately denied Suka's claim, which left Suka bitter and disappointed. After all he'd done, his efforts for Hermit went completely unrecognized. And here he was, thinking the bond between them was strong. Seething with anger and jealousy, Suka turned to pull Cian over to his side. But by now, Cian had chugged so many drinks he was completely passed out on the table. The scene left the other two at a total loss for words. Suddenly, Sam began to mumble something in his drunken sleep. Suka let out a huge laugh. Look at this guy. Knocked out after just a few drinks? He was talking so tough earlier, saying he'd drink until he was broke. I've got your number now, kid. From now on, whenever you get too rowdy, I'll just pour some more liquor down your throat. Meanwhile, Hermit sat in silence, slowly sipping his drink. He was lost in thought, pondering something he couldn't quite grasp. By now, the night had grown late. Suka was getting nowhere trying to wake Cian up, leaving them with no idea how to handle him. In that moment of confusion, Hermit suddenly heard laughter from across the street. It was a group of schoolgirls, chatting cheerfully. His eyes scanned the group. He couldn't help but wonder. Could the person he was just thinking about actually be one of them? Just a few hours before, inside the academy's library, Ali had been searching for something. He'd scoured the shelves, but the book he needed was nowhere to be found. Ali was certain he'd left it right here, but now it had vanished. Giving up, Ali grabbed a different book. He decided he would just stop by the bookshop downtown and buy a new copy later. After all, Charlotte had invited him to hang out with Cian and Suka earlier. Ali had refused at the time, but now he decided to just trail them from a distance. Back in the present, in the city of Bazin, Ali felt a surge of embarrassment as he was swarmed by a group of girls. They fawned over him, begging him to get drinks with them. But no matter how many times he refused, they just wouldn't listen. It was so irritating he felt the urge to just blast them away with magic. Just then, across the street, Ali spotted a familiar face. It was Hermit. Ali glared in his direction. A murderous aura exploded around him as he stomped straight towards Hermit, who froze on the spot for several seconds. Ali decided to use Hermit as his escape. Sorry, ladies, but I already have plans with this guy today, so if you could please step aside and let us through. Hermit was still completely clueless about what was happening. Suka just scoffed at Ali. Weren't you just ignoring us a second ago? What is all this nonsense? The schoolgirls were shocked by Ali's sudden action. They protested, unable to believe he would associate with people so far beneath his class, especially those barbarians from the Night Academy. Hearing that insult, the expressions on both Cian's and Suka's faces turned terrifyingly dark, scaring the girls. Seeing the green hair of the Night Academy, they instantly remembered their infamous reputation across the city. Suka and Cian furiously cursed them out. Suka even threatened them, growling, "Stop harassing people and get out of our way, or else I'll bite." The girls broke out in a cold sweat before scrambling away in terror. After they were gone, Hermit turned to Ali and asked what happened. But Ali didn't say a word, instead suddenly punching Hermit as they erupted into a fierce argument. Ali vehemently denied needing any help. "It's not like I needed saving. I just saw you look like you were about to go crazy watching me in a tough spot." Hermit shot back, "I had no intention of helping you. I figured a situation like that would be child's play for someone with your skills." Hearing that, Ali immediately tried to change the subject, declaring that this wasn't the time to be discussing such things. "I'm done talking about it," he snapped, turning to check on Cian. He then ordered Suka to check his bag, which only annoyed the other boy more. Suka immediately cursed back at him, but to his surprise, Suka found a small vial. Ali explained, "It's a detoxifying potion. Everyone from the Magic Academy carries one. Give it to him, and he'll sober up fast." As soon as Suka administered the potion, Cian's eyes shot open. He was completely bewildered to see Ali standing right in front of him. Then Cian started rambling again, earning an annoyed grunt from Suka. He was already talking about a round 2, but Suka immediately shot him down with a fierce scolding. Watching the two of them bicker, Ali let out a weary sigh. Hermit also realized that something about today felt very, very different. Hermit then made a proposal to visit the Ko family estate tomorrow, leaving Ali completely baffled. Her voice sharpened. Are you planning on bringing that whole crowd with you? No, Hermit quickly denied. I wanted to ask for your opinion first. It seems the divine healer wants me to introduce you. Hearing this, Ali remained suspicious. She wondered why she was the only one invited. Hermit replied, because if I invited others, you wouldn't go. Besides, I owe you a great deal. After hearing the sincerity in Hermit's words, Ali finally nodded in agreement. And on that very day, the distance between Hermit and Ali began to shrink. Or maybe, that was only what Hermit thought. The moment the team battle began, Ali became a completely different person. She had never known defeat and had poured her all into training Hermit with painstaking detail. Therefore, if they were to lose, it would be 100% Hermit's fault. This meant he had to fight with everything he had to win that battle. Hermit never saw this coming, wondering to himself, what in the world is happening right now? Inside the royal palace, scholars were frantically preparing for the upcoming practical exam. A door creaked open, startling Addie. Why are you here? It turned out to be Hermit, who hadn't expected to find Addie in the room. Addie saw the indifferent look on his face, and his failure to even answer her question grated on her nerves. Hermit ignored her and asked his own question. Is the library the same as always? Addie whipped her head away, stating that she was just grabbing a few things before heading back. As an afterthought, Addie asked about his preparations for the exam. They're fine, Hermit replied. Such a dismissive answer. I'm not worried about the practical exam. Does that mean you're worried about the written one? In any case, my score on the entrance exam was high enough, and the elective class isn't really a good fit for me. Addie was curious, wondering which elective Hermit was actually referring to. When she learned it was Continental and Magical History, she felt a sense of relief. A person like Hermit would never be interested in such a complex field of study. It can't be helped, Hermit confessed. Exchange students don't get priority when choosing electives. Addie immediately cut him off. But that class gives priority selection to students with high scores. She was also furious that all exchange students faced such disadvantages, while the academy itself offered no concrete solutions. Hermit simply said he'd make up the points with the practical exam. This comment wounded Addie's pride. She launched into a long-winded explanation. What? Of course. It doesn't work like that. Have you seen how they score it? Listen, the swordsmanship practical exam is graded very strictly for third years. It's not like a sparring match. The instructors divide the scores into specific assessment categories. Ranks 1 through 4 get a grade 1, while ranks 5 through 11 get a grade 2. It means that even if your skill is worth 150 points, the system caps you at 100. This means even if you're number 1, you'll share the exact same score with at least 3 other people. Therefore, the only way to create a point gap is through the elective courses. Addie was stunned for a moment. How can you say that after being defeated by Suka? Seeing a flicker of realization on Hermit's face, she added, I can help you. On one condition, of course. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, reaching a stalemate. Hermit dodged the topic by reminding Addie of her plan to return to the library. He then followed her down the library's corridor to a private study room. Only the top students can register to use these, she explained. You seem to have a lot of private spaces. I had one in the dorms, too. Now I have none, thanks to a certain someone. Using the common rooms is a hassle for me, as you can imagine. I'll let you share this one place, so you better study hard. As she pushed the door open, their eyes fell on Suka and Sion. Unfortunately, it seemed the pair had already been quick to register this room. It shouldn't have been a problem, but Sion's presence immediately put Addie on edge. What are you two doing here? She questioned. Is there a problem? The top students of the swordsmanship and magic classes both have the right to use a private study room. Addie pressed on. I mean, why are you two together? Why else? We're sharing a study room to save space. We're in different classes, so it's not like we're bothering each other. That's right, it's a waste for just one person to use a whole room. To break the tension, Sion suggested Addie and Hermit find another room, but Hermit sensed something was off and subtly alerted Addie. Taking his cue, she pretended that they would leave immediately. Sion instantly fell for the trap, a look of relief flashing across his face. However, Addie's next words would make him regret that. It's simple. Hermit and Suka will study here, while you and I will go to the room next door. That way, we save space, and each room will only have students from the same department. Sion and Suka froze solid. They tried to refuse, but Addie cut them off. What's the matter? There's nothing wrong with my idea, is there? No need to hesitate, right? Unless you didn't actually want to study with me. Or, are you two hiding something you don't want us to know? Cornered. They had no choice but to confess they were afraid. Hermit would steal the top rank, and Sion was secretly tutoring Suka. Suka let out a sigh. You seriously don't know how he did on that final quiz. He was the only one besides me who got it right without the textbook, so I helped him out. It turns out Suka was jealous that Hermit always had the teacher's support. Addie sighed deeply. You're more cowardly than I thought. So you're scared of losing your rank, and that's why you're seeking help. So you'll be helping Hermit too, right? Of course. Hearing this, Adi wondered why Suka chose Sion over any other student. Sion explained that while his overall rank was lower, his skills in elective magic were far superior to Suka's. With the truth out in the open, Sion proposed a competition with Adi, a bet on whose partner would take the #1 spot. Adi feigned disinterest, certain Hermit's victory was inevitable, but Sion shot back with confidence. Even good luck has to run out sometime. If you're so sure, why not make a real wager? The loser runs 100 laps around the sports field without using any magic. The proposal made Adi hesitate. Even Suka grew anxious, wondering where Sion got the nerve for such a bold challenge. Adi just gave a faint, cold smile. Later, she began tutoring Hermit intensely for the upcoming exam. She threatened him. If you don't get first place, you'll have to answer to me. Let's start with Chapter 1. Adi set a clear goal for the day. She wouldn't let Hermit off the hook until it was done. Nearby, Sion and Suka also buckled down, studying with their own formidable rival. The boy was on the verge of tears. The stack of Hermit's test papers, filled with nothing but zeros, was giving Adi a massive headache. At first, she thought Hermit was making some progress, but it seemed everything was just hitting a dead end. Suka started to taunt them. Is even the great Adi feeling stuck? Don't you dare back out of our bet. Adi just clenched the papers and snapped. Hermit. I'll give you a passing grade on the multiple choice. You just have to memorize the concepts. But what in the world are these answers to the open-ended questions? You were supposed to describe the difference between a normal mage and a dark mage, and the danger a dark mage poses. Unlike normal mages, dark mages are evil creatures. You must avoid encountering a dark mage. What kind of answer is this? You've met them. So what did you learn? More importantly, how many points do you think an answer like this will get you? Adi looked ready to bite his head off, but Hermit remained completely calm, reminding her that she told him to answer based on his own thoughts. This only infuriated Adi more. She stressed that he had to answer based on theory, not on whether he actually fought a dark mage before. The commotion quickly drew the attention of Sion and Suka. They were curious to see what Hermit had written. Sion knew at a glance that Hermit had never answered an essay question in his life. According to Sion, exchange students didn't have many liberal arts options. Suka suggested that Hermit should just give up. Even with Adi's help, this is just too difficult. His words were a direct insult to Adi's pride. She glared daggers at them. I will not let my student lose to someone like you. We'll just have to relearn the proper method for answering these questions. Hermit wanted to get some training in, but Adi shot the idea down instantly. You're not going back to the dorm until you understand this, so get ready. The sun began to set. The others took a break, enjoying some sweet pastries. The rain finally stopped, and Hermit and Adi returned to their study session. He wondered if Sion and Suka were coming back. Adi figured they were full and went to bed since it was so late. Those two will pay the price for their arrogance. I'm making you work so hard because of me, huh? His casual question completely caught Adi off guard. She answered, flustered, then just work harder. Unless you want to see me run 100 laps. But there's no way you let yourself lose the top spot, right? Of course not. But is there a reason you're so obsessed with being #1? Adi closed the book she was reading, her voice faltering slightly. She explained that everyone has secrets they can't tell anyone else. My reason is something like that. Though Hermit was curious, he respected Adi's privacy and didn't press further. His mind began to race with thoughts. Adi is truly amazing. She'll definitely become a grand mage one day. That means, just like Addo, she'll eventually discover the seed of darkness within me. I have no choice. I have to leave her before that day comes. It was already past dinner time. Adi decided to speed things up when she saw Hermit was still stuck on abnormal mana receptors. She gently moved closer to his side and began unleashing her incredible wealth of knowledge. But it seemed Hermit's focus wasn't on the lesson, but on Adi herself. For a brief moment, their eyes met, and an unspoken feeling lingered in the air. Unfortunately, Adi shattered the moment with a splash of cold water. What's wrong with you? I don't want to explain this again. You seem distracted. Do you want to take a break? It might be better. Adi agreed to let Hermit rest for a bit. She clutched her book tightly, using it to hide the blush creeping across her face. The next morning in the practice room, news of the bet had already reached Ando and everyone else. He exclaimed with excitement, "This is a battle for the top spot. I'm sure the other swordsmanship classes have already heard. Besides, with Andu participating, how could I not? I'm certain you'll defeat me." How do I know? A moon swordsman's intuition. I get the feeling he's even stronger than Suka, Hermit thought. Ever since the transfer exam, they had become partners, correcting each other's stances and growing closer in class. Hermit sighed. The written exam was his biggest obstacle, but like you said, I have no intention of losing. Honestly, I would love to see Suka lose just once. Nobody likes him strutting around like he owns the whole academy. The words barely faded before Suka appeared right beside Endu, his voice dripping with menace. It must be fun to blame your own incompetence on me, isn't it? Suka contemptuously shoved Endo aside, telling Hermit they would be facing off against the first years, probably some event to build hype before the midterms. Endu added, but they said we'll also have official matches with the first years after the written exams. I heard there were some impressive rookies this year. So what? Are you implying that I would actually lose? No, that's not it. But rumor has it there's a girl who's on a completely different level. Suka was shocked to hear a girl had joined the swordsmanship department. While Endu couldn't stop praising this young talent, Suka looked utterly bored by the whole conversation. The scene shifts to the girl's room, where she mystically runs her fingers along the blade of her family's heirloom sword. Back in the Great Hall, the first-year students paraded before their upperclassmen. Most of them watched with disinterest. But after a moment, Endu leaned into Hermit's ear, having spotted the girl from the rumors. A buzz immediately swept through the entire hall because of her. Even Dino and Jay were captivated. Whoa, the rumors were true. She's gorgeous. The aura around her practically screamed nobility. But doesn't she look familiar? Suddenly, all eyes fell upon Hermit. Jay and Dino eyed him with suspicion. They really do look alike, don't they? Do you have some long-lost relative you never told us about? Hermit had no idea what they were talking about until he finally focused his attention on the girl down below. The resemblance was truly uncanny, but since he couldn't recall anything, Hermit quickly brushed off their suspicions. Down below, a few arrogant first years began to whisper, "Are those guys commoners? Watch your mouth. They may be commoners, but they're still our seniors. You expect me to call a mere commoner senior? I heard they're the top-ranked second years. That says a lot about the quality of their class. But our seniors are quite handsome, aren't they? Maybe they're ranked based on their looks." These taunts were aimed directly at Suka, who was standing nearby. After a long sigh, Suka spoke in a chilling voice. "These little lambs have no idea how cruel the world can be. A little lesson in reality will do them good." Once everyone was settled, the teaching assistant gave the command. "As you all know, today the first and second year students will face off. When your name is called, you will step forward to duel. First years, learn from your seniors. Second years, don't let this go to your head. Now, I will call the names." The first name called from the bracket belonged to the only girl in the department, Charlotte. Hermit's eyes followed her every move. He reasoned that appearances are determined at birth, so maybe their resemblance had something to do with where they came from. He wanted to ask her immediately, but the second name was quickly chosen. To everyone's shock, it was Suka. Dino groaned in disappointment. "I never thought this would happen. Why does it always turn out this way? I can't believe none of the girls are paying attention to us again." Suka, meanwhile, demanded to know if the instructor had made a mistake with the bracket. He couldn't believe it. The instructor knew his true power, yet he was being pitted against Charlotte. The gap in their strength was just too immense. Whispers erupted from the crowd behind them. What's wrong with that senior? He must be terrified of losing to a first-year girl. A murderous glint flashed in Suka's eyes as the matchup was made final. Suka took a long, deep breath and stepped onto the fighting stage. Charlotte immediately drew her sword. "I trust you won't go easy on me just because I'm a woman." "What nonsense. I don't pull my punches for anyone. Just try not to cry when you get hit." The second pair was announced, Hermit and Phi. He glanced over at his opponent only to be hit with an overwhelming wave of killing intent. He truly lived up to the title of being far beyond his peers. His aura was already on par with his second year. Of course, only time would reveal his true strength. At the signal to begin, Charlotte settled into a firm, unwavering stance. But strangely, Suka simply asked Charlotte why she decided to join the swordsmanship department. Though caught off guard, Charlotte's reply was swift: "To become stronger." "Is there any other reason? I've heard many rumors about you. I would be grateful if you fight with all your strength, regardless of my gender. If that's what you want, then here I come." Suka was the first to move. He lunged forward with blinding speed, bringing his sword down on Charlotte. She managed to block it, but the sheer force of the impact sent her flying backward. A tremor ran through Charlotte's hands before this suffocating power. It seemed the rumors had barely scratched the surface of his true strength. "Is that all? I'm not even warmed up yet. I'm curious to see how long you'll last, so you better brace yourself." Charlotte suddenly shifted her stance, her voice turning serious. "Forgive me for saying this, but from now on, I won't be such an easy opponent." Suka was the top student among the second years in the Gheta Academy's swordsmanship course. His sword style could be summed up in 2 words: fast and unpredictable. His classmates could barely follow his speed, let alone predict his trajectory. These skills naturally cemented Suka's place at the peak of the second-year swordsmanship department. As the two clashed again, Suka couldn't help but acknowledge her incredible focus. "I'm still holding back, yet she's parrying my attacks perfectly. Her movements at least show she's had proper training. Should I give her an opening to counterattack? But Charlotte unexpectedly launched a decisive blow before hastily retreating, forcing Suka to reconsider. Did she see through my feint? Before he could even finish the thought, he saw Charlotte charging at him once more. Steel crashed against steel as their blades met, neither one willing to give an inch. Seeing the confidence in Charlotte's eyes, Suka decided to probe her. "Are you aiming for a draw?" he asked, knocking Charlotte's sword aside as he pressed his point. "I don't like stubbornness, but I absolutely despise those with no self-respect. You're giving up on victory out of fear before we've even begun, and against a commoner like me, no less. Have you no shame? Was all that confidence just for show? If you're not aiming for the top, then stop swinging that sword and get out of here. There are countless others who want to be a swordsman more than you do." His sharp words even startled the onlookers. Hermit, however, silently agreed. He's absolutely right. Though embarrassed, Charlotte didn't hesitate to admit her fault. "I was simply trying to learn what I could from those around me, regardless of status. But you've made me realize how short-sighted I was. Thank you. It's been an honor to fight you." She then tightened her grip on her sword, asking for another chance. "If you would indulge me one more time." Suka felt no real anticipation. She changed her stance, but that won't change the outcome. But on the outside, he continued the match. This time, Charlotte's attacks were far more powerful and decisive. Her sword strikes became fluid and forceful. Seeing the look of surprise on Suka's face, she prepared her final move to end the duel. But just as Charlotte unleashed her all-out attack, Suka swiftly dodged it. He even shouted with confidence, "You better brace yourself for this one. It's gonna sting." A moment later, Suka had his opponent completely under control, not hesitating to physically pin her down with his sword. Before ending the match, he offered his opponent a word of praise. "It's not your fault you were chosen as my opponent." Suka's victory sent a shiver of fear through some of the other students. The outcome of the match was quickly decided. The winner of the first match is Suka. Even in victory, he didn't forget to compliment his challenger. "I'm trying to act cool about it, but honestly, I'm pretty surprised. You were able to keep up with my speed just by changing your stance. You're probably not used to it due to a lack of experience, but if you can master it." Suddenly, the restrained Charlotte yelled out in anger, "Hey, you're heavy." Realizing his carelessness, Suka quickly apologized. "Oh, my bad." The first-year student's next words, "You're better than I thought," left him stunned for a moment. Nearby students immediately started to mock him. "Hey, you piece of trash, you like sitting on girls like that. Look at that smirk on his face. What a total pervert." While Suka was angrily shouting back, "You bastards, if you've got a problem, come and face me." Charlotte's gaze was fixed only on Hermit. Seeing her adorable gesture, he couldn't help but return a relaxed smile. The arena quickly announced the next matchup. Next up, Hermit and Jed. "Please enter the stage and prepare." As Charlotte left the platform, Jed deliberately provoked her. "I can't believe you lost to some low-born commoner. You've brought shame upon all the first-year students." But Charlotte calmly delivered her retort. "You'll regret thinking that way. Because talent and effort don't distinguish between commoners and nobles." But he refused to abandon his twisted ideals, confidently declaring, "We'll see about that." The moment Jed entered the arena, he wore a completely fake smile. "It's an honor to have the chance to fight you." Hermit simply replied politely, "The honor is mine." Jed immediately sized him up. "So this is the commoner from the rumors? He doesn't look strong enough to beat someone half to death." That last commoner seemed more skilled, but as soon as Hermit met his eyes, an indescribable feeling surfaced. Those eyes, they're so familiar. It's as if the entire world and everyone in it exists only to submit to him. Patchy made sure to give a final warning. "Hermit, don't you dare go overboard this time." Suka couldn't help but sigh out loud. It feels so weird hearing someone else get the lecture you always get. The two opponents steeled themselves, waiting for the signal. Are both sides ready? The second duel begins. The moment they clashed, an overwhelming aura exploded from them. Their skills were on a completely different level, almost perfectly matched. Their display was a real eye-opener for the students from the other academies. After exchanging a few blows, Chepti gave a slight nod of approval. "You're quicker than you look. If you had actually blocked that strike, this wooden sword would have already shattered. I hope you're not just planning to dodge." But Hermit had already seen through him. "I get it now. This is the extent of his power. What a letdown. I've fought so many powerful opponents that this is just getting boring." Even so, he kept his focus on dodging his opponent's strikes without launching a single counterattack, making his rivals scream in frustration. "Stop dodging and fight me." But Hermit was perfectly satisfied with his strategy. No matter how strong your attacks are, if you can't land a single hit, they're useless. Besides, I promised Athen I wouldn't cause any more trouble. Instead of waiting for his stamina to run out, maybe I should just end this now. Some of the academy students started whispering amongst themselves. "What is he doing? This is so lame." Is he looking down on the first-year students? Suka was wondering the same thing. What is his game plan? Chepti was exhausted from his frantic attacks, but he still managed a scornful look. Is that your only plan? I guess I shouldn't have expected much from someone taught by a commoner. Do you have any idea how much family background affects your starting point in life? Simply put, there's a gap in experience between us that can never be closed. A strong body like mine is the result of good breeding and a superior education. For commoners who can't even afford a real sword, reaching my level is an impossible dream. Is that why you're only dodging my attacks? I have no idea who taught you swordsmanship, but I can already guess your master's level. Despite the insults, Hermit remained completely calm, but Patchy couldn't stay silent any longer. Chepti, show some respect for your opponent. Hermit, stop overthinking and focus on the duel. If you keep letting your emotions control your blade, one day. Hearing that warning, Hermit responded with a deadly serious tone. Playing around with you isn't as easy as it looks. He suddenly launched an attack, catching Chepti completely off guard and forcing him into a clumsy defense. But his opponent quickly recovered his fighting form, making the battle more intense than ever. Chepti couldn't contain his excitement. Was that weak attack the best you've got? Hermit, you didn't even come close to touching me. But just then, his legs suddenly went numb. Trying to save face, he quickly tried to change the subject. No matter how much you train your body, there are always pressure points that will fail if struck repeatedly. Hermit deliberately revealed his opponent's weakness. Now that's the real difference in our experience. You should add this loss against a commoner to your life experience. Unable to bear the humiliation, Chepti lunged forward to attack. It's not over yet. He never expected Hermit to use his sword to sweep his feet out from under him. Forced to his knees, Chepti tried to defend himself, but it was useless. As the victor, Hermit offered a few words of advice. I'm a transfer student, so there's not much I can teach you. But I hope you can spend less time insulting others and more time cultivating your character. Patchy, not wanting things to go too far, stepped in to remind him. Hermit, that's enough. The duel is over. But he ignored the call, delivering a final, powerful blow to Chepti, leaving everyone in the academy shaking their heads. The winner of the second duel is student number 52, Hermit. In the next duel, Dane claimed a swift victory and couldn't hide his smug satisfaction. How do you like that, you idiot? Patchy had to intervene once again. Dame, show some respect for your sparring partner. The duels that day were a tradition for the second-year students. The first years quickly realized the vast difference in power between them and their seniors. For the second years, it was an opportunity to build their reputation. After the tournament, Charlotte was washing her face when she saw Hermit. She took the initiative to say hello, which seemed to make him hesitate. Charlotte, should I ask her about it right now? The name engraved on the pendant is Margaret Fenn. But how do I even bring it up? Should I just ask her directly? No, that's too forward. Revealing family connections is like showing all your weaknesses to the enemy. If they find out about the seed of darkness inside me, Lin Mano, and even the entire noble faction will surely side with the Holy Temple instead of me. Hermit's intense gaze made Charlotte suddenly feel anxious. He's that scary senior who got into a fight with Chepti. Did I do something to make him hate me? To clear her own anxious thoughts, she spoke up first. Is there something you wanted to say to me? Hermit quickly tried to brush it off with a simple comment. It's nothing. I saw your sparring match. Your skills are pretty good. Hearing praise from her idol, Charlotte couldn't hide her happiness. Really? Thank you. You were amazing too, Senior Hermit. Her reply left him utterly confused. You know my name? Charlotte answered with a carefree smile. Who in the swordsmanship department doesn't know you? Could we perhaps spar together someday? Seeing Hamit's stony silence, she quickly tried to diffuse the tension. Of course, if you can't, please don't worry about it. It's really no big deal. But Hamid didn't hesitate, giving a simple nod. All right. Charlotte couldn't hide the joy that lit up her face. Really? Thank you. I'll be looking forward to that day, then. Hamid was still captivated by her beauty when Suka ruined the moment. Hamid, what are you doing here? Do you two know each other? Charlotte was quick to explain. Not at all. We just happened to run into each other. Well, good luck. The moment she left, Suka started prying. Hey, you must be pretty happy, having a junior come talk to you, right? But Hamid's ice-cold reply caught him off guard. What are you talking about? Get your hands off me. Then he walked away without a second glance, ignoring Suka's shouts. Hey, don't just ignore me. Later, after studying the problem for a long time, Hamid finally had a breakthrough. Ah, the issue is right here. But one look at her indifferent expression set off alarm bells in his head. After years of being pummeled by Deianne during training in the Black Pine Forest, his senses had been honed to a razor's edge. And right now, his intuition was screaming that danger was close. Hamid decided to ask her directly. Is something wrong? After a slight hesitation, Audie finally spoke up. Hamid, I have a question for you. I heard a first-year girl from the swordsmanship department confess to you today. Is that true? Seeing Hamit's flustered reaction only confirmed Addie's suspicions. Your silence says it all. The rumor is already everywhere. Besides, she's brand new to the academy. You must be thrilled that your fame is already attracting the underclassmen. Hamet asked, "Why are you angry?" "I didn't do anything." His question made Addie's frustration boil over as she yelled, "What? Why would I be angry?" Finally, Hamet decided to set the record straight, once and for all. "I'll say it again. Nothing like that happened. We only talked because she asked to spar with me in the future. I don't know about other people, but I would never lie to you." Addie let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Fine. If you say so, I believe you. After all, not every rumor is true. I've thought about it, Hamet. You're my roommate and the person closest to me. I'm telling you this because you're incredibly naive, so listen carefully. Never trust any girl who approaches you, because there's a high probability she's using you as a bridge to get to me." Even when Hamet tried to object, "I don't think so," Addie remained absolutely certain. "No, I'm 100% sure it's true. You've seen the kind of people who try to get close to me. The girls who chase me are clever. One even pretended to be a guy to get into my dorm room. That means there are definitely others who can act well enough to fool you." But when Hamet offered a solution, "So, it would be best if I just stayed away from Charlotte, right?" Addie immediately shot it down. "No, that's not it. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Are you trying to handle this on your own?" Hamet understood her curiosity and tried to reassure her. "If you're suspicious of Charlotte and want me to keep my distance, just say so. It makes no difference to me anyway." Though she was satisfied, Addie still tried to sound magnanimous. "Let's just leave it at that. I was only giving you a warning. Never believe any girl who acts friendly toward you. Since you're a commoner, someone will definitely try to use you just to stab you in the back." Hamet was the only one who didn't realize his own handsome features were more than enough to win any girl's affection. While Addie reviewed the results, Hamet and the others waited with bated breath. A satisfied smile unconsciously spread across her face. "All right, this is an acceptable answer." Suka couldn't contain his excitement and burst out, "Yes, way to go. Hamet, you finally passed Addie's hellish test." His over-the-top reaction made her incredibly curious. "Why are you all so invested in this? Besides, don't get cocky. It wasn't a perfect answer. Your goal is to become the student council president, remember? You're still just at the starting line. Hey, give the guy a chance to breathe, would you?" Cian chimed in, trying to grab everyone's attention. "Okay, listen up, everyone. Since the test is pretty much over, I prepared a special place for us. A spot where we can battle it out all day long. You can't pull an all-nighter without snacks, right? I know an amazing Waffle House, so I'm treating all of you." Suka gave him a curious look. "You've been studying and eating there this whole time," Cian explained without missing a beat. "How could anyone live without it? So, are you coming or not? If you don't, you'll regret it. You don't want a warm golden waffle topped with sweet strawberry ice cream. What did you think the Paydan Center was like? This is when the city truly comes alive. There are always restaurants open all night aimed at students just like us." The city of Paddan at night was a completely new world for Hamet. And that's the story of how we ended up here. Seeing the Waffle House was closed, Cian whined in disappointment. "No, I was looking forward to this all day." Adai, from behind them, offered gently, "Maybe today's not the day. If you're not feeling it, we can always come back. So, what's the plan? Go to sleep or find another shop?" After a moment's thought, Cian quickly made a suggestion. "We're already out here, so we should at least grab a bite before we go. How about some bread? There's a bakery nearby." Adai couldn't wait any longer, urging them forward. "All right, let's go. Lead the way." But after arriving at the next bakery, Suka immediately started to complain. "How can simple bread be this expensive?" His whining earned a disgusted look from Cian. "Suka, why do you always have to act so poor? You got into the academy. Even a commoner should be financially stable here, right?" When he learned Suka's family only paid his tuition and nothing more, an idea instantly sparked in Cian's mind. "If you become a representative, you can get a scholarship. My apologies. I suppose I expected too much from a student on disciplinary probation." Suka, clearly hurt by the jab, shot back. "Do you want to find out for yourself why I'm just a regular student?" Adai, on the other hand, was full of praise. "Wow, this place is really clean, isn't it?" Her observation prompted a question from Cian. "AD, do you meticulously inspect every place you walk into?" Though slightly annoyed by the question, she patiently explained. "Mages are sensitive to the smallest dust particles, as they can throw off our experiments. I suppose you aren't as perceptive as a mage, are you?" This immediately kicked off a fiery debate over who was the more sensitive one. A moment later, their argument was interrupted by the arrival of their spectacular-looking food. Among the dishes was a legendary specialty from the swordsmanship department. When Suka realized Hermit had ordered that colossal meal, he was utterly horrified. "What in the world did you order? Are you planning to eat until you pass out? Faced with everyone's curiosity, Sian calmly explained the situation. It's a marketing gimmick designed to feel like a challenge. What are you up to, Hermit? If it's too much, do you want to split it? Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the voice of Charlotte. Hello, seniors. It's great to see you all here. Unexpectedly, Charlotte even gave a respectful bow. It's a pleasure to see you again, senior. Charlotte then began to chat enthusiastically, guessing they were there for the swordsmanship department's special dish. We came here to try it, too. As Charlotte explained, she was there to take on the challenge. Suka couldn't resist teasing her. Why would you bet against a guy built like that? Aren't you embarrassed? But Charlotte's confidence didn't waver for a second. Wait a minute, Senior Suka. Are you underestimating me? I'm from the swordsmanship department, and I can definitely eat all of it. Don't you know? The more you train, the more you have to eat. Senior Hermit, you get it, don't you? Surprisingly, Hermit immediately confirmed it, of course. And since we're all here, why don't we sit together? His innocent invitation seemed to strike a nerve with a Dai. She shot up from her seat, her gaze fixed on the other female student. You're Charlotte. I'm a Dai. You know who I am, correct? A Dai's sudden change in demeanor left the others wide-eyed with shock. Charlotte was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with excitement. Yes, of course I do. Everyone in the academy knows you're the top student of the magic department. It's a real honor to meet you. Hermit held his breath, watching a Dai's reaction. The sharp intensity in her eyes as she stared down, Charlotte left the other girl feeling completely bewildered. What is wrong with me? Sian could only shake his head in utter defeat. I've just realized something. As long as a Dai is with us, none of us will ever get a girlfriend. Hermit, meanwhile, observed AD intently while his mind raced. Based on her reaction, it seems AD is, deep down, a very honest person. To begin with, aside from our similar appearances, there is zero proof that we share the same bloodline. It would be wiser to keep my distance from her for now, rather than recklessly revealing information about myself. Besides, becoming stronger is my #1 priority. I need the power to overcome any trouble I face. After they returned to the academy, Suka was feeling disappointed in himself. Just for half a semester. I just have to avoid getting suspended for the next half semester. Hermit, who was standing right behind him, spoke up. And what do you get if you're not suspended? Suka yelped in surprise. You scared me to death. Could you at least make a sound so people know you're there? I was just talking to myself, so don't pay any attention to me. Right. Your match was with Charlotte, wasn't it? How did that go? Considering how much time it took, it must not have been as easy as I said. Hermit replied with total honesty. Not really. The match was over pretty quickly. We were late because the instructor kept nagging me not to finish it so fast. Considering how calm you are, it seems your practical exam went pretty well. Suka's confidence returned in a flash. Of course. It was absolutely perfect. Well, if you don't want to get on AD's bad side, you better get ready for the theory test. AD, standing right there, voiced her agreement. He's right. You know. The comment made Suka leap out of his skin. You scared me again. What's wrong with you two? Model. Did you two secretly enroll in the assassination department? Adi finally asked seriously. Hermit, your exam tomorrow is on magical comprehension, right? I'll do one final review, so open your book. Seeing her intensity, Hermit couldn't help but ask. So what about your exam? But Adi just brushed him off. I prepared for mine a long time ago. You should be worrying about yourself. That's the only thing that's going to help you. Seeing Hermit still lost in thought, she pushed him again. What are you doing? Get your book out now. I don't have much time. He took this chance to ask the question burning in his mind. Adi, do you really hate running 100 laps that much? Her response was a burst of frustrated passion. Why would I like it? I hate losing far more. And most importantly, I'm dying of anxiety over any unknown variables. So I just want to be absolutely certain. Besides, being at the top of the class isn't a bad thing for you, is it? Enough talk, open the book. Suka, who had watched the whole thing, could only offer encouragement. She's so strict. Good luck, Hermit. In any case, defeating me on the written exam will be nearly impossible. Adi was instantly annoyed by Suka's interruption. You're getting in the way of his review session. You need to get out of here. And just like that, a fiery argument erupted between the two of them right in front of Hermit, leaving him feeling completely drained. Looks like studying is going to be tough for a while. Hermit's training resumed under Adi's watchful eye. In a flash, the day of the exam arrived, and the proctor immediately announced the rules. You will have 2 hours for this exam. You may begin. While reading the questions, one in particular made Hermit's eyes go wide. You have accidentally obtained a forbidden dark magic. If you lose this power, you will die. Describe what you would do in this situation. The moment Hermit returned from the exam room, he was met with Adi's concerned voice. How was the test? He quickly recounted the details. It wasn't too bad. Most of the questions were just like you taught me. But there was one really strange one. You have accidentally obtained a forbidden dark power. If you lose this power, you will die. What would you do? After thinking for a moment, Adi began her analysis. That professor always asks questions like this, but as long as you answer seriously, he won't fail you. What did you write? Hermit recalled his answer with confidence. I will seize that dark power, and I will survive. I will fight it, and I will control it. At first, Adi was stunned. Then a confident smirk appeared on her face. Really? Not bad at all. At least the professor won't think poorly of it. The textbook answer is usually to seek guidance from the temple. Because the temple governs dark powers, the nobility would find it hard to write anything else. But my answer was almost the same as yours, even though it means becoming an enemy of the holy temple. Seeing Hermut's questioning gaze, an enemy of the temple, Adi patiently explained further. Think about it. The Temple of Lumen is ruthless toward dark forces. Besides, reporting it yourself is just walking straight into your own grave. So surviving and learning to control it is the most logical path. That's actually a pretty good answer. If nothing goes wrong, you should rank high on this exam. But you should never, ever mention this anywhere else. The Academy might prioritize knowledge over faith, but outside these walls, you'd be branded a heretic instantly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Hermit simply nodded in agreement. On the day the midterm scores were announced at Gheta Academy, the results were posted publicly in the central square. An excellent method for stoking the competitive spirit of the honor-obsessed noble students. Hermit's eyes scanned the list for what mattered most. This is the magic department's list. Where's Adi? He saw her name at the very top of the rankings, followed closely by Deianne in second place. Hermit quietly thought to himself, Deianne really studies hard. But this isn't the first time. He's probably calmer about it than I expected. But he never would have guessed that Deianne was standing right behind him, screaming in disbelief. This is absurd. Faced with Adi's indifferent attitude, Deianne became absolutely furious. Put your hand on your heart and ask yourself what you did. Spiritual comprehension is a new subject this semester. Even though I only recently started studying it, I was certain I would still be number one. Adi, understanding he couldn't accept defeat, tried to calm him. Deianne, 3 months is more than enough time for me to master any subject at this academy. Deianne stood frozen like a statue as praises for Adi swirled around them. He finally accepted it with a heavy heart. Perhaps I underestimated you, but this game isn't over yet. In our bet, it will be a draw at the very least. There's no way I'm going to lose. Then his face fell once more as he saw Hermut's name. Also sitting at the number 1 spot, Adi glanced toward him with an encouraging smile. You did it. Congratulations. Suka, standing behind them, voiced his own dissatisfaction on Deianne's behalf. Just a 1-point difference. Why is it always so close? This is so humiliating. Adi looked genuinely surprised. You're not as angry as I thought you'd be. Suka didn't hesitate to speak his mind. Of course, I'm ticked off. But it beats letting first place go to anyone else. But you better be ready for a real fight next time, because I'm not losing to you again. That will be the true test of our skills, and no one is allowed to interfere. Seeing Suka's condescending attitude, Deianne exploded with rage. You traitor. You threw the match on purpose just to get me punished. I actually trusted you. But the only reply he got was ice cold. You're the one who made the bet so confidently. Now that you've lost, deal with it. At that moment, Deianne's anger dissolved into fear, and he resorted to bet. Adi, Hermit, please give me a break. 100 laps around the field is insane. I'll literally die. But Hermit answered bluntly. 100 laps won't be enough to kill you. His words only made Deianne feel more hopeless. Don't assume everyone's a monster like you. Adi, your stamina is just like mine. So you get it, don't you? Just cut it down to 50 laps, please. But her response was utterly freezing. I'm nothing like someone who constantly whines about the potbelly they got from too many late-night snacks. You deserve this. And so, Deianne began his punishment, running until the dead of night, cursing his heartless friends with every step. The next morning, Jay dropped a surprise announcement. Did you hear? Our class is going camping in the forest next week. Knowing Ando had never been camping before, DM decided to give him a few tips. Everything else is pretty straightforward. But remember to check the ground carefully before you pitch your tent, because if you just dig with your hands, you might find some buried business left by other people. That's why a camping shovel is essential. Also, the forest mosquitoes are vicious, so stay in your sleeping bag unless you want to swell up. At that moment, Suka turned his gaze toward Hermit. Hey, Hermit, you used to be a mercenary, right? Was it like this when you slept in the mountains? A little different. I've camped along roads with caravans, but never deep in the mountains. Hermit sensed his friend's anxiety and tried to calm his fears, but I don't think it's going to be that serious. You can burn incense to repel mosquitoes. And as for the waste, you can usually spot where the ground's been disturbed. Suka felt a bit better, but he kept on complaining. The forest is fine, but I really hate bugs. I'd better stock up on some heavy-duty bug repellent beforehand. Hey, Hermit, want to go shopping this weekend? Hearing this, the quiet mercenary gave a nod, confirming he'd be going on the trip. Early the next morning, everyone gathered. To everyone's surprise, even Cian showed up for the trip. Hermit couldn't resist taking a jab at him. What? You're not sore all over after running 100 laps? Cian just laughed it off. Of course not. A few days of recovery magic, and I'm good as new. But Hermit knew the truth. For half of that punishment, Cian had used a shadow spirit to run in his place. Still, Hermit decided to let it slide. After all, the fact he ran even a few dozen laps himself was impressive enough. Suka quickly got down to business. All right, first, we need bug spray. Should we get this one? But Hermit suggested a different approach. That's fine, but bugs will still bother you while you're eating. Using repellent incense is better and less toxic. Oh, and a lantern. It gets darker in the mountains than you'd think, but if it's too bright, you'll attract predators. Just get one bright enough to see where you're going. Better to be prepared than to run into trouble later, right? But Suka's mind had already jumped to a new problem. What if we knock over the lantern in our sleep? Wouldn't that start a forest fire? From behind them, Cian immediately piped up with a suggestion. Then we should get one of these. A magic scroll for extinguishing forest fires. It creates a vacuum to snuff out the flames instantly. Pretty cool, right? The magic scroll had Suka completely intrigued. If you use this on a person, wouldn't they suffocate? Cian quickly changed the subject. Look at this. This grill looks perfect for meat and vegetables, doesn't it? It's thin and light, too, so it's easy to carry. Watching their frantic preparations, Hermit froze for a moment. This was starting to feel less like a school trip and more like a vacation. He then quickly announced, I'm going to buy some gloves. You guys go on ahead. As Hermit walked away, his thoughts raced. Camping in the wilderness. For me, it's impossible to go into a situation like that with a relaxed mind. I don't think the Black Eagle Guild would attack the academy and its instructors at the same time, but there's a precedent, so I can't be completely unprepared. At the very least, I have to stay on high alert, but it's exhausting, having to be on guard against them all the time. Once I'm strong enough, I'll take care of this problem for good. Before they even have a chance to make their move, a man rhythmically spinning something in his hands caught Hermit's eye. Cotton candy. Get your cotton candy. Try Dumb Dan's unique dessert. The sight of the sweet, fluffy candy piqued Hermit's curiosity. It looks as fluffy as a cloud. If it's a dessert, it must be edible. A female customer nearby noticed his focused gaze and decided to speak up. Looks tempting, doesn't it? They say it's made by melting sugar and spinning it into thin threads around a stick.
Sometimes, these simple skills seem more magical than actual magic. But what was truly shocking was that she had just called him by his name. Model.
Hermit, a student of the magic perception class, was caught off guard. Faced with his question of who she was, the girl simply burst out laughing. You don't know me? We were in the same magic class. You really don't pay much attention to others, do you? Well, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Deianne, a third year in the sorcery department, and I've taken a little interest in you. Do you have a moment? Just then, Hermit recalled Adi's warning. Never trust a woman who approaches you first. They'll only try to trick you in the end. Hermit immediately shut her down. I'm busy. I have to go. If you're so interested in Adi, why don't you just talk to him directly? Realizing the source of his distrust, Deianne was quick to reassure him. Don't worry, I'm not like that. I'm only interested in you. But in reality, she was only approaching Hermit because her true target was Adi. Just as Deianne reached for him, Adi suddenly appeared, blocking her path before turning to Hermit with an annoyed look. What are you doing here? The moment Deianne saw him, she put on a cheerful smile. Adi, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. But he kept his distance, offering only a few dismissive words in reply. Her cheerful facade faltered. There's no need to be so cautious. I just wanted to speak with your roommate. But Adi pressed on, his eyes sharp. You have something you want to say to me? His directness made Deianne flustered, and she stammered, unable to form a sentence. Her eyes kept darting back to Hermit, which only annoyed Adi more, as he grabbed his roommate and dragged him away. The second they reached the docks, Adi's frustration boiled over. Did you just throw everything I told you out the window? Why were you just standing there? She's clearly up to no good. Hermit tried to explain. I was trying to ignore her, but just ignoring a senior from our school felt a little rude. Adi, however, was still sulking. It seems I'm being too rigid. If you don't like something, just say it. If you were more decisive, I wouldn't be in this mess. Feeling helpless, Hermit finally offered a suggestion. If you find it so annoying, just ignore it. That was the last straw for Addy, who lost his cool and yelled, "What? How could I possibly?" He then realized he'd gone too far and lowered his voice. "Let's just talk about this later. Where are Cian and Suka?" When Hermit replied, "They should be around here somewhere," Addy finally let out a sigh of relief. "All right. It's better if we just stick together from now on for safety. Now, take me to them." Hearing that, Hermit felt a pang of disappointment. He couldn't even tell if his friend felt burdened by him or not. Such a difficult person to read, always getting what he wants. Just then, Cian and Suka appeared, struggling under the weight of all their purchases, which made Addy shake his head in exasperation. After checking everything, Suka happily announced the results. "Okay, with this much preparation, nothing will go wrong on our camping trip." Cian, however, looked over the supplies with shock. "I think we might have gone a little overboard. I'm not sure if all of this will even fit in the carriage. This is why you're always broke. You spend money so recklessly." Scolded by Cian, Suka couldn't take it and yelled back, "What? No way. Have you ever spent my money? How would you know?" As the group moved into the basement, Hermit carefully scanned his surroundings. But in that moment, he had no idea that these would be the final seconds he would spend as an ordinary student at the academy. The end of the semester was fast approaching, and that night, a secret meeting was being held. A man in a robe spoke with deep reverence. "I am the head of this branch, and I have successfully gathered the information, my lord." From the depths of the shadows, a sinister force slowly approached them. "You're late." "All right, I'm listening. Continue." The branch leader bowed his head in fear. "Understood. The one who has appeared this time is among the elite forces of the Black Eagle, the killer clown." He held up a dossier. "As I mentioned earlier, there's a kid at this academy who is very difficult to deal with. For more details on him, please look through these documents." The clown flipped through the report, page by page, murmuring to himself. "A level 2 mercenary group that took out 2 members of the Assassin's Guild, and he's currently a second year at GTA Academy. Is there any instructor in that academy skilled enough to train a kid like that?" The branch leader answered nervously. "To be honest, at his current level, he no longer needs to attend the academy, sir. The one who hired him before was Ethan, one of the nobles from Baden." The clown asked another question. "What about the mercenary group's past? Did you find anything?" The man shook his head. "No, sir. I couldn't find any information. All I could learn was that the mercenaries happened to meet the kid during a mission, and they began working together from that point on. His movements are a complete mystery." The clown's sharp nail drew a line across the paper. "No parents, no master, and no identity. He possesses the skills of a first-class mercenary, and he's currently studying at that academy. I've never encountered a case this suspicious before." The leader asked, "Sir, could it be that we're getting close to someone we should never have approached?" The jester's nail tore a gaping hole right through the document. "Is his power truly on our level? Is that why no one dares to approach him? No one knows we exist, and our handiwork vanishes without a trace, along with the bodies of every target. It's as if they were never born into this world. This man seems like a difficult target. It looks like I'll have to handle this one personally." A few days later, on a bright and beautiful morning, the students gathered for their annual training expedition. An instructor was in the middle of confiscating contraband from a student. 32-year-old Maddie wine. Delicious and incredibly rare. "I'll share this with the other instructors as a show of gratitude." The student pleaded in agony. "No, professor, please. You have no idea how much I saved to buy that." But the instructor was firm. "This is a training camp, not a leisurely camping trip. Were you not informed that any items deemed non-essential for training would be confiscated on site?" Misery loves company. The student immediately pointed his finger at Suka. "Professor, look at this guy. Is he preparing for training or moving to a new house? Why else would he bring so much luggage?" Suka calmly shot back. "Everything here is an item I require." The instructor then forced an ultimatum. "Repack only what is absolutely necessary within the next 10 minutes. You can't possibly load all of this onto a single horse. The more compact your gear, the better." Suka began to panic. "No way. I honestly need every single thing here. What am I supposed to leave behind?" Hermit was the only one who remained completely unfazed. As the sun rose on the first morning of their journey, the academy's outdoor training session officially began. The students mounted their horses in unison and set off. "It's been a while since I've been away from the estate. I wonder if the forest has changed at all after all this time." Suka slowed his horse to ride alongside Hermit and quickly noticed that he wasn't carrying any luggage at all. Intrigued, he struck up a conversation. "Your sponsor is a nobleman, so I guess that explains the thoroughbred horse, huh?" Hermit, knowing nothing about the value of horses, just assumed they were all the same. "I don't know what breed it is. Your horse looks fine, too." Suka scoffed. "What do you mean fine? You can tell the difference in their value just by looking at them. So, what's its name?" As usual, Hermit just shook his head and said, "I don't know." Suka couldn't believe his carelessness. A horse is your partner. They stay with us for a long time, so we should always give them a name. Why don't you just name him right now? Just look at him and say the first thing that comes to mind. Hammett stared at the horse's shaggy mane for a long moment, and then blurted out the name, Suka. Suka, who was riding right beside him, scowled. That's my name. Do you think I look like a horse or something? This is not okay. Hammett replied with indifference. It's just a name. Why are you reacting like that? Suka refused to accept it. It's not right to name your horse after a person. But Hammett just shrugged and said, I really don't see the problem here. Suka exploded with rage. What? Do you think I look like a horse? As evening approached, the group finally stopped at their campsite deep in the forest. The instructor called out, Everyone, listen up. We've arrived at the camping area. We'll rest for a moment, and then I'll announce the schedule. Secure your personal belongings and loosen your saddles. Suka flopped off his horse like a dried fish. We rode all day just to get to this campsite. How much more of this do we have to endure? Hammett remained silent, his mind elsewhere. He was calculating everything in his head. Based on what he gathered, day 1 was for rest and an outdoor barbecue. Day 2 would be a hunting competition, and day 3 would be devoted almost entirely to group activities. Luckily, I didn't sense anything strange on the way here. But if someone is targeting me, the group activities on day 3 would be the perfect opportunity for an attack. Until then, I'll just have to be on high alert. Just then, Suka called out, Hey, Hammett, where's your horse? Startled, Hammett looked down at his hands. He'd been holding the reins the entire time, but they'd been cleanly severed by a sharp object. Hammett froze completely. That's impossible. I've been holding on tight this whole time. How could it have been cut so easily? No, the real issue is that I didn't even notice my horse was gone. Suka looked around and pointed toward the bushes. Looks like your horse is over there. You need to be more careful. Seeing the stray horse nearby, Hammett turned to Suka and asked, Let me borrow your sword, just for a moment. With the blade in hand, Hammett cautiously advanced toward the horse. After confirming that the area was safe, he wondered to himself, Why can't I sense anyone else around here? At that very moment, his sixth sense screamed a warning, and he narrowly dodged a fatal encounter. Hidden in the grass, right at Hammett's feet was a massive bear trap, concealed so perfectly it was almost invisible. Hunting was strictly forbidden on this trip, which meant this trap had a specific purpose, or perhaps it was a warning. A silent message letting him know that he was the prey. Hale finally understood. Someone was hunting him. How interesting. If he couldn't avoid it, then he might as well enjoy the thrill. With that thought, Hale called to the horse grazing peacefully beside him. Hey, you. Since you're a white horse, I'll just call you Ghost. Now get over here. But no matter how many times he called, the horse didn't even flinch. Hale was at a loss for words. It didn't understand him at all. He had no choice but to walk over and get Ghost himself. It doesn't matter who you are. If you dare stand in my way, I'll put you down without a second thought. He seemed more thrilled than afraid. He just hoped it would be a worthy opponent. As the night grew darker, the instructor's voice boomed, Everyone, assemble. Before dinner, we have a few announcements. From now until the activity concludes, refrain from any unnecessary actions. The instructor held up a glowing orb. Each team leader will receive one of these communication spheres to stay in contact with the faculty. You are to report any and all issues immediately. And, of course, Hale was the one who received the orb. Just then, Suka called out to him. Hey, Hale, you're the team leader, right? Let's get everyone together first. Hale scanned the faces of his new team, then commented coldly. A lot of unfamiliar faces. The other students were completely taken aback. Well, yeah, someone finally said, trying to break the ice. But you should have seen us when the teams were first made. So, why don't we do proper introductions? Being on the same team must be fate. After all, I'll start. My name's Ano. The other students followed suit. The twins were Michelle and B. The blonde was Wesley, and the blue-haired one was Dino. Hale turned to the red-haired kid beside him. And you are? The boy bristled with anger, snapping. I'm Jay. We've literally talked before. Seriously. Jay pointed at Hale and Suka. Fine. Your turn to introduce yourselves. Hale crossed his arms. Do we really have to? I figured everyone already knew who we were. He turned to leave. Sorry, but you all can start on dinner. I need to report something to the instructor. Suka's curiosity was piqued. Report what? On my way back with the horse, Hale explained, I found a live trap set in the woods. Suka was shocked. A trap? But isn't hunting forbidden during the training camp? Hale nodded. Exactly why I need to report it. Suka immediately fell into step behind him. You seem pretty concerned about it. Why? I want to see this thing for myself. Watching the two of them leave so quickly, Dino and Wesley frowned. They're totally just making that up to get out of helping with dinner, aren't they? The forest was silent in the growing darkness, but when they returned to the spot, the trap that had been hidden in the brush was completely gone. The instructor questioned him again. You said a trap was set right here? Are you absolutely certain? Hale's voice was firm. Yes, I'm positive. I nearly stepped right into it. The female instructor sighed. But there's no evidence. As far as we're concerned, there's nothing here. Just be careful in case there are other traps. Even Suka asked doubtfully, Are you sure it was really here? Hale stared silently at the patch of grass. It was clearly flattened, proof that something had been sitting right there. But the trap vanished, like someone was erasing the evidence. To remove it that quickly means he's watching my every move. Back when he learned to hunt from Laga in the roofed forest, he realized something about how humans stalk their prey. They possess an incredible ability to take on stronger foes. Their persistence, their sheer endurance, is uniquely suited for slowly wearing an enemy down, cornering them until they're finally taken out. They won't stop until their prey collapses from pure exhaustion. Only then is their goal achieved. On the way back to the camp, Hale thought to himself, This hunter is formidable, no doubt, but it seems they don't know who they're dealing with. If their goal was to scare me, they picked the wrong target. Out here in the wild, nothing can threaten me. By the time they got back, the rest of the team was already eating. Hale, Suka, what took you guys so long? We were starving, so we started grilling some meat. One of them held out a plate of charred lumps, offering to share it with them. Hale and Suka stared in dead silence at the blackened disaster on the plate. What is that? That night, Suka had to take over as master chef. He grilled the beef to juicy, fragrant perfection. The twin brothers' eyes went wide with admiration as they looked at his handiwork. After one bite, they were full of praise. This is amazing. It's cooked perfectly. That burnt stuff from before was garbage compared to this. Suka still couldn't believe it. Seriously, how do you not know how to grill meat? You guys must never cook for yourselves at home. One of the naive students replied, Thanks so much. People from commoner backgrounds are always so good at these things. Suka felt a vein throb in his forehead. That was the most insulting compliment he'd ever received. Fine, go back to eating charcoal if you want. Just then, Wesley leaned in with a sly grin. Hey now, don't be like that, my friend. Check out what I brought with me. Ta-da! He pulled out a large bottle of liquor, shocking the entire group. No way. Is that Hennessy? How did you sneak that past the instructors? Wesley just chuckled and lifted the hem of his cloak. He was wearing a cloak enchanted with storage magic. Not even the instructors had noticed it. Everyone was impressed by his clever trick. He just laughed. Well, you can't have a proper barbecue without a little something to drink, right? Still, they only had one bottle. Wesley laid out the plan for the group. An instructor's bound to patrol and confiscate this stuff, so we wait until after they've passed, then we drink. And just as he predicted, a trainer appeared moments later, her eyes filled with suspicion. Are you certain you didn't bring any with you? Because if none of you did, that would be even more suspicious. The instructor's persistence made Dino wonder just how much they confiscated tonight, but Wesley kept up the act. We're not lying, ma'am. We didn't bring a thing. With Hermes and Suka on our team, we wouldn't dare break the rules. The instructor turned to Hermes. Are you sure they're not hiding anything? He played along, covering for Wesley. With no evidence, she had to back down. All right. As team captain, you're responsible for your members' actions. Keep them in line. Now, get back to your dinner. I'm leaving. Once the instructor was gone, Dino and Wesley shared a wicked grin. It looks like our plan was a success. And just like that, glasses were raised all around. Cheers. James took a huge swig, his face instantly twisting up. This stuff is strong. Wesley told him to take it slow. Only Hermes remained silent, looking hesitant to drink. Andy asked him what was wrong. Don't you like the taste? He hesitated, saying, It's not that. Suka realized what was on his mind. You're still thinking about that trap, aren't you? Don't stress about it. Just enjoy tonight for what it is. The others chimed in, telling him not to overthink it. That's right. It was probably some local hunter. They must have seen us coming and cleared it. Besides, you're the top student of the second year. What is there to be afraid of? James voiced the question on everyone's mind. Hey, Hermes. You're a city kid, right? So where did you learn to use a sword like that? Hermes replied, I grew up in the forest. My master taught me swordsmanship. The group immediately grew curious about his master. Oh, so your master is some kind of hermit? He must be incredibly powerful. Can you introduce us to him sometime? Hermes simply shook his head. I can't. He's no longer of this world. His words hum in the air, casting a sudden chill over the group. James and Mia struggled to find the right words. We're sorry. But his student became the top swordsman at Gheta Academy. He would have been incredibly proud. A faint smile touched Hermes' lips. Perhaps. Seeing he wasn't lost in sorrow, the others raised their glasses. All right, no more sad faces. Let's keep this going. We have to finish this before the instructor comes back. Watching the other students laughing beside him, Hermes thought to himself, so it's true. Sharing a drink really does allow people to grow closer. This is useful information, a strategy I might use in the future. But every party must end. Once the bottle ran dry, the entire group collapsed right where they sat, completely drunk. And in that moment, Hermes quietly slipped away, heading deep into the woods under the excuse of using the restroom. But unlike everyone else, Hermes was perfectly sober. Good. It seems I've figured out how to use my blood to nullify the effects of alcohol. With every step, he remained on high alert. He's probably still watching me, even now. I'm alone now. Will you finally show yourself an attack? Or will you continue to wait? Hermes closed his eyes, sensing the flow of the air around him. But he detected nothing. He's being cautious. I would expect nothing less. As he walked, he stumbled upon a small wooden cabin up ahead. He figured it must be where the campsite manager lived. Hermes decided to approach the cabin and knock. A moment later, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man. Who could be calling at this hour? Ah, you're one of the students from the Sword Academy, aren't you? Hermes nodded. Good evening. I actually came to ask a favor. Earlier, I found a hunting trap nearby. I'm worried someone might step on it and get injured. Could you possibly patrol the area more frequently? The old man looked at him with disbelief. You must be mistaken, son. Everyone knows setting traps in these woods is strictly forbidden. The punishment is severe. Hermes' gaze was firm. I am a student of the Sword Academy. My eyes and senses are sharp enough to know a trap when I see one. I am absolutely certain of what I saw. Seeing his conviction, the old man's attitude shifted. If what you're saying is true, then this is a serious problem. I'll start patrolling more frequently, starting tomorrow morning. It's been a while since I needed my walking stick for this. If a trap is well hidden, it's difficult for an old man like me to spot. He spoke as he began to shut the door, but Hermes' foot shot out, blocking its path. His eyes turned to ice. But I never explained what kind of trap it was. Hermes' words made the old man freeze, but he recovered quickly, replying smoothly. Oh, it wasn't that kind of trap. It's just. We usually only find bear traps around here. Why don't you tell me what kind you saw? Hermes stared, his eyes scanning the old man from head to toe. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he let out a sigh and replied, Never mind. You're right. You haven't seen it yourself, and I'm not one for long explanations. Your warning about hidden traps is correct. With the trap dealt with, Hermit decided to press the old man for more information about the forest. I've heard the Academy's swordsmanship department holds their annual hunting competition right here. Is there something special about this forest? The old man grumbled. The competition is in the mountains north of the campsite, while the group activities are spread across 12 locations. It happens every year, so it's always the same, unless something forces a change. Hermit offered a quick thanks and took his leave. Once he was a safe distance away, Hermit glanced back at the shut cabin. That old man, I couldn't sense any aura from him at all. He's supposed to be the campsite manager, but my instincts are screaming that something is terribly wrong. What should I do? Maybe if I threaten him, he'll finally talk. His hand drifted to the hilt of his sword, but Hermit stopped himself. I can't act rashly, not when I'm not the only one here. I need to face him head-on. When he reveals his true colors, there will be nowhere left to run. As Hermit returned to the tents, he saw the instructor had caught his drunk teammates red-handed. The instructor roared in absolute fury. Hermit, what is the meaning of this? Time passed, and by the next morning, all the students were assembled. Their teacher announced loudly, It seems everyone is present. I will now brief you on the hunting competition. Let's be clear. The most important thing is to stay alert and keep yourselves safe. Don't fire arrows recklessly. Always identify your target. To prevent injuries, you will all proceed in teams of 2. If someone is injured, their partner must immediately report it to Professor Quain with the communication crystal. You will be provided with a bow, arrows, a map, and food before we begin. You are also permitted to use your own personal bows. Your rank will be determined by your results. Prizes will be awarded afterward. Now, go and give it your all. The teacher then added, And if you think you can get a high rank by just hunting rabbits, think again. Every animal has a different point value. For example, a fox is worth more than a rabbit, and a bear is worth more than a fox. Rarity also increases an animal's value. If there are no more questions, let's begin. This competition will last until 5 p.m. today. The sun sets fast in the forest, so be mindful of the time. All the students yelled their understanding and began to pair up. Suka casually said, We can take our time. This is a guaranteed win for us. He threw an arm over Hermut's shoulder and said, We'll definitely come out on top. The other students, however, immediately protested this team up. The top 2 students are on the same team. How is that even fair? Professor. But the instructor didn't get involved, since teams were freely chosen. Under a storm of angry glares, Suka and Hermit walked off. If you think it's so unfair, then prove you're better by defeating us. If you don't want any trouble, stay out of our way. The two of them ventured deep into the forest. Suka started chattering. Hey, Hermit, with us on the same team, we're the strongest duo in the department. First and second place are basically ours. What do you think? Should we fight over who gets first place? Hermit didn't reply, lost in thought. It's a good thing not many people came this way, but if the Black Eagle attacks, I'll have to get Suka clear of the danger. From behind, Suka urged, do you know any good hunting spots? You're an expert at this kind of thing, right? His question gave Hermit an idea. If I can help him catch some prey, I can get rid of him sooner. With that thought, he immediately led Suka toward a stream. They hid together in a large bush, Hermit explained. Animals have to come here for water. It's easier to hunt them while they're distracted. But Suka was already getting impatient. Who knows how long we'll have to wait for them to show up? Wouldn't it be faster to just look for them? That's completely wrong, Hermit said. If we move around, our prey will sense us and flee. Hunting is a test of patience. You should use this as an opportunity to train. On the way here, I saw fresh claw marks on the trees. There's definitely a beast nearby. Moments later, a massive brown bear appeared by the water's edge. The bear had walked right into their sights. Suka whispered, that bear is huge. Let's take it. We'll both shoot on 3. Ready. Hermit? They both drew their bowstrings taut, but suddenly, another thought struck Hermit. Wait a second. What if hunting a wild animal makes my dark energy react? He gripped the nocked arrow tightly. There's no time to hesitate. As Suka whispered 3, they both let their arrows fly. 2 shafts sliced through the air, but Hermit's shot plunged into the dirt. A single arrow wasn't enough to bring the massive bear down. The wounded beast roared and fled. Suka shouted, it's getting away. What happened, Hermit? We had it. Refusing to let the brown bear escape, Suka immediately gave chase. He infused his next arrow with magic and fired it at the beast. That single shot secured his first kill of the day. Suka laughed. I got it. But just then, a horrifying scream ripped through the nearby woods. Suka wondered, was that the roar of a bear? But Hermit recognized the sound instantly, spinning on his heel and bolting in its direction. That's no bear, he shouted back. Handle the prey, I'm going alone. A shadow of deep concern flashed across Hermit's face. Time was of the essence. Hermit pushed his speed to the limit, launching himself through the canopy from branch to branch. As he neared the source of the screams, he saw 2 other students in a clearing below. It was Wesley, fumbling desperately with a communication orb, while Bass lay on the ground, his leg caught in a brutal trap. Hermit's sudden appearance startled Wesley. Hermit's gaze immediately locked onto Bass's mangled leg. Recognizing him, Wesley pleaded, help me get him out of this thing. But Hermit held up a hand. Don't. If you just pull him out like that, he'll bleed to death. Let me handle it. Wait here. Hermit moved with purpose, scanning the nearby undergrowth. He found what he was looking for, pulling a handful of plants from the earth and chewing a piece. After confirming it was the right herb, he rushed back. Hermit grabbed 2 smooth stones, washed them with water from his canteen, and began crushing the herbs into a paste. His efficient, practiced movements left Wesley staring in awe. Hermit suddenly asked, you and Bass are close friends, aren't you? When Wesley nodded, Hermit decisively tore a strip of cloth from his cloak. He wrapped the fabric tightly around Bass's leg, creating a tourniquet to stem the bleeding. Then, he drew an arrow. I'm going to break the trap to get him out. I need you to hold him perfectly still. Don't let him move an inch. With everything set, Hermit channeled magic into the arrowhead and slammed it down hard on the trap's mechanism. To his surprise, the trap was loose and sprang open easily. Still, the jarring motion was enough to make Bass groan through clenched teeth. The trap was tossed aside, and Hermit immediately applied the herbal paste to the wound. Hermit explained, this type of leaf is a powerful coagulant. It should be enough to stabilize him until we get back to camp. Now, contact the professor. Snapped out of his daze. Wesley quickly fumbled for the communication orb to call their instructor. Ah, right, I almost forgot. With a moment to finally process things, Hermit thought to himself, I was prepared for something far worse. But it seems for that bastard, this was just some kind of twisted game. The trap was set loosely on purpose. Otherwise, his leg would have been crushed. He sighed, rubbing his temples. This trap wasn't meant for me. But these noble kids are so damn careless. What a headache. What should I do now? And then he remembered his own partner. Right, Suka is out there all alone. Just then, Suka finally caught up, yelling, do you have any idea what a teammate is? How could you just abandon me like that? You could have at least given me a warning. Or did you just think I was too slow and decided to ditch me? Only then did he notice Wesley, with his torn cloak. What happened to you? You look like you've been through a war. Wesley explained, I've already called the professor. They'll be here soon. He looked at Hermit, his voice filled with admiration. You were incredible. You were so calm through all this. I was completely panicking. I had no idea what to do. Hermit replied honestly. It's only because I've dealt with situations like this before. Wesley bowed his head deeply to Hermit. Thank you for saving Boss. I swear on my honor as a noble, I will never forget the debt I owe you today. Hermit looked slightly taken aback before saying, It wasn't me. Professor Kael is the one who will truly save Bass. He needs a proper medical evaluation immediately, or the wound could get infected and things will get much worse. Hermit thought quietly to himself, Thank you. This is the first time I've ever heard those words since coming to this academy. The professors arrived in a flash. Kael immediately began casting healing magic on Bass's leg. He looked up, impressed. Excellent first aid. Because of your quick thinking, my job is much easier. Well done, Hermit. The female instructor added grimly. So you were right. There really was a trap. This means someone placed it here with malicious intent. I will be filing a formal complaint with the area's administration. She turned to Wesley. Do you know how Baz managed to step on it? The boy recounted. He saw something over in the bushes and took off after it. The next thing I knew, he stepped on the trap and started screaming. I have no idea what he saw that made him run over there so recklessly. The instructor jotted down some notes. In his condition, Boss can't continue the hunt. We're taking him back to camp now. Wesley, lend us a hand. Hermit, Suka, you two may continue hunting, but stay alert. There are likely more traps in this area. Suka grinned confidently. Don't you worry, ma'am. We'll be sure to bring back a massive haul, he said, once the instructors were out of earshot. Suka then spoke to Hermit directly. I caught that bear earlier, so that one is mine, correct? Hermit nodded in agreement. It's all yours. I'm not going to fight you for it. I'll hunt on my own and head back first. Suka heard this and grew worried. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of getting caught in a trap? Hermit shook his head. I won't fall for something so simple. Besides, if I stick around here, someone else is bound to get hurt because of me. That single sentence made everything click for Suka. He realized this was all centered around Hermit. He stopped protesting and simply prepared to leave. All right then, I'm taking off. Don't overdo it. Just hunt what you can and get back safely. With that, the two parted ways, and Hermit launched himself back into the dense forest. Perfect. This is my chance, he thought, his senses on high alert. If he's been manipulating things from the start, he has to be somewhere close by. All I have to do is focus. Time to find his hiding spot. I'll enhance my senses to scan the area. Hermit focused his magic, amplifying every sense in his body. Suddenly, his eyes caught the faint glimmer of a luminous thread just ahead. It was a line of light, incredibly thin and long, almost invisible, and it was right at his neck. If he had moved any faster, he would have been instantly decapitated. Luckily, his heightened awareness saved him. With a flip in midair, Hermit severed the wire. He landed softly and looked up. A trap. A razor-thin tripwire, strong enough to slice clean through a large tree, was stretched right in his path. He scanned his surroundings carefully before moving to avoid it. Hermit approached, examining the wire and thought, it's a good thing Bass didn't run into this. He would have been hurt much worse. There were likely other traps, but he couldn't spot any nearby. Just then, Hermit noticed something unusual behind a tree. It was an unlucky deer, already caught. He realized it must be bait. A simple trick that Baz could have easily fallen for. Hermit reached out to remove the arrow, deciding to just take the deer. With a wave of his hand, he turned the unfortunate animal into golden light. At the place where the spoils of the hunt were gathered, countless captured beasts were already on display. The students stared wide-eyed at a massive brown bear, in utter disbelief that Suka had taken it down. Did bears even live in this forest? Ren walked over, his voice laced with suspicion. Suka. You didn't have Hermit catch this for you, did you? The question enraged Suka, who roared right in Ren's face. Are you crazy? Why would he do something that would crush my pride like that? Shouldn't he have caught something even bigger? In stark contrast, the beast Hermit brought back was just a medium-sized deer. Alan, who was passing by to record the scores, also looked quite surprised. After the chatter died down, Alan called for everyone's attention. I have evaluated the results of your hunt. Excellent work. Before I announce the winner, I will reveal the prizes. In 5th place, the winner will receive 10 meal tickets for the academy. 4th place will receive a luxury pen and ink set. 3rd place gets 10 discount vouchers for the academy bookstore. The runner-up will get a voucher for the private training room, and the champion will receive all of the prizes just mentioned. The rewards for this hunt were seriously impressive. Suka threw an arm around Hermit, teasing, I have no use for a pen and ink. If you want it, it's yours. The time had finally come to announce the rankings. Alan began reading the names, starting from 5th place. The long day of hunting and awards finally ended. Everyone gathered around a crackling campfire in the heart of the forest. Ren spoke up. Unless you're a monster like Ollie, that private training room pass is pretty valuable. Even a week's access is an insane prize for a hunting contest, so don't be too disappointed. Run. Ignoring his friend's pained expression, Ren just laughed mockingly. Suka was practically burning with fury. Why? I caught a giant bear. It's completely absurd that I only got second place. Was there a better catch than this? And Du stated the cruel truth. The white fox that Beru hunted was more than worthy of being the champion. Dino nodded in agreement. At first, I thought it was some kind of mythical creature. Even the judges were shocked that Beru had managed to hunt such an animal. Hermit tried to comfort Suka. Didn't you want the private training room anyway? Besides, a training room is way more useful than some pen and ink. Of course, that wasn't what Suka really cared about. He shot back. And didn't you win a prize too, Hermit? 10 meal tickets for the academy. Anyway, thanks to Suka, we all get to eat bear meat. Someone else agreed, suggesting those who caught nothing should prepare the meat. But suddenly, Endu looked uneasy that 3 of their group members weren't there. A heavy silence fell over them. Besides Bass, 2 others couldn't participate. A few minutes after Wesley had brought Bass back to the camp, the bridge he crossed had suddenly collapsed, causing his injuries. Then Michael fell into a trap during the hunt and broke his leg. He was immediately sent back to the academy for proper treatment, leaving their group with only 5 people. Suka grumbled, "Our group is seriously unlucky. How come we're the only ones who ran into trouble?" And Du said, "The instructor did ask us earlier if our group needed any adjustments." Hermit thought to himself, "This isn't a coincidence. Someone is definitely targeting us. One by one. Judging by their methods, whoever it is ruthless. Should I tell everyone what I suspect?" Dino tried to lighten the mood. "They're probably fine by now." Suka added, "Yeah, they're probably relaxing and snoring in their dorms at the academy. Meanwhile, we're stuck sleeping in the wilderness, just waiting for this activity to be over." His comment made Dino and Ren stare at him, completely dumbfounded. Does this guy have any compassion at all? Endu sighed, "Tomorrow's the group activity. I just hope there are no more traps." Ren added, "Without the instructor's direct supervision, we'll be lucky to make it back in one piece." Hermit, who had been quietly observing the whole time, decided to keep his thoughts to himself for now. It's best not to tell the others. Saying anything now would only cause them to panic. Yim is right, we should get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's mission. Youth agreed that there's safety in numbers, so traveling together should be fine. The next morning, the trainee teams set out simultaneously for their group activity. Huth held the map, plotting their course. From their current position, it would be a 4-hour journey to their destination. With that, they mounted their horses and departed. As dusk began to settle, the group had nearly traversed the entire mountain. Suddenly, Rem called out, "Huth, come check this out." Both Huth and Sue immediately turned to look. Before them lay a pristine lake. Rem suggested it was a good place to rest, with a close water source. Finding a spot like this in the middle of a forest was a stroke of luck. Huth dismounted and immediately went to inspect the water. Fortunately, the water was pure and uncontaminated. A problem like that during an escort mission could prove disastrous. Suka snarked from behind him, "Are you that thirsty, Huth?" Seeing a puddle and rushing to drink from it. His sarcasm left Huth speechless. Ando, seeing the situation was stable, chimed in. "So, should we rest for a bit? We've made good time. Much faster than the estimated 4 hours." Yim agreed, adding they had enough food from the day before. All they needed was to gather some firewood. No one objected. Their bodies ached from the long ride. Pushing onward would be foolish. Huth remained silent, his eyes scanning the surroundings with extreme vigilance. The 5 of them gathered around a newly lit fire to rest their legs. However, an unnerving silence hung heavy in the air. Huth figured they were all feeling down. It was only natural. After 3 of their teammates had been sent back to the academy due to injuries, he suddenly stood up. When someone asked where he was going, Huth replied, "The fire is dying down. I'm going to find more wood." Suka offered to join, complaining that staying with the other 3 was a drag. The sky grew darker with each passing moment. Suka gathered a decent pile of branches and asked, "Is this enough?" Huth was blunt. "It's a good effort, but it's worthless. This wood is too damp to be used." Suka didn't get it. Wood was wood. But Huth insisted that damp wood would be nearly impossible to burn. Suka just blamed the darkness, muttering that he'd need sunglasses to see at night. Huth's silence was a sign of his frustration. "You could at least say something," Suka complained. In response, Huth told him to just focus on finding the right kind of wood. Suka grumbled about Huth being heartless, then mumbled to himself about the kind of person who drinks directly from a mountain spring. "We're out here camping, eating and resting on the road." Suddenly, Huth's voice cut him off. "Suka, take the wood and go back ahead of me." He had sensed something was wrong and planned to stay behind to investigate. The sudden order to return alone left Suka completely confused. Why? What are you staying behind for? Huth simply said he had important business to attend to. Suka was puzzled but didn't really care. As he walked away, he said, "Fine, just don't cause a scene. No wonder you've been so quiet." It seemed he had completely misunderstood Huth's intentions. But this was no trivial matter. Huth's expression was deadly serious. He had detected a suspicious presence in the forest and moved deeper into the woods to confront it. There, in a secluded clearing, the assassin waited calmly, as if Huth's arrival was an amusing, foregone conclusion. Huth's voice was steady. "You seem quite pleased with your preparations." The man gave a sinister smile. "Indeed. A beautiful start to our evening. I appreciate you accepting my invitation. We have much to discuss. Now, have a seat." Huth saw a log at his feet and, as requested, sat down. The man's face, both sinister and terrifying, twisted into a smirk. He was in a very good mood, having finally met his target face to face. "Of course, I've been watching your face for quite some time now." Looking into Huth's unwavering eyes, he asked, "So tell me, how does it feel? How does it feel to meet the predator that's been hunting you for the first time?" Huth's reply was a sharp, calculated taunt. "Your mask is strange. It seems you're not very confident in your own face. Are you?" That comment, delivered with such unnerving calm, only intrigued the assassin more. Huth was nothing like the others had described. After locking a sharp weapon into place, he aimed it directly at Huth, his eyes filled with a terrifying, twisted desire.
Most people, when they realize they're being hunted, they run. But you dare to bare your fangs at me.
"You've been constantly tracking my position. Your attitude is that of a hunter, not the prey. You and I have much in common. That's why I revealed myself, to give you one final chance." With that, he hurled the spear in his hand toward Huth, but it harmlessly pinned a beetle to the ground. The man introduced himself as Basu, a key member of an elite force under the direct command of the Black Eagle, the Dark Jester of Eagle Eye. "Basu, and I have the authority to recruit talented individuals into the Black Eagle. If you wish to join us, swallow this grub." Despite the blatant humiliation, Huth's expression didn't change one bit. This only annoyed Basu further, prompting another offer. "Without the antidote, that grub will devour your internal organs. But don't worry, there are no side effects. However, if you refuse, my subordinates are ready to slaughter every last one of your friends. So, think very carefully." But Hermit didn't seem to care, calmly replying, "You're not the type to use people without a reason." The man just chuckled and said, "Believe what you want." Hermit then brought up the nobles. Was it really okay to slaughter them so carelessly? But the assassin knew everything. Certain key nobles, the important ones, had already been dealt with. The unspoken meaning was clear. He was talking about their friends from the academy. Seeing Hermit lost in thought, the assassin quickly broke the silence. "Don't overthink it, Hermit. You have no other choice. You can only accept my offer." Glancing down at the writhing bug at his feet, Hermit felt a wave of disgust. He looked up and said loudly, "You said before that we have a lot in common." The assassin smirked to himself, but then Hermit crushed the bug under his heel, drew his sword, and lunged straight at him in a battle stance. Strangely, the assassin didn't even flinch at the blade. With a single flick of his wrist, he slammed his spear into a nearby tree. A massive shockwave erupted, devastating everything in its path. How could he possess such incredible power? Even Hermit couldn't have predicted this and was taken by surprise. But he pushed on, charging at the man with all the terrifying power he could muster. The immense force seemed to crush the very air around them as he roared, his voice overwhelming his opponents. "This all ends if I finish you right here, right now, doesn't it?" Suddenly, Hermit felt a sense of uncertainty. He thought he could end him easily, but how did the assassin dodge his attacks so effortlessly? Like a phantom on a stage, the jester dodged his strike and then issued a chilling threat. "You've wasted your only chance. You will not leave this forest alive." In an instant, his weapon multiplied into a shower of sharp, steel blades that rained down on Hermit. Back at the camp, a cup on the table suddenly began to tremble violently, forcing everyone to notice the strange disturbance. Hermit felt something was wrong and asked if anyone else heard that noise. Could it be a landslide? Suka found it strange, since it wasn't even raining. How could there be a landslide? A short while later, noticing how long Hermit had been gone, Ando spoke up, asking where he could be. Sua, acting as if nothing was wrong, guessed he probably just went to relieve himself. What could possibly happen to him out here? Just as she finished her sentence, footsteps approached. But this time, it was only Deianne. Deianne looked confused and asked, "Weren't you supposed to feed the horses? Why are you bringing the grass back?" He stammered, thinking they had tied the horses somewhere else. Everyone started to feel a growing sense of unease. They hadn't even touched the horses all day. But when they checked the spot, not a single horse was there. All four of them rushed to the feeding area, only to find it completely empty. Worse, the ropes looked like they had been tampered with. Deianne naively suggested, Maybe we tied them too loosely and they ran off. But Suka was much sharper, immediately shooting down the idea. How could 5 horses disappear at once without a sound and without leaving a single trace? Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the forest behind them, making all 4 of them jump in fright. Suka peered into the twilight and spotted a dark figure, slowly moving toward them from a distance. Just as panic began to set in, the shadow became clearer. It was none other than Hermit, but his appearance was unusually ragged and worn. The look in his eyes, like he was about to say something dire, filled everyone with a deep sense of dread. Hermit thought to himself that it was probably best to just tell them everything. The team gathered at the campsite. Every face was etched with anxiety, wondering what terrible news Hermit was about to deliver. After hearing the whole story, the summary was grim. Hermit had run into the Black Hawks, and they had sent an assassin to kill every last one of them. This meant their friends who had returned to the Jen began to tremble uncontrollably, realizing they were now being hunted. Ando couldn't believe it. So that was the real reason their friends were injured and sent back to the academy. Unable to accept the reality of their situation, Jen suddenly shouted, "But why us? We didn't do anything to attract the Black Hawk's attention. Why should we have to die because of your problems?" For his outburst, he earned a sharp blow to the head from Suka. "Shut up, you idiot. We don't even know for sure if we're all being targeted yet." She turned to Hermit, wondering if this was because Sabat still held a grudge against him. Even Hermit wasn't sure, but he dismissed the idea. "No, I don't think it's because of that. Before joining the academy, I was a mercenary. During that time, I killed several members of the Black Hawks. They must have been tracking me and followed me here." Hearing this, the entire group froze, stunned by the hornet's nest their friend had kicked in his past. Deianne couldn't believe it and asked again, "You really killed members of the Black Hawks? Just how many did you kill for them to hunt all of us down?" Hermit quickly tried to explain, "It's not what you think. It wasn't that many. Mercenaries are just third-rate thugs, but your skills alone have earned everyone's genuine respect. With that much real combat experience, it's no surprise you're leagues above us." Hermit realized they all had the potential to become true warriors, just like everyone said. "You have no responsibility to suffer because of my mistake. So, no matter what happens, I will take full responsibility for it all." Noah whispered with grim determination, "Are you planning to face that assassin all by yourself? Are you sure that's a wise decision? Hey, let's report this to the instructors first. Suka, you're the one with the communication crystal, right? Use it, now." Hearing this, Suka frantically searched his pockets, but the crystal was nowhere to be found. In this tense moment, all he could offer was a painfully forced smile. The group erupted in panic, shouting at him, "Are you crazy? What are we supposed to do now that you've lost it?" Suka immediately tried to shift the blame. "The assassins must have taken it. We didn't even notice when they stole the horses, after all." Noah shot a worried glance at Hermit, asking, "So what do we do now? How do we get out of this place as quickly as possible?" He realized the assassin has likely already laid traps all around them. It's better not to venture too deep into the darkness. We'll never spot them if they're hidden perfectly. Hermit considered their options, seeking a better way. He finally decided, telling everyone to rest for the night. "We'll leave the moment the sun rises. Even without horses, we can reach the instructor's camp within 12 hours. But of course, he won't let us escape that easily. He's also avoiding a direct fight with me. He knows that in a fair battle, he stands no chance of winning." Hermit's expression turned dangerously grim as he spoke. "I'll guard our rear. He won't dare attack us recklessly. If he reveals himself and attacks, I will take him down." From the silent, serious faces around him, everyone understood the strategy. After Rem spoke up, Hermit stood and addressed them all. "We need to conserve our energy. From this point on, moving and staying alert for 12 hours straight will be grueling. But do we even have enough food for tomorrow? We need to guard our supplies, too." After guarding the camp for a while, Rem and Dino emerged from their tent, only to find Hermit still wide awake. He was keeping watch so everyone could rest, so the two decided it would be better to split the shifts. But Hermit didn't want them to waste their energy. He advised them to save their strength for tomorrow. Rem smiled confidently and called out to Hermit, wanting his trust. "We're warriors, too, you know. I can't just depend on others to protect me. That alone goes against a warrior's pride. Are you sure you don't need to sleep?" Hermit answered calmly, "I can go for 3 days without needing to sleep." Hearing that, Rem was at a loss for words. That assassin must be terrified of you. He still hasn't dared to show his face. Even so, Hermit's vigilance didn't drop for an instant. He warned Rem gravely, "Don't let your guard down because of that. He isn't the kind of predator to let his prey get away so easily." Rem laughed, trying to ease the tension with a joke. But seeing Hermit's deadly serious expression, he suddenly held up a hand for silence. Rem stopped talking, his anxious eyes fixed on the forest's edge. A strange noise was coming from within the trees. All 3 of them snapped into a combat stance, slowly advancing into the woods. To their complete surprise, They saw the silhouettes of the horses that had disappeared that afternoon. However, Hermit immediately sensed something was terribly wrong with the animals. He shouted for Rem and Dino to be careful. In a flash, one horse morphed into a monstrous beast and lunged to tear Dino apart. Before he could even react, he was captured. As it flew away with Dino, it unleashed a thick smoke bomb, blinding Hermit and Rem's line of sight. The explosion and the billowing smoke startled everyone in the tents awake. Suka and the others rushed out, completely unaware of what had just happened. Rem began to tremble with fear, clutching his head and shouting, terrified of what would happen to Dino. Hermit had to quickly try and calm him down. Rem, get a grip. It was just a smoke bomb. We don't know when he'll attack again, so stay alert. But Rem was still overwhelmed with worry, fearing the worst for Dino. But in a situation like this, all Hermit could do was urge him to stay calm. I saw him when he was taken. He was still conscious. If the assassin wanted to kill him, he would have done it right then. Dino won't give up his life so easily. If you don't want to die, we have to stick together. But despite the words, Rem's spirit was completely broken. It seems things are about to get much worse. He knows how to manipulate people's minds, and on top of that, he's far more experienced than we are. Suka's eyes darted around the campsite. Where did he disappear to? We can't see him, but he's definitely still close by. Rem, slowly regaining his composure, asked the others, so, what do we do now? We can't just leave Dino out there alone. The urge to rush out and save him was overwhelming, but Heath knew. Now wasn't the right time. If we stick together, he'll just play with us, picking us off one by one. But if I go to rescue Dino by myself, I can't keep an eye on everyone else. A heavy silence fell over the group. Their spirits sank, unable to find a way out of this nightmare. Ray's desperation turned to fury. He grabbed Heath by the shirt, his voice raw with accusation. This is all your fault. If you even think about leaving Dino behind, I swear I won't let you get away with it. Anne had to step in, pulling Ray back to prevent a fight. Hey, this isn't the time to be blaming Heath. You need to calm down and think clearly, Heath said, his voice steady. Of course, I'm not abandoning Dino, but I won't risk everyone's lives to save just one person. Right now, my job is to make sure the rest of you survive. Hearing that, Ray struggled even harder, screaming in Heath's face. So do you want to leave him, don't you? He lunged at Heath again. Luca had to intervene, dragging Ray back to the camp to cool his head. Seeing the chaos, Anne turned to Heath, her voice filled with worry. Are you all right? Heath admitted that what Ray said wasn't entirely wrong. And now, even Anne seemed to be siding with Ray. Heath, it's not that I disagree with you, she began, but I feel the same way Ray does. No matter what, we can't abandon Dino. Let's talk about this again when everyone's calm. If we discuss it together, we'll find a way. Heath let out a heavy sigh, waiting for Ray to come to his senses while he assessed their grim situation. After some time, Ray approached Heath, looking embarrassed and awkward. He finally recognized his mistake and apologized. Heath didn't say a word. He just stood up, making Ray freeze, terrified that he hadn't been forgiven. But then, Heath began to speak, laying out the hard truth for everyone. In this situation, we have no idea where Dino is, and there's no guarantee we'll all make it back alive after we find him. To be honest, I think our chances of survival are close to zero. Heath then turned to Ray. Do you still think we can't leave Dino behind? Ray hesitated for a moment, but pushed his fear aside. Their friendship was more important than anything. Dino's been my friend since we were kids, he said, his voice firm. I can't just leave him here alone. Anne spoke up in agreement. Abandoning a teammate in danger is a disgrace. Even Luca, who wasn't as close to Dino, chimed in. I can't just run away either. Seeing their unwavering determination, Heath finally relented. He would go save Dino. With that decision made, he started outlining the plan. From this moment on, there would be no time to rest. They had to find a way to defeat that killer and get Dino back. Just as he finished speaking, a boomerang sliced through the air, aimed right at Heath. He managed to defend himself just in time. It seemed the killer was finally making his move. But wait, that wasn't a boomerang. It was an arrow, with a strange little pouch tied to the shaft. They opened it, and their faces grew dark with horror. Inside was a human finger joint. Anne's mind immediately went to the worst possibility. Could that be Dino's? But Heath remained level-headed. We can't be sure it's his finger. Ray tried to reassure himself it couldn't be. But in a situation like this, the possibility was terrifyingly high. Heath examined it closely. This finger was cut while the blood was still flowing. At the very least, that confirms he was alive when it happened. The killer doesn't want to kill us. Not yet. Anne stared at the small pouch, noticing something else. Heath, look, she said urgently. I think there's something else inside the bag. It was a map, a location where their enemy wanted him to go, along with a chilling message. If you want to save your friend, come to the marked location alone, before the sun rises. As they studied the crude map, Luca recognized something. Wait a second. I think I've seen some of these places on our way here. Following Luca's finger, they located the target, a large, rocky hill. Heath calculated the distance. I can run there in about 15 minutes. Luca stared at him, unable to believe what he was hearing. Wait, run? Are you serious? This is their plan, Ray interjected. He wants to separate you from the rest of us. He turned to Heath, pleading. Don't do what he says. We can go together, save Dino, and take that killer down. But Anne stopped him. Ray, wait. If we act rashly, we could put Dino in even more danger. For now, it's better to play along, because it's the only choice we have. Heath will rescue Dino alone, and we have to wait here until he gets back. Heath finally spoke. I'll be fine on my own, but the killer will definitely target you three first. Luca sighed. We just have to hold out for 30 minutes until you return, right? The three of us can handle that. Honestly, I wish I could face him head on, but what can I really do? Besides, I just came up with a plan. Everyone stared at Luca, wondering what he could possibly have in mind. After moving as fast as he could to the rendezvous point, Heath arrived, only to find Dino injured and alone, lying in the middle of the desolate forest. Hermit scanned the area, but there wasn't a soul in sight. He had to get Dino back to camp, fast. The others were almost certainly in danger. Hermit approached Dino, thinking to himself, he sure looks comfortable. Wake up. We don't have time for this. Get up and let's head back to the camp. But as Hermit turned him over, his blood ran cold. This was just a dummy. He couldn't believe how cunning the killer was. By now, everyone else might have already been captured. Suddenly, the real Dino appeared, his movements controlled. A low growl escaped his lips. A powerful demonic aura exploded from his body, forcing Hermit to leap back to create. He thought to himself, this is bad. I never thought he'd resort to this. Demonic energy is the embodiment of pure, untamed chaos. If unrefined demonic energy enters a normal human body, it clashes violently with their own life force until one is completely annihilated. And once that life force is gone, the body ceases to function. Worse yet, Dino had already transformed into a massive, savage beast, his humanity completely lost. Hermit drew his sword, preparing for the inevitable. The ferocious monster immediately lunged, roaring as it attacked. The force from a single punch was staggering. Hermit was shocked by its incredible power. Just how strong did that demonic energy make him? One strike was enough to send Hermit flying, but thanks to his assassin's instincts, Hermit managed to block the next devastating blow. The two immense powers collided, creating a massive explosion that tore the ground apart. Leaping from the wreckage, Hermit quickly analyzed the situation. Although the amount of demonic energy was huge, Dino had only just turned into a demonic beast. If he had to take him down, it wouldn't be that difficult. But looking at his comrade's face, how could Hermit bring himself to strike down his own friend? The demonic energy was slowly consuming Dino completely. Hermit could feel its immense power reacting to the seed of darkness within him. It had been a long time since it had sensed. After a brief pause, Dino's body grew even larger, his strength multiplying. The demonic power controlling him charged straight at Hermit, but a flurry of sword strikes created a barrier, deflecting the attack. They clashed relentlessly, with no end in sight. One of Dino's punches barely missed Hermit's head, but he dodged just in time, the blow connecting with the mountain behind him. The destructive force was terrifying. A single punch could obliterate an entire hill. Rock and debris rained down from above. Even the monstrous Dino had to pause as boulders crashed down on him. Seizing that single moment of distraction, Hermit found his opening. He struck a critical point, the very spot where the demonic energy was emanating from. The attack sent the demonic energy inside Dino's body into a chaotic frenzy. Hermit called out, "This will hurt a little, but I'll get you out of this. Just stay still and focus." The remaining debris from the mountain collapsed in a huge landslide, burying Dino and knocking him unconscious, temporarily stabilizing him. Hermit approached Dino's body to begin absorbing the corrupting energy. Only because of the seed of darkness within him could he absorb such power. The energy was immense, but it was still weaker than the demonic power found in the primeval forest. Hermit could burn it all away with his virus ability. As he worked, the dark demonic energy inside Dino's body began to fade away. Slowly but surely, Dino returned to his normal human form. All of the demonic energy had flowed into Hermit. Though it was diluted, the sheer volume was massive. It was a good thing Faz wasn't here to see this. Regardless, Dino was safe. Now they had to get back. Hermit started lifting the heavy rocks off his friend. "I'll definitely get you out of here, so just hang on. The situation is critical. We have to leave this place immediately." Suddenly, the ground began to crack all around them. The shockwaves from their battle had destabilized the entire area. The cliffside was starting to collapse. At that very moment, Suka, James, and Anjo-do were on high alert, anxiously waiting for Hermit's return. Suka told the other two, "Don't count on Hermit. Our own party is just about to get started." Just as they predicted, the killer had come to their tent first, aiming to eliminate the weaker members of the group. Suka, James, and Anjo-do stood back to back, forming a defensive circle. They cautiously watched as the killer, a sinister clown, calmly approached. He gave them a demonic smile, and they knew instantly. He was the one who took Dino. Suka warned them, "Don't turn your heads. Keep looking forward. Don't ruin the plan I've come up with." He thought anxiously. That invisibility skill of his is a huge problem. He recalled Hermit's words. A normal person can't detect him. But if you keep the area as open as possible and guard all three directions, you might be able to defeat him. The clown began to count them one by one. It doesn't matter that one is missing. That just leaves 4 guests for me. DM started to panic. 4. What does that mean? Suka cut him off. Don't listen to a word the enemy says. You must be Sua. And you two are Anne and Rem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Basu, an assassin of the Hawk's Eye. You've made friends with the wrong crowd. I'm here to hunt my prey. The 3 of them stared, their guards raised instantly. The clown continued his speech. Killing 2 nobles would be risky, even for the Black Hawk. So, help me hunt him down, and I'll graciously spare the rest of you. Besides, this is your chance to eliminate that commoner from the Sword Academy, the one who's been such an eyesore. I promise, your secret will be safe with me. Seeing his friend's silence, Sua panicked. Don't tell me you're actually believing this guy. Don't be fools. He's obviously trying to deceive you. Rem replied, no. In fact, I've finally come to my senses. Then he declared loudly, listen up, assassin. In a real battle, no one would ever use their comrades as a shield. We will defeat you. And all 3 of us will make it back alive. The assassin chuckled. My mistake. Trying to reason with fools from the Sword Academy. Very well. This place will be your tomb. Sua shouted a warning to the others. But suddenly, the clown began to fade into thin air. The 3 students looked around, stunned. Sua called out, he's just concealing his presence. He hasn't vanished completely. If we don't give him any openings, we can take him down. But after a moment of waiting, nothing happened. Why wasn't he attacking? Rem and Anne were starting to grow impatient. Sua warned, he's waiting for us to lose focus. Don't let your guard down. Just then, Basu appeared out of nowhere and lunged at Rem, who barely managed to parry the blow with his sword. The assassin hissed, among the 3 of you, you are the weakest link. I'll eliminate you first, and shouted a warning, he's targeting you, Rem. But in the next instant, the assassin dropped down in front of Anne and launched a surprise attack. Unable to block in time, Anne took a deep cut to his arm. In that moment, he realized their mistake. We've been played. Basu backed away, a mocking grin on his face. All that big talk, but the skills of the Sword Academy are even worse than I imagined. It's making it hard for me to enjoy my hunt. I suppose I'll have to speed things up now. Try to keep up. He then unleashed a barrage of attacks, using his invisibility to strike from nowhere. His speed was terrifying, leaving them no time to react. Before long, all 3 of them were covered in wounds, while the assassin sat casually on a branch, laughing at their struggle. Even if this is just a game, I'm having a wonderful time. Sua shot back, you seem to be enjoying our predicament, don't you? Leave them out of this. Let's you and I have some fun. With these 2 holding me back, I can't possibly fight at full strength. Let them go. Then it'll just be you and me. I promise I'll give you the greatest show you've ever seen. The assassin sneered, you want me to let them go. And why, exactly, should I listen to you? Sua answered, like I said. Playing against me alone will be far more entertaining. With them here, you can't swing your weapon freely at me. Or are you not strong enough for a real fight? Do you only enjoy bullying the weak? You haven't even seen what I can really do. If preying on the weak is your only thrill, then so be it. But if you can't even defeat me, you'll never get a chance to face Hermit. Hearing this, the assassin leaped down from the tree. Honestly, that was a pathetic attempt at a taunt. However, you appealed directly to my tastes. I'll admit, your efforts have certainly piqued my interest. I'm always more thrilled when my prey fights back. Very well. I'll give you a chance to see your friends off. Sua turned and yelled, what are you waiting for? Get out of here now. When Rem hesitated and urged, if we don't stop the bleeding, it's over for us. Just listen to Sua and let's get you treated. Then, Sua stretched his limbs, tightened his grip on his sword, and said, bring it on. Basu instantly teleported behind him, swinging his scythe at Sua's back. Sua spun around, countering with a powerful slash of his own, but the assassin vanished once more, only to dive from above, landing another vicious blow on Sua's back. Sua's wild counters missed their mark, but then he settled into a completely new stance, and a powerful energy began to radiate from his body. The clown sensed the shift and landed on the ground. He thought to himself, his sword style, it's completely different. This wasn't in my intel, so it wasn't just arrogance. He actually had a plan. With that thought, he lunged forward again. Enduring the pain, Suwa sharpened all of his senses. He thought, as the blade comes in, I'll execute a circular slash that should give me more precision. Meanwhile, Basu continued his relentless assault. Watching from a distance, Anne and Rem remarked, that technique, it looks like the swordsmanship of that first-year girl. Basu leaped high for an overhead strike, which Suwa managed to block. Suddenly, the assassin burst into laughter. Excellent. I see your true potential now. You weren't just bluffing. The more I push you into a corner, the sharper your senses get. You're quite skilled. Just like my other prey, Hermit. I'd love to savor this longer, but it's time for the main event. Suwa, I've truly enjoyed our time together. Now, it's time for you to rest. He retorted, what the hell are you talking about? Who said anything about me dying by your hand? The words had barely left his mouth when Basu lunged, aiming for his neck. Anne and Rem watched in horror, but Suwa threw up his hand, catching the sight's blade. The clown thought. He caught it. It seems he focused his aura into his hand to block the strike, but that won't hold for long. The clown laughed. Well, look at the brave one. Then his voice dropped. Have you learned how to grit your teeth and bear the pain? Just then, he remembered something. Back when they were gathering supplies, he had bought a magic scroll, one that activates when torn. If I can lure my opponent into a finishing blow, he thought, I'll make him attack the arm holding the scroll. This was the perfect chance to counterattack. The two clashed violently, and Suka's sword finally bit into the clown's arm. But that was all. Suka couldn't sever the limb. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, not enough damage, he thought. To think he could still defend against that, even when caught by surprise. A second later, the killer clown sent him flying with a brutal kick, making him crash hard and roll across the ground. But the clown wasn't unscathed. He clutched his chest, shuddering in pain as he coughed, blood seeping from the sword wound. He snarled in anger. You damn monkeys. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a small sphere on the ground. Suka was also staring at it. The clown panicked in disbelief. Is that a communication orb? Impossible. I'm sure I destroyed them all. He then watched Suka on the ground and realized the orb must have fallen from his back pocket. Suka quickly grabbed the orb and screamed, Professor, save us. This killer is trying to wipe us out. But before he could finish, the clown made his move. Something shot through the air and pierced the orb, shattering it to pieces. But even from the fragments, the professor's worried voice could be heard. Suka, is that you? What's going on over there? The two opponents faced each other, both too wounded to move. Gasping for air, Suka taunted him. Still got the strength to just lie there? The professors can teleport here in an instant. You understand that, right? The killer clown's hand tightened into a fist. Not even a moment later, he lunged straight for Suka. His sharp nails extended like claws as he roared, I'll take your life before they arrive. But then, he suddenly froze in his tracks. He felt a sinister aura wash over him and whispered in terror, he's back. The next second, an immense pressure slammed down, causing the ground beneath him to explode. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. It was Hermit. He held a longsword in one hand, and over his other shoulder, he carried another man, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Seeing this, the clown panicked and fled, thinking, this is too much, I can't handle him, the plan has failed. A moment later, his figure vanished into thin air. Ando stared in confusion. He's gone? Did he just run away? Rem, injured on the side, managed to say, we did it, Hermit. Hermit set the man down and replied, yeah, for now, at least. You all look terrible. Hearing that, Suka couldn't help but shout, hey, Hermit, you said 30 minutes? A little later and we would have been dead. Hermit replied, sorry. I tried to get back as fast as I could, but I ran into some trouble. Then he added, in any case, you all held out well. Hearing those words, they couldn't help but crack a satisfied smile. Ando then mentioned he'd found the communication orb and called the professor and that they'd be arriving soon. Hermit's face was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with murderous rage. All right, you all wait here. I have to go settle a debt with that bastard. The scene changes to the killer clown's escape route. He was filled with regret for only having recovered a single dagger. He knew Hermit would pursue him, but this was his death forest, a place he had rigged. If Hermit followed, there would be no escape. Thinking this, a smug look crossed his face. He figured that while retreating was a shame, at least he could eliminate his target. Suddenly, a wave of energy shot toward the killer clown from behind. He sensed it and spun around to look, but it was too late. The powerful blast slammed directly into him. Though the killer clown raised his dagger to block, the sheer force of the impact sent him flying. In the distance, a figure was coldly aiming a bow at him. It was Hermit. He looked like a demon from hell, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. The clown crashed hard onto the ground. Hermut's cold voice rang out. Congratulations, you're the first person to get hit by a black eagle trap and still be alive. The clown, gravely injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to push himself up. In total disbelief, he demanded, "How did you get past all the traps to get here?" Hermit replied darkly, "Who knows? It's not like you ever avoided one of my traps, is it?" Hearing this, the clown was stunned into silence. Don't tell me he disabled all of them. Before the clown could even recover, Hermit fired another arrow straight at him. A massive explosion ripped through the air. The ground where the arrow hit erupted, sending dust and debris everywhere. The killer clown barely dodged, saving his own life. Model. Seeing the sharpened branch sticking out of the ground, Vuk realized the horrifying truth. The other 5 were undoubtedly killed by Hermit in the very same way. The man then spoke with sheer arrogance. "I have to admit, it's impressive you cornered me like this. But that little toy of yours can't possibly hurt me." Hermit ignored the man's taunts completely. Drawing his bow, he replied with an icy tone. "Watching prey struggle in despair. What a sight, right? Too bad. I have no interest in playing games with you." His eyes were razor sharp, and a dark, ominous aura began to swirl around him. Hermit stood motionless among the towering trees, silently scanning his surroundings. The assassin clown, Basir, was lurking somewhere nearby. Seeing Hermit standing still, the clown couldn't help but think smugly that deep in this remote forest, there was no way he could possibly dodge his attack. But as if sensing something, Hermit drew his sword and waited in silent anticipation. From out of nowhere, the clown Basir appeared right behind him. He rejoiced silently. "Got you." But just as he was about to strike, Hermit spun around, fixing him with a deathly stare. With a stone-cold expression, he brought his sword down hard. Basir was stunned, his mind reeling in disbelief that Hermit could have possibly detected him. He dodged nimbly, avoiding the fatal blow, but a look of pure stress was now plastered on his face. His brow furrowed, sweat pouring down his face as he thought. How did he know? Hermit just stared him down like a demon of war. Regaining his composure, Basir flashed a cocky smile and said, "No problem. You got lucky this time. But I'm just getting started." With that, he began weaving between the trees at blinding speed, thinking to himself with absolute confidence. The darkness and the dense canopy concealed his movements, and the sound of falling leaves masked his footsteps. With the limited hearing and sight of a mere human, there was no way he could be caught. But his confidence was short-lived. Hermit once again landed a devastating blow, forcing a shocked cry from Basir's lips. "What? Impossible. It can't be a coincidence. No one can see through my stealth." He gathered his strength and launched himself toward Hermit again. Hermit gripped his sword tightly, closing his eyes to focus his senses. Then, he swung with terrifying precision and said, "No matter how skilled you are at hiding, you can't conceal your killing intent every time you attack." Hearing this, Basir's face contorted. He thought, "This guy can sense my killing intent instantly, pinpoint my location, and react immediately." After dealing with a madman and surviving countless traps, to still be able to do this, he's no longer human. Seeing him frozen in place, Hermit sneered. "What's wrong? Run out of tricks already?" Then, his voice dropped to a menacing whisper. "Now, it's my turn." A powerful aura suddenly flared to life around his sword. The clown Basir saw this and remarked, "A manifested battle aura. You're full of surprises, aren't you?" But inside, he was tense, his mind racing. "I've lost too much blood. I'm nearing my limit. Using stealth again would be too dangerous. But a manifested aura can't last long. I'll just wait until he's exhausted." With that thought, he quickly hid behind a tree. But in the next instant, Hermit sliced the entire tree in half. The assassin couldn't help but scream, "Are you insane?" Deep in the forest, the assassin clown Basir had collapsed, blood pouring from his wounds. Hermit stood over him, his face devoid of emotion. "You're disarmed. What else have you got?" Basir just let out a dry laugh and replied, "What else have I got? There's only one answer left." He then raised both hands and declared, "I surrender." Unimpressed by this display, Hermit's brow furrowed in disgust before he kicked the man right in his wound. Basir crumpled to the ground but still managed a sarcastic jab. "Is that how the Sword Academy teaches you to treat prisoners of war?" Hermit paid his words no mind, replying, "Who cares? This was never a sparring match." He raised his foot and stomped down hard on the assassin's leg. It snapped with a sickening crack. As Basir cried out in agony, Hermit continued, "Don't even think about running." The assassin clown desperately tried to negotiate. "If you spare my life, I'll never pursue you again. I'll talk to the Black Eagle Guild and make sure no one else comes after you." Hermit answered, unimpressed, "And why should I believe you? Just let me go, and the hunt will stop. It's the better option for you." Hearing this, Basir pressed on nervously. "Think carefully, Hermit. I'm just one member of the Black Eagle. If I don't return, they won't just send one person next time. Do you really think you can survive and protect those around you like you did today? Hermit said nothing, simply taking a few steps forward. Then he brought his heel down on the assassin's hand. The man's fingers shattered instantly, followed by Hermit's blade plunging through his palm, causing him to scream in pure agony. Finally, Hermit repeated coldly, "You seem to be mistaken, so let me make this clear. You will die here. And as for the ones who follow, I will send them to the afterlife with my own two hands. This is your fate." Then he aimed his sword at the man, his voice like ice. "If you have nothing left to say, then disappear." The jester assassin's eyes widened in terror as he screamed, "Wait!" Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "Would you mind staying your hand?" The speaker was a figure cloaked in black. Heon paused, glancing over his shoulder. The mysterious figure cracked a chilling smile. "You see, losing this one would cause us a great deal of trouble." Heon turned to face the cloaked man behind him. "I have business with you," Talon said, holding out a hand. "Can you stop this?" Heon had no idea who this man was. His eyes narrowed with suspicion as a thought raced through his mind. I didn't sense his presence at all, even looking right at him. I can't begin to gauge the depths of his power. The assassin's panicked stammering suddenly shattered his train of thought. Seeing the absolute terror on the man's face, Huon's gaze shifted to the cloaked figure, and everything clicked into place. So, this is the master of the Black Talon Guild. When Heon remained motionless, Talon began to negotiate. "I'm not asking you to let him go for free. If you spare his life, I will make sure you are generously compensated." Hearing such an unbelievable offer, Heon turned away, his rejection clear as day. The one who must pay the price is him. Killing him is the only outcome that benefits me. Talon let out a long sigh. "Now that's a problem," he said, his voice laced with annoyance. "The Black Talon is short on personnel these days. I can't afford to lose an asset this." He gestured toward Heon again. "I can offer you a substantial payment, or information. Will that suffice?" Heon's brow furrowed as he stared at the man. A suffocating, malevolent aura was pouring off him in waves. "This man is powerful," he thought. "In my current state, I have no chance of winning. Besides, killing the assassin might cause the shadow seed within me to go berserk. He doesn't seem eager for a fight, so avoiding one is my best move." Talon noticed his hesitation. He pressed his advantage. "And of course, as the master of the Black Talon, I will personally guarantee that my guild will cease all pursuit of you and refuse any future contracts targeting you. That doesn't sound like a bad deal, does it?" Heon glanced at the assassin's trembling arm. His eyes hardened with calculation as he turned back. The money and the information. A flicker of amusement crossed Talon's face at his greed. "I'll give you everything you ask for," he agreed. With that, he tossed a heavy black pouch onto the ground. "That should be around 300,000 nels," Talon said. "You can check it if you'd like." Heon used his sword to slit open the pouch, confirming its contents. "As for the information," Talon continued, "I'll grant you one piece of knowledge you desire." That wasn't nearly enough. Heon immediately countered. "One piece of information is not going to cut it." He pressed his blade against the assassin's throat. "His life is worth 5 pieces of information. At least." Seeing his new demand, a glint appeared in Talon's eyes. "Is that right?" Talon replied. "I had a feeling you'd say that. I've been an information broker for many years, and I've met countless clients. I can tell just by looking at someone how desperate they are for knowledge. And you, my boy, have that exact look on your face." Talon raised 5 fingers. "However, I have conditions of my own. We will provide you with 5 pieces of information. You can ask about him, or even about me, but no more than that. Any more would be a bad investment." Heon considered this for a moment. He then turned to the assassin and demanded, "Where did you hide our horses?" The assassin hesitated before answering. "East of here. There's a large cave. All the horses are tied up there." Heon continued his interrogation. "Will the Black Talons seek revenge against me for what I've done to you?" The assassin shook his head. "The Black Talon operates on an individual basis. Even when we work in teams, we avoid all contact. If I die, some might even be pleased. There's no such thing." A grim expression washed over Heon's face as he listened. Heon slowly raised the tip of his sword to the assassin's face. The man screamed in absolute terror. With a flick of his blade, Heon knocked the mask away. Beneath it was a wretched face with a mouth of rotting teeth. Heon grimaced in disgust, his lips tightening into a thin line. He turned away. "You look better with the mask on." And that last part was something I didn't want to know. It doesn't count as a question. I still have 3 questions left. So, what kind of information can you provide? Talon reached into his cloak and produced a crystal orb, the color of fresh blood. "Since you've dealt with one of these before," Talon explained, "you should already know what it is. This is a clandestine communication crystal. It connects directly to the Master of the Black Talon. When you need your information, use this to contact me. For your next 3 questions, I will provide you with any information you desire, free of charge, even state-level secrets. However, this crystal has an expiration date of 10 years. After that, our deal is concluded. Heian pointed his sword at Talon, that cloak. It's enchanted to conceal your aura, isn't it? If I carry that orb, I might draw unwanted attention. Give me the cloak as well. A smile played on Talon's lips. He unfastened the clasp and tossed the cloak toward him. Heian caught it effortlessly. Without the concealing garment, Talon was revealed to be an old man, who was now looking at him with an amused smile. Hermes was stunned. The man before him was the camp manager. He grit his teeth. I never thought you'd disguise yourself as him. A smug grin spread across the man's face. Disguise is my specialty. You shouldn't be surprised. I'm showing you my true face to earn your trust. As he spoke, his features melted away, revealing the handsome face of a young man. Hermes glanced back and saw the clown stirring. Without hesitation, he grabbed the man by the collar and hurled him straight at Talon. Talon caught the clown effortlessly. Hermes' pupils constricted, his expression turning ferocious as he warned, "Take him. The next time we meet, I'll finish you for real." Talon simply smiled, offering a gentle thank you. "Basser, look at this. Your condition is critical. We need to fall back and treat you immediately." But Hermes ignored them, turning his back and walking away. Suddenly, Talon seemed to remember something. He called out, "There's one thing I'm quite curious about. From your actions to your attitude, you seem to have no problem taking a life. And yet, right before you strike, you always hesitate. Are you a good person? Or am I just overthinking it? Sometimes, it's better to swing your sword without a second thought." Hermes shot back. "Is that supposed to be advice?" Talon chuckled, amused. "Perhaps. If I've offended you, my apologies." Hermes answered, annoyed, "You're not wrong. But I'm a student of the swordsmanship department at Gheta Academy." Hearing this, Talon smiled again. "So you won't kill because you're a student? How amusing. In that case, I'll wait for you to call when you need me, Hermes." With that, Talon and Basser vanished like smoke on the wind. As night fell, the sound of galloping horses echoed through the deep woods. It was Talon and Basser, heading back to their base. Basser couldn't help but reflect on what had just happened, sighing in frustration. "You humiliated me, Talon. Not only did you save a guy like him, you gave him money, a cloak, and even information." Talon simply replied, "Do you think your life isn't worth that price? No. From now on, I'll do everything to repay this debt. But next time, I will kill him honorably and show him the same mercy you did." Talon just smirked at his words. Then he asked, "Basir, do you really think you came close to defeating him today? From my perspective, that's not what happened at all. The Black Eagle has orders not to touch anything related to Hermes." Basser understood Talon's implication. He was suggesting that if he wasn't good enough on his own, he could always recruit more men. If they were to use the full power of the Black Eagle, it would certainly be possible. Besides, we need to pull this weed out by the roots before it grows into a bigger threat. At this, Talon burst out laughing. He mocked Basser for having his mask torn off. "I never thought I'd hear you say something so foolish, even if I did commit the full strength of the Black Eagle to destroying him. Have you considered the number of men I would have to sacrifice for that? All while our other plans grind to a halt? He's not a threat worthy of such a massive sacrifice." Talon continued, "In fact, wasn't he ordered not to take your life? He may be merciless with his enemies, but he isn't the type to abandon his comrades. Having a good relationship with him would be far more beneficial than making him an enemy. Do not antagonize him. That is my judgment." Talon's tone suddenly turned serious. He told Basser he still had much to do and needed to focus on his recovery. Gazing up at the sky, Talon couldn't help but marvel at the incredible power Hermes displayed during their encounter. He was forced to admit it. The boy was a monster in every sense of the word. Elsewhere, deep in the ancient forest, Alan and Bachi finally found Hermes after hearing the bad news. They were incredibly worried about his current condition. Thankfully, Hermes seemed unharmed, but his expression was strangely distant. His eyes scanned over his comrades, seeing them covered in wounds from the battle. Some had even passed out, relying on healing magic to survive. Alan confronted him. "Why would you recklessly chase a killer all by yourself? What if something had happened to you?" Hermes replied, "But he was so fast. I let him get away." Alan said, "That's not my point. What if you got hurt? That's why you don't need to worry." Just then, Quinn finished his healing arts. Hermes asked anxiously, "How is Dino?" "Ah, Hermes, you're back. As you can see, his finger has been reattached, and I've healed the rest. But traces of dark energy still linger in his body. That's something beyond my power. They told me you were the one who saved Dino. What exactly happened out there? Can you explain?" Hermes hesitated, his voice trembling slightly as if in fear. I don't know. Suddenly, Dino just turned into a monster and went berserk. Then, after a while, he just collapsed, completely exhausted. Quinn theorized that anyone injected with dark energy shouldn't be able to survive, as their blood vessels would burn out after such a rampage. Perhaps he only received a small amount of that dark energy, which allowed his body to expel it. He's a lucky one. If we take him to the temple for purification, the remaining energy can be cleansed, and he should recover quickly. As Dino's condition worsened, guilt gnawed at Bai Ji. Who could have imagined they'd send an assassin to the campsite? I should have been more vigilant when I heard about the trap. This disaster is our fault, a result of our carelessness. I'm sorry, everyone. All this time, Hamer had been silent. The thought struck him that his very presence here had dragged them all into this danger. At first, he'd enjoyed the thrill of a powerful enemy lurking nearby, but that feeling vanished the moment a blade was pointed at the people beside him. When Hamer returned to camp after saving Dino, he found them all collapsed on the ground. An indescribable rage exploded within him. He wondered if joining the academy was truly changing him. The voice of old Kael shattered Hamer's train of thought. The old man waved toward the camp's entrance, and Hamer's curiosity pulled his gaze in that direction. To his utter shock, he saw Adia standing there. Hamer wasn't the only one stunned. Alan wondered what a student from the Magic Institute was doing all the way out here. Adia explained that Professor Kael had called her for various reasons. Alan began to understand. He urged Adia to look after Hamer, since his injuries were still untreated. Hamer started to say something, but her sheer professionalism cut him off. Adia told Hamer to sit down and roll up his sleeve. As Hamer pulled up the fabric, a deep gash on his left arm was revealed. Adia quickly worked to stop the bleeding. Looking at the wound, she judged, "This looks worse than I thought. To be wounded this badly, you must have been in a ferocious battle." Hamer just watched her silently, offering no reply. A few seconds later, his thoughts drifted to the past. Adia, back when you taught me about ethics, you said that saving someone in a crisis is a virtuous act. It's true that people live in fear and danger, but if you fail to save them, you'll be tormented by the pain for the rest of your life. Adia was confused at first, but when she looked over at the others, she started to understand. Adia replied, "You feel regret because of them? Everyone is alive and well, but they nearly died because of me, and I'm not sure I can save them all next time." Hamer admitted that he still wasn't strong enough. However, Adia shifted his perspective with a single question. "Don't you think the idea of helping is just like doing charity? The need for help only exists because someone needs to be helped. Therefore, you can simply help the people you want to help, can't you?" "I suppose so. Humans are creatures that survive by cooperating with others, because as individuals, everyone has limits. No one can do everything alone. And though there may not be many who can repay your help in kind, think about the role they played in helping you survive today. You might have done most of the work, but you'll never know for sure. Maybe in the future, they will be the ones to help you." Hamer was still skeptical. "They nearly died because of me, so why don't they hate me?" After a moment, the wound was healed. Adia's voice grew stern. "Enough. If you're that curious, why don't you go and ask them yourself? I'm going to speak with Professor Kael." Watching Adia's retreating back, something seemed to click for Hamer. He walked over to his comrades who had almost lost their lives for him, then bowed his head in apology, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. "No, Hamer, don't blame yourself. After all, everyone is still alive." Alan continued, "Because of you, I discovered just how weak and unprepared we are for the outside world. An experience like this probably won't happen again in our lives as swordsmen. Shouldn't I be the one saying I was lucky to survive thanks to you? Because of you, my own goals have become clearer. I want to thank you for that, Hamer." Indeed, their reactions were exactly as Adia had told Hamer they would be. He looked unthoughtfully with a conflicted expression. Suka came over to talk. He asked Hamer if he had caught the perpetrator. "No success, but I doubt he'll dare to show his face around us again." After a click of his tongue, Suka began to boast. "That's good enough. You know you were able to fight him so easily because I injured his hand, right?" The only reason he said this was to help Hamer feel less regret. As for Hamer, he suddenly realized the hand reaching out to him belonged to Ree. The two shared a friendly handshake. Ree said that Dino had been injected with dark energy and had gone berserk. "To be honest, I really thought I was a goner that time. Even though you were trying to save us, everyone and I were determined not to leave Dino behind. I'm the one who created this dangerous situation, and honestly, I regret it. But you really helped all of us. Thanks to you, no one died. This is a debt I won't forget. Hamer, if you ever need help someday, I'll be by your side without hesitation." But Hamer still felt a little uneasy. He tried to avoid everyone's expectant gazes but remembered things from the past. Kael's sincere thanks, Adia's confession, and all the things she had once taught him. Hamer once again fell into his own thoughts. Instead of power to oppress others, it was about connection. hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder. The power of trust and helping others. That is the strength of humanity. The atmosphere gradually became more comfortable. GA started telling a story. Besides that, after experiencing a near-death situation, I think I've improved a little. Model. Training with the kids at the Swordsmanship Academy. It feels like child's play now. So you're saying you performed some great feat just by getting beaten to a pulp? Suka chimed in. That's right. But what does that even matter to comrades who just went through a life-or-death moment? Still. It's good to be alive. Laughter filled the air again. But in a corner, Hermit stared at his palm, as if he realized something profound. When morning finally broke, Hermit was sitting in the middle of camp when Addie approached him. She told him she was returning with Quave using teleportation magic, asking if he wanted to join them. After all, Hermit had seen everything and had every reason to go back early. In response, Hermit just gave a small smile. It's all right. I'll return with the hunting party. With no other choice, Eddie had to leave. They said their goodbyes, a heavy silence hanging between them. When Hermit rejoined the group, his teammates immediately grilled him about his talk with Addie. He wasn't leaving early. He was staying with them. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, that's how it should be. The chaotic camping trip was finally over. Sunlight streamed through the dense canopy of the BKA forest. For some reason, Hermit felt different, renewed. He thought to himself, who knew this feeling would come so quickly? I never thought the sunlight could feel so irritating. The scene shifts to a barren desert, where a hooded figure appears. He stops before a vast domain and mutters, "This is the place where you were born and raised." The kingdom of Ba. The town returned to its usual routine. After the string of events at the camp, a week passed in the blink of an eye, and the academy gates opened once more. The students were completely stunned. Well, look who it is. It was Dino, back after being gone for days. He spoke up. Seriously, you guys are giving me such a warm welcome. I don't even know what to do. A flood of questions followed. I heard you were kidnapped by an assassin. Is that true? How embarrassing. You really got kidnapped. I heard your team went through hell to save you. You should be grateful for the rest of your life. The color drained from Dino's face at their harsh words. In a flash, the one who spoke was smacked down. Suka roared, "You idiots! Look at you, running your mouths without a second thought. Why don't you try getting kidnapped and making it back on your own?" The students were shocked that Suka was actually defending Dino. Did Suka just stick up for Dino? Am I dreaming? Is this camaraderie? Suka, flustered, quickly shot back. Who said I was defending him? You guys were the ones who started it. Another student stepped up. But in the end, Hermit was the one who chased the assassin off, right? What? I'm the one who stabbed him. Why does he get all the credit just for chasing him? The assassin ran because he was scared of Hermit, wasn't he? So Hermit did everything. Suka, you should be grateful to him for the rest of your life, too. Suka's fury boiled over, glaring at the students with pure killing intent. Just then, and noticed Hermit was missing and guessed he was probably at the private training hall. He's always been a hard worker, but after the camping trip, he seems even more dedicated. Inside the training hall, Hermit was focusing all his might on controlling the dark aura around his body, but it seemed he couldn't get a complete handle on it yet. Hermit could feel that the seed of darkness within him had grown stronger. It was faint, but it must have absorbed a massive amount of dark energy. But at the same time, Hermit could sense his own aura had grown larger as well. He drew his blade, staring at his reflection. Fighting powerful enemies, like Xiao Hao, recovering a huge amount of energy. New experiences, new emotions. This intricate cycle is making me stronger. I don't know exactly how powerful I've become, but I hope I get a chance to test it soon. As he was about to test his new strength, a knock came from the door. It was Professor Patchy. Her presence was a bit of a surprise. Professor Patchy, what brings you here? I knew I'd find you here, Hermit. Professor Ethan is looking for you. You should head to his office. Professor Ethan? What's this all of a sudden? Filled with questions, Hermit went to the professor's office. Seeing him, Ethan said, You're here, Hermit. Come in, have a seat. So, how is your body? Are you feeling all right? Yes, sir. The wounds were nothing serious. You're probably the only student in this academy who could face a top-tier assassin and walk away with minor injuries. If Lord Deianne knew, he would be incredibly proud of you. Hermit didn't answer, simply looking at the professor. He knew perfectly well that if he had lost, he'd be scolded. So he praised me if I won? Professor Ethan continued. Anyway, let's get to the main point. The reason I called you here is, as you know, once the final exams are over, the vacation begins. I was wondering if you had any plans for the break. Hermit answered hesitantly. Yes. I was planning to travel as a mercenary. Travel? You don't have a specific destination yet, do you? No, sir. Ethan lowered his voice. I'm just asking. You're not planning on leaving the academy, are you? If you were, I have no right to stop you. But at your age, I believe there's still much to learn here. Hermit replied, I also believe I still have a lot to learn. If I ever decide to leave, I'll be sure to inform you beforehand, so please don't worry. Hearing this, Professor Ethan could finally relax. While Hermit was lost in thought, Ethan broke the silence. If you're facing any hurdles in your training, you must let me know. Honestly, I worry that no one at this academy is qualified to teach you swordsmanship. Only then did Hermit remember that crucial problem. Hermit replied, because of a recent incident, I feel like I've reached a new plateau. I was just thinking it would be great to test my new strength. Is that so? That's excellent news. In fact, I have something else to discuss, and it might be exactly what you need. As he spoke, Ethan walked to his desk. He pulled out a few ancient-looking documents. Have you ever heard of the Baelo Kingdom? The Baelo Kingdom? That's right. Ethan explained, it is the place where your master, the great Deianne, was born and raised. A martial arts tournament will be held there during the break. Baelo is home to many exceptional swordsmen, making it the perfect stage to test your skills. Ethan handed Hermit the flyer. Just as he said, it detailed the upcoming martial arts competition. But Ethan gave him a serious warning. If anyone recognizes you are using the Sword Saint's techniques, if your identity is exposed, it will cause serious trouble. Hermit's expression hardened. That was precisely what Ethan was worried about. He continued, the first time we met, you said you couldn't reveal to anyone that you were the Sword Saint's disciple. To the people of Baelo, Sword Saint Deianne is a pillar, a symbol, their ultimate pride. If you use his swordsmanship, someone is bound to recognize it. Even if others don't notice, the Knights of the Panma Legion, who were personally guided by Deianne, certainly will. Hermit's attention was suddenly captured. The Panma Legion. Ethan advised that if Hermit were to compete, he could only use basic swordsmanship. But even your fundamentals are exceptional, so with your skills, it shouldn't be too difficult. Hermit nodded. I'll consider it. And if possible, I'll find a way to hide my face. I have no desire to be hunted down again. A chill ran down Ethan's spine. I understand. Because you were just targeted by the Black Hawks, weren't you? But are you certain things with the Black Hawks are settled? It's not that I doubt your word, but I fear an organization like that won't keep its promise. Hermit told him not to worry. He had irrefutable proof. All right then. Take care of yourself and think about the tournament. Are you heading to the training grounds now? No, I have to go to class. There's an announcement about the final exam. Ethan sighed. Ah, I see. That's today, isn't it? I doubt you'll have any trouble, but try not to get too frustrated with the professors who designed the test. Hermit was a bit confused by the cryptic warning. The scene shifts back to the academy classroom. Alan was the one in charge of the announcement. This semester's final practical exam will be a test of your monster combat proficiency. A wave of shock went through the students. Hermit, however, was just baffled. Monsters? Before Alan could continue, the students erupted in an uproar. Monsters? The instructor explained there would be 10 levels in total. Each student would enter the test area one by one to take the exam. You can give up at any point, but the higher you climb, the greater your score. Alan continued, after what happened with Dino, I'm sure all of you realize this. The darkness is never far from us. Even now, monsters inhabit the forests, and encounters are not uncommon. As swordsmen, you will face them at least once in your lives. Originally, this was an exam reserved for upperclassmen, but after the incident during the camping trip, we decided to prepare you sooner. A student asked, so what kind of monsters will we be fighting? That's a secret. However, there's no need to worry. You'll be fighting virtual monsters created by magic. You won't be harmed. Hearing this, the students breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, I thought they were bringing in real monsters. That was scary. Suka chimed in. If they're just illusions, then I can cut them down without holding back. To everyone's surprise, Alan just smirked mysteriously. His voice took on a menacing tone, his expression grim. Even the upperclassmen who take this test every year started out far more confident than you are now. I hope all of you will do your best and advance as far as you possibly can. A new wave of astonishment washed over the room. As for Hermit, his mind was on the monsters Alan had mentioned. He figured the academy would throw something like a Laga or a Nao at them. He actually felt a bit of anticipation for the exam, since he was already used to fighting real monsters. Suka suddenly turned to him. Hey, Hermit, how did you do on the written exam? He replied, same as last time. Then this practical exam is what really matters. I told you before, didn't I? Let's go all out and face each other in the finals. Faced with this challenge, Hermit remained silent. I plan on clearing every last level, so don't you dare drop out halfway and embarrass yourself. This time, Hermit looked surprised. He answered, it's like you just spoke the exact words I was thinking. What? This kid is starting to sound just like Ali. Fine, just you watch and see if I can clear all 10 levels. Not long after, the final exams began. Contestant number 15, Suka. He stumbled out of the exam room after clearing level 7, gasping for breath right in front of Hermit. Just as he was about to speak, Suka erupted. No way. This is insane. What kind of a twisted test is this? Forget swordsman. Not even a high priest would face something like that. Look around. Nobody but me could even handle it. Are you sure this test was even designed to be beaten? Just as Suka said, the other students looked completely broken. Hermit replied, you don't have to clear all 10 levels to pass, right? So what's the problem? No, that's not the point. Next, contestant number 16, Hermit, has been called. Please enter the testing area. Suka said nervously. It's faster if you just see for yourself. You have to reach level 8 no matter what. Then you'll understand why I had to run for my life. Hermit grew worried, wondering what horrors inside could have shattered Suka's composure. The door opened, and Hermit stepped through alone. Inside, another examiner was waiting for him. He called Hermit over. We meet again. This is the first time since the camping trip, isn't it? Professor Day, you remember me. I don't usually interact much with the swordsmanship students, but I remember you well. You wrote a fascinating answer on the magic theory exam. After reading nothing but logical responses from magic students, your perspective was truly refreshing. To be honest, I've been looking forward to your performance in this practical exam. With that, Professor Day activated the sphere. Can you show me that same resolve to face the darkness once more? In response, Hermit calmly unsheathed his sword. So I just need to do what I've always done? A mysterious pillar of blue light appeared before him. Marking the start of the test, level 1 was a rabbit monster. Hermit instantly shifted into a combat stance, cleaving the creature in two with a single strike. The sheer power of the attack left Professor Day stunned. Hermit, however, understood the feeling of facing these illusions. Professor Day thought to himself, he didn't hesitate for a single moment. This isn't just talent. It's the result of experience on a completely different level. I want to see just how far you can go, Hermit. The level 2 monster appeared and was immediately sent to its grave. Hermit then dealt with levels 3 and 4 in quick succession. Levels 5 and 6 were also wiped out with ease. Even the level 7 praying mantis couldn't slow him down. But then, at the 8th stage, a magic circle flared to life with overwhelming pressure. By now, Hermit was feeling a bit tired. He knew this was where Suka had given up, so he was curious about what lay ahead. A flash of red light erupted from the circle. A colossal centipede crawled out, making Hermit's jaw drop. This beast was 10 times Hermit's size, and it was armed with deadly, potent venom glands. Hermit stood frozen for a few seconds. I get it now. If this is the first time you've seen something like this, no wonder Suka couldn't take it and had to flee. But the centipede was already on the attack, lunging at Hermit like a starved beast. Its long body filled the arena, kicking up clouds of dust. However, Hermit easily dodged its sharp mandibles, using its body as a springboard to launch himself into the air. He soared higher and higher until he reached the perfect altitude. Then, Hermit unleashed a devastating slash down upon the creature. The attack was over in an instant. The monstrous centipede was sliced into countless pieces. The sheer power of that display was even more shocking than all the previous levels combined. Professor Day couldn't believe his eyes. He was witnessing Hermit's absolute overwhelming victory. He figured this centipede was still less of a threat than what Nao had once fought. It didn't take long for Hermit to land after defeating the final monster. He had successfully cleared the 10th stage, meaning the test was over. Unlike the other students, Hermit wasn't exhausted. Instead, he just felt sick to his stomach. Even if this was just a test, the monsters on the 10th floor felt more like malevolent judges, filled with ill intent. Professor Day approached him directly. You did well just now, Hermit. I must admit, that was an incredibly impressive achievement. Since this test was first introduced, only a handful of people have ever managed to clear the 10th stage. You are, of course, the first second-year student to ever do it. You should be proud, I understand. You probably haven't heard this before, but any student who successfully clears the 10th stage receives a special reward, a custom-made artifact. It was the first time Hermit had heard of this, and he was intrigued. According to Professor Day, he added the reward himself. If there's any artifact Hermit wanted, he just had to name it. If you can't think of anything right now, you can come to my lab later and tell me. I will make it exactly to your specifications, the professor instructed. Hermit thought for a moment, then made his request. Would an artifact that can change my appearance be possible, like my face or hair? Professor Day nodded. That's simple enough. But are you sure that's all you want? Your request is far more modest than I expected. Yes, I just don't want to deal with troublesome situations when I go out. The professor didn't ask any more questions, as he understood better than anyone. Hermit had been through a lot lately. He told Hermit he would call him once the artifact was complete. Just then, a massive explosion rocked the area, shaking them both. The tremors could only mean one thing. They were coming from the magic department's testing chamber. Suddenly, an arm channeling immense power appeared. The staff member in charge looked on in sheer terror, nearly blending in with the crumbling wreckage around him. And at the center of it all was Allie. She seemed to be on a rampage, tearing the place apart with uncontrollable rage. A furious scowl was plastered on her face. The professor and Hermit rushed to the scene. He roared at Allie. "How many times have I told you not to destroy the testing grounds?" Allie shot him a death glare. "You create an impossible test like this, and then expect us to meet your ridiculous demands. This girl has absolutely no respect. To think she'd talk to a professor that way." But then, Allie noticed Hermit standing there. She instantly froze, stopping her rampage. She landed softly and hurried past him, her cheeks tinted with a sudden blush. "Wait, what? He cleared all 10 stages? I'll go think about my artifact and report back later. So don't you forget, Professor. That girl." The professor sighed, shaking his head in defeat. If she weren't the top student in her year, she'd be expelled for sure. Back at the academy, Suka was in utter shock when he heard that Hermit had cleared all 10 stages of the trial. He slumped onto his desk in total disbelief. "You're tough, I'll give you that. First place is all yours." "So, what was the monster on stage 10 like?" "It was tough, but I managed. But I think the real point of the test was to help students overcome their fears. Their fears? What could possibly make you tremble with fear?" Hermit hesitated to answer. He recalled the final trial, describing it with a distant, haunted look. Hundreds of giant cockroaches, crawling and swarming all over the place. They'd merge together, then split apart. "Dude, are you feeling okay? Bugs aren't scary, but that was just disgusting." Nearby, Cyan was listening in on their conversation. He chugged a massive glass of water, looking relieved. "Good thing we didn't make a bet this time." A little while later, Hermit followed Suka back to their classroom. There, a girl named Charlotte approached him. "Hermit, senior, congratulations on being the first second-year student to successfully clear the 10th stage." Hermit was surprised the news had traveled so fast, but Charlotte explained that everyone in the swordsmanship department had been keeping an eye on him. Then, she turned to Suka. "And congratulations on clearing the 8th stage, too." Suka, embarrassed to be outdone by Hermit, immediately assumed she was making fun of him. "Are you trying to mock me?" "Not at all. I'm serious," she insisted. "Most students only make it past the 4th stage. Clearing stage 8 is a huge accomplishment." Suka just clicked his tongue, dismissing her words. But after about 3 seconds of silence, an old memory seemed to resurface. He whirled back to Charlotte, shouting, "And let me make something clear. I didn't need your help for anything. I'm a genius when it comes to applied magic." Charlotte, completely bewildered by his outburst, just stammered a response. As Suka stormed off, she turned to Hermit and quietly asked, "What do you think he meant by that?" "I'm not really sure," Hermit replied. Then, the two of them left the classroom together. "So, where are you headed now, senior?" "Probably just back to my dorm." "Are you going home for the midterm break?" "No, I'm not. I'll probably just travel around a little." "Travel? I'm so jealous." Charlotte confessed that she wanted to travel too, because she felt suffocated staying at home. Hermit turned to look at her, a strange thought crossing his mind. Could she somehow be connected to his own past? Breaking the silence, Hermit spoke. "You know, among all the second-year students, you're the only one who's ever been this kind to me." Charlotte immediately got flustered. "Oh, I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable." "I never said I was uncomfortable," Hermit clarified. Charlotte quickly tried to explain herself. "It's just, when I talk with you, senior, I feel so at ease. I can't really explain it, but it feels nostalgic somehow." Hermit simply looked at her, remaining silent. Thinking she was bothering him, Charlotte quickly apologized again. "I'm so sorry, you were leaving and I kept you. I'll get going now." But after she had taken a few steps, Hermit called out to her. "After the midterm break, if you feel you've gotten stronger, I'll be waiting to accept you." With the light behind him, Hermit looked cooler than ever before. Given the green light by her senior, Charlotte was overjoyed. She waved excitedly. "You promised? Don't forget." Despite his cool exterior, Hermit couldn't help but worry. "If Allie finds out about this, she's definitely going to kill me." Meanwhile, Hermit met up with Allie, who handed him a bracelet. "Here, this is for you." He looked at her, puzzled. "What is this?" "It's a bracelet with a communication enchantment. You can use it just like a crystal ball. It's the artifact I received for clearing stage 10 yesterday. Just channel your thoughts into it, and it'll send a signal to my bracelet. You don't even have to speak into it. Why are you giving me your reward?" Ali explained that she had intended to make it for him all along. "It's because you're always getting yourself into trouble, so you have to contact me if something happens. Got it?" Hermit replied, "I thought you hated dealing with that kind of stuff. So, Do you want it or not? Ollie retorted. No, I'll do my best not to use it. Her face flushed at his words. Ollie, are you going home for the midterm break? Ah, well, it's not that I don't want to. Why does it seem like nobody at this academy wants to go home? Who else said that? Ah, so it was him. 6 months have passed since they left Fa Forest, leaving behind every bond they had built. Now, their first academy break was underway. In the office, elegant lines of ink filled a journal. The man in glasses mumbled, I never thought we'd meet again so soon. Hermit. At his words, the crystal ball began to glow. On the other end of the line was Hermit, who was seeking him out for some classified intelligence. The bespectacled man continued to write calmly in his diary. To think we would meet again this quickly, Hermit. The distance between them was slowly closing. So, have you decided what you want to ask? 1 week from now, there will be a martial arts tournament in the Bar Kingdom. I want details on all the major players in Bar, the king, the royal family, key nobles, the organizers, and any other powerful figures there. The more information, the better. The man in glasses cut in. The Bar Kingdom is participating in the tournament. A voice echoed from the crystal. I'm the one asking the questions here. My mistake. When you say the more the better, does that include details about their personalities, abilities, and even their relationships? Use your own judgment. A preliminary report is fine, but if the Black Eagle's intel is subpar, the fault will lie with you. The bespectacled man flinched for a moment. He's being far too careful. His words seem clear, but the scope of the information he wants is still incredibly vague. He's trying to exploit our weaknesses efficiently, while leaving the fewest traces. I thought he was a tiger, but it turns out he's a fox on the inside. After a moment's thought, the man in glasses agreed to Hermit's request. Very well, I'll prepare it as you wish. How would you like to receive the files? Hermit instructed him to send them to the Mercenary Guild and Bar, saying he picked them up himself. Understood. I will contact you again when the report is complete. The eagle's claw never misses its prey. That's the code phrase. Remember it. Just as Hermit was about to cut the connection, the man in glasses wanted to add something more. His voice turned sly as he said, I hope you achieve great results in the tournament. I'll be cheering for you. Hermit didn't bother to reply, severing the connection instantly before letting out a sigh. I was prepared, but talking to him is always so draining. He's the kind of person you can't let your guard down around for even a second. The Bar Kingdom. Huh? I hope it's an easy place to get by. A short time later, the vast expanse of the Bar Kingdom stretched out before him. Under the scorching sun, Hermit had arrived to prepare for the tournament. However, he didn't come as himself. Instead, he had assumed a different identity. So hot. Just standing here is unbearable. And I haven't even entered the country yet. It's no wonder. A third of its territory is desert, while Fa Forest was cool all year round. I can handle the cold, but I've never had to deal with this kind of heat before. Lucky for me, I'm not someone who gets hot easily. Glancing at the bracelet Ali had given him, Hermit thought to himself, the heat is one thing. But this appearance is also hard to get used to. The communication artifact from Ali, and the disguise artifact I received as a reward from the final exam. I don't mind changing my appearance, but I wish it made me look more like a swordsman. Hermit felt that his current appearance made him look more like a beggar. But it was free and it works well, so I guess I'm just being picky. Finally, reaching the city gates, Hermit let out a sigh of relief. Inside, the people were going about their business, mostly small merchants with their market stalls. Nearby was a tavern, which was also Hermit's destination. He barged right inside, causing everyone to turn and stare. It turns out Hermit was just incredibly thirsty, and he quickly ordered a cold, non-alcoholic drink. He decided to sit at the counter, even though there were plenty of other open seats. But before he could even sit down, a man named Koth started causing trouble. He wore a smug look as he eyed Hermit. Hey there, cutie. You here all alone. Seeing that sword, you must be the young lady of some noble house, right? A middle-aged man nearby warned him, stop bothering the kid. Despite the warning, Koth kept trying to talk to Hermit. Hey, bartender, what did this young lady order? He then snatched the very stool Hermit was about to sit on. In response, Hermit sent the stool flying with a powerful kick, causing Koth to lose his balance and tumble backward. Koth was furious. But the moment he opened his mouth to run his lips, he was met with a flash of steel from Hermit. His hair was instantly chopped into a ragged mess, and this time, Koth was genuinely terrified. Hermit warned him softly, the Bar Kingdom isn't just hot, it's also full of troublemakers. And now, there are flies buzzing around here. No one in the tavern dared to utter a word, leaving Koth to tremble in fear by himself. However, a few seconds later, a loud roar of laughter erupted. The entire crowd burst out cheering. Koth got what he deserved. That kid looks handsome, but he's also pretty good with a sword. But then Koth's attitude did a complete 180, and he suddenly threw his arms around Hermit. I like you. Bartender, this guy's tab is on me. Get off me. It's too hot. Hermit started to question everything. What is this? Are all the people in the bar kingdom like this? They're so different from the people in Baden. This is exhausting. I don't know if I can last until the tournament is over. To preserve his sanity, Hermit stopped by a tailor shop. There, he asked a clerk to add a cooling enchantment to his space-expanding cloak. It was a simple enough request, so the female clerk told him to come back in 3 hours to pick up the finished product. Hermit began his search for a place to crash for the night. Once he settled in, he planned to rest. Tournament registration was the next day, and he needed to be in peak condition. Just then, something nearby caught his eye, a colossal statue standing tall in the center of town. For some reason, it left an impression on him. I think I finally get where your foul temper comes from, he thought. Living in a scorching hot place like this, it's no wonder you were always so grumpy. Just you wait. I'll achieve a result worthy of your name. Hermit made his way to a more luxurious establishment. He gently pushed the door open, but was called out after just a few steps. Excuse me, guest over there. The voice came from an old man and a teenage boy. Hermit approached them, suspicious. Who are these guys? The old man asked Hermit. You're the one who rented the room on the 5th floor, correct? Yeah, that's me. My apologies, but could you possibly switch to another room? You see, my master has nowhere else to go. Hermit's expression soured, his eyes darkening. What? The old man quickly added. I'll make sure you're properly compensated, of course. You're alone, so a smaller room should be fine, right? But a seed of doubt grew in Hermit's mind about the receptionist. Guest information isn't something that should be shared so easily. It seemed they were looking down on him. Hermit's voice boomed back at the old man. I paid my price for this room. I have no reason to give it up. I'm sorry, but you'll have to find another room at another inn. Enraged, the old man grabbed Hermit by the shoulder. Hey, didn't I just say I'd pay you? Hermit whipped his head around, glaring. Get your hands off me. Touch me again, and I'll bite your wrist clean off. A murderous aura exploded from him, making the old man tremble in fear. Just then, another voice cut in. Wait, that's enough rudeness, Robert. It was Michael, the old man's master. Michael smiled faintly. My apologies, Hermit. My knight is a typical Bazaret. Robert immediately bowed to his young master. Meanwhile, Hermit stared intently at the boy, his expression unreadable. Michael continued to apologize for his retainer's crude behavior. You see, he explained, my body is quite frail. Finding another room where I can rest comfortably is harder than you might think, but Hermit couldn't care less. If you're done talking, go find another room. I need my rest. Michael's face fell into a panic. Wait, please, just hear me out. Unfortunately, after searching countless inns, this is the most suitable place we could find. Since we both want it, I'd like to make a proposition. It's simple, really. I'll cover all of your expenses during your stay here. In exchange, why don't we share the room? Hearing this, Robert shouted in disbelief, Master Michael, that's unacceptable. It's too dangerous to share a room with a man of unknown origin. But Michael's voice turned sharp. Will you take responsibility for an uncertain future, or will you accept reality and protect me now? Frankly, I have no use for a dog that doesn't obey its master. Hearing that, Robert could only bow his head and submit to his master's will. Michael then spoke softly to Robert, and don't worry so much. He's not the type to attack someone without reason. I'm an excellent judge of character. Robert relented. I will do as you say, Master Michael. All the while, Hermit watched Michael, trying to decipher his true intentions. Now, Michael cheerfully turned back to Hermit. Shall we continue our conversation? Then, in that moment, Hermit realized that despite his appearance, the boy held absolute authority over his subordinate. He couldn't help but ask, do you really need to go this far? Michael just smiled. Don't worry, I'll do my best not to invade your privacy. We can have another bed brought in. And besides, surely you aren't afraid of someone as weak as me, are you? Hermit thought to himself. It's true. Aside from Veed and Mana, I've never seen anyone this frail. It feels like he'd shatter if I touched him the wrong way. Do people like this even exist? Hermit wondered. Seeing his hesitation, Michael pressed on. So, what do you think? Are you considering it? Hermit nodded. I am. But forget the money. What else can you offer me? Michael's eyes lit up with understanding. You're testing me, aren't you? At that, Hermit fell silent. Michael continued as if he'd read his mind completely. You're planning to join the martial arts tournament in 3 hours, correct? A non-Bazaret swordsman wouldn't be in 3 hours at this time for any other reason. I came here to watch that very tournament. I'll cheer for you. Having someone in your corner will give you strength, won't it? So, what do you say? This was an offer Hermit truly never saw coming. He asked flatly, Are you serious? Michael laughed. Of course. Is that still not enough? My support isn't something you can get so easily. The situation was getting stranger by the second. Hermit let out a heavy sigh. Fine, do whatever you want. Michael grinned victoriously and turned to ask the staff for another bed for the room. But as the attendant turned to leave, he froze. Without warning, Hermit struck him across the face. The blow was so powerful, it sent the man flying into the wall. At that moment, both Michael and Robert were left utterly stunned. Hade immediately warned the staff member to watch his tone, forcing the man to bow his head in apology. Deep down, Hade hated doing that, but in this country, being decisive was the only way to survive. After some time had passed, Michael sat down on his bed and finally broke the silence. You know, it occurs to me we haven't properly introduced ourselves. As you heard earlier, my name is Michael. And you are? Hade replied with the alias he had taken upon arriving in Baden. But Hyde still wasn't used to the fake name, and he nearly slipped up by revealing his true identity. Meanwhile, Michael's curiosity was just getting started. How old are you, Hyde? You look to be about my age. Though Hyde found the questions annoying, he answered anyway. 16. Michael's eyes widened. Whoa, so you're older than me. I'm only 14. He pressed on. Are you from a noble family? Huh. A noble and a swordsman. But not from Baden? Are you a student at the Baden Academy? Hearing this, Hade couldn't hide his surprise. Michael continued, no need to look so shocked. That thing on your hand looks just like a magical artifact. Baden is famous for its magic, and nobles our age usually attend that very academy. Hade didn't hesitate to ask, is your goal to investigate me? But Michael was simply asking out of pure interest in Hade. He admitted, I know this might sound weird, but I feel a strange sense of familiarity with you. I don't know why, and it even feels strange to me. Maybe it's because we're the same age, but you have something I don't, like a strong, healthy body, for example. Hearing this, Hade paused for a moment. Then he spoke up, can I use the small space up front? You can use it whenever I'm not here. And Michael readily agreed to it. This meant Michael could watch Hade's training. He explained, I'm very weak, so I watch swordsmen practice their moves to help give myself more energy. That's why I came here to see the tournament, just to indulge myself. If it makes you uncomfortable, I won't force it. Do as you please. Hade's simple reply made Michael light up with joy. Thank you.
Hade, you're a good person.
At that moment, Hade thought to himself, this kid is the type to hide his true feelings. But I can't tell if he's being sincere right now. What a strange person. That night at the inn, while Michael was sound asleep, Hyde secretly made contact through the communication orb. The voice on the other side asked with concern, the documents have been delivered. Are the tournament preparations going well? But Hyde simply retorted, that's none of your business, which shocked the Black Eagle intelligence agent. You don't trust me at all, do you? Perhaps this will pique your interest. There's a prominent candidate among the tournament contestants. He joined the Panma Guild at the youngest age in history and could control Vis before turning 18. However, that number didn't impress Hade in the slightest, as he himself had done it even earlier. He pressed on, what's the intel? The agent replied, he shares the same bloodline as the missing sword, Saint Deianne. Are you interested now? That name made Hade's jaw drop in shock. What? Hade was still reeling. He recognized it, the bloodline of Deianne. The agent continued, to be more precise, they say he is the man's grandson. The Sword Saint's son left Baden long ago and was considered missing. It seems he survived somewhere out there and left behind a descendant. Hade thought to himself that he heard about this before, that Deianne had a son in his later years, but Deianne had told him his son was no longer alive, which meant there were no descendants. The agent let out a cynical laugh. It seems that version of the truth was never officially announced. Only the highest-ranking officials of Baden are aware of it, and it's being concealed for some purpose. Hade couldn't help but wonder, if the Sword Saint's son left Baden so long ago, how can this kid prove he's the grandson? Hearing that, the agent chuckled playfully. So you're interested after all? Hade's brow furrowed in irritation. He replied, I just want to size up my competition beforehand. The agent added another secret. He looks just like the Sword Saint in his youth, and he carries his father's identification card. But the most definitive proof is his swordsmanship. Everyone believed the Sword Saint's techniques were lost when he vanished, but they have been completely mastered by a young man who appeared out of nowhere. Hade was floored. Even he found it hard to believe. Deianne never told me why he was in the Fa Forest, but for some reason, in the human world, he's considered missing. Maybe I'll just pretend I don't know and ask him later. At this, Hade asked, the Sword Saint is missing? What do you mean? This took the agent by surprise. What? You don't know? The Scorpion, the monster who once ruled the Baden Desert and then vanished. That is the story that has been passed down. Hade grew curious. If that's the story everyone knows, then what's the secret version? His mind raced. Then it hit him. There was a theory that the temple had intervened and spirited him away. If the temple was expanding its influence, he was nothing but a thorn in their side. The news left Hermit completely baffled. But Hermit pushed his curiosity aside. He would uncover the full truth from the intelligence documents later. This has been an interesting conversation. I trust you will use your remaining 2 opportunities wisely. With that, their discussion came to a close. Hermit's mind was a tangled mess. But one fact cut through the confusion. The place Pagma disappeared was the bazaar. If the temple had already marked Pagma as an enemy, there was no way they didn't know his whereabouts. Pagma would never have lowered his guard against the temple and the bazaar, which meant a traitor from within must have helped them stab him in the back. Someone like Pagma's own knights, the thought tormented Hermit. Would his master even want him to seek revenge? He had inherited so much from Pagma, his legendary swordsmanship, and the path his life now followed. His master surely hoped he would protect the people of this world. And so, avenging Pagma was no different from his own destiny. More importantly, that fool needed to learn that cowards who betray others don't get to live out their lives in comfort. Setting that aside for a moment, Hermit considered Pagma's grandson. He couldn't imagine anyone else inheriting the master's sword style. Pagma's own son probably couldn't handle the harsh training and ran away. But it seemed the swordsmanship had indeed been passed to the grandson. This only made Hermit more curious about the boy's true skill. Early the next morning, the arena was already packed with a roaring crowd. Michael and his butler had also taken their seats. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. Welcome to the Bazaar Royal Martial Arts Tournament. The competition is about to begin. All contestants, please proceed to the tent and await your turn. Just then, a few other fighters took notice of Hermit. What's a rich little pretty boy doing here? Do they let just any punk into this tournament? They swaggered toward Hermit, intending to kick him out. Hermit, however, just stared them down without saying a single word. At that moment, a young woman walked in. Sir Gheta, are you here? I've come to escort you to the arena. Hermit appeared and gave a short nod. Let's go. Hermit then pointed to the 2 thugs. These 2 seem to be suffering from heatstroke. If their turn is coming up, you might want to adjust the order. Outside the arena, the atmosphere was electric. Michael eagerly awaited the first match. Before stepping into the ring, Hermit removed his cloak and put on his protective gear. The announcer's voice boomed once again with excitement. The qualifying rounds will now begin. Our first contestant is the youngest in this entire tournament. It's Gheta versus his opponent, Jackal, the undefeated swordsman who rules the backstreets of Bazaar. Butler Robert leaned in to explain more to Michael. He's the top enforcer for Green Grease, a notorious gang from the Bazaar slums. He calls himself undefeated, but he mostly just preys on those weaker than him. Michael was thoroughly unimpressed. As the match officially began, Jackal sneered first. What are you doing here? I was hoping I'd get to fight someone much stronger, but I guess I'm stuck with a useless little brat. To make matters worse, a new rule was announced. Any non-fatal injuries were permitted, which made a cruel smile spread across Jackal's face. This tournament is a place where seasoned fighters battle on the line between life and death. This is no playground for spoiled kids with a few extra coins. Do you understand your place now? Jackal taunted. But Hermit simply replied, it's hot, which stunned him. What? I spent 3,000 to add a frost enchantment to my cloak, so let's finish this quickly so I can get it back. Hermit's casual words sent Jackal into a rage. Is that so? Then I'll be happy to send you packing. He lunged forward, attacking Hermit with everything he had. But Hermit showed no fear, not a hint of hesitation before Jackal's furious assault. Hermit easily dodged every single one of his attacks, which only fueled Jackal's desperate rage. But then, something unbelievable happened. Blood suddenly sprayed into the air and Jackal's arm was severed from his body, causing him to let out a scream of pure agony. The audience stared in shock and terror. Michael, however, found the match absolutely thrilling. The referee's voice finally cut in. Jackal is no longer able to fight. Gheta advances to the next round with his superior skill. After the first match ended, Michael immediately invited Hermit to a massive feast. You were incredible today. Gheta, you were magnificent. It was worth cheering for you. But Hermit felt uneasy. Aren't you ordering a little too much food? Michael laughed. A swordsman needs to eat a lot to stay strong. I promise to cover all your expenses, so you don't need to worry. Hermit suddenly became suspicious. If this is your plan to make me owe you a favor, then forget it. His comment made Michael laugh out loud. Who do you think I am? This is nothing. And I'm not trying to put you in my debt. I'm making an investment. A debt implies it must be repaid, Hermit pointed out, but an investment carries the possibility of a total loss. But Hermit still didn't understand Michael's motive, so he explained, with a debt, I get back what I'm owed. But with an investment, I could receive something far greater in return. Now, eat up. Hyatt made it clear he couldn't promise any grand returns, but Michael just brushed it off. Then consider it my loss for now, he said. But I have a feeling that one day, you'll become my greatest asset. Don't worry. I won't ask for the impossible. Even so, a knot of unease formed in Hyatt's stomach, but he figured he might as well just eat. Later that night, when everyone was lost in a drunken sleep, a door creaked open in his silent room. Michael was already sound asleep. Hyatt slipped inside, a thought crossing his mind. He's sleeping so soundly, I could probably carry him away and he wouldn't even notice. He then placed a stack of files on the bed. I'd asked him to investigate every piece of information he could find. And that man they call Black Hawk did not disappoint. If this keeps up, I'll be able to see right through this tournament, Hyatt thought. He then began examining each document he'd acquired. After a long period of searching, Hyatt finally discovered a valuable piece of intel on the commander of the Panma Knights, Bluetooth, the man who carried the heavy burden of inheriting the Holy Sword. And yet, he successfully led the desert beasts on their hunts and was considered the most suitable person for that role at this time. Bluetooth was also one of Dagon's former comrades, aside from the healer. Strange. Master never mentioned anything about knightly lineages or anything of the sort. This made Hyatt wonder. In this man's memories, what kind of person was Dagon? If I get the chance, I'll have to find out. But a sudden thought stopped him cold. Wait a second. Why did Dagon send me to the healer and not to Bluetooth? When Dagon was the commander, Bluetooth was his second in command. He should have been the person closest to him. But my master didn't choose him. Instead, he sent me to the academy. Dagon was always a cautious man. Logically, he should have told me about Bluetooth. Tragedy always arrives in silence. Even if you're vigilant, you can't be sure to avoid it. Running away won't guarantee your escape. But no matter what happens, child, don't you dare lose yourself. Those were his master's words. Everything was becoming more and more tangled. Dagon knew he would be betrayed and left for dead in the Fa forest. Not even a high priest could have imprisoned Dagon easily. But if it was someone close to him, that would be a different story. The person Dagon trusted most, the one who betrayed him and gained the most from it. All the evidence pointed to one man. Bluetooth is the traitor. At least, that was Hyatt's current theory. But if it really was Bluetooth, he would never stop. Until the man paid the proper price for his betrayal. Just then, Michael quietly shifted in his sleep. He wasn't sleeping at all. The next morning, the atmosphere in the arena was electric. In the first match to decide a finalist, the explosive new rookie Hyder claimed victory. The crowd roared, screaming his name after his first major win. At that moment, Hyatt thought to himself, if all the opponents are at this level, winning won't be difficult at all. On top of that, the final match was scheduled for the same time, 2 days from now. After retrieving his cloak, he began to walk and think. My match was first, so I still have some time to spare. Maybe I should head back to the inn and finish reading those files. But then, Robert approached and called out to him. Hyatt. He stopped in his tracks. Looks like he was staying a while longer. Seeing Hyatt, Michael waved cheerfully. I'm not holding you up, am I? Your match ended so early. I thought it would be great if we watched the rest of the fights together. Hyatt was a little hesitant and asked, is it all right for a contestant to watch the other matches? Michael immediately shot back. Is there a rule that says contestants aren't allowed to watch? Of course, the warriors of Bazar tend to avoid observing their opponents beforehand, as a matter of pride. But with your skills, I doubt you need to analyze anyone. I suppose it could be entertaining. And so, Hyatt stayed to watch. The announcer's excited voice boomed through the arena. We will now begin the second match on the Lakai stage. The famous master of the Kendo-Ba dojo, and his opponent is. Hyatt's eyes widened in shock when he saw him. The youngest genius to ever join the Panma Knights. A true rising star. Lucer. Hyatt was stunned. That person was incredibly familiar. The two fighters began to talk. Lucer even asked his opponent to go easy on him, but his eyes told a different story. They burned with the hunger for victory. Hyatt couldn't believe it. Dagon looked just like that at his age, if that's the case. I'm curious to see just how skilled he is. And with that, the match began as Lucer drew his sword. The tense atmosphere made the audience hold its breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. Lucer immediately fell into a fighting stance, making Kai think. He may be young, but he's a Panma Knight. I can't see a single opening. Suddenly, Lucer spoke up. If we just stand here like this, the match will never end. It seems the crowd is getting antsy. Very well then. This junior will make the first move. Without another word, Lucer exploded into motion, attacking without a hint of hesitation. He aimed straight for Kai, his posture low, with no wasted movement. It seems he's looking down on me. Kai realized it instantly. Then, in the split second they crossed paths, Kai's eyes widened in shock. A spray of blood erupted from Kai's body, stunning him into silence. Meanwhile, Lucer's gaze remained fixed on his opponent, as cold as steel. That sight was enough to leave anyone deeply concerned. And just like that, Kai was defeated. But Luke's face remained grim as he stormed away. The crowd erupted in confusion when Luke vanished. But Hyder watched on, calm and collected. At that moment, Luke turned to the motionless Kai, whispering, "Sorry, but I have to win this tournament." As expected, he had secured his victory, defeating Kai in a single devastating blow. With Luke advancing to the final round, Michael immediately turned to Hyder. You don't look too happy. Something bothering you? Hyder gazed down at the arena, analyzing Luke. He's skilled, a powerful opponent. Michael was surprised by Hyder's high praise. Hyder stated coolly, if I wasn't here, this tournament would be his for the taking. Michael's eyes lit up with excitement. So this is what they call a declaration of war. I love that fighting spirit of yours. But Hyder was silently thinking to himself that Deianne's bloodline didn't learn swordsmanship half-heartedly. His skill is far more refined than I thought. If Luke truly learned the sword from Deianne. Hyder stopped his train of thought and told Michael to head back to the hotel first. I have something to take care of. I'll be back a little late. Michael offered to help, but Hyder flatly refused. Faced with such a cold response, Michael could only back off. Back in the stands, Hyder's pace inexplicably quickened. His mind raced. I left the forest and made connections at the academy, but I've never truly felt a bond with any of them. But Luke, he and I have something in common. We're both talented. And we both inherited Deianne's swordsmanship. I'll face him in the arena eventually. But first, I need to know what kind of person he is. Meanwhile, Luke awkwardly muttered that the tournament wasn't any fun. The moment the words left his mouth, a senior grabbed his face, warning him for his careless talk. Don't say things like that out loud, especially not in front of the Baser. Luke quickly apologized, but grumbled that no one else was around to hear. But it seemed he was wrong. Because Hyder was standing right behind them, his face an icy mask. All three of them froze for a moment. Then, Luke felt a flicker of recognition. He realized it was Hyder and exclaimed excitedly, I saw your match. You're the only one who's impressed me so far. Coming to see me right after my fight. Is this your way of declaring me your rival? Hyder, are you trying to become one of my fans? Luke continued his one-man show. Sorry, but my fan club is for ladies only. Annoyed, Hyder cut straight to the point. Are you Deianne's grandson? Luke answered without hesitation. That's right, I am. Suddenly, Luke clamped a hand over Hyder's mouth, his expression turning dead serious. Luke's mind reeled in shock. How could Hyder possibly know? His companion asked what was wrong. Luke quickly made an excuse. This guy just wanted to have a little chat with me. We're just going to step outside for a second. The moment they were alone, Hyder was shoved against a wall. The two of them stood face to face. Luke scowled. I can't believe I'm pitting a guy against a wall. Damn it. Who are you, and where did you come from? Hyder ignored the question, pressing on with his own. Why don't you use the DeVours family name? Luke's frustration boiled over. Hey, I'm the one asking questions here, and stop mentioning the sword saint. It'll be bad if anyone hears you. Hyder looked Luke dead in the eye, letting out a sigh. Don't worry, I haven't spread the information around. I'd heard rumors about the sword saint's descendant and got curious. I'm good at gathering intel. Hyder then asked, why are you hiding the fact that you're his grandson? Luke stared intently at Hyder before finally explaining the truth. My father cut all ties with the sword saint when he left home. It would be strange for me to use the devours name now. But you still inherited the sword saint's techniques, didn't you? Hyder pressed, confused. Luke was even more bewildered. How do you know about that, too? He continued, when my father taught me the sword, he never said it was the sword saint's art. But I don't deny that I am his descendant. I was planning to make an official announcement after winning this tournament. I may have inherited his swordsmanship, but mastering it and joining the Knight Order, that was all my own effort. Luke declared, I want to be recognized in Baser for my own skills, not because of the sword saint's name. Hyder was a bit surprised by Luke's conviction. As soon as he finished, Luke scratched his head, confused. Why am I telling all this to a guy I just met? Seriously, don't tell anyone. Even in Baser, only the commander and vice commander know the truth. A sudden realization struck Hyder. If Commander Bluetooth was the traitor who helped the priest drive Deianne into the forest, then why would he accept the sword saint's grandson, Luke, under his command? Suddenly, the sound of gilded shoes approached. Luke and Hyder were still locked in their confrontation. They both turned at the sound, and standing before them was none other than Bluetooth himself. The commander spoke cheerfully, Luke, there you are. Perfect timing. Luke was completely stunned to see his commander here. Hyder's expression soured the moment he recognized the man as Luth. Luth, meanwhile, curiously asked Luke, and who is this young man? A friend.
Luke made the introduction. This is Hyder. He's another contestant in the tournament, one of the finalists. In fact,
Luth sized Hyder up. Impressive, for someone so young. My apologies for not recognizing you. My position doesn't afford me the time to watch the tournament. But then, his tone shifted dramatically. Using magic to hide your identity. Are we, Hyder? The words made Hyder's blood run cold. Luth simply clapped him on the shoulder reassuringly. No need to be so tense. I have no intention of questioning you. You're hardly the only one hiding their identity in this tournament, he said. I only stopped by to encourage Luke for the final round. Good luck in your remaining matches. Luke hesitated, then spoke up. Commander, at least come inside and rest for a moment. As he was leaving, Luke called back, I will definitely be there to watch the final match. Watching Luke wave goodbye, both of them wore complicated expressions. The commander seems to think highly of you, Hyder noted. Luke replied with a smug grin. I'm grateful. He was the first to acknowledge me after I arrived in Baser. He's also the one who advised me to prove my skills in this very tournament. Hyder thought to himself. So he's trying to make amends with Diela's nephew. Luke now turned his attention back to Hyder. More importantly, you use magic to change your appearance. Not that your real face is any of my business. Just try your best in the next few matches. And don't repeat anything I just told you. But Hyder's response was sharp. Sorry to disappoint you, but even if I keep my mouth shut, you'll still have to wait until next year. Because this year's victory is mine, Hyder declared bluntly. Luke seemed almost helpless. Did you come all this way just to declare war on me? With a wave, he started to leave. Well, I'll be looking forward to it. Hyder watched him with a cold stare before decisively turning away. He made a decision in that moment. I don't know what you're planning, Luth, but I won't let Luke become a pawn in your game. Luth headed back into the bustling city. Michael, spotting Hyder, immediately called out, Did you have a nice chat with Luke? Hyder was slightly surprised. Were you secretly following me? He just chuckled. It was just a guess. You're not denying it, so I must be right. Hyder reluctantly acknowledged it, but Michael pressed on. So, what did you talk to him about? Hyder felt he was under no obligation to tell him anything. Michael seemed to have expected as much. He decided to get straight to the point. If the Pama Knights wanted to recruit you, would you accept? Hyder shot him a cold glance, asking with genuine curiosity, why would the Pama Knights want to recruit me? Baser's tournament attracts a lot of talent, and the Knights pay close attention to it. If you win, they will definitely try to recruit the champion, Michael answered. Hyder, however, was firm. I'm not joining. Baser is too hot. Michael saw this as good news. The place I live isn't hot at all. After a moment of silence, Michael spoke up again. Once the tournament is over, why don't you join my side? You want me to become your knight? Hyder asked, intrigued. Michael explained, no. I want you to be my ally. Not just a knight, but completely on my side. But Hyder belonged to no one. Michael said gently, you don't have to decide right away. Just accept for now, and you can think about it. Hyder truly had no idea what this guy was plotting. Suddenly, a realization hit Hyder, and he asked Michael, you're very good at gathering information, aren't you? Michael looked up, confused. He wanted to know what kind of information Hyder was looking for. It's about the Pama Knights, information on their commander, their members, and what kind of missions they're currently undertaking. Hyder stated his terms. Michael guessed. So, you basically want me to investigate their working conditions? Hyder replied, I need something to base my consideration on, don't I? At that, Michael agreed to invest. He then added, although I'm the one who should be doing the considering here. I'll gather objective information, so don't you worry. So, shall we go eat now? Michael offered. But Hyder's mind was already racing. If I'm lucky, I might finally figure out what Luth is really thinking. The next day, in the Grand Arena, a sword slid cleanly into its sheath. The blonde Hyder had just secured victory in the first match of the finals. The referee made the announcement, but Hyder felt that the blonde swordsman moniker didn't suit him at all. Suddenly, Luth's voice rang out from behind. You're too stiff. At least wave to the audience. Hyder replied coolly. You seem awfully relaxed. Luke didn't get it. What good does being tense do? Aren't you the most charming guy in Baser right now? Enjoy the feeling while you can. Because it will all be over the moment you face me. Luke's provocation was clear. In truth, Luke was the opponent Hyder was most worried about. Honestly, he had this sudden urge to smack him on the back of the head. He wondered if Michael had finished his investigation yet. Abruptly, someone in the crowd shouted, Wait, isn't that him over there? Countless young women saw Hyder and rushed over in a frenzy. Please have tea with us. Hyder felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Later, back at Michael's place, he stared in utter shock at the returning Hyder. What on earth happened? Michael demanded, taking in his ragged appearance. Hyder sounded helpless. The women of Baser are targeting me. I'm certain someone is trying to cause trouble. They're trying to sabotage my next match. Michael could only marvel at Hyder's wild imagination. Of course you're getting attention. You're a finalist in the tournament, he said. And the ladies probably like you because of your face. Hyder paused, looking completely bewildered by the comment. But I don't have the kind of face that Baser people are into, he argued. A wave of pity washed over Michael for this poor, clueless guy. Hyder then immediately brought up their previous conversation. Knowing he would ask, Michael was already prepared, surprising Hyder with his speed. Michael asked eagerly, So, do you trust me a little more now? But Hyder didn't answer, burying his head in the new intel. The knightly order operated based on seniority and titles, like owning a private estate, but he had zero interest in that. As Hyder read intently, he discovered something crucial. Knight Commander Panma rarely intervened in political affairs. However, it was confirmed that a man named Bluetooth supported the first prince, and according to the Black Hawk's intel, the first prince was the son of a queen from another nation. This prince was a devout follower of the Luminous Path and was actively trying to bring their temples into Bezer. The fact that Bluetooth backed this prince struck Hyder as suspicious. He dug deeper, his eyes landing on a strange term, the Kunpao desert monster. Michael explained that it was one of Bezer's most infamous creatures. The mother beast was slain by the holy sword long ago, but its young still roamed the land and were constantly being hunted. The Pamanites' regular campaigns in the desert were partly to contain the spread of these Kunpao. This year's hunt was scheduled right after the tournament. This new information instantly soured Hyder's mood. He studied the report on Bluetooth and quickly realized the man didn't take Luke under his wing to protect him. People will do anything to erase their past mistakes. He likely wanted to keep a close eye on someone who could become an obstacle, then use the monster hunt as a perfect cover to eliminate Luke, clean up the mess, and spin it into a heroic tale. Hyder felt a surge of relief that he'd come to Bezer at this exact time. As long as he was here, he wouldn't let Dagon's grandson suffer the same fate. Hyder was determined. He would stop Bluetooth's vile plan, no matter the cost. But after meeting the man in person, Hyder realized something terrifying. Bluetooth was strong. So strong, Hyder wondered if he could even win in an all-out fight. If things had come to this, Hyder figured he'd have to tell Luke the truth and ask for his cooperation. Hyder glanced at Michael, who was sipping his tea, only to see him cast a knowing look right back. The first semi-final match began. The fighters who would determine Bezer's next finalist stepped onto the arena floor. We will begin now. His opponent, a man with a scar over his left eye, spoke first. Let's have a good fight. Up in the stands, the butler and Michael were watching. According to him, the man was a grade 1 mercenary named Hermit. His rank might be low, but he had already defeated one of the Panma Knights. The fight lasted an hour. Michael was impressed by Hermit's record, but compared to Hyder, it was no contest. He's defeated opponents far stronger than any knight, he commented. We can't be sure yet, the butler replied. From his perspective, whether a fight was easy or hard didn't matter. All that mattered was victory. Michael didn't bother to argue, his eyes returning to the arena below. Down on the sand, Hyder was ready for battle, his hand gripping his sword, his gaze unwavering. His true target was the highest viewing box where the royal family sat. The first prince, the second prince, and even the knight commander. Now that it was the semi-finals, they were all starting to show themselves. Just then, Hermit called out to him. Hey, Hyder, you shouldn't get distracted when your opponent is right in front of you. Overconfidence can backfire. Hyder scrambled back into his fighting stance. That wasn't my intention. My apologies. Hyder's thoughts shifted to Hermit. A grade 1 mercenary? Did that mean this guy was on the same level as Paso? Even if his power wasn't quite that overwhelming, he had to be cautious. Let's see what his first move is. With that, Hyder charged, his blade cutting through the air. As the distance closed, Hermit remained perfectly still, holding his ground. But in the next second, he suddenly angled his sword towards the sun. The blinding light reflected directly into Hyder's eyes, impairing his vision. All Hyder could see now was a shadowy silhouette of his opponent. Seizing the opening, Hermit moved with blinding speed, darting in low and unleashing a decisive slash. Luckily, Hyder managed to dodge just in time. Both fighters immediately put some distance between them. Hyder used the arena floor as a springboard, launching himself forward with all his strength. As for Hermit, he was ready. He flicked the tip of his sword against the broken stones on the ground, turning them into deadly projectiles aimed right at Hyder. The stones themselves couldn't hurt him, but they shattered his focus on his opponent. As a result, he didn't even see Hermit approach, and suddenly found himself trapped within the man's striking range. Hyder's fighting spirit blazed anew, parrying each ferocious strike. Before long, Horton's stamina crumbled, and he was blown away. His stunning comeback left the entire audience holding their breath. Both Michael and his butler watched the match's progress intently. Despite having the advantage, Hyder was also running on fumes. He admitted to himself that Horton was a far trickier opponent than the others. The man had an uncanny knack for delaying Hyder's attack by a half beat, and then striking with pinpoint accuracy into that tiny opening. Even so, Horton never neglected the fundamentals of swordsmanship. He wasn't relying on mere luck. Horton spoke first. I thought I prepared well enough for this duel, but your reflexes are just insane. Even if I were your age again, I don't think I could ever copy that. If this were a mercenary mission, I would have waited for another chance to fight you. But in this place, I cannot afford to lose face. With that roar, Horton's power suddenly exploded. His combat stance was completely different from before. He charged forward with absolutely terrifying speed. So the preparation Horton mentioned wasn't just training. It was a mechanism hidden in his sword. His words were nothing more than a feint to distract Hyder. Thanks to a mechanical device inside the blade, Horton's attack range increased ever so slightly as he swung according to his plan. He gambled that Hyder was so wary of the half-beat delay that he wouldn't react in time to a sudden burst of speed. Unfortunately, things didn't go as Horton planned. In a flash of steel, his blade was shattered in two. An overwhelming killing intent flooded the arena. Hyder unleashed a crescent-shaped slash, completely crushing Horton's scheme. Before he could even register what happened, the broken blade shot forward, stopping perfectly beside Horton's neck. Hyder had managed to stop his own reckless momentum. He cursed himself internally. Damn it, I never intended to take his life. Horton glanced at the sword's tip, pure astonishment written across his face. The organizers announced that since his weapon was destroyed, the match could not continue. The golden-haired Hyder advanced to the final round. After the battle, he deliberately offered a hand to his opponent. My apologies. I hate getting worked up, so I wanted to end it quickly. Don't mention it, that last strike. You were aiming for my wrist, weren't you? I heard that anything short of taking your life was permitted. You're ruthless. Horton picked up the lower half of his sword, marveling at it. So geniuses truly exist, to be that sharp at your age. I think I may have just fought a man who will be written into the history books. Hyder replied, if you focused on training instead of using tricks, you could become stronger, too. Horton chuckled. Perhaps, but I'm a mercenary. In a real battle, I was taught that the more tricks you have, the better your odds, especially if you have average talent like me. Strategy is a powerful weapon that lets you fight stronger opponents, though against a monster like you, no trick would have worked. A flicker of understanding crossed Hyder's face. From above, Michael thought, his power is abnormal, and he's always doing something at night. His goal isn't just winning the Trezia tournament. That much is clear. What exactly are you after, Hyder? Just then, a loud noise from the side caught Michael's attention. You are not allowed in this area. What the hell? Old man, stop him. Don't let him pass. What's going on? It's nothing serious, my lord. Just a stranger who is demanding to see you. Before Michael could even finish his sentence, an old man with more beard than hair burst through the staff's blockade. There you are. You're Michael. I've come on an urgent matter. What a rude old man, Michael thought, not a shred of etiquette. Michael calmly replied, it's quite all right. But before we talk, could you tell me who you are and where you've come from? The bald old man said, I was in such a rush. I forgot. I'm a blacksmith from here in Trezia. All the swords supplied to the Panma Knights come from my forge. I see. Then what business do you have with me? I heard that a young man named Hyder is close with someone called Michael, so I came here. The old blacksmith then asked, may I speak with him for a moment? I want to confirm whether my suspicions are correct or not. Michael was now a bit puzzled. What kind of suspicion? About the sword he uses. About its origin, he replied. Michael looked at him with intense focus. Tell me more, in detail. In the second semi-final match, Luke had won with ease. Finally, the candidates for the final match were set, Hyder and Luke. Inside the waiting room, Hyder was a little surprised. Luke had come to his room with a sense of caution, hiding behind the door without saying a single word. After a moment, Hyder asked Luke, did the second prince come here? Yes, he came to encourage the finalists, but I think he was mainly here to see me. Luke explained that the second prince knew he carried the bloodline of the Sword Saint. He probably thinks that if he can win me over, he can gain the support of the Panma Knights. In Baldur, one must have the support of the Panma Knights to even have a chance at sitting on the throne. Ah, so that's it. The current commander of the Panma Knights is the first prince. If the second prince recruits you, he could diminish the commander's influence. Yeah. For someone indebted to my commander, this meeting is going to be incredibly awkward. It took a moment for Luke to process that Hyder knew everything, and he snapped. How do you know all this? Are you aspire something? Hyder simply explained that he's sharp when it comes to information. Defeated, Luke sighed. Besides, the second prince is already here. I can't just run away now. Hey, can you tell His Highness that I'm busy? But just then, the second prince's voice cut through the air. If you're busy, I can always return another time. Luke nearly jumped out of his skin. That's not it, Your Highness. I didn't mean that at all. Don't worry, I understand. You just have a peculiar sense of humor. Deianne, on the other hand, was the definition of a stoic. Sometimes it makes me wonder if you truly share his blood. A flash of shock crossed Hyder's face as he listened. He mouthed the name, Deianne, the Sword Saint. What kind of man was he? The second prince turned his gaze toward Hyder. You wish to know? I was very impressed by your match. Your skills are exceptional. Hyder fell completely silent, and so the second prince began to recount from memory. You ask about Master Deianne? I only met him a few times when I was a child, but I remember him as a man of unshakable loyalty and conviction, and I'll never forget the sheer power I saw burning in his eyes. I believe he was the living embodiment of Baldur's spirit. This revelation was more than enough to stun Hader. He stood there, speechless, as if the prince had revealed a hidden truth of the world. Suddenly, the prince's tone sharpened. You approached Luke, the Sword Saint's grandson. Was it because you were curious? The air instantly grew heavy. Luke had to cut in. Your Highness, how much did you overhear? The prince let out a hearty laugh. It seemed like an important conversation, so I didn't want to intrude. Do you have any other questions? Luke shot a wary glance at Hader. Your Highness, please don't tell me you told this guy everything. He knows way too much already. It's like he's some kind of Sword Saint fanatic. I don't believe he has ill intentions, so rest easy. The prince replied gently. A swordsman's philosophy is revealed through his blade, and his sword seeks power, purity, and simplicity. Therefore, it's only natural that he would be curious about the Sword Saint. Hader muttered. He's far more cunning than Luke. See what he just did? Seizing the opportunity, the prince considered bringing Hader into his service. To his surprise, Hader's refusal was swift and absolute, catching the prince off guard. You're quite blunt, even with royalty. In any case, I hope to see a great match between you two in the finals, and I wish you luck in learning more about the Sword Saint here in Baldur. I will summon you after the final match. We will discuss matters in greater detail then. Luke started to panic. You're planning to seek me out again? What's the matter? You seem displeased. No, Your Highness. You said you understood that if I continued to meet with you, it would bring trouble to myself and my commander. In an instant, the prince's aura turned terrifying. I wish to discuss a matter related to your safety. My safety? What do you mean by that? Luke asked, completely flustered. But the prince remained cryptic. For now, that is all you need to know. I'll send someone to find you discreetly, so you need not worry about prying eyes. And with that, he turned to leave. Very well. I shall be on my way. All Luke could do was sigh in frustration as Hader spoke up. You two seem to get along surprisingly well. What are you talking about? Well, His Highness is known for being unpredictable with everyone. Honestly, I believe he's a good person. But depending on the situation, you can't afford to act on emotion in front of him. Hader fell silent for a long moment, then advised Luke to listen to the prince. Did you even hear a word I just said? Luke immediately began to shout back. However, he was forced to rethink everything after hearing what Hader said next. You once said that no one is responsible for your life but you. If you keep letting life just sweep you along, you'll no longer be yourself when it finally casts you aside. For a fleeting moment, Luke saw the shadow of Deianne himself within Hader. He couldn't believe his own eyes. You know something, don't you? You're acting as if my very life is on the line. From now on, just do what you can. I'll do everything in my power on my end. Or you could just go on your date with that Zamba girl as usual. You know, to blow off some steam after the tournament. Luke roared back. It's not like that. What kind of guy do you take me for? Hader walked away, his mind swirling with thoughts. Luke, I hope you understand just how dangerous your situation has become. The scene shifts to Hader's quarters. He returned to his room after a long, stressful day of battle. To his surprise, Michael was already there, waiting. Hello, Hader. Did you enjoy your chat with the second prince? Hader's surprise lasted about 3 seconds before he just shook his head. I'm not surprised anymore. When royalty is involved, their actions are never truly secret, whether they want them to be or not. Michael chuckled, removing his cloak. By the way, Hader, something rather interesting happened today. Care to hear about it? Michael mentioned the name Deianne, but Hader had never heard of him. Michael explained that he called himself the greatest blacksmith in Bajo for several decades. The best, perhaps, but also the most hot-headed. He would never forge a blade unless he first acknowledged the one who would wield it. Hader could only conclude that this man was a complete eccentric. But today, I met a blacksmith named Kevin, a disciple of the great Deianne. He told me Deianne had 3 swords he considered the grandest creations of his life. All 3 were forged on the very same day. Whether through some dark obsession or a twist of fate, all 3 were identical. These blades became known as the Divine Swords of 3 Hours and were offered to the royal family. Only one was ever granted to a single person for their entire lifetime. But Kevin swore Hade's sword looked exactly like Deianne's masterpiece. The words struck Hade like lightning. He froze in place for several seconds. Seeing his reaction, Michael pressed on. The only one kept by the royal family, the sword of Deianne. The very air in the room seemed to shatter. In a flash, Hade drew his blade, aiming it directly at Michael. He warned him to choose his next words with extreme care. Hade slammed Michael onto the bed, his grip on the sword unyielding as terrifying words dripped from his lips. Your next words. You had better think them through very carefully. Michael tried to conjure a smile, but his lips refused to obey. His face turned pale as he whispered, "Judging by that reaction, it seems I've struck a nerve. Can you move your hand? It's getting hard to breathe." Haid immediately loosened his grip, allowing Michael to explain himself. "I don't know why you're keeping this a secret, but I have no intention of exposing it. I'll have someone deal with the blacksmith, Kevin. After that, only you and I will know this secret. Are you trying to create leverage? I told you, Haid. I despise being in debt. Besides, I wasn't the one digging into your past. That blacksmith found me on his own. Just think of this as a small favor from me. I'll let you hide whatever you wish to keep hidden. This information will never see the light of day. I promise." Haid stared at Michael, his eyes a storm of suspicion. Finally, he decided to trust him. "You better keep your word." Michael finally let out a breath. That was insanely scary. The pressure from a finalist is no joke. He then shifted the topic, asking Haid about something else. "What exactly is the relationship between you and the Sword Saint?" "I am Deianne's disciple," Haid replied. Michael's face lit up with pure excitement. So the Sword Saint actually had a disciple. Am I really sharing a room with the Sword Saint's student? This is amazing. Unable to contain his curiosity, Michael kept pushing. "Did you learn swordsmanship from the Sword Saint before or after he passed away?" Haid cut in. "So, your reason for coming to 3 hours wasn't the tournament after all. You should start thinking about how to pretend you don't know me." Michael paused for a few seconds, his voice dropping. "Sounds like something big is about to go down, doesn't it?" Seeing Haid's wall of silence, Michael backed off. All right. I don't intend to pry any further. I should probably start packing my things for a quick escape." Haid's gaze dropped to the sword at his side as a thought crossed his mind. "I never knew this blade was so famous. I just thought it was a well-made sharp sword. But if it's that legendary, why has no one recognized it until now?" According to Michael's explanation, it was the royal family's private treasure. Only true royalty ever had the chance to see it. It looked deceptively ordinary, so unless someone was an absolute expert, nobody would ever be able to recognize it. Haid stated, "To be on the safe side, it's best we never let the princes or the king see it." Michael quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. "Anyway, how are you preparing for the final round? You seem especially wary of Luke." At that moment, Haid remembered that tomorrow marked his first ever duel with Luke. He hoped the fight wouldn't end too easily. The scene shifts to a vast desert where waves of heat ripple across the dunes. A mysterious figure had set foot in this barren land. This being wandered alone through the punishing heat of 3 hours. He casually scooped up a handful of sand, then let it sift back to the ground. Incredibly, the spot where the sand landed began to form a sinkhole, pulling everything into its vortex. It rapidly collapsed, creating a gigantic crater. Moments later, a massive shadow emerged before the mystical being. A colossal, venomous scorpion king erupted from the sand, its target aimed squarely at the mysterious man. Just then, he reached into his cloak and pulled out a transparent crystal orb. The sphere connected with another orb on the Scorpion King's head, instantly calming its mind and forcing it to submit to his will. "Excellent. You are intelligent. You remember your master. It is time to awaken and return to the arena." The final match between Luke and Haid was about to begin, igniting a wave of thunderous cheers from the audience. The glorious final of the 3 hours tournament. Who could have ever predicted this incredible turn of events? A duel between the young prodigy of the Panma Knights, the very future of 3 hours, and another, completely unknown genius. At last, the two opponents took the stage. Haid felt the announcer's introduction made him sound like the villain of the story. Luke told him not to worry about it. "That's just for the audience here in 3 hours." Haid shot back, "A bit of pressure, isn't it? If you lose after being hyped up this much, it won't just be criticism you'll face." Luke's brow furrowed, clearly annoyed by his opponent's taunt. "You really are an expert at getting under people's skin. You'd better not come begging me to split the prize money after you lose." The next second, the command to begin the battle rang out. "If both fighters are ready, let the match begin." In that moment, Haid saw it within Luke the hidden power of Deianne. At first, he was shocked, but then, an indescribable satisfaction washed over him. Model. Faced with this style of swordsmanship, it felt nostalgic. Suddenly, a divine bird materialized in the sky. Michael was disturbed by its presence during the tournament, especially as it circled the center of the arena. At that moment, someone was dropped into a freefall. The starting signal blared at the same time. Hader lunged at his opponent, and Luke met the charge head-on. Just as they were about to clash, the falling person was about to hit the ground. Both fighters immediately noticed the strange event. Something resembling a human body landed in the middle of the arena, instantly becoming the center of attention. What was that? Did someone just throw that down? It fell straight from the sky. The incident sent even the royal family into an uproar. Back in the arena, Hader's face filled with horror as he recognized what had just fallen. He looked up at the sky and saw the divine bird still circling relentlessly. Someone in the crowd realized what it was, a monster. The screams grew louder as the divine bird began its descent. The two-headed monster on the ground was clueless, but Luke was terrified, wondering why it was here. However, the match had begun, and Gheta yelled for Luke to focus. By the time Luke realized what was happening, Gheta had already charged him. "What is wrong with you? What are you thinking at a time like this?" Gheta signaled with his eyes for Luke to look up, and Luke seemed to grasp his intent instantly. He quickly blocked the sword and lowered his body, giving Gheta a perfect platform to launch himself upward. The plan was a resounding success. Gheta executed a beautiful leap and closed the distance to the divine bird, already in his battle stance. Gheta immediately unleashed a 2/X strike, obliterating the monster. Its body, split into 4 pieces, fell lifelessly to the ground. Luke watched the entire event, staring at Gheta in awe. Gheta met his gaze with a similar look of intensity. After this shocking turn of events, the royal family quickly dispatched men to handle the body brought by the monster. After checking the body's identification tag, they confirmed the man was a resident of a wealthy village to the south. The knights were summoned immediately to head there on a mission. This raised a critical question. Why did the monster drop the body here? It felt like a declaration of war. Luke looked over at Gheta, who was unusually silent. He knew full well this was a monster. This was the enemy he would have to face from now on. Luke asked Gheta, "Have you fought monsters before?" Gheta replied, "Faster than you, at least. Do you really have the energy to pick a fight right now?" But the more Luke learned about him, the more he realized Gheta didn't match his appearance at all. "Do all monsters look like that?" he asked. "Don't tell me you've never encountered one before," Gheta shot back. Luke confessed, "I only just became a knight. How many commoners get a chance to see a real monster?" Gheta then casually shared a few facts with him. "They're huge, but they don't have the intelligence to speak. They're easier to deal with than humans, so you don't need to be afraid." "Who's scared?" "Not me." As he said this, Gheta remembered Laga, a monster with intelligence he had once fought, but an intelligent monster was a completely different story. For now, the final match had to be postponed due to the unexpected accident. The 2 finalists were summoned to a waiting room for a new announcement. Luke immediately grew suspicious. Why are we being taken to a waiting room? A short time later, while Luke and Gheta were resting, the Grand Prince and Ludus arrived. "All right, everyone is here." Luke jumped to his feet. "Commander, why are you here?" Ludus said time was short, so he would get straight to the point. The body the monster delivered was believed to be a resident of the southern OLDR region. In other words, that area has been attacked by monsters. Due to this sudden crisis, the Panma Knight Order will be dispatched for a subjugation mission immediately. First, Luke. As a knight, you are required to participate in this expedition. Prepare to leave. "Yes, Commander." With that, Ludus turned his attention to Gheta. "It's unfortunate this happened before the final match, but it will be postponed until the subjugation is over. Can you wait until then?" "I see," Gheta thought. "He's just calling me here to test my patience." Gheta then challenged Ludus directly. "And what if I say no? The only other option is to declare the final a draw and split the prize money. No one wants that outcome, but we have no choice," Ludus stated. Gheta quickly thought, then proposed another option. "Then how about this? I'll join the monster subjugation with Luke, and we'll decide the winner based on who kills the most monsters." Luke was stunned by Gheta's words, his heart pounding with anxiety. "What?" Ludus interjected. "Monster subjugation is not a child's game. I'm well aware of that. I think I proved my capabilities when I handled that flying monster just now." Ludus was rendered speechless. After some thought, he finally agreed to Gheta's deal. "I see. You are, after all, a finalist in the prestigious DEVOUR tournament. I was rude. Very well. Both of you, be fully prepared and gather at the main square by 3 p.m. Understood." After receiving their orders, the two departed. "Hey, Gheta, are you really going on this expedition? And you want to decide the winner by monster count? That gives you a serious advantage." Gheta scoffed. "It's not like we'll be running into monsters constantly. It's perfectly fair. And I'm not just joining to win. I'm worried about your safety." Luke was utterly silenced by his words, then broke the tension with a joke. "You think I'm going to get taken out by a monster? Let's just say I do." "Kidding. This is what the second prince mentioned, isn't it? I've been thinking about it a lot, too. It kept me up all night, just replaying in my head." Luke then asked Gheta to tell him who was really trying to take his life. Gheta stared at Luke for a long moment, lost in thought. If I tell him what I know right now, he'll just fixate on that person. It'd be a disaster. So, he changed his answer. "I'm still not sure who it is. So for now, don't fully trust anyone in the Knight Order. Not even the commander." Luke was nearly swallowed whole by Gheta's terrifying gaze. Just then, a voice called out, "Gheta." It was Michael, approaching with his butler. I believe this is the first time we've met outside, isn't it? And you must be Luke, Hyder's companion. Luke awkwardly turned to Hyder. Who's this? Your brother? Just someone I know, Michael said with a warm smile. Sorry to interrupt, but could I borrow him for a moment? I'll return him to you once we're done talking. He's not mine to lend. Do whatever you want. Luke walked away, clearly annoyed. Once you're packed, we meet in the square. Got it? Yeah. After Luke was gone, Michael finally spoke. You seem pretty close with him, Hyder. What did you want to talk about? I'm leaving Jir tonight. Could this be our last conversation? We'll meet again someday. So no, this isn't the last time. You're going to support Luke during the monster subjugation, right? You've shown a lot of interest in him lately, so I figured. Hyder shot Michael a suspicious glare, making him a bit uncomfortable. Michael pressed on. So, is your reason for coming to Jir related to Luke? What kind of person is he? Hyder's confusion only deepened. Is that all you wanted to say? Michael's smile suddenly shifted into something unnatural. He mentioned that 2 days ago, in the southern desert of Deir, a priest from Lumen was reportedly seen passing through. Hyder flinched. So you knew? You did too, didn't you? It seems you didn't just come here for the tournament. I'll keep that in mind. Hyder turned and walked away quickly. By then, it was 3 in the afternoon. The knights were fully assembled at the exit of the Jir kingdom, awaiting the command to depart. They were all clad in heavy armor, including Luke, despite being just an apprentice. He sighed. I'm a little tense. This isn't like me at all. I didn't think my first expedition would start so soon. Just then, someone called out to him softly, Sir Luke, this is for you. After handing something to Luke, the cloaked figure quickly disappeared. Upon inspection, Luke found a small piece of paper, tied with a very peculiar knot. Hyder noticed him from afar, but chose not to intervene. A moment later, Plutus gave the order for the entire army to advance. The knights immediately spurred their horses, charging out of the kingdom. Beneath the scorching desert sun, an expedition that would change the very fate of Jir had begun without a word of warning. After traveling for half a day, the expedition decided to make camp and rest to recover their strength. Inside Commander Plutus's tent, he was strategizing with his top knights. The place attacked by monsters is a southern oasis village called Uldor. We received detailed reports on the damage through a crystal ball. The local garrison quickly assessed the situation and aided the villagers. But the number of monsters was overwhelming. They were forced to retreat after saving only a single survivor. Damn it. Only one survivor? You've got to be kidding. What about the honor of the Pama Knights? Plutus warned him, don't be so quick to blame them. The monster horde was massive, and among them was a type we are all too familiar with. The knights' faces suddenly went pale, because the creature Plutus mentioned was the Crimson Blood Scorpion. It has matured from a juvenile to an adult without any of us knowing. The knights stammered, That's impossible. Does that mean all our efforts have been for nothing? You know better than anyone, Commander. We never once neglected our investigation duties. Meanwhile, Hyder thought to himself, if it's that scorpion. Isn't that the monster Deianne defeated? The Sword Saint himself faced it alone. Plutus's anger flared. Enough of this nonsense, Gozik. Fear will not help us on this mission. And this time is different. The Sword Saint was alone, but we are together. I know I'm not as reliable as Deianne, but you are the ones who make up for my shortcomings. That's what makes the current Pama Knights the strongest. The pride of raising a sword to protect order. The commander's rousing speech quickly restored the knights' confidence. He then laid out a map and outlined their plan. First, our group will head to DEVOUR. We'll reorganize our formation after joining the knights stationed there. Each unit, led by a captain, will scout the entire southern region of DEVOUR. We expect straggler monsters to break away from the horde. Meanwhile, the main force, led by Commander Bluth, will march directly to Uldor to exterminate the beasts and aid the people. Once scouting is complete, all units will rendezvous at Uldor to reinforce the main assault. Bluth continued, I will now name the captains of the main force. Captain Atan, Horton, Kazo. He read the names one by one until the final captain was announced. It was Luke, completing the list of 12 captains. If there are no objections, we move out after a brief rest. Just then, a single hand shot into the air. I object. To everyone's surprise, it was Hyder. He declared his wish to join the main assault force. The expressions on Bluth's and Hen's faces hardened instantly. Bluth spoke first. Hyder, you will be deployed with Vice Commander Dasim. The burden on the main force in this campaign is immense. I acknowledge your skills, but I cannot entrust such a critical role to an outsider. Hyder's eyes blazed with defiance. He shot back. Before we departed, do you remember the agreement we made, Commander, that we would decide the winner based on the number of monsters we slayed during this expedition? For that to happen, the opportunities must be equal. While I'm stuck scouting the outskirts of DEVOUR, the main force will have already begun the subjugation. That is not a fair contest. At the very least, Luke should be in the same unit as me. Hen exploded. unable to stomach Hater's arrogance. You brat. We are planning a crucial military operation, and you're trying to derail it for your own petty reasons? Don't be so harsh, Hen. The boy has a point. But as Hen said, changing the plan now is difficult. If that's your concern, perhaps we could begin the contest after all units have regrouped at Older. Hyder immediately shot that down. That would be unfair to Luke. He'll already be exhausted from fighting with the main force. Surely you wouldn't expect a Pamanite to just stand idly by with monsters right in front of him, would you? Bluth's patience was wearing thin. His voice turned to steel as he snapped, "You will move with Dasim. That is an order." Hyder didn't back down an inch. "I have no obligation to follow that order. I am not a Pamanite." The tension in the command tent suddenly became suffocating. Every knight's glare fell upon Hyder like a dagger. They looked ready to tear him apart. Luke, however, only felt a rising dread for Hyder's safety. After a few tense seconds, Bluth let out a long sigh, followed by a wild, unsettling laugh. "Luke, what are your thoughts?" "Me? I also believe a fair contest is important." And just like that, Bluth granted Hyder's request. Hen protested in disbelief. "Commander, are you really going to give in to a mere boy's demand?" "Hen, before you call him a mere boy, remember that he was a finalist in the DEVOUR tournament. Besides, adding one outsider to the mix is hardly a major issue. However, with 13 captains instead of 12, our formation will be unbalanced. Therefore, Hyder, you'll be positioned on the outermost flank. It will be difficult to protect you there. Do you still accept these terms?" Hyder confidently declared he could handle himself. Bluth turned away. "Good. This meeting is over. Rest up. We move out shortly." "Yes, sir." Hyder departed immediately after. "Bluth isn't as tough as I thought," Hyder mused. "Or does he just see me as another variable he can control?" He was lost in his own web of thoughts. But now that I'm among them, I see it clearly. The Pamanite's loyalty to their commander is absolute. If I clash with Bluth directly, I'll make an enemy of this entire order. I need to tread carefully. Luke watched Hyder go, powerless to defy his commander's orders. The scene shifts to DEVOUR, where the Pamanites finally rendezvous with the local garrison. Bluth immediately discussed strategy with the DEVOUR commander. Once the plan was set, they departed without a moment's delay. Their horses thundered across the desert sands, but when they arrived, Bluth felt a strange unease. This was supposed to be Oldor, but all that remained were silent ruins, with no sign of monsters. They've already moved on. Monsters don't typically abandon their lairs, but they attacked Oldor and even headed for the capital, so I suspect, if that's the case, they're likely hiding beneath the sand, aren't they? Bluth agreed with the assessment. He ordered the entire force to maintain formation and advance into the ruined city. Inside, they found nothing but crumbling decay. The knights moved past the dilapidated buildings, ignoring the bloodstains and deep claw marks scarring the walls. Luke, however, was different. He cautiously scanned every dark alley and shadowed corner. After a full sweep, the group was disappointed. The place was deathly quiet, no monsters, and no signs of villagers. Luke quietly approached his commander. "Sir, I have a bad feeling about this. We should leave." For a moment, Bluth hesitated. The sudden scream of a knight pierced the air. At first, they thought he was just making a scene, until a monstrous shadow completely engulfed them. There, looming over the skyscraper, the crimson-chained scorpion had truly awakened. The knight was frozen in terror, his voice trembling as he stammered, It's a scorpion." And that's a wrap for this recap video. That was the summary of the story so far. If you have any thoughts, be sure to drop them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and ring that notification bell for more amazing videos just like this one. But for now, take care, and I'll see you all in the next one.